and we're just going to jump right into it. I lined up a couple things here that I wanted to watch, and I thought we'd just watch them together. But main purpose for this self documentation that I am saying as wholeheartedly as I possibly can. Fuck the demonics, and I mean that as gross and as grimy as I possibly can. And if you're unaware who I'm talking about, I'm talking about Eric Kushner, Donald Trump, BB Nasty Yahoo, um, any individual involved with a data center. Yeah, I really am hoping all of these people, and I mean this, die a horrible, horrible death. And if anybody's thinking that that's horrible, then you're a sympathizer with idiots who literally have already said that they want to murder you, and you can see how they feel about you and your children by looking at the Talmud. And all you have to do is, hey Noma, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the show, where I'm telling all the demonics that I really want them to die a horrible death. I really do. And I don't even want them to have children to watch to die. I don't. The whole thing is here that, it's kind of like, that bad, whatever you can imagine that you never want to see another one of, and somehow it keeps breeding. Okay, that's what I'm talking about when I say that I want every demonic to die a horrible, miserable, uh, quick death. I want them to die here so that they can have a really long, rapid burn in hell. Okay, I can't stand anybody who goes by a book that literally tells them that they can do anything to a child, like molest a child or something. And I mean it when I say that I really want them to die a horrible death. I mean, I don't know, I can't say it strong enough. And especially when you find out that they have a book that is literally showing you how they feel. They want you to die. I started watching. There's another one that we're going to watch. I couldn't finish the thing or whatever, but the more that you watch about these demons, the more that I just can't stand them. Now, there'll be those or whatever that'll think that they're looking for something on here to look at that's going to keep their interest and make them laugh or giggle or some shit. And this ain't for you. This is for adults. This is for the people who actually give a shit about the world that we live in, and the ones that saying, how did we get here? Why do I feel like that I don't want to get up out of bed now? Why do I feel so depressed when I look around? Why do I feel like that I'm monitored and somebody's got binoculars jammed up their ass or jammed up our ass whenever we go out? Okay, this is not America. There is no America. And if you're still like believing that there's something anywhere close to America, then you're brain dead. So we're going to watch a couple of this boring shit that nobody really wants to watch or whatever. And I don't give a shit if you watch it or not. But I'm going down, or I'm going to rise up. Either way, it'll be by my Lord and Savior. But I just can't sit by and listen to the and feel like what I'm feeling right now. if you're unaware, these moron demonics have just joined their U.S. incorporated with Israel hell. Okay, and if you watch this, if you're aware, and you know, that's kind of what I want to do. I thought, well, you know, maybe I should go and really look and make sure that, you know, I know what I'm talking about here, because am I missing something? And immediately I knew that I wasn't missing a damn thing, because all you have to do is look at the damn Talmud that tells them that they are having sex with children, and that if you even read that they do that, then you're to be killed. Light of the world, thanks for being here. Yeah, is the Father. Yahusha is the Son. We need to keep the 10 Commandments, eat clean, and do the rule law. This is the real gospel. Well, okay, all right, great, yes. Yeah, keep the commandments, right? Thou shalt not kill and everything else. Well, they're not going to do that. They haven't been doing that. And the more that you look at, like, the whole damn reason all this here debauchery is taking place is over a piece of dirt. You know, now, don't get me wrong, absolutely, you know, if our Lord and Savior, you know, walked or touched anything, absolutely, it's holy. But I can promise you this, and if I'm wrong, then I burn. But I know that he would not want us to be murdering. And when I say us, it's not us, is it? It's not you and I. But it's these demonics that I'm talking about. They are the ones that will murder you and spill blood so that they can live however they want to. Do you know that whenever, well, I won't even say that about how they ate their own children to survive and stuff like that, because they wanted to survive. There's no way I could ever look at my child and say, I'm going to eat my child so that I can survive. But you know who did? The demonics. So these are the same inbreds that went on to breed one another, one right after another, and now we have to deal with that. And it's the very bloodline that comes from Cain, the first murderer in the Bible. So I don't care if you're one of those that are all about that. Well, I'm supporting Israel because we got to support Israel or whatever. This is not for you. Not unless you're somebody who can open your eyes and look for your own eyes and then see what should be really obvious for anybody to see. I've already encountered those nutballs that say, "Oh, well, the Bible says that you know, we're supposed to. Those are the chosen people." And don't say that. It's not like that at all. That's somebody who's just heard somebody else say something, or who didn't want to read it for themselves. But if you read it for yourselves, you know what it says. You know the true meaning of Israel when it's talking about Israel in the Bible. And all this is over biblical? Does anybody really believe that? Does anybody really believe that? No. This is really about a demonic bunch of demons that just want to murder you. They want to rule over you. They want to feel powerful and controlling. And they want to be God. They want to decide whether or not you live or die. And they don't want you to have your bloodline to go on here. And it's not for them to decide that. Anyway, this here is over the Jews wanting to, the demonics, you know, doing their debauchery bullshit and stuff. You know, old Jared Kushner, you know, and you know who he's married to? Oh, yeah, Trump. And we're talking about the same demonic Jew, Trump, who is in fact a Jew. Not saying that to be hateful or mean. I mean, I don't know how disgusting that you can be to be. Uh, you can't get any more disgusting than being a demonic like they are. And I'm not talking about straight Jews, to be clear. I'm talking about the demonics. The one that lives and goes and uses the Talmud. The one that says that your children are animals. I'll show that to you later. But right now we're going to watch this.
Take over the world. So without any further ado, let's get into it. First, by going back in time and laying the groundwork a little bit, starting with this UN paper called The Acquisition of Land.
I'll caution you right now, though, real quick. Go find something else to watch or something that's going to, make you giggle or laugh or something. This is adult shit.
In Palestine. Now, this, of course, is talking about the acquisition of the land all the way back in the time around the First World War. But what it says is, consideration of the systems of cultivation of land ownership in Palestine show that most of the land was under the control either of the Ottoman government, Turkish nationals, or a minority of the Palestine Arab population, most of whom lived outside Palestine and had interests that did not conflict with those of the occupying power. It can therefore be said that little land was acquired by the Jewish minority, whose holdings had been practically negligible up till then, and they did not make any sizable acquisition of land until the Jews of Eastern Europe, lured by the promise of a Jewish homeland in the Balfour Declaration, began to immigrate into Palestine under the pressure of social and economic conditions obtaining in the countries in which they were living. The main feature of this second period, that is the second big round of land purchases around the First World War, began soon after the Balfour Declaration of 1917 and extends from 21 to 47, is the establishment of Jewish settlements, the kibbutzim, and the encouragement of such Jewish institutions as the Palestine Jewish Colonization Association, the Palestine Land Development Company, and the Jewish National Fund. The purpose of these institutions was to transfer the Jewish populations of Europe to Palestine and provide them with facilities, homes, jobs, and especially land in the new host country. What I'm pointing out here is that, yes, the country of Israel as it exists today began in part by so-called and some legitimate, some not, refugees coming to the land, but a huge portion of it was purchased sort of through these straw purchases. Essentially, you had Ottoman rulers who owned the land but didn't actually live there. They were absentee landowners, holdovers of the sort of medieval-style Ottoman Empire that existed all the way up until the First World War. But they essentially sold this land to speculators because they didn't have much interest in it. People on the land who were technically tenants and hardly ever saw or even knew who the people who owned the land actually were, suddenly found that there were these little colonies of Eastern Europeans popping up, and that's where all the strife began. But again, I lay this out for a reason that you'll see in just a second. But just to lay out the immediate territorial expansion of Israel, we have this very useful map from crisisgroup.org. This, of course, represents the West Bank, where a lot of the land acquisition is taking place right now, the settlements, the takeover, the ethnic cleansing as a prerequisite to those things. But if we start scrolling here, you can see from 1967 through the 80s, you see a sort of consistent popping up of these settler locations all throughout the West Bank. It continues, actually slows down a little bit because of the Oslo Accords. It continues to grow, and then you see a massive explosion. Of course, after 2023, you see it just about quadruple. So again, from 1967, where there are none, slowly but surely growing. If I keep the pace steady, you can see it sort of pops up. But then after 2023, it absolutely explodes. And that time from 2023 to 2026, you see this massive expansion of West Bank settlements, as not only are they more aggressive and trying to basically finalize their takeover of all of the West Bank, but it's now being supported in a real way and funded by the Israeli government, something that was not true for a long time up till now. This, of course, is an article explaining the method by which Israel intends to cling on to these territories. Israel must lock in U.S. backing for wartime territorial gains before window closes. So again, they've made a bunch of territorial gains since 2023, while Israel might be losing on the propaganda front and extremely unpopular, and their future existence is more tenuous than it was in October 2023. The land acquisitions are real, and they're trying to solidify and consecrate these annexations, and they're doing that through the international community by getting America to sign on to it and be our guarantor. And it talks about how be their guarantor, and talks about how this is taking place. But I thought I gave a pretty good rundown of just some of the acquisitions.
If you were here on last night's show or whatever, or if you go back and look, you'll see that I did over 18 hours straight, just talking about this stuff here, just being on in order to have a conversation and just to make people fully aware of the U.S. is joining with Israel. No, not going to. They already have. And see, now the Noahide laws that they're getting ready to start this November 2nd, they're having their first get-together meeting. And this is all to murder you. And you think that I'm just using those words and I'm just saying something. Look away, run away. Go the hell away. Because it's coming unless we do something.
In the immediate area surrounding Israel.
Has anybody seen data centers?
The current war has created a new
Why are they collecting all this shit?
Talks about how
you're about
Gaza,
to find out whether you like it or not.
Control over multiple of these corridors, and we'll talk about how they're expanding the buffer zone there. In Lebanon, Israel maintains positions and security zones in the frontier. Reports indicated an expansion of Israeli control up to and in some areas beyond the Litani River. In Syria, following the collapse of the Assad regime in 24, Israel seized buffer.
Not to interrupt here again, but I'm going to tell you, when I got up after doing a show for over 18 hours straight, the last show, I get up and stir around a little bit and everything, and I'm thinking, man, I don't even want to go back on there again. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody gives a shit, except for just a very few, but, and why do it? Because I know they're recording every damn thing. And just like these son of a bitches, whenever they arrest you, for their little Mickey Mouse court systems and shit, what do they tell you? They say anything you say can and will be held against you. Well, throw the word can away, like I've said before, because that word can doesn't mean shit. It will be held against you. And you know what? I'm counting on it. Because no matter what I would say, if somebody's putting thumb screws on you or something, you'll say any damn thing that somebody wants you to say. They put the handcuffs on you and all that stuff. So I'm saying it now why I'm free and clear to do whatever the hell it is or say whatever I want to say freely, that the Lord is my Lord and Savior, and Jesus is most certainly real, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. So no matter what they would do, no matter what would come out of my physical, earthly body here or whatever, I don't give a crap about that. I'm saying what is real right now. But these demonics here, all they want to do is murder you, and they even have a book telling exactly how they feel about you. It don't tell them what to do or how to live. It tells how they already are and how they feel about you. It's called the Talmud. Look it up. We'll look at it in a little bit. Thanks for being here.
Zones and strategic positions in Syria and Hermon, citing concerns over jihadist infiltration. Israel has not formally stated its intention to annex these territories. Still, a new reality of buffer zones, military control, and sustained strategic presence has undeniably emerged. Senior Israeli officials have also expressed support for.
Yeah, you know what? There's always morons that come in here. There's always these demons that show up. I'm not joking you. And they'll say, oh, Israel's God's chosen people. Bullshit. 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 And you know what? They'll never, ever watch and see. All they'll ever do is they'll pop in. They'll throw their little star of rim frame, flim flame, or whatever it is up. And then they'll leave. Do you know why? Because they don't like the truth. The truth burns them. They will run away from it. They don't like the truth. And watch it. I'm telling you right now, watch this. You want to see something in real time? Where you at, demonics? You want me to prove how dumb you are? You want me to prove how demonic that you are? Because I can do that, and I have done that. And I'll continue to do that. And you know what? You're losing your little demonic ass war where you want everybody else to die. And I can't wait till you do lose.
Has before, and it's in line with the quote-unquote conspiracy theory.
You know what? All religions are fake. Okay, goody. Great. They're all They're all fake to you. You know, that's sad that you feel that way, because that's exactly how they want you to feel. They want you to feel like you're alone. That old pal guy or whatever, pale guy. You know, why? Why do they want you to feel that way? Because they want you gone, because you're not a demonic like they are. So they want you to feel like that you're all alone. Who's they? The demonics. If you listen right here to what I'm playing right up here now, this is Jared Kushner and old little Trump's daughter. They go swimming somewhere and they're like, oh, look, wouldn't it be great just to buy this place? Well, who in the hell does that? How do you get that damn much money that you just go swimming on a beach because you was just on somebody's yacht? Oh, yeah, wait, whose yacht was it? Rothschild. And you take a little swim and you look over at the beach and you say, yeah, we should own that beach. But you know what? This guy here is actually telling you the real reason why they want to buy that beach, and it's not like what they say, which is just so they can put up their little ferry resort or whatever. I tell you what, pay attention here. And that old pale guy, I'm telling you right now, no, they don't want you to they want you to hate all religions, because when you say all religions, you're hating the one true, and I wouldn't call it a religion. It's the right way, which is to save you and for you to have life eternal with our Lord and Savior. They want you to feel like that. They want you to hate religion, because then you just throwed everything out at one time, including the very thing that you should keep for yourself.
Israel Project. Here you can actually see patches on uniforms of the IDF that show the map of Greater Israel, which includes portions of Saudi Arabia, the Sinai Peninsula, Iraq, Syria,
everyone
all
get out of the
Jordan,
house.
Palestine, all being under
the call's coming
Israel.
from inside the
This,
house.
of course, is at this point acknowledged by senior Israeli leadership. In fact, they say long-term ambitions of far-right Israelis who support the expansion of their borders.
Yeah, like I said, I don't really give a shit. This is more for self-documentation here, that I said that how I feel, and I want all these demonic pieces of shit to die a horrible, slow, painful death. And I mean that from the very bottom of my shoes.
The entire Middle East, and they are operating on that. And again, this is one of those things where they say it. They have patches on their arms that just
they're not even being political correct about
anti-Semitic conspiracy
Greater Israel anymore. Yeah, absolutely.
What they themselves say here.
Glad to have you here, Troy.
Official IDF patch,
yeah, absolutely.
On the IDF uniform showing the.
They're not, you know, and their this own damn Talmud even tells them to lie to us.
In fact, they're setting up so-called security.
It says they will lie to us no matter what. So how in the hell could you ever trust these demonics?
The forewarnings of what's to come. Once they set up the security border, then they move settlers, then the security border.
No, we're already in it, Troy. You're right.
Take over all
You're right.
Neighbors,
but I'm telling you, I've got information that I'm going to be putting out there. As a matter of fact, other people's already saying it besides me. We're already in World War III. Look, U.S. just joined in front of our face with Israel, of all places, Israel. Look, there's a reason why. There's a reason why that all the other countries hate these individuals. Because they're demons. They believe in eating humans. They believe in murdering you just because you're not one of them. That's it, period. You don't have to go any further. You don't have to say anything else. They want your children dead. And it's not just me saying that. I read it, and I will show it to you. Here, matter of fact, I'll show it to you. Hold on.
Also through the purchase of agricultural lands by individuals of Jewish descent holding multiple nationalities, according to a
and by the way, if you read this, you are to die.
Agricultural land are underway. Significant water resources.
That's what they say.
By Golan Heights, these transactions.
If you're not one of them and you read what I'm about ready to let you read,
holding passports in
they want you to die. But oh, wait a minute.
Australia and the UK.
Wait a minute. They want you to die anyway.
An organization called the Pioneers of Bashan.
Now, does that make any damn sense?
Involved in land purchases.
They don't make sense, and that's how you know they're demonic.
With Jewish entities, but they're doing it through the UAE, or Bahrain using American or Canadian or Australian Jewish buyers to purchase land, straw purchases.
Hey, welcome back, Hellhound Justice.
Elements of the
I
Jewish
just
state.
seen that was you.
Exactly what happened.
Who are we talking about? Donkeys or elephants? Yes, absolutely. We're talking about donkeys and elephants. And then the other jackass that would go along with this whole fake ass U.S. bullshit that they've switched out on us.
Israel's gradual
1871, they took away the United States of America and put in their U.S. Incorporated bullshit. And they did it on purpose. Watch these demonic
private corporations.
Man, I tell you what, hold on, I'm trying to show you something here. Well, welcome, Hellhound. Glad to see you, man.
They then take over that land, and it describes this in detail in this article, saying these contracts, the private contracts for these mine clearing, are not separable from
as somebody on yesterday's show said, there's a lot of pages to their demonic Talmud. And there's a lot to read if you read that thing. Oh, yeah, there is a lot to read, all right. But, we're just going to sum it up here real quick with just the main parts that you need to see and be aware of, okay? Now, this is a little bit of their Talmud, but this here points out the very things that is all I need to know that I don't even want to see the rest of it. You don't need to see the rest of it, because right here, what I'm holding in front of you, that you can screenshot, blow up, or whatever, but we're going to blow it up here in a second, because you need to be aware of how they feel about you. And remember, this is not telling them how to live. This is telling on them how they live. This is telling on them how they feel about you and your children. This is how they feel about you. Okay? So if you're not a demonic, okay, I'm just going to switch this here, and this here is just a blow up of these here. Okay? But if you read this Yabamoth or whatever, 98A, I don't speak their demonic, so. But read that first one right there, and it says, all non-Jew children are animals. Right there. That's how they feel about children. Again, this is not telling them how to feel. It's telling you how they actually feel about you and your children. This is what they think of you. And you know what? This is what this is talking about up here. Old Jared Kushner and his demonic little demon afterbirth that somehow survived from Trump there. Ivanka, the very one that her own dad wanted to have sex with and stuff. You can go back and look at those tapes and stuff where he actually says, oh, she's beautiful. I'd sleep with her. And if you take the time and you look at my profile, or you go back and you look, you'll see, unfortunately, I got bamboozled by this whole, as you put it, brother, with the elephants and the donkeys, like, oh, well, maybe I'm a Democrat. Oh, wait, maybe I'm a Republican. That's the sham that they want to get you in, because then you're just on one side or the other. Hell, you can steer a ship or anything just by running from one side to the other, In other words, it doesn't matter what side that you're on, you're screwed. But right there, okay? That's just with the children. That's what they think about your children. Okay? And never forget that you are a child yourself, all right? When a Jew murders a non-Jew, there will be no death penalty. They're not going to kill them because they kill you. Right there, the second one down right there. The one underneath the one that says that your children are animals, So when you look at your child, if you say, I love you, if you're telling your child or a child, any child, that you love them, what does that mean? What does that mean to you? Because I'm not going to tell my children that I love them and then not protect them. Here, let's read the one next, the last one here that I have blowed up. Not just the one that says that they think that your children are animals, or even the next one here. It says when a Jew, murders you. So when they murder you, there's not going to be a death penalty. So that tells you right there, there's not going to be a penalty at all when they murder you. They're going to pretend like they might do something. But that's only if there's other people around that's still watching. Like, could you imagine if it was all demonics across the board, pretty much, and then something would happen? Nothing would happen, right? Okay, but let's read this last one here. A man who engaged in intercourse with a girl less than 3 years old of age has done nothing. And that's the last one right there. Okay? So, anybody got any daughters out there? You got a child, happens to be a little girl? Of course, to them, it doesn't make any difference. And you know what? I know that's why this is for adults, because I would not want a child hear any of this right here, but this is truly how they feel about your children. Nor would I want a child to hear me saying anything offensive. But this is what they are saying. Okay? So when they're yelling it and screaming it and then actually murdering children, how can you sit back and just say, "Oh, I'm good with that. Go ahead. I'm not going to say anything. I'll walk away from it. It'll go away." It's not gone away, and it's not going away unless we make it go away. Now, this here, there's a few other ones on this one here. Like this one right here that we just went over. A man who engaged in intercourse with a girl less than 3 years of age has done nothing. Right there, the first one, right there where my thumb's at in the way. Read that. That's about little girls. Children. Okay? Now, but if we look on to the next one under, it says, Jews must destroy books of the Christians. So they want to get rid of any books that belong to you or I. And why? Why is that? You know what? I was okay with if somebody said, "Hey, I got a book on this or I got a book on that," and I didn't agree with it. So what? You go ahead. You take that to your home and you do with that whatever you want to, as long as you're not harming anybody or talking about harming anybody. I have no problem with that. But you know what I have a problem with? Is whenever you write down something that you want me to be dead, and then I see you actually doing it like what they have done. So, give me just a minute and we'll continue here. I got to get a drink of water.
Border security barrier.
Thanks for being here, all of you.
Minister Israel Katz in March 2025.
Thank you very much. I mean it.
Israel to
don't subscribe.
Territory for
I probably won't be here.
Time, says Minister.
I don't ask anybody to subscribe. I'm just here to get the information out. Thank you guys.
Reaffirms the IDF will continue holding Mount Hermon area beyond contested northern Israeli borders. And of course, the Golan Heights itself is technically under international law, Syrian property, but the Israelis have occupied it for a very long time in violation of international law. However, who's going to stop them? And then you've got the West Bank. Israel government improves West Bank land policies. This move, which eases land purchases for Israeli settlers where in the occupied West Bank, has sparked international criticism. The Palestinian Authority describes it as de facto annexation, which of course it is. And the way this works is very simple. I'm sure you've seen this if you've been paying attention to any of this over the last couple of years. The West Bank settlers, the Israeli people from Brooklyn, moved to the West Bank, set up settlements. They attacked.
I had to get me some goyim poison here that's
there for generations since the time of Jesus.
7-Up.
Then the IDF comes in, labels them.
I had to get me something to drink there because I'm telling you, this got me so pissed off, and I don't know how everybody can't be more pissed off.
But
they're not pissed off enough. I know that.
That connection and that cooperation between the state and the settlers is becoming all that more explicit and confirmed and funded at this point. Israel's government on Sunday approved a contentious plan to make it easier for Israeli settlers to purchase land in the occupied West Bank to further sideline Palestinian authorities. Under the decision, Israeli authorities will announce certain areas to undergo registration, requiring anyone claiming land to prove ownership, even though ownership is the biggest part of West Bank. Land has never been formally registered. So again, they're making moves to formally acquire the West Bank in totality and kick out all
does anybody know much about the
this of course is an abject violation of the stated demands
about Muslims,
of President Trump, who said he didn't
or
want
whoever it is?
So,
who are the ones that say you know, like when they would do a kamikaze, they'd hold on to the bombs and then they blow themselves up or whatever, and then they'd say they get so many virgins when they go on to, that's their way, that some demonic dude said, hey, you know what? If you're so dumb that you'll blow yourself up, guess what? You're going to have a bunch of virgins crawling all over you. I don't know who that was. But anyway, the same way right here with these demonics here, and this here is from their demonic book, the Talmud. I'm really glad. I really am. I thank the Lord above that they have this Talmud around. But remember this, for reading this, if you're using your eyeballs and your brain and you're reading any of this, you're to be killed. Oh, but wait, you're supposed to be killed anyway just because you're not one of them, okay? So anyway, right here, it says, and I'll show you where it's at here in case you want, I hope you do look it up. Zora, whatever, Talduth, or Noah 6.3b, which is another thing. The Noahide laws coming. They're going to start them November 2nd. Oh, but James, that's some boring shit. Don't say Noahide laws. That's boring. I don't know what Noahide is, and I don't want to know, and just don't talk about that, right? Okay, good. I won't talk about it. I'll show it to you here in a little bit. The very thing that they're going to use to say what you're going to do, and if you don't, they're going to cut your head off, and I'm not joking you. But this says, and it's talking about their Messiah, which is Baal, Baal, the devil, Satan. When the Messiah comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. Okay? This ain't mine. I didn't make this up. Okay? I copied this from their Talmud, that you can go and read directly from their Talmud. But right there, they really do. They think they're going to have 2,800 slaves. So what you're doing is you're telling a bunch of brain-dead, demonic, useless idiots that don't have brain cells to rub together. You're saying, oh, hey, guess what? If you do what we're wanting you to do, when we get this devil here, you're going to have 2,800 slaves. Well, let me ask you this. How in the hell would you keep 2,000 individuals slaves? Okay, we're not even saying 2,800. How in the hell could you even feed 1,000 of them? You know what I'm saying here? Do you know how big that you'd have to use the whole daggone world, and what would be the population if each one of them? And listen, this is not my words again. This is these idiots believing this shit. And you know what's even dumber? Is any individual putting up with and continuing to let this shit continue. I'm not. You know, the way it's supposed to work is you call your representative, and then, I know this is boring shit, right? You know why it's boring? Because it don't work. It's not there. It don't work. I've proved it. But guess what? If you don't do it, then you're saying that you're okay with it. You're saying that you want that. Just by not saying anything. This is what they come up with. When I say they, I'm talking about the demonics. The same dumb shits that's owning, and not limited to, these right here. But I would go so far as to say that no matter if they claim to be one of these living by this or not, if they're going along with or supporting these individuals, these demons, then they are one and the same. But the way it's supposed to be, you call into a representative, you tell them what it is that you want. You know, we the people's voice and all that bullshit. But you call them in and you say, hey, I want this done. Then that individual that is elected, we know that's bullshit and that don't work. They're supposed to take your message to Congress, right? Well, who do you think just passed all this dumb shit to join this shit together? Do you really think that you still have a Congress that's yours? Hell no, this ain't yours. Watch when you can go back and see me literally call these demonic pieces of shit and tell them that I know that they're the enemy and to get the hell out of my country. Our country. We the people's country. But look around. You guys already know what I'm saying is a fact. You know it's a fact. Because you've seen your towns, your cities, and everything else being taken over. And now they're literally jamming a recording camera up every one of our asses if you step off your property. And it don't matter even if you're on your property. I've seen these cameras literally where you could reach off the sidewalk and touch a house, and it's pointed right at the damn house. But they're license plate readers, right? Well, how come Flock just come out with these new and improved pieces of shit that they actually pan, zoom, tilt, and all that, but they follow individual people? And has anybody seen the new ones that they have that opens up, that has a damn drone, that once you do something, they don't give a damn about chasing you down. It's going to fly directly to wherever you're listed as living at, and they're going to deliver I don't know, a piece of paper. It'll probably be digital by then, you know, your digital ID. Because the next time you go to use your digital ID to buy your food or anything else, it's going to say, you need to report. You've been summoned, you know? Or please deposit so many of your credits or whatever so that you can't eat. All fictional bullshit, right? Yeah, keep thinking that way. Keep thinking that way. Look around. How good are we?
But clearly he does not have the backbone or will to actually hold them to that. And they're essentially spitting in his face as they do this. And whatever Trump is saying publicly, of course, American support diplomatically is required for them to be able to get away with this unscathed when it's such a objective, abject violation of international law and human rights and everything else.
Do you like to chew gum? Well, congratulations, you're still the 5-year-old in kindergarten who's putting glue in his mouth. Yes, the FDA legally allows gum companies to make their gum from plastics and even glue.
Anybody hear this shit?
Elmer's. But our sponsor, Greco Gum, makes gum the old-fashioned way. It's been made this way for over 24 years.
Like now the big thing is somebody does something natural, because you've got all these demonic turds that's putting disgusting stuff out there that's not even real food, right? Goyim slop. Here, have your Goyim slop.
How they're taking over Gaza is a almost like cartoonishly simple method. Quote, creeping death. Israel weaponizes Yellow Line to annex Gaza. Analysts and locals say the move mirrors what happened after the 1967 war with Israel's occupation of the West Bank. And essentially they have these yellow markers that are on concrete blocks, and they're just incrementally moving them forward. And so over time, this yellow line that's supposed to represent a military barrier just gets further and farther inland of Gaza, further and further ratcheting it down and squeezing it to a smaller and smaller place. Israel's yellow line, a shifting edge of war, pushing Gazans from home, and it describes ways in which people have had to move. This guy had moved 7 or 8 times since the war began, that he and his family has been forced to leave shelter because Israeli evacuation orders and the advance of what residents call the Yellow Line. So they move out of the Israeli occupied area, they set up a settlement of a refugee camp, and then one day they wake up to find that the yellow blocks that demarcated the Israeli line have suddenly jumped
Wisdom
over
is mine. Thank you for being here.
The other side, so now you got to get up and move further down, and in this way they're slowly but surely constricting Gaza into nothingness.
I want to read this here. Give me just a minute. I'll read this wisdom here in just a second.
Israel building new land barriers in Gaza and displacing families, again, in violation of the ceasefires and everything else, but they are just sort of doing it. And these articles, describe the way that these things are moving closer and closer. And here we have the actual illustration. This is the article I was looking for earlier. Israel has seized more land from neighbors since 2023 than it had in the previous decades. This story from AP News has this very useful map where, again, you might look at this and go, well, barely any land. I mean, what, this is like nothing. But no, this is an area the size of New Jersey. Gaza is an area the size of, major cities. You can.
Okay, wisdom is mine. She writes, she says, Jesus, a Jew, to who said Gentiles as dogs. Matthew 15:26-27, Jesus answered, it is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs. Yes, it is, Lord, she said, even the dogs. I lost my place here.
Imagine this happening in America, especially as a matter of proportionality. They're taking entire states worth of land. And of course, they're not going to stop there encroaching, and then they'll solidify that encroachment, and then they'll encroach farther. There's no end point to this.
Have a right to
maybe
eat
the Greater Israel
from the
Project,
crumbs of the
that,
table.
I think you'll see is just the beginning of the operation. Once they have the land of Greater Israel, the colonization continues. They may not control the land as sovereign authority, but they will have a say in the government of that land. And I'll get to that in just a second. But once again, we're just laying the groundwork here, and this is just sort of the obvious, very
thank you very much
reality about
for being here,
Israeli
all of you.
colonization in the Middle East. They are expanding their borders. They are aggressively moving into the territory of their enemies, building bases.
Pernicious
and the
2,
details are
Creature 3, what a handle, wow. That's a fact, they don't want peace.
Sites.
No, they don't want peace.
Israeli military publishes map of South Lebanon.
No, they're not searching after peace. What they really want is they want revenge, domination, and to be glorified and to made gods. That's really what they want. And when we're saying they, make no mistake about it, they're only using the lower peasants, the useful eaters, and I'm not even talking about us here. I'm talking about all of their very own that they're calling their own. I mean, think about this. Old Netanyahu, he's Polish, I think. Man, I tell you what, if I was in Poland, somebody said that, I'd really feel bad about even being associated with that dog turd. But he goes over to Israel, and then he gets all of these poor brainwashed individuals who turns them into demons so that they can then do or maybe they're really demons, because if you follow the bloodline back, why did nobody want them around? I mean, ask yourself that, but then wait a minute, hold on. They have a book that tells why nobody wants them around. And I just read it to you, part of it. And you've seen it and read it, hopefully, with your own eyeballs.
Territory under its control, where you can see this safety zone.
It's so stupid. The whole thing's stupid. I'm telling you. Look, I am all about anything about my Lord and Savior. Like, I know that he walked over there and everything. But I'll be completely honest with you, I never made it my life's mission to go over there and try to find dirt that he stepped on. Okay? I think, don't get me wrong, I think it's wonderful. I would absolutely love to go. But I probably would not go even if somebody sent me a one-way, all expenses paid ticket or whatever. I have enough, I could go. But I don't need to go over there to see that all people are doing. I mean, have you ever sat back and watched, and then especially like a movie when it shows you and it's like, what? Wow, how could people really be that dumb? Like, anybody follow? Does anybody know about Marilyn Manson, or was it Marilyn Manson? Who was it anyway? He had all this occult and people followed him right into the grave and did weird shit and everything. Yes, they really are that dumb. I mean, look at what they're doing right now for old Netanyahu.
Order double speak for
doing exactly what he wants done. Dying
for a huge swath of the death that they've laid bare and just stripped every.
Zonda, hey, how are you, man?
Previously occupied and prosperous area.
How's the wand doing, Zonda?
To the Litani River and
glad to have you here.
Huge swaths.
Hellhound, House of
territory.
1,000 Corpses.
For the first time, a map of new deployments inside Lebanon. inside Lebanon on Sunday, bringing dozens of mostly abandoned Lebanese villages under its control after
Chris,
days after ceasefire with
the
Hezbollah.
kingdom of heaven
Israel eyes
is
southern Lebanon security now with
within.
U.S. backing.
What
According to
would
informed sources, Netanyahu has received the
Preston
green light
want
from
to
Washington under the
go
banner of
to
eliminating
Israel?
Iranian proxies in the region. And yes, they are attempting to, quote,
I'm not
seize
sure
the
what
portions of Lebanese
that means,
territory,
but
making a so-called security
like
belt.
I said,
So
yeah,
again,
I would love
I find
to
this a
go
little bit
there, but I
frustrating and
probably wouldn't
hypocritical
go
that our
there
government is in support of
because I can
Israel
already
doing
see
this when
how
we are
people are
actively
so
watching portions of our
feeble-minded
country be
to
taken
think
over
that they
places
need to
like
murder
Dearborn, Michigan,
over
and
a piece
elsewhere.
of land.
Of course, Texas,
you know.
now majority Hispanic for the first time ever.
And like I
You know,
said,
the
I am
equivalent of
not
this would be like
belittling.
America just
I mean,
literally
I understand
repopulating
the
a
importance of
50-mile
if
area
your Lord
on
and
the
Savior
Mexico side
set
of the Rio
somewhere to
Grande.
set
I
right
would
on
have
the
been
same
for that
spot or
anyway,
something.
but obviously it's
I
frustrating
get that.
watching the
I'm just
inability of our
saying,
own country
but
to get
afterwards,
foreigners
when you
out
watch
of our own
people
borders, well,
murdering
meanwhile,
other
Israel not
ones
only has an ethnostate,
just in
but
order
is
to
aggressively
claim
ethnically
that
cleansing
spot of
portions
land,
its surrounding land. Again,
and
I'm not
it could
interested
be
in ethnically
solved
cleansing
so
people
easy.
when Israel does
But
it.
you're
I think it would
literally
be easier if we
having
were to do
people
it.
who
I
are
wanna point
saying
out
that
the
they want you
incredible
to
double
die
standards
because
at
you're
play
not the
here,
same as they
and
are.
how you can sort of reject
Incidentally,
this
ties in
paradigm
with the
that they've
Noahide
established and
laws
recognize
that
that
they believe in, that they are
basically it's
trying
all
to
about it's a
implement
matter of will.
starting
It's a
this
matter of
November.
doing what you can until somebody stops you, and that's the way Israel operates. And in America, we are almost trained like good little puppies to believe we need permission to
Yes, the
literally
Gaza
anything,
massacre.
even defend ourselves. The point is that yes, they are aggressively,
Hellhound of
openly,
justice,
and
nobody
with
gets me.
cooperation
What do you
of the
mean,
United
hellhound?
States,
What do you mean?
taking over portions of territory around what is actually and legally theirs. And of course, this has effects here in America, as you have auctions of land that's currently Palestinian or is in the process of being, as they put it, quote unquote, Judaized, that is ethnically cleansed and replaced with
Hellhound
Jews,
says
either
nobody
from
gets
Israel
me.
or in this
I
case
don't know.
from Brooklyn. As protesters swarm Brooklyn Israeli Real Estate Expo, attendees say support mattered more than sales. But basically, you have synagogues holding auctions where only Jewish people can participate, and they're selling off land that either has just been
Now,
or
don't forget
will
it.
soon
If you got
be
something to say, throw it in
conquered,
there,
taken
man.
over,
No,
annexed
we
by
want to
Israel,
get
and
what you
stolen
got.
from the native population there. Again, just represents sort of the double standards and the outrageous
South
behavior
Africa
that
mass
not just Israelis,
genocide,
but the
yeah.
Jewish diaspora
Yes.
sort of gets away with on American soil. This is really
No problem, Hellhound.
disturbing in a lot of ways.
I
Yes.
genuinely want to know. It's
As
just
you see,
I'm on
it's
here and
treated
I'm
in
trying to
Jewish
think
Telegraph,
about
ABC Jewish,
what's on my mind and
New
then
York
shoot
Jewish
that out,
Weekly.
and then I want to read your guys'
You know,
comments
it's
and stuff. But
it's
the
important
main
that
thing is people are
can
in here,
stand
they're
up
going to
against
read what you're
anti-Semitic
saying.
hatred of people saying
And
they
just
shouldn't be
because
allowed
somebody don't
to
say
sell land
anything,
that,
Hellhound, that don't mean
your
nobody
enemy currently lives
understands.
on.
Because how many times
So that's
have
what
I
happens,
understood
around
stuff,
Israel. Again,
but I don't
think a
say
lot of people
anything
know
about
this.
it?
So
It's
let's
just
get
I took the
into
information that you
the other
said
stuff people have
and
questions
processed
about,
it,
right?
you
This
know.
is where the
But
meat
you're
really
right.
begins.
We
But
should say it out
just
loud.
lay the groundwork and let you know. Israel began with private land sale acquisitions that transformed into, collective ownership by the Jewish state. At this moment, they're using that same strategy in places like Syria, while simultaneously militarily conquering portions of Lebanon, Gaza, the West Bank, all in pursuit of the Greater Israel Project, which of course their leadership endorses and talks about. It's on the patches of their uniform, and yet they'll still call you a conspiracy
Hellhound,
theorist for recognizing that. So it's important that we lay
on
the
here
groundwork
is
of
in
the
Australia.
ambitions, the territorial ambitions of
And
the
he's
Israeli
had
state
some pretty
and
rough
how
goes of
it's
it.
being supported and actualized by the wider Jewish diaspora in places like America. But that's just the very beginning. This is
Sometimes
where it
I
gets
fear I've
interesting.
said too much. Well,
I'm sure
really,
everybody knows
what,
Kusher
why?
Island,
Okay,
the
I'll
Albanian
address that.
Cezanne
Hellhound
project.
says sometimes he fears that he says too much. Well, how in the hell can you say too much when a child is being hurt or people's being murdered? If what you are saying is to protect somebody else, even your own self, see, here in the U.S. Incorporated that we have, that's our problem. We've been holding back thinking somebody else is going to say something or what we have to say ain't important. Well, that's wrong. That's the wrong way to think. What we have, what you have to say is important. Here's the thing. Important stuff is great to hear. But these demonic demons are literally saying stuff to murder, and they want others dead. And here's the thing. If somebody just says, well, I want so-and-so dead, and then nothing happens, okay, somebody's just, saying something. But whenever they literally are saying, no, if you're not, and then you have to die, well, we can go back. We have it on record now, don't we? And look what they just found over in, where Zelensky is or whatever. They found, the Russians found those children over there in Ukraine where they're hooked up to hoses and stuff. And I showed it, and I have that information right here. We'll go over that again maybe here in a little bit, if I can think to get to it. But the most important thing right now, if you have something to say and you're brave enough, then say it. They don't want you to be brave. They don't want you, they want you to think about their need. Because think about this for a second. If somebody molests a child, okay, and there's just that individual, and then there's a child, okay? So there's two witnesses there. The one who done it, and then the one who got it done too, right? And then they grow up, right? Okay, so if the one that got molested shuts their mouth, well, who's the winner there, right? But guess what? If that one that got molested opens their mouth and exposes the very one that did it, okay, who would you say is the strong one there? I can tell you who I know is the strong one. It's the one that had something like that demonically done to them through no fault of their own. But now that I know it and they were strong enough to stand up, I am going to be on their side and protect them. But people don't want to say anything. People thinks that, and you know what? The guys that put this Constitution together, they already knew that, because they said, he that gives up sovereignty for safety have neither. And that's exactly what we see playing out right now. So if you got something to say and you don't want to say it, then fine, don't say it. But that's why I'm on here. Because I thought about, well, hey, what if they do this? What if they do that? Even today when I got up after doing a show over 18 hours long, I said, well, you know what? And I'm talking to myself, self-dialogue to my soul. And I'm saying, everything that you say, these data centers and stuff are recording all of it, and they're keeping it. And just like when you get arrested, and I said that, and I'll say this again probably 100 more times, when these demonics arrest somebody here in the U.S. of Incorporated, then they read them their Miranda rights or whatever, and it says anything that you say can and will be used against you. Okay, and then people think can and will be, and they think, oh, well, I'll be okay. No, I'll just tell you what I was doing, thinking that they're talking to some individual that's literally carrying a gun, that pulled you over or done whatever to you for no reason 99.99% of the time, other than just to take your money. And then they tell you can and will be held against you. No, listen. Throw the word can away, because it will be held against you if you have ever had them stupid cuffs on you when they render you absolutely helpless and you are under their authority. Then you understand exactly what I'm saying. It's bullshit for them to do that, because you know what? If somebody would have ever pulled me over for whatever reason, even stupid or not, and they said, hey, you was going this fast or whatever, and you know what? I've done it before, and I said, yeah, I'm in a hurry. And I told the truth. But then very, very seldom did they ever let me go or whatever, and I don't even like saying that, because it makes them sound like that sometimes they're good. They're not. Especially anymore. But they pull you over, and it's going to cost your ass money, regardless if you was doing it, you was guilty or not. They don't give a shit. They're just after your money. They're going to get it. Because once you go to court, I'll pay court costs, and even when you quote unquote win, you don't win. But anything you say will be held against you. Hey, thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate it.
If you don't know, it's pretty simple.
Give me a drink of water.
The Kushners, that is Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, President Trump's daughter, found an island off the coast of Albania. And people sort of first heard about this when Ivanka Trump herself gave
Troy
an interview.
Vance, thanks for being here.
I don't know if
They
you
want
can
us to
put
just
clips of
go
this
along
in, but
with the
it's
program.
truly bizarre.
We're
I was
going
explaining this to my
along,
wife
and
yesterday. My wife
people
doesn't
are
really
still
care about
being
politics. She doesn't,
murdered.
pay attention
It's
to a lot of this stuff.
unacceptable. Absolutely.
And
Well
it's
said.
very useful
Thank
for
you
me
so much
to
for
have
being
somebody
here,
like
Troy.
this in my life, because as we sort of get this information, we also parse it, in real time. It loses some of its punch. It loses some of the shock that maybe it first had. And so I'm telling this to my wife, and I'm like, yeah, so Ivanka Trump is
Inferrer, I hope I'm saying that right.
Island, and we were
At
swimming, and we walked barefoot
EINFARRIR.
the sun and the beauty.
Have you seen
Turns
footage
out
from both
she's on a
sides
yacht
of the
with her husband,
Israel-Gaza
Nathaniel
war?
Rothschild.
You
In
can't
the height of
find
COVID, when everybody else is locked
websites
down,
from
they're
each.
traipsing about the Mediterranean.
They are
They
all
find this island, which turns out to be
murderous
a
beasts,
defunct
killing,
Cold War
burning,
era military base with something like 30 miles of underground tunnels,
mistreat
and
people
nuclear shelters,
and little
and all this
kids.
other stuff. And I'm saying this, my wife is just like putting her head down.
Livestock, all
What is going on?
recorded.
That's just this
Oh,
beautiful
really?
island, and we walked barefoot. In reality, it's Nathaniel Rothschild on a yacht with the
Have you seen
president of
footage from both
Albania
sides? You
making
know what I'm
a
trying
deal
to?
buy
I would love
all
to.
these,
I want to. You know what? Matter of fact, I
militarized
spend most of my
island from the
time
Cold War.
searching
It's
for
just,
real stuff like
nothing's
that.
as it seems.
Because
But this is
isn't
how
it
we were
horse
first
shit that
introduced
they,
to it.
and they've
Tried to
done
plug
this. When I
spin
say
on it.
they,
It's
I'm
just
talking
a
about the
wonderful
very
undiscovered island.
demons
It turns out
that I've been
not only is
talking
it a
about that
defunct
lives by
Cold
that
War
Talmud.
military base with
What
underground
they've done,
tunnels and all
listen,
this other
it's
nefarious
absolutely
crap.
diabolical,
It's also
genius
a
what
nature
they've
preserve
done.
that the Albanians are
I mean, think about what they've done. That's really an excellent. I'm so glad for your comment there. Exactly. But what they've done is they bought Hollywood, which is the entertainment, right? That's where they start brainwashing the children and all this shit to start saying about how wonderful and how we all have to bow down to the demonics, right? And then whenever you look at them, you see the sick shit that they put in there. Literally, you can go watch that one video, speaking of videos, where the one working for Disney says, oh, any opportunity I get to gay it up, I do that. Talking about the children's cartoons and stuff, But it's not just the children's cartoons. It's all of their movies always has some kind of demonic bullshit that they put in there to brainwash us. To tear us down, to make us feel less than or whatever, That's their goal. That's their job. That's what they want. They want to suck your soul out so that they can then kill you, or maybe you'll just do it for them. But no, I would like to see footage of it. So you're saying, that you've seen footage of both sides of that, even killing. Yeah, here's the thing. Killing cattle and everything isn't that bad. It shouldn't even be happening. Absolutely. And this is kind of what I'm trying to point out with their Talmud and stuff. I don't care if you say that you want to go suck matzah balls or monkey balls or whatever kind of balls it is that you think that you want to eat every Shabbat or whatever. That's up to you. You do that how you want to. The Sabbath was made to us to do however we want to do this. Well, you know what I mean. I want to be careful there because I'm not trying to step on my Lord and Savior, like that. I would never, ever do that. I don't want to do that. But what I'm saying is these demonics are plainly telling us that they're demons, and they can claim to be Christians all they want to, but when we can see plain as day what they actually are, the writing's right there in front of it. It's more than writing. They're showing us in living color that they want to murder us, and they will, and they have. Look at these children and stuff. Everybody looks at Epstein, and they're dealing with this Palm Beach Pete bullshit and everything. Like, is that him? Is that not him? Wouldn't you rather? I'm telling you right now, if somebody said, "Hey, do you know you look just like so and so? I think you might be them." Wouldn't you immediately run somewhere to get a DNA test? I would be getting plastic surgery or anything that I would have to do so that I didn't look like a demon like that. But not this idiot. I'm Palm Beach Pete. Nobody believes that shit. And if you do, then you deserve to get what's coming with these Noahide laws. Noahide laws? What's Noahide laws? I don't know anything about Noahide laws. Wait till they're cutting your freaking head off, and then or watching your children get their head cut off, and then you'll be saying, "I wish I would have found out about Noahide laws, like I heard the idiot screaming about on that YouTube channel that the demonics own." By the way,
very proud.
No,
of.
I haven't seen all the footage, but
flamingo habitat the world over.
I would definitely,
and
I should look at it.
Previously was not allowed to be sold, but
oh looky. Oh, looky, see, another demonic pops in. But watch this. I'll bet you he won't have a conversation, or it won't have a conversation. Shabbat Shalom, me babalalabaloo is in there. It says, the Jewish people are God's chosen people. Never forget. Gentiles, follow your Noahide laws. Yeah, see? You see what it just put in there? Anybody that's here right now, read that comment that this demon just put in there. Remember, this is the same one that is living with the Talmud that I just showed you. The demon that just came in here and wrote this. Look, read it with your own eyes. Never forget, it writes in here, and it says, Gentiles, follow your Noahide laws. Do you see that? That is proof what I'm telling you. Do you not understand? You ain't got no time to wake up. You better jump up out of the damn bed and get on board with help me end these demons right here. Read what it just put. You don't want to? You don't see the connection here now? Read what it just wrote. There's a demon that just popped on here and confirmed every damn thing that I just said. Read it. Unbelievable. Now, see, look, but they won't stick around. They won't have any conversation because I can shut them down. You're not God's chosen people. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that.
The Rothschilds and the Kushners use their great influence to persuade him to recategorize the land.
Everybody raised swine seal. Yeah.
For whatever reason. For
that's right.
Nefarious
Very
purposes.
good, Hellhound. That's
Kushner
right.
Island Wyatt planned resort has provoked protest in Albania.
No, I say don't raise up the shield. I say raise your sword up. The sword and the staff, they comfort me. No, I say take that staff and beat them amongst the head and ears with it until they're completely dead. I really do mean this. I'm telling you, I want to murder every one of them. Okay? Because they want to hurt a child. Not only do they want to, but they have been. There's proof that they're doing it. And they will stick around because they can't. They can't face the truth. They are not the chosen people. They are not Jews. They are demonic Jews.
The government hopes the high-profile project can position Albania as a major global tourism destination, but environmental concerns are rife. And so there's these massive
Zonda writes, hey, James, you need a moderator. I probably need a lot of things, you know.
Protest people are very mad. They're burning things.
Satan's
they're knocking over cars.
Satan's chosen people is more
good. This is what is necessary.
Believable.
We're on a friend's boat. We stopped for a swim. This is her telling the story, and then it goes over what actually happened and how angry the Albanians are about this. From Financial Times, Albanians don't want their islands.
Hey, Chip, how are you, brother?
Ivanka and Jared won't let.
Glad you could join us. What's up, everyone? How's everything going on? Man, you joined the show tonight, brother. I'm telling you.
Trump won't let international or
we've had a lot of demons, Chip. They've been jumping in here on today's show.
Of the land get in the way of their colonial ambitions. That might be another way to phrase that. Albanians have been taken to the street for 2 months to oppose Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner's planned luxury resort on Sazan Island.
Hellhound, make your cattle. It sounds like red alert.
Yeah. Symbol of the country's large protest since the fall. Largest.
Good. That's why that WOW is here. It is red alert. It is red alert.
Like I said, this is actually where it gets really interesting. Why Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump's Albanian resort plans are under fire.
Hey, Chip's at work right now.
Got these big names that are very high
down in the
power structure. You've got the Kushners,
Texas
Trump,
way there.
You've got the Rothschilds. You've got
appreciate you joining in there, Chip.
Illegal, potentially cooperation with the president of Albania, who's currently under corruption charges and investigations over how exactly this purchase was orchestrated, the billions of dollars, how they changed hands and why, how Jared Kushner sparked a political crisis in Albania. But
he's explaining why that they want to buy this.
That this island, Sazan Island, in fact, let me pull it up on a map. Because like I said, in doing this research, I'm looking up
Troy
Sazan,
writes,
right?
they want us divided so we feel weak and make mistakes. Absolutely.
Some other things. Obviously, last week on Off Limits News, we covered the Morocco, the Straits of Gibraltar phenomenon, the influx, the invasion of migrants from Morocco into Spain. And that, of course, is at the Strait of Gibraltar, another strait. We have the Strait of Hormuz, obviously being the center
Zonda with an AR.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For the last 6 months.
Whatever it would take.
And you're noticing that, okay, a lot of these places...
And I'm not saying that somebody else do it. I'm telling you right now, I'd be glad to do it.
At these choke points of global maritime trade. So this is a little bit suspicious. And of course, Sazan Island, if we can show this image, is also at this strait. It is right there at this very narrow strait between the Mediterranean, the Ionian, and the Adriatic Sea. And so I get a wild hair. I think, what would be really coincidental? What would be really interesting would be if Israelis already owned land on this side of the strait, on the boot heel of Italy.
What I think would be great is if one of these demonics would let me buy them lunch somewhere or something, but all they will do is they'll pop in here, they'll throw their little demon postage stamp up, and then they'll run away. Because I expose them and I show them. They're the ones actually showing themselves and exposing themselves, like the weirdos that they are anyway.
And lo and behold,
they won't stick around because they know what I'm saying is the truth.
Hundreds protest.
They don't want you to read what I showed you, their Talmud.
It's right there.
Because it tells on their own self. They have to.
The boot of Italy, this whole area.
It's the Lord's law that they have to tell us.
Puglia and Ostuni is right there. So you already have, and a lot of people have heard of the Albanian protest. I'd never heard of this Ostuni protest. Yes, apparently hundreds of people. Mobilization continues among residents of Puglia against the luxury mega resort threatening a
See, tell me why it is that we can't have people like what's right here, right now,
Bill Gates and
actually making up our
group and Israeli investment.
I don't even like that word government no more.
On land involved, promoted by network environmental groups and associations close to the Palestinian cause. The extraction of the territory in cooperation with Israeli companies are the main driver of the protest, which in coming days will move to Bari to demand answers from the regional government over its support of the luxury mega resort. A few days ago, the Maloney government, after an initial ZES authorization...
I'm saying, you individuals right here, right now, that I've been talking to, and that's right here, right now, that's who we need. Actually, that's the people, for the people, by the people.
Hand the matter over to the Puglia region led by Antonio De Cario. So, again, this is what I'm saying, where you see this is on island, and I go, oh, it's suspicious on the face of it, the way it's being presented, the way it's being forced through despite being against the desires of the people there. And then I notice it's at this strait, and I think, well, it would be a little bit too coincidental if the exact same thing was happening. What's the story of Sazan Island? They're building a luxury resort. They just happen to also, Israelis also just happen
they're so
to be
bold nowadays
luxury resort directly
because around the world they're being exposed.
Maybe I'm a little bit suspicious.
Hence
Maybe
why
I'm a little
they
bit suspicious, but then we get
spew
another
garbage
wrinkle.
like
Because
a
as I'm
rabid
searching for an
raccoon.
Israeli colony in Italy,
Well,
I get a lot of results.
here's the thing. Every time that you think you get rid of roaches or rats or something like that, like these demonics, way worse than roaches or rats ever thought about. Like they go and they infest somewhere, and then they somehow come back, And I'm telling you, they have eaten their own children to continue going on. I mean, I'm telling you, as Lord is my witness, there is no way that would ever go through my head. We would both perish together before a thought like that would go in my head. And it's the same damn thought is what pisses me off. Is like what I showed on the show the other day, Chip. How do you look at another male and think, oh my gosh, I want to have sex with that. How do you do that? Because you're a demon. And to go even further with it, okay, if two goes and they do that on their own time, away from me or whatever, like I said before, that's them. Okay, keep it away from me. I don't care what you do. But when you start telling me that if I'm not a rump rider like you are, or I don't feel the way that you feel, then I'm to be killed. No, you went too far. You crossed the line. And then when you start telling me that you want children to be killed and they ain't nothing but animals, you went way too damn far. But then when you tell me that Jesus is in hell being boiled in excrement, okay, then you went way, way above and beyond too far, even beyond my reach, because now you're dealing with blasphemy, and you will be dealt with. And the Bible says it plainly what's going to happen to them. And you know, they talk about this third temple and all this bullshit, you know, that it's biblical and da-da-da-da-da-da. They don't say anything about a third temple or some shit. That's not saying it won't be built. Maybe they'll build a third temple. I hope not. I hope they're not around. I would eliminate them. That is my goal. They are the enemy. They need to be eliminated. But the second temple or whatever was already done back whenever it was and everything. We could get into that later, but I'm not going to. Because it's just chasing their demonic shit that they got. They have no idea about Jesus. They want to throw everything that he was teaching, which was to love one another and to do for one another. They don't like that. They don't want you being kind. Don't say no kind words. Don't think no kind thoughts. Don't want somebody else to be okay. Don't do that. If you do, then they're going to kill you for that. You can't do that.
Not all of them on the boot of Italy. So, like I said at the beginning of this was one of those instances where I'm looking for one instance. I'm searching to find out if there are Israeli land acquisitions taking place on the boot of Italy. But what I find is Valsacia, the Italian Alpine Valley, turning into an Israeli colony. So this is what really gets me going, okay, something's happening here. This is beyond a coincidence. What's the phrase where they say, you know, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, three times is enemy action, whatever that phrase is. This is the sense I'm getting. This is the vibe developing as I study this. Valsacia is up in the Italian Alps, up near Switzerland, from Borgosesia to Varallo, I think, passing through the I'm just going to say Italian name for it. Pardon my pronunciation. Caravigliani and Scopello, the valleys of Piedmont, are experiencing a rather unusual demographic revival. Oh, it's a revival now, is it? At the center of this transformation is Progetto Baita, an initiative that has already brought more than 80 Israeli families to Valsacia, around 250 people with over 400 registered members, determined to start a new life and invest in a territory that has recently been marked by depopulation. On paper, this appears to be a story of pure administrative pragmatism and hospitality, often framed under the label of the so-called Varallo model. Yet, when observing the dynamics through the lens of current international power relations, profound moral and political distortions emerge. The case reflects broader global tensions around migration, inequality, and geopolitical accountability. And it gets pretty intense, folks. Bullet threat against Israeli community shocks Italy. We will start shooting. Dozens of Israeli families settled in Italy's Valsacia Valley, where the local mayor received an F Israel threat letter with a bullet. Authorities opened an investigation as he defended the newcomers, saying they revived abandoned areas. So basically, when the Italian locals figured out that there was a semi-autonomous seeming, and, you know, maybe not technically, but certainly if you have 80 plus Israeli families moving into an area, they're establishing a sort of de facto sovereignty in that location, as is the case with no-go zones full of Muslims in Sweden. At a certain point, demographics is authority. And when the Italians figured out what was going on, they actually resorted to threatening the mayor. A yellow envelope containing a letter titled F Israel with a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson bullet inside was sent to the mayor of Varallo in Italy's Piedmont region, which is located
Joy
in
says leave Italy
and
and Albania alone. I don't know what that's about, but
it was signed by an organization calling itself the Anti-Zionist Movement.
no, I don't
Once
know
again, have you
what
heard
Italy's
about these
doing
stories? Did
or
you know
anything
there's
like
a
that,
colony of
but
Israelis
I'll tell
in
you what I will tell you
Italy? Did you
is
know there's
I've
colonies
had
of Israelis in the Alps of Italy?
conversations
Did you know that both
with
of these
those that are over in different places, like what was the one? But they said that they're dealing with the same kind of demonic bullshit. So if Italy is adding to, or Albania, I don't care what place it is, if they're made up of demonics, then, and we already know they're infested in every part of the world, right?
are being
So I
violently,
don't
in
know
some
what that was
cases,
about, but I'm
protested by
just
the people
saying,
there, and yet are continuing regardless. Did you know that one of these locations is directly across the strait from Sazan Island, where exactly the same thing is happening under the guise of building a luxury resort? Israeli-linked Jewish elite,
Immortal,
Jared Kushner,
thanks
Ivanka
for being
Trump,
here.
and Nathaniel Rothschild,
Welcome to the
are
show.
taking over an island that has a former. Are you starting to see a picture painted? Because we're like a quarter of the way through, folks. It gets, like I said, absolutely insane. And what really started me down this rabbit trail, you could say, was probably this announcement from earlier this year, back in March. Israeli officials pushed to buy Greek islands as a, quote, safe haven for Jewish people. So they're talking about buying these unpopulated Greek islands.
Look at
A
this.
proposal backed by former Israeli defense minister.
Listen, boring shit, everybody, I know, but listen to this right here.
To acquire Greek islands for use as an emergency evacuation site has sparked debate in Tel Aviv. The initiative, reportedly driven by security fears.
Look here, we got probably the same damn demon or whatever. Shabbat Shalom. The demon, the murderer here, it says, the Jewish people are God's chosen people. Never forget. Gentiles follow. Oh, it's the same shit. Be original.
Following Iranian threats raises geopolitical questions as Athens raises economic pressures and Turkey monitors regional stability. So there's a plan to acquire 40 Greek islands as an evacuation zone for Israeli citizens, basically concerned about the success and effectiveness of Iranian missiles. The Blue and White Party, linked to the former defense minister Benny Gantz, involved exploring purchases of territory using funds from the Jewish National Fund. That, of course, is the fund that helped to manage and facilitate some of the early purchases of Palestinian land to the early Zionist land that would eventually be incorporated into these
Jews are
so
doing America's dirty work fighting. Yeah.
Suggesting that maybe, just maybe, the same organization doing exactly the same thing.
Dang, 4160. Yeah, I totally agree. And not because we the people are wanting it. I mean, you can look at the polls and stuff like that. Zonda, all of you, Chip. Like, we know how people, the real people here are feeling,
Steiner argued the purchase of the Greek island should be explored as a humanitarian evacuation option because of the Iranian ballistic missiles. There are 40 empty islands in Greece that Israel could purchase and develop, creating an alternative Iron Dome. He also suggested establishing a framework with the Greek government to transfer sovereignty to Israel. So again, they are actually trying to take over portions of European land, not just Middle Eastern land. But then it gets a little confusing because you also have talks of Israeli purchases taking over the island of Cyprus. And parts of Cyprus are Greek, or at least have a Greek history. If they're not under the management of the Greek government, they're at least Greek speaking. They're the Greek half Cyprus until the 1970s. In the 70s, it was invaded by Turkey, and half of the island belongs to them. And so,
all right, well, we'll have a vote here. I really hate to get rid of anybody off of
these 40 Greek islands. Is this
the channel. I haven't yet. I haven't ever done that. But you know what? If this one demon keeps it up, because he won't face me. He won't have an intelligent encounter or whatever. He can't, because he can't face the truth. It will burn him up. But if he keeps doing it, then I'm going to have to kick him off of this channel. And I haven't done that to anybody, but I'm going to if he keeps up with his little demon flag, because he won't respond with anything except for remember the Noahide laws. But he's actually doing a good thing by doing that, because I'm trying to tell everybody, if you don't know about them, you better pay attention to them. That's them even more, that just right hand in hand with the Talmud, literally coming to kill you just for your thinking different other than what they are. So join them or die is what they say. But even if you join them, you're seen as less than. Even if you was to be so weak-minded that you would become a demonic like they are, that you would still be a less than.
Completely different.
But I'm going to block his ass if he
Israelis
keeps
to
it up.
buy islands in the Mediterranean, and it's in addition to basically the same thing happening on a smaller individual level basis like this. What's happening? Jews are suddenly buying property in Greece en masse.
Jews finally buying, or they're buying property. Listen to this.
One advertisement dominates and is clearly addressed not to Greeks but to foreign investors. Don't go home without a home in Greece. Behind this message from Palmo Group lies a broader reality. The Greek real estate market is being transformed into a field
James,
of
you can
intense
tap on
international
Noma's
competition,
name
with
and
Israeli
make
capital
her
playing
a
leading role.
moderator,
Athens is now presented
and
as an
Noma
easy,
can
relatively
boot
cheap
them out.
investment
Hey, you know what?
opportunity with entry prices that
Man,
attract
look at
buyers
you
from all
being
over the
all
world.
brilliant up
And
in
they
here,
talk about
Chip.
this Palmo Group.
You must be a
the
computer
Greek House
wizard
Group,
or
the
something
Greece
down there. I
Group,
don't want to say wizard, so I take that back.
essentially are
A whiz is
buying
what I
up,
actually
and
meant
here's
to
the
say.
advertisement in Hebrew. Buying
Yeah,
up
let me
huge
check that out,
portions
Chip.
of
Matter of fact, we
Greek.
might
So
do
again,
that. Hold on.
this is something different than the Israeli government talking about buying 40 islands as an alternative to the Iron Dome. It's different than what's happening in Cyprus that we'll get to in just a second. It's not entirely organized, but it also doesn't seem to be coming about naturally either. The kibbutz of Epanomi and the new development model. If urban investments are changing cities, a new model seems to be forming outside of them. In Epanomi Thessaloniki and Neorami Thessaloniki, project is being promoted, presented as
I'm
a
trying
modern version of the
to
kibbutz,
do what
only in Greece this time.
Zonda and you,
That's
Chip,
not traditional
are
collective model, but
suggesting.
private
Zonda
organized
actually said
community
that, I
with the
think,
same close
earlier,
character.
too.
Participants acquire large parts of lands, shared infrastructure is created, and a lifestyle is promoted that appeals primarily to a specific international audience.
I want to
The
address
project is
this.
advertised as a green
It.
village and a
Bench,
new
hey,
beginning,
thank
but in
you.
essence,
Appreciate it. It
introduces an
says,
entirely
are
different
you from
model of
Ohio?
residential development,
No,
which is not
actually,
limited
I'm
to
from
buying
my
property, but
mom.
extends to the creation of entire
Wanted to just
communities.
kind of lighten
Again,
that
I
for a
think this is
second. But yes,
such a
I am
great
in Southern
breakdown
Ohio.
and summation of
Thank
what's
you for being
actually
here. I
happening
appreciate
here,
your time,
that
for real.
whether it's organized from a top-down direction or not, in almost a quote an unspoken conspiracy, you might say, they're developing these kibbutzes and they're using the kibbutz form. It's literally exactly
How's everything going over in the land of the Aussie world there, Zonda? I shouldn't have said that. Over in Australia, Aussie world. That sounds like Ozzy Osbourne, who absolutely, Prince of Darkness, drove and still taking people straight to hell.
Community. I mean, it's a resort, but people live there, they work there, they live their whole lives.
Half your family's in Ohio. Sorry to hear that.
Semi-private, semi-autonomous community.
Troy says half of his family lives in Ohio.
Paradigm.
Yeah, they're probably the few good ones that's in Ohio. Most of these here are brain dead, I'm telling you.
Southern Cypriot EU lawmaker warns.
No, shoot something up there in the chat and we'll try to do what Chip and Zonda's saying.
Stricter oversight of foreign land purchases says dependency on overseas capital risks increasing outsized influence over economy.
Ozzy needs another tattoo, hell.
Cypriot administration. So a Southern Cypriot EU lawmaker about Israeli investment and property
with Jews is weird. I ask people, who do you hate, and never get an answer. It's weird. Oh, dang, no, dang 4160. Let's read his comment that he put there.
Particularly in real estate.
He said that he literally asked them, why they hate them and stuff like that, and then they never get an answer. Well, I hope I have addressed that already, dang. And if you haven't seen, I don't know what time you jumped in here, but was you here, dang, whenever I was showing their Talmud or not?
The purchases sparked heated debate on both sides of the island. While noting that foreign ownership in itself is not necessarily problematic, he argued that limited transparency, weak oversight, and economic dependency on foreign investment can make vulnerabilities of large-scale acquisitions remain unchecked. So, I mean, this is happening. He claimed that Israeli communities in Greek Cyprus were increasingly building separate infrastructure, including schools, mainly attended by Israelis, while calling on officials to support the local economy to reduce reliance on foreign capital. And so again, what Israel's quote satellite state. A debate around Israel's investment gained momentum after reports emerged regarding the abandoned village of Trazina, located between Limassol and Paphos in Greek Cyprus. They say that
I'm not
They're
sure which
turning into a,
one
quote,
that I want to
satellite
use
state
here.
in
It's
the
got
Mediterranean. It acquires large portions of the village and surrounding lands, while allegations
managing
surface regarding
moderator,
restrictions on access to some areas. Same thing
blocked
happened in Albania.
words,
One of the
and change
causes of the
chat
big protest
mode
was
in line.
formerly accessible, whatever their version of federal land is, suddenly had a fence around it and was private property of the Kushners. Greek Cypriot media later challenged those claims, saying it was nonsense. Probably anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, right?
I'm going to go with door number 2 here.
They're building winery and restaurants and roads.
All right, there you go, Noam. You are now like what Zonda and Chip suggested, so we'll have to try that out. If you see the demon come in there, though, don't immediately remove whatever it's saying unless it's the same shit. If he posts that same demonic sign again, because he probably, it's probably not capable of finding something new to add
wants to phrase it
in the chat, so he'll probably just do the same demonic star bullshit.
Cyprus has triggered a wave of false
because that's all they ever do. They say whatever and then they get out. They don't want to face the truth.
Tourism, we're focused on quiet, sustainable tourism that's already begun construction work.
Noma's official. Yeah. You're official like a referee with a whistle now, no?
It's for safety reasons because of the construction.
Hey, thanks for that too, you guys. You guys are brilliant.
Particularly sensitive nerve.
I know I've said that before on the shows, but I really mean that. You guys are brilliant, man.
Island and national identity.
That's what I'm talking about. How come that we can't do? Listen, these demonics actually did that. We're gonna watch the. I've got another one lined up after this here, or at whatever time I designate. But I really like the information that this is giving us. I know it's boring as shit, but remember, it's not so much about what I've got up here for y'all to look at. It's about what we're doing right here, right now. So with that being said, in the one, you'll actually see where the demonics, they say, hey, you know what? We ain't got nowhere to fit in. Let's just start our own, or whoever that was. That might have been the Muslims that did it. Anyway, but people can and have. They said, hey, let's go start our own city out of nothing. And then they did. And you know why? I think that's Muslims that did that, now that I'm thinking about it. It doesn't matter. We're going to see that later. Because the bottom line is here is when you have murderers that have a book that tells what they think of you and what they have been doing and what their intentions are to do, like that they have with this Talmud, and we know that not only is it just telling us that, but they've actually did it, then they got to go. They're the ones. What is it? Do they really think that they're the only ones that can come up or form a sentence that says, I will murder your ass? Do they really think that? Because they're bad mistaken. And you know what? Look at all of us that has clearly been underestimated before, but we keep coming back. You know the only reason why that these demonics survived? Let me tell you why they survived. Because there's genuine people like you and I, the rest of us that's on here, Chip, where we actually do care about somebody else, Noma. You know, and we say, nope, we've murdered enough. I don't want to murder anymore. I don't want to do any more of that. You know? Enough is enough. Zonda, you know what I'm saying? Like, enough is enough. Let's stop. But the problem of it is, when the Lord tells you to go and wipe out everybody, then you wipe out everybody. And I'm telling you right now, that's what he's telling me. Wipe them all out. If you're demonic and you're holding on, or you use, or you go by, or you listen to, or you got any part of, in any kind of a positive light, that Talmud, you are my sworn enemy. Right here, right now. And I would say I declared war on U.S. Incorporated, but I've already did that. I'm at war with U.S. Incorporated. And have been. I don't remember what show it was, but I have declared war on their dumb asses. And anybody else that haven't declared war on their dumb asses, I would strongly advise you to do so, because you're going to be facing their damn Noahide laws coming. Like the demon that come in here, the very demon that's going to be swinging that sword came into the chat here and interrupted just to say what he said. Abide by your Noahide. It's coming.
Over. And they're like, yeah, so, they are buying it up, and they are, building things, and they are using, building exclusive Israeli
Troy, you're
schools,
right.
and
The U.S. needs a reset. Yes, yes. And you know what? Hey, let's just put that in more words, Troy. What it is that you're actually saying. When you're saying it needs a reset, that means, just like what our Constitution says, that not only is our right, forget about that, piss on that. We're on the part where it's our duty now. This is our obligation to do right now. We're past the right to do something. Those are words that you use whenever you're still thinking there might be a chance, Like, well, it's my right to whoop your damned ass or to cut your head off or to shoot you in the damn face, you know what I'm saying? But now it is your duty. And you know what? When's the last time you ever heard somebody actually get up and be passionate about whatever they was saying? For real. Look what they did. They screwed up football, which was their damn game anyway. But the demonics took it over, and then they made it like, when I watched the game, I wanted the one side to I put one over on you, because it wasn't murder, right? It wasn't killing anybody. It was just, hey, I got past your defense and I scored on you. That's it. It's just a game. There's no blood involved. A game like that, I had never seen anything wrong with that. But when it becomes bad is whenever it's bought and paid for, and then they know that they're going to be making money off of it. Every which way. That's what these demonics do. They literally are telling the players, well, you're going to have a torn LCU and all that stuff. It's all scripted now. It's bullshit, but I liked it. You remember whenever they'd spike the football when they'd make a touchdown and stuff? And I can't believe I'm talking about, but it just proves my point. They have ruined everything. To the point now that even going out to the store or something, it's like, well, I'm amongst demons. What are they watching? What are they going to do with this? And I'm sick of that shit. I'm over it. I've been over it. I'm not doing it. I'm not making no more payments. I'm not doing it. I own my shit. I own my shit. I have owned my shit. And I was making my loyal payments, to the master. But I'm over that shit. I ain't paying them shit. They can't even pass a damn audit. These dumbasses can't pass. And do you know why? Because they're so greedy to get your shekels that they will snatch your damn shekels away from one another. Watch them. Like, they go after SSI, Social Security, and all that shit. Oh, yeah, it's already failing. And why should it fail? I don't understand that. Anybody ever seen these cities and stuff saying, well, we're not going to get billions of dollars this year, so we're going to take away your chip program? Or whatever it happens to be. What it is, you got a bunch of idiots that don't know how to run their own finger up their own ass. Instead, they want to cut your damn head off and your children. Literally, and I'm not just saying that. Read the Talmud. Look at these Noahide laws that's coming.
And private infrastructure, but that's just for safety. It's like, yes, it's true, obviously, but it's just for safety. And so they're trying to...
Hellhound says, I don't support Hollywood. I don't support...
Settlements in all but name. Cyprus on high alert over high influx of Israeli citizens.
Organized sports until they...
1,000 properties across Cyprus
really get politics out of sports. Okay, you know what? That's really good, and I agree with you, Hellhound. But here's what I'm trying to get across to you: if you do not do something now, you're not going to see ball games in the future and stuff. There's no chance at what you just said. I am not shitting you.
Significant land.
We will get to Noahide laws. I've played them on every show. You can go back and watch the shows or hang around. I will get to them, and I'll throw up a little thing on this show, hopefully, if we got time.
Israel is preparing a backyard in Cyprus, and this cannot be
It's insane.
Israeli newspapers speak of targeted policy.
But how do you get people to realize that? That's a great comment. I'm glad that you put that in there, Hellhound, because this is what I'm trying to say. It's like you want to look to the future. You want to have a future. We don't have a damn future unless we take care of what is right in front of us right now, literally getting ready to execute every one of us. Unless your plan is, well, I'll wait until they tell me that I have to submit and suck their whatever, and then I'll do that, bow down to them. I'm not doing that. I'll never do that. I ain't doing it. I'm not going to do it. Matter of fact, if anybody's going to do anything, they'll be the ones that gets their head cut off, because they act like it's a one-way street. Like, oh, abide by your no-hide laws. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out, because I'm counting on you guys standing up. I'm counting on it. When's the last time you went to a ball game or something like that and you genuinely seen them celebrate like what I was talking about earlier? They took that away. When's the last time you seen anybody get jacked up, revved up, or anything like what I am right now? No, don't do that. Somebody will think you're crazy. That's what they put in your head. If you get excited, oh, there's something wrong with you. You know, well, I don't care. There is something wrong with me. These demonics have infiltrated my country. And I better not be the only one that's getting excited right now. Because if that happens to be so be it. If you don't get excited in your shoes that you have, then mine's for naught, and I will die, and that's okay. Because I know where I'm going. I know how this plays out. And I know they'll lose. And you know what? If their biggest thing is that they want to be here with a bunch of great big buildings that record every damn thing watching zombies, I'm not going to be a zombie. I don't want to be here any damn way. Because if you're a monkey that's getting up out of bed, knowing that they're watching you go to sleep while you sleep, when you get up, when you take a shit or leave a shit, if you take one, you got two of them to deal with. Do you see what I'm saying, though? It's your business. Because now, just like with these phones and stuff, these leashes, they're not here for us. And they're recording every bit of this. Every word I'm saying right now. Everybody that's on here, you're recorded. Can and will be used against you. Will guaranteed be used against you. How brave are you? Land of the brave. Right? Home of the free, right? Well, we'll see. I've heard all these Christians that keep claiming to be Christian. They say, oh, well, you know, I'm a Christian. Really? It says, you know, if you don't stand up for my name, why would you expect for me to stand up for you? That's what the Lord said. Are you ready to stand for him? What kind of human are you? What kind of living being are you? Because I can tell you what kind of a demon they are. They tell you with their own damn demonic ass Talmud. They tell you that they want you dead, literally. And it, you know, the demon that come in here throwing up, you know, remember your Noahide laws, you know, like they're putting something on me. Well, that's yet to be seen, isn't it? So you going to let them?
We do not say out of xenophobia or anti-Semitism, he added, stressing that, quote, Israel is occupying us. They bought large quantities of land, establishing gated communities, prominently in Lanarka and Limassol. These are not just holiday homes, they are settlements in all but name. Specific areas are being bought en masse.
AJ Catrone, we are not charged with war.
Anyone other than Israeli nationals. Okay, so I'll try to speed up here in the last quarter.
Yeah. There you are, Gary.
Model,
Ireland, yeah.
This is what they are exporting.
Ireland.
The world
How's
over,
everything in Ireland?
Places, believe it or not, like
Brother,
Australia.
hope you're having a good evening.
Reinhardt's
Good morning.
plan to give Australia
Well, as good as possible anyway.
Yeah,
you know what?
An Israeli.
Gary was telling me about Ireland over there, how bad that, you know, they're dealing with water problems and so on and so forth. So this is not just like a local, like U.S. Incorporated or where I'm at problem. Like these demons have like cast a net far and wide, and they're counting on it. They're doubling down. I mean, you can see what old Netanyahu and butt plug Trump, he really thinks that he's something. Man, I tell you what, can everybody else see what a dumb puppet that he is and that he's being played? He doesn't even know it.
billionaire, an Australian/Israeli billionaire and mining magnate, Gino Reinhardt.
It doesn't matter if he knows that he's being played or not, because he already is a demonic like they are. And I've played that too.
Land to Israeli
I've showed you that.
trillionaire Elon Musk, Israelis and American trillionaire Elon Musk to attract investment in northern Queensland in a controversial speech delivered at News Corp's Bush Summit in Townsville. The island marked
Denise in the house. How are you?
Orpheus and Pelorus.
It's not Dennis. It's Denise Abernathy in the house.
Billionaire,
how are you, young lady?
Jewish billionaire is trying
like I said before,
to
they're going with
the
NOAA laws because they are trying to
culture, a very important culture, could flourish again.
circumvent
also offered free land,
the Messiah. They don't worship with him. They plan on killing the Messiah. How
for their skilled people, immediate families and equipment.
How loud do I have to shout that? Shout that shit!
To develop and build
Shout that!
War drones
Shout that!
and or
yes.
Advances
Denise, shout it. That's what I'm saying.
Upon
that's my theme tonight is get off of your ass and start shouting whatever it is that you want to shout. They've been suppressing us. They don't want you to get excited. They don't want you talking to one another. They want you to call me crazy because I get excited, they call it. Because I shout something or because you shout something, you're supposed to be crazy. So don't shout that. Don't shout that. No. Shout that.
Kangaroos?
Shout it loud.
I would prefer the kangaroos.
Hold on there. And before somebody is saying it, that was one of their demonic kiss songs or whatever, wouldn't it? Shout it out loud, you know? We ought to use that shit against them.
You've got Cyprus, you've got Greece, you've got Australia.
Thanks for being here, Denise.
You've got, of course, all the areas immediately surrounding.
I'm not apologizing for my
now we get into a contentious
words or anything I just said, Denise,
Ukraine,
because I am mad.
And I'll go ahead and play this. This is sort of the conspiracy video of New Jerusalem in Ukraine. Again, I'll play this and you can judge it for yourself. Let's watch.
Yeah, see, Troy's agreeing with you there, Denise.
South of Ukraine.
Absolutely. Gary, salute. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Gary. I appreciate that.
Everyone is Jewish, but not everyone knows it.
Hellhound says, yeah, but he's following the Grand China plan. You know what? It doesn't matter what grand plan that he's following. Well, actually, it does. But one plan that we know that he's not following, he's not following the actual real plan, God's plan. You know, so if it's China's plan that he's following or whatever, then it doesn't. Whatever he's on, we know it's demonic. Has anybody seen him with the? You know what? I'm gonna find that. I think I will. But I really, really wanted to watch this here. I wanted you guys to see this. And I know I've been talking a lot through it or whatever. I'd rather talk to you guys or whatever. But right now, we got to have ears to hear a lot at one time. And then we have to get off of our ass and actually do something.
A Jewish state will be built in the south of Ukraine.
Okay. Hellhound says no. Instead, he is foiling the China plan. Tell me more about that, Hellhound, because right now I don't know what China's plan is or whatever, but I hope it's to eliminate him.
There will be immigration to Ukraine. There will be 70 million people here. Did you know? I was given a fur.
Zelensky right there. I showed, like I said, I may still yet do it. I don't know yet. But over in Ukraine there, they found them children that's hooked up to hoses and stuff where they're being drained of their blood. Now, everybody will say, oh, that's Putin. That's Putin. Putin's bad. Putin's bad. Well, Putin's so damn bad. Why did he invite all of us here in the U.S. Incorporated to go over there during COVID when he knew that they was trying to give us these death shots and shit? And if he's so bad, how come he's got Edward Snowden over there giving him refuge and everything else and protecting him? Jesse, the Body Ventura, who had a show and spoke out and was telling about what these demonic dog turds have been doing, when he had his show or whatever. I'm trying to think of his show. I can't remember what his show was called now. But I watched him back in the day and stuff. He was the one that really started, like, I really started to kind of, raise one eyebrow when I would watch his shows. Like, what? But I didn't know enough to know that I should have jumped in hard and heavy back then, unfortunately, because I went on to be supporting Doofus Dumpus Trump here, which was stupid.
Inauguration. Ukraine is impossible without Jews. Everything in Ukraine is Jewish culture.
Whoa, hear that? Everybody hear that? Everything in Ukraine is Jewish culture. And I'm telling you, Russia just said they found all of these children and stuff, and I can show that to you. And it tells about how they was doing a sweep of the area or whatever the Russians were, and they found these children actually hooked up to hoses, being drained of their blood because of the adrenochrome, which we never heard of, right? I didn't. I never even heard that demonic word until all this Jeffrey Epstein garbage and everything. I wanted to read, there was something up here.
Look around, Petya. Remember, there was nothing here that was, is not, and never will be yours.
All right, so that's from Noah's Ark on X. And it gives a pretty good rundown of what people think is going on in Ukraine with this new...
Okay, hold on here. This is from AJ Catroni. Do not fear war or rumor of war. And it says I think it's but instead they shall declare peace, 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 and desolation shall be upon it. Yeah. But here's the thing. And I've thought about that very, very same thing as what you're talking about, AJ. Don't fear war or rumors of war. That's right. So if somebody was to come to me, now hear me, AJ, are you with me? Listen to this. If somebody comes up to me and they say, hey, did you hear that there's a kid over there, and they're draining its blood and they're killing children and stuff? I'll be like, well, I'll be honest with you. Knowing me, I'd be like, really? And I would investigate that. But just for sake of just, that's a rumor, right? But when somebody walks up to me and they say, hey, and I know them, and they show me pictures of what they're saying, well, then that's not a rumor. That's a fact. Especially whenever I can see it with my own eyeballs. And I'm here to tell you right now, I don't know if you guys know this or not, or how far this went, but recently, just within the last month, I think I would say probably about a month ago now, they had found in a little town that's just a few miles away from me, and I actually went there and was going to. I did do a video, but it didn't work out. Anyway. But they found 16 children in a house, and these kids were absolutely in bad shape. Let's put it that way. But they came out later on and they said, oh, but we want to be clear, there ain't no human trafficking involved or anything like that. And I said, bullshit, something ain't right some damn where. And then we find out later on, after I said that, because, you use your discernment, use your own feelings about stuff, right? But it came out to where the person that was actually having the children was sold by her mother at the age of 13 to this nasty looking guy. And I said it right off the beginning. I said, I'll guarantee you he's a demonic. And guess what he turned out to be? A damn demonic.
Jerusalem project. Everything that he displayed there is of course true. It's undercut on two sides.
So a rumor is a rumor, but a fact is a fact.
Calling it anti-Semitic, and the other by right-wing anti-Semites who think you're an idiot for believing the Khazaria conspiracy.
Hear this?
Khazaria is a historical fact, and this this is all real, whether, that doesn't mean that you are no longer talking about a wider Jewish conspiracy or the Israelis or anything else. In the same way, if you talk about the Sabbatean Frankists, people think that you're like, no, it's not the Jews, it's this other cult over here. Leave the Jews alone. Focus on this cult over
Coil
here.
4,
They're the same
adrenochrome.
thing.
God is going to cleanse this place with fire. Yep, let him do it.
That changed
Let him
the
do it.
Jewish world as a whole and altered the trajectory of the.
You know why I wouldn't be
Jewish
afraid of
ambitions
anything like that? I'm
for
not
Jews
afraid
Jews all over. If you
in some ways
understand
like
the
that
effect
because don't
the Frankists have had on the Jewish culture, or
don't burn the
effect
chaff
or
with the
influence
wheat,
of
you know.
Khazarian or Ukrainian heritage.
So he knows
of the
my
Jewish
heart,
people,
and he
for
knows
example,
everybody's heart. So if you're not a demonic, regardless of what would happen, you know where you're going to. So
to allow the creation of the Ukraine war, it's Victoria Nuland.
And you know what? Interesting enough, here, let me touch on that real quick. Regardless if you're saved or not, does any of us truly know that we're saved? Well, yeah, according to the Bible, if we truly believe, if it says that you feel or you do certain things, like believe that he came down, that he died for us, that he was on that cross, that he went to the grave for 3 days and then he rose. If you believe in that, you're saved. That's what the Bible says. Now you got to repent, and hopefully get baptized, come up a new creature and stuff. I've done that. I've done all that. Do I believe I'm saved? Yes, I do. But you have to stand on that and know that your life here is an audition. This don't belong to you. You belong to him. So this ain't your body. This ain't your world. He already tells us this world does belong to the demonics. The ultimate demonic that he even calls the Lord of this world. Satan, Baal, right? Well, here's the thing. What about whenever David did go up against Goliath there? He had no fear, right? Because he knew God was with him. So whatever was going to happen, he knew that God was with him. So whatever God decided was fine. And that's what I'm telling you now. So don't be afraid and don't be fearful of Goliath, this giant problem or whatever that keeps presenting itself. But I can tell you this right now, if I get smited down because I'm standing up or sticking up for children who's right now suffering, then I'm okay with that. I really am. And I'm happy to do that. And I'm glad to do that. It would be hard for me to say these words, but I'm going to say them anyway. Even if I don't go to heaven, if I get killed protecting a child, so be it. I'm good with that, and I'm saying words that I believe right here, right now. I'm good with that. I'm not good, but what can I do? If I'm wrong for protecting another that can't speak up for their own self, then so be it.
His family was kicked out of Ukraine by the Nazis. You don't think she has some sort of, genetic or intergenerational vengeance to run? I think that has a lot to do with it, actually. I think it's a dangerous and poisonous way for American politicians to be setting
Commerce Empire
prerogatives
Corporation
or priorities, but I think it has an effect. It's not saying, therefore, that you have to focus on the Khazaria conspiracy and to the discredit of everything else. These things are all tied in together, and this is sort of the feeling that you get talking about this stuff, because you have articles like this from the Los Angeles Times. Ukrainian Jews escaped to Israel. We were
wait a minute. Here, hold on here. Wisdom is mine comes in here. It says, Bible uses all Jewish script. Then how come it is not demonic? Are you nuts? Yeah, I'm absolutely nuts. Thanks for being here on my nut show, too. As long as I got your time here, I'm just going to tell you that this nutball is trying to tell you that there's children being murdered by the demonics, by the same ones that's kind of claiming to be the chosen ones from that very, what you're talking about right there. You know, and he even says that you are of the devil. Talking to the who? Who was he talking to when he said that? He said, your father is the devil. Who was he talking to? Thanks for being
Ukrainian
here.
war popped off. And at this point, by the way, one of the most common videos being spread around right now, going viral, are videos
Most
of
Christians don't
fathers,
follow the laws,
boyfriends, brothers
statutes,
being
and
literally
commandments,
grabbed, kidnapped, hauled away,
especially
thrown
the
into
chosen
a recruitment
or
van
the
and sent to the front lines to die in
Jesuits.
Ukraine, leaving like their children standing alone on the street, wondering where dad was just taken to.
Twisting the
Utterly brutal and
Bible
horrific,
is the
unspeakable
issue.
evil being committed against the
No,
Ukrainian
the
people fighting
European
war
Jews
that is unwinnable
didn't
for
write
a
it.
president that's unelected,
Wisdom, that's a
Jewish, by the way,
huge
whose entire cabinet has fled Israel
miscommunication.
with hundreds of
Most
millions of dollars
Christians
they stole
don't
from the American
follow
taxpayers.
laws, statutes,
Again, the
and
creation of this, I
commandments,
think, is very
especially the
heavily tainted by the, vengeance of Ukrainian Jewish people who felt wronged by Ukrainians kicking them out of their country in the Second
Jesus
World War.
called
And
Gentiles
so
as
the
dogs.
Ukraine war kicks off in 2022.
So,
wider
you sure
Jewish
about that,
diaspora
Wisdom?
community around the world funds flights for Jews in Ukraine to flee Ukraine.
Sounds to me like
Not
you better
for
go
the
back and
Ukrainians, just the Jews
look
to
at it
escape
again.
to Israel.
See, and that's
elsewhere.
what I say. You've got
And
you've got
strive
these individuals. They get off on
the way this happens.
us. They
When
use
Russia began bombing
us
civilian
as
areas in
a
Kharkiv and
resource.
Kiev,
That's all we
Ilya,
are
whose
to them.
grandmother was a medic in the Soviet
Quite
Army, that
obviously.
liberated Auschwitz,
Yeah.
thought about the Jews
Yeah.
who did not flee during the Holocaust, saying, "We know that those who did not escape, who decided to stay in their cities, they're not alive."
Gold wing spirit. Yeah.
Which again, I
They
mean,
get
it's just
off
like,
on us. They use us. Yeah. They
the
most certainly
Russians-
do.
The
Yep.
Russians were coming to put you in
Hellhound
gas chambers. Is
Pharisees.
that what was going on? So, you fleeing Ukraine for a Jewish homeland, along with every other Israeli-connected Jewish person in Ukraine, that's not, an act of cowardice or betrayal. That's, reasonable because the Holocaust. You can't blame them. You can, of course, they're
All right,
gonna run
Wisdom.
away
He
because,
he
the
really
Holocaust.
really he says Jesus called Jews as children and Gentiles as dogs. Read the Bible properly. Well, you know what? Regardless, we could look that up and we will. But why don't you tell us where you found that at? Okay, because if you really want us to read something properly, if you really think that somehow that changes the fact that the demonics are killing children somehow, some way, even if it was true, which it's not, because you clearly are a demonic and you're supporting the demonics. Because the Gentiles, let's see here. Where's these? I lost my place there. Anyway, yeah, point us to that direction that you're talking about, that you want us to read and get straight. Jesus said he turned back to Jews only after Jews something rejected him. Well, I wonder why they rejected. I wonder why that they did that, right? Because they're demonic, man.
Happened.
And here's what I want to know: if you was to have somebody that came from your own kind, out of your own family, that I would say, right, and they was saying peace, love, be good to one another, and everything. How could anybody ever look at that person and be like, he's got to die? He's saying to love one another. He's saying to take care of one another. You know what? You can go back. You can twist it about the Gentiles and everything else. I'm just saying, if you are supporting that Talmud or these demonics in any way, then that makes you one of them, period. And you are my enemy. If you recognize their Talmud, you are my enemy.
The law of return, which gives foreign-born Jews or people with certain Jewish relatives the right to Israeli citizenship. More than 2,000 Ukrainians have been resettled. A 24-hour emergency hotline for Ukrainian Jews has received about 24,000 calls.
A.J. Catroni, Australian, of course, he was a Jew.
Including for those trying to reach Israel, and they basically just ran flights out of Ukraine,
He
getting
was
everybody
promised
who
to be
is
from
Jewish out, before the
line of kings and
recruitment can begin. So here you have a video. Thousands of Jewish pilgrims arrive in Ukraine despite war 1 year ago. So again, you've got the Ukraine war kicks off in no small part due to the overwhelming Jewish influence in the Ukrainian power structure, including not just Zelensky, but his funders and the people that got him elected in the first place, hit the people surrounding him, who many of them have fled to.
You know what? I am going to address that. I thought for a split second, I thought, I'm not going to do that. Somebody says, could Jesus actually be Satan? Well, let me ask you something. I feel so sorry for somebody that would let their mind get in such a place where you can look at somebody that literally says to do good, to love one another, be good to one another, to protect children, and to live your life decently. That way you don't offend somebody else, and to be a good role model, for lack of a better word here, to be the example for others to follow. And you're asking a question like, could Jesus be Satan? Oh man, wow. I'm going to pray for you, because if you really do think that way, they have you exactly where they wanted to put you at. That's really sad.
Israel with hundreds of millions of dollars.
And I really hope that you have a good mind, like I believe that you do, brother, that you would not say things like that, that you would understand that Jesus absolutely loves you. And he said, you know what, you can call me names and you can come at me all that you want to, but the truth is the truth. And he said that he is the way, the life, and the truth. And he's not saying you have to take it. You have free will. He gave us that. So you can make your own choice. So for you to say something like, could he be Satan? Well, do you know who Satan is? Because if you don't, Satan is the very one that come up with this Talmud and the demonics who wrote that damn thing.
And stolen money. You have the Jews fleeing Israel the moment the war kicks off, and yet they return by the tens of thousands to do pilgrimage to the war-torn country, staking, claim over huge portions of the land. And in fact, there's videos you can find. I don't know if I brought one in here. Here's a map of what is considered "quote-unquote" heavenly Jerusalem. Again, people will call you a.
Consider this. Understand that even Judas was a apostle. Yeah, really. That had authority to heal, cast out demons, etc. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good point. Very good point. This is
the guy who's behind it, Igor Burkut.
Good for you, man. Good job, Hellhound. Good job.
That's this guy. Igor Burkut's plan for Ukraine. So he makes these videos where he talks about this extensively. And again, you can say, oh, that's conspiracy theory. He's the one talking about it. In the same way people say it's conspiracy theory, talking about the third temple where the Messiah.
Chip, I'm going to read yours. Let's see. Wisdom, the Catholic Church and Orthodox Church has been against them from the beginning, using the King James Version of the Bible for references. It was literally founded by Rockefellers. Yeah.
Coming as a result.
Yeah, that's what it's. You know what? We find out so much things when they say wake up. What they mean by wake up is exactly what you guys already obviously know, but I'm discovering. This is when you wake up. So when you start being the real adult and like you're looking at and looking for the real answers, like you're not just like scrolling and looking at something and reading it and then being like, whatever, and then just not letting it sink in. Okay, that's what they're talking about being awake. They actually should be saying being alive, because when you're truly living, then you know to pay attention to the truth, the way, the truth, and the life. So that's really good, Chip.
The Iran conflict, but it's like, well, Benjamin Netanyahu's the one saying that. So take it.
Hellhound says I'm straight.
He's the author of the idea, of executive director of the project.
I'm glad you're here, Hellhound. Good comments, bro. We're glad you're here, for real. Thank you.
So he's got this long-term plan, and apparently Netanyahu has discussed this resettlement.
Gold Wing Spirit.
Along with,
even Jordan Maxwell. You know what? I listen a lot. I'm telling you right now, Jordan Maxwell. I don't know how many times I've conversated Golden Wing that Jordan goes like to a certain point, and then for whatever reason, somehow or another, he loses it, you know. And I don't know, but and I thought actually I wasn't even thinking, am I the only one? But it's only when I started talking to others, and they started sharing with me that they felt the same way about Jordan Mack. But you cannot deny that that guy is super smart. So whenever you're watching or listening to him, you really have to use your discernment with him, you know, for sure. But yeah, that's really even knows that Jesus stated that he is. Wait a minute. Jordan Maxwell knows that stated that he is Lucifer. Wait, are you saying that Jesus said he was that, or what are you saying there?
More to go. This might have to be a two-parter, to be honest with you.
Even Jordan
Zelensky
Maxwell
says he
knows
wants
that
Ukraine to become
Jesus
a
stated
big
that
Israel,
he
and
is
you got stuff
Lucifer.
like this that people are like, "Oh, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist for saying that the heavenly Jerusalem thing is real." And it's like, well, then why is
Jesus stated that he is Lucifer. Where does he ever say it? Wisdom, how do you go from Bible scripture to saying it's racist? Yeah.
Zelensky seemingly adding to the conspiracy theory? New Jerusalem in the south of Ukraine, why Russian agitational propaganda spreads the conspiracy theory. So this is one of those examples, like I mentioned at the beginning, where
you're
it's a
mistaken,
debunking, quote unquote, debunking article, but it really gives you some valuable insight into the actual claim and what's actually going on. Because, you know, this was written in, I believe, 23, November 2023 is when this article was written. And it's funny because they say things like, they're comparing this crazy conspiracy theory about the takeover of Ukraine and turning it into heavenly Jerusalem. You know, they're comparing it to other ridiculous claims that the Russians were making at the beginning of the war. A full-scale invasion changed that, but the propaganda discourse began its ugliest creations. For a long time, bio-laboratories and war mosquitoes were quite seriously presented as one of the main reasons of the invasion of Ukraine. But of course, we know, because Tulsi Gabbard, the head of the office of...
All right, now I'm going to tell you something. If you go to Lucifer's tool, Google, okay? So just going to Lucifer's tool there, and I put in there, you know, no, Jesus never claimed to be Lucifer. Okay, so I don't know that I never seen nothing like that.
The actual director of national intelligence reveals declassified map records of Ukraine biolab. So this is the type of thing that you see as you research this stuff.
Zonda, like, these people are going to go to hell.
What, you believe in the biolabs too? And it's like, well, the biolabs are absolutely...
Yeah, oh yeah, they would. Well, you know, if they're being facetious about it or whatever, yeah, absolutely. But so, I mean, there you go. I just used, you know, this is Satan's own tool right here, old Giggle here. So if you giggle something or whatever and it comes up like what I just showed you, no, he never said. Of course he didn't say that, but you know, my biggest thing was I wanted to see if somebody was being confused enough somewhere, you know, but maybe they're just bored and they're trying to do what happens to us all the time. You have these people that's pretending like they give a shit about you when really all they're doing is going to steal from you. I've had plenty of people like that. So if that's why you're here and that's what you're doing, you know, that's really, you know, going to be your problem. I can promise you that.
What does that say about the other things? What does that say about your ability to determine facts versus fiction, conspiracy theory versus reality? This is the type of thing you see over and over. Tulsi Gabbard reveals declassified map. So it's just obvious. And it goes on and actually lays out again, you know, this conspiracy theory, and then it has all the information about the conspiracy theory. It doesn't come from conspiracy theorists. It doesn't come from some crazy guy with a tinfoil hat making things up. comes from the people doing it, like Igor Burkut. In October through November 2023, short videos circulated on Ukrainian Instagram
I agree
and
with you,
social
Chip.
networks in which
Yep.
various people, little known to the general public, read entire fragments of the plan for the New Jerusalem formation, were almost sincerely horrified and urged the audience to think about who benefits from this. The conspiracy theory about the relocation of Jews to Ukraine has been circulating on the internet since 2014, although it appears even earlier. Igor Burkut, in some sources, his birth name is Igor Gecko, entered Ukrainian politics in the second half of the 2000s. At that time, he positioned himself as a veteran of the Afghan War, a writer, a strong man in military uniform, and the head of an extremely left party, Great Ukraine. Burkut promoted his brand, and his billboards were seen even in the Kiev metro. He also expressed ideas such as disbanding the Ukrainian army, declaring that Russia will not enter its troops into Ukraine under any circumstances. However, after 2014, he significantly changed his image and began calling himself the executive director of the New Jerusalem Project. And in numerous videos, mainly on his YouTube channel, he talks about the completion progress, the arrangement with Ukraine and Russian leadership, shows maps of plans of resettlement, et cetera, et cetera. So again, they're like, oh, these performances, but this guy's a real politician. He's really, an influential and wealthy person. He really seems to be doing this New Jerusalem Project. You want to say he's an idiot for trying to do that, okay, but you can't call me an idiot for pointing at him and saying, look what this guy's up to, look what he is attempting. And again, you can actually find the videos of this guy where he's talking about this, and he's open about it. And he's very forward about what he's saying and his plans and his what he wants to do with all of it. I mean, it's not vague. It's not speculation. Anything. All right, so I'm gonna have to do a part 2 to this since we're already an hour in and I'm like halfway. I'll see if I can sum up the rest of it, but just to lay out what we've already talked about. The Israelis are colonizing the world. They're doing it through private land acquisitions, often through American or Canadian or Australian buyers. They're doing it in Syria and in various different ways. Obviously, they're militarily conquering Gaza, the West Bank, South Lebanon, portions of Syria as we speak. They're purchasing officially through the government, attempting to purchase islands off the coast of Greece that they do intend openly to make sovereign Israeli territory at a future date. Cyprus is, of course, experiencing this with protests from the locals. Albania is experiencing this with protests from the locals. Italy is experiencing this with protests by the locals. It doesn't matter what the locals feel about it. It's happening anyway because the Israelis are in bed with the governments of these countries. And you can see this with Albania, maybe in the most stark relief. Ukraine also is home to these conspiracy theories, as well as the provable dichotomy that exists between Ukrainians and Jewish Ukrainians, in which Jewish Ukrainians are not being sent to the front lines. They have international groups and Israeli citizenship to flee when the war kicked off. They still return to actually isolate entire portions of Ukraine as Israeli only. I should have grabbed that video. Maybe I'll send it in so we can add it in here. But there's videos of the Ukrainian police stopping tourists and saying, you can't come in here, Jews only, Israelis only. I'll find that video and send it so we can add it right here.
Hello. I'm sorry, I don't speak Ukrainian. English?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Hello. Hotel. Sorry, English?
You go to Uman?
Uman for hotel.
Where?
I think it's here. I'm sorry.
You country.
USA.
USA.
Passport?
Yeah. Maybe here.
Passport. Okay.
Yeah.
Look. What is this?
Doesn't.
Oh, only Jews are allowed in this area. Okay.
Understand?
Okay.
Maybe you go please and
Okay.
No, guys. Yes. This.
Me no.
No.
No, me no.
No. No.
Okay, yes, I understand. Jew, me, no.
No.
Me, no.
In process 3.
I would say she's probably working on it, Hellhound.
Okay, yeah, thank you very
She
much.
says, I think so.
I'm gonna find a hotel somewhere that's not in that town. He said there's only Jews allowed in the town. Like, I have no clue what's happening. There was buses full of Yiddish Jews, like with the little, I don't know how to describe it, like little pigtails or whatever, like a special hair in the hats. Or Hasidic, maybe? I don't know what they're called. Orthodox? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Demonic.
It's not me.
So these things are happening. this is happening. Is it a part of a wider plan? I think so, because
Yep.
in the next episode,
Yep.
next week, we'll get into Argentina. We'll get into Patagonia. We'll get into the claims of the burning of the forest there to get land for cheap in cooperation with the IDF. Massive amounts of evidence for that. We'll get into what else they're doing in South America. It's Chile, it's Bolivia, it's all over the place there, but most particularly in Argentina and Patagonia. We'll also talk about the assault on Venezuela and the effects for Israeli diplomacy it's had there. Of course, if you're a fan of Off Limits News, you should be receiving this through the filter of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, Rise and Kill First, as well as the diplomatic machinations of things like Morocco and Spain, where Israel floods a European country with Muslims in order to get a diplomatic leverage in order to carry out their land acquisition and territorial expansion in the Middle East and places like Gaza. So,
alrighty. Well, I think what we're going to do now is, I like that a lot, actually. And I probably should go back there and subscribe, because he does really good.
Rise and Kill First, as well as the diplomatic machinations of things like Morocco and Spain, where Israel floods a European country with Muslims in order to get a diplomatic leverage in order to carry out their land acquisition and territorial expansion in the Middle East and places like Gaza. So, again, we're about halfway.
I have something else now that I want to watch right here. As you can see, I've already watched this, and this is when I was thinking, you know what? And I was going through, well, everything that you put on. Oh, right here. You know what? This here's, take a rare look inside largest data center or whatever. Hell with that. We know what a data center is. It looks like a big damn computer, right? We're going to get into this here because this guy does a really good job, because I'm like, am I right? I'm like, what I'm thinking about, like these demonic turds, everybody's kicking them out and stuff. Like, you know, am I the only one that sees this or whatever? But this is a pretty good documentary here, and it connects a lot of dots and stuff. If you're here, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate every one of you. I think 99% of you are absolutely brilliant. But of course, the demons and the demonics that show up here or whatever, you know, I don't care if they want to come in and prove exactly everything that I'm saying is being factual to you. You know, let it be. But then after so long, the same one, you know, it's time, you know, for another demon to get in, you know, to show itself. Because after you look at the one demon, you know, one time or 2 or 3 times or 12 times, like this one Shabbat dipshit or whatever his name is keeps doing, then you got to go. You know what I mean? I don't care. Like if they, even if they wanted to say something like against and try to, you know, come against the truth, you know, because they won't do that. None of these demonics will come against the truth. And here's the thing. I hold the truth right here, and I've showed you guys the truth. You can read it. You guys already know that, though. So, Chip, all the rest of that, no, all of you already know the truth, and I know that, and I appreciate you guys being here. And you know what I'm saying is a fact. But we got to help all those that are thinking that Israel is somehow a chosen. It's not. So let's watch this right here. I'll start this here.
Just like that.
And I'm going to tell you something. It is really, really good.
That sharing it became.
Let me restart this here. Because I started watching it again, actually. So that was me, like, on a second. And then I finally decided, you know what? We're going to start the show right here, because I definitely want to show this to everybody that'll listen, you know. But listen to this and watch, and it is a little lengthy, but I'm telling you, if you really want a clear understanding of the rest of the world and the feelings about it, but I'll tell you what they don't do here. So I'm going to caution you. I'm going to tell you in advance. Okay? They don't go into on here why that the other places kick them the hell out. They just show that other countries kick them out. It doesn't tell because they eat their own. Well, actually, it does tell about them eating their own children and stuff. So watch here. Glad whoever's here for being here.
For
Thank you very
almost
much.
2 centuries,
All
the
of you.
Jewish people had no country of their own. Their homeland was destroyed by the Romans, their capital was burned to the ground, and they were scattered across the world. That should have been the end of the story, but somehow, after nearly 2,000 years, they came back. The story of how they did it is one of the most unbelievable stories in history. Today, Israel sits at the center of the most important conflicts on earth. And how did they go from having no country at all to becoming one of the most influential nations in the world? Let's go back to where the story began. 2,000 years ago, this land was called Judea, and it had a big problem. It sat right in the middle of the Roman Empire, the biggest, scariest superpower the world had ever seen. Here it is. That's where the whole story begins. And the Jewish people living there really did not want to be bossed around by Rome. For a while, Rome played it smart. They let a local king named Herod run the place for them. Now, Herod was a bit of a madman. He was so terrified of losing his throne that he had members of his own family killed. But one thing is for sure, he could build. He doubled the size of the Temple Mount, the holiest spot in Jerusalem.
Greed and power
Out in the
is a
desert,
hell of a
he built
thing, isn't it?
fortresses
Huh?
on the mountaintops.
It
And
really
on the
takes a
stretch of coast
special
with
person.
no
It
net-
would. It would. It would take a very, very, very special kind of a person who would step up in power or something and then actually do something good for the people. I wonder who, if anybody, ever did that.
Natural harbor at all, he built a whole city.
Now check
called
this out.
Caesarea, with a port he made
Caesarea.
by pouring concrete into the open sea that somehow hardened underwater. Engineers still aren't totally sure how he pulled that off 2,000 years ago.
So 2,000 years ago, he builds this fantastic place out of nothing, right?
But after Herod died,
Caesarea.
the Romans got greedy. Their leaders squeezed the Jews harder and harder. They taxed them so hard it hurt, and even stole the sacred treasure inside the temple. And in the year 66, the Jews finally snapped. They grabbed whatever weapons they could find and threw the Romans out. And what's crazy is it worked. Well, for a bit. For 4 whole years, the Jews ran their own land again. They even wiped out a whole Roman army sent to crush them. But you do not embarrass Rome and just walk away. So, Rome sent a giant army to take Jerusalem back brick by brick if they had to. Almost everything we know about this war comes from one single guy, a Jewish general who got captured, switched sides, and then wrote the whole story of the war from inside the Roman camp. His name was Josephus. So, I've decided to write the complete history of this war. You were leading the rebels against us an hour ago. And now, I'm the official storyteller. Funny how fast things change. Sir, can he do that? Apparently, he's already on the chapter 3. Chapter 4, you come out of it very well, by the way. Go on. Brave, brilliant, surprisingly tall. Oh, he's good, sir. Get this man a desk. By now, life inside the sealed-off city had become a nightmare. The food was gone, the people fought in the streets over scraps. Josephus even claims one starving mother, driven mad by hunger, cooked and ate her own child.
There you go.
Historians argue about the details, but the
There you
big
go.
picture is
Anybody
clear.
hear that?
Jerusalem was starving to death. In the year 70,
You're starving, and your thought is you look over at your child and you think, oh, I'll eat that, instead of going and, I don't know, digging up roots or whatever it is you got to do, catching a bird or something. No, I'll just eat my own kid. How do you even have a thought in your head? I don't care.
It hurt far more than losing
That's
a building.
insanity. That's
The temple
demonic.
was the single holiest place on earth for the Jewish people. The one spot where they believed they could stand closest to God.
So you love your life so much that you're going to eat your own child.
Now, it was a pile of ash. But a few hundred rebels refused to give up. They slipped out into the desert and locked themselves inside a fortress on top of a giant cliff. And what happened up on that rock became one of the most argued about stories in all of history. The fortress was called Masada. It sits on top of a huge rock in the middle of the desert with steep cliffs on every side. Around 960 Jewish rebels were hiding at the top, and down at the bottom, about 15,000 Roman soldiers showed up to drag them out. There was just one problem. You can't exactly charge up a cliff, so the Romans did something completely insane. They decided to build a ramp. A great big giant ramp made of dirt and stone, sloping all the way up the side of the mountain. I'm not joking. They literally hauled about 500,000 tons of dirt by hand until a brand new hill stood in the desert. They literally changed the shape of the landscape because less than 1,000 people were annoying them. And get this, you can still see that ramp today, sitting right where they left it 2,000 years ago. Just take Highway 3199 in Israel's Judean desert. When it was finally built, the Romans smashed through the walls, expecting one last bloody fight. Instead, they found almost total silence. Almost everyone inside was already dead. According to Josephus, the rebels had made a choice. Instead of being captured and sold as slaves, they chose to die free. He says he got the whole story from 2 women and 5 children who survived by hiding in a water tank. Now, modern archaeologists actually argue about whether it really happened exactly like that, but true or not, the legend of Masada stuck around for 2,000 years. The Jews weren't quite finished, though. About 60 years later, they rose up one more time, led by a rebel named Bar Kokhba. For a couple of years, he actually ran a free Jewish state again. And then Rome crushed it even harder than before. The cost was massive. Ancient Roman writers claimed more than 500,000 Jews were killed and hundreds of towns were destroyed. Whatever the real number, it was a catastrophe. This time, the Roman emperor was done playing nice. He didn't just want to win, he wanted to erase Judea from history for good. So he started with the name. He grabbed the name of the Jews' oldest enemies, a long-gone people called the Philistines, and slapped it onto the whole region. He called it Palestine.
That was brilliant.
It was an insult on purpose, a way to wipe the word Judea right off the map. Then he banned Jews from even setting foot in Jerusalem. And it kind of worked. With their temple gone and their capital off limits, the Jewish people scattered out across the whole planet, to Europe, to North Africa, all over the Middle East. For the next 1,900 years, they would not have a country of their own. Now, hold on to that fact, because everything else in this video, every war and every comeback in it, is really about those scattered people trying to find a way back home. But with the Jews pushed out, one giant question hung over the land. Whose was it now? And the very empire that had just crushed them was about to answer it in the strangest way you can imagine. By completely switching gods. Oh, and one more thing about those rebels before we move on. During all of that chaos, somebody hid hundreds of scrolls inside clay jars and stashed them in desert caves near the Dead Sea. Then they vanished from history. Nobody even knew the scrolls existed. All the way until 1947, when a little shepherd boy chasing a runaway goat tossed a rock into a cave and heard pottery shatter. Inside were some of the oldest copies of the Bible ever found, sitting there untouched since Roman times. Wild, right? One lost goat, and history got rewritten. So anyway, about 200 years later, the Roman Empire did a complete 180. The same empire that had burned the temple slowly became Christian. And just like that, this dusty little place became the most valuable land on earth, because this was where Jesus had lived and died. Everyone wanted a piece of it. The first to really go looking was the emperor's own mother, a woman named Helena. As an old lady, she sailed all the way across the empire to track down the actual places from the Bible. She walked up to one hill in Jerusalem and made up her mind.
This is the spot. Jesus was buried right here. Start digging.
With respect, how could you possibly know that?
I am the emperor's mother. Build a church on it. Ma'am, so far we found a hill. Yeah, it's mostly hill down here. Keep digging.
Perhaps we could consult the local records first.
I consulted my feelings. They were very clear. And if we don't find anything, then you dug the wrong hole. Dig another one.
Fetch more shovels. And they did. her son built a huge church right on top of that hill, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. It's still standing today, almost 1,700 years later. And Helena didn't stop at that hill. She went home claiming she had dug up the actual wooden cross Jesus was killed on. For the next 1,000 years, tiny splinters of that true cross would be treated as the most precious objects in all of Christianity. Over the next 300 years, the whole land filled up with churches, monks, and pilgrims, religious travelers who came from far away just to walk where Jesus had walked. Jerusalem became a proudly Christian city, and the Jews, well, they were mostly locked out, watching from a distance as someone else settled into their old home. Then, in the year 614, everything flipped again. A Persian army came charging in from the east and captured Jerusalem. They burned churches and even carried that holy cross all the way back to Persia as a prize. And what's really wild is that Jewish fighters joined the Persians, hoping this was finally their shot to win their holy city back. And for a brief moment, it looked like they just might. But alas, it didn't last. A Christian emperor marched east, beat the Persians, and brought the Holy Cross back to Jerusalem as a huge victory. The Jewish dream of going home died almost as fast as it had appeared. But step back and look at the big picture. You've now got one tiny piece of land that is deeply holy to two giant religions at the same time. The Jews, who had been there first, and the Christians who ran the place now, both completely certain it belonged to them, and only them. That alone is a recipe for endless fighting. But it was about to get so much more complicated. Because far to the south, out of the deserts of Arabia, a brand new religion was exploding outward at a speed nobody could believe. And it was heading straight for Jerusalem.
I never seen this one coming right here.
That new
Listen to this.
religion was Islam. Within just a few years of the Prophet Muhammad's death, Muslim armies had burst out of Arabia and grabbed a huge amount of land in every direction.
Muslim.
In barely 100 years, Islam would stretch all the way from Spain in the west to the edge of India in the east. Almost nothing in history had ever spread that fast. And in the year 637, those armies arrived at the walls of Jerusalem. But there was no bloodbath this time. The city simply gave up, and the Muslim leader, a caliph named Umar, offered the Christians and Jews a deal. Keep your religion, keep your churches, just pay tax, and we'll leave you in peace. Then something remarkable happened. The city's Christian leader, trying to be welcoming, invited Umar to come pray inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the holiest church in the world. And Umar said no. Please, you are welcome to pray here, in our most sacred church. If I pray here, my people will turn into a mosque the moment
Some Jewish
I
tribes
won't
never
be the reason
left
you lose it.
Israel,
would
but
really
they
burn down
want
the
the
holiest
Zionists
church in
we
the
see
world.
today.
I'm turning it down.
Yeah,
because
absolutely. You know
it's the
what?
holiest church in the world.
That's really that's a good point there. Some Jewish tribes never left Israel, but they weren't the Zionists we see today. Yeah, and I don't know if we'll get to it on today's show or not, but there's actually true Jews who are speaking out about the demonic Jews that I keep referring to. And any Jew or anybody else that goes or has anything to do positive with the, and when I say positive, I mean if you're going along with their Talmud, the one that says that, you know, you can have sex with a little girl less than 3 years old that I've already showed on here, from their own book that tells how they live and how they think, then you are my enemy and you are a demonic and you got to go. But I am not talking about anybody who actually holds children, you know, and wants to protect them and keep them safe, you know. Because as we already know what the Bible says and what Jesus said about, you know, the millstone being hung around your neck if you was to, you know, do anything to a child. But they literally say in the Talmud that they can have sex with children. And it's not, and to be clear, it's not sex, is it? it's a violation. It's rape. It's pedophilia. And I don't even like the word pedophilia because it doesn't go in and it doesn't really show how vulgar and nasty that is when somebody would take advantage of a young child like that. Sick.
Whoa. Sir, where will you pray instead? Outside. The courtyard looks fine. The courtyard? It's full of pigeons. Then the pigeons will witness something important. The bishop looks confused, sir. He'll understand in a few hundred years. So he prayed just outside instead, on purpose, to protect a church that wasn't even part of his own religion. A conqueror politely turning down the holiest spot in the city. But the Muslims had their own deep tie to Jerusalem. They believed that Prophet Muhammad
you know what,
had risen-
AJ, you're talking about Yeshua, but if you call him Jesus and get hit by a tomorrow, odds are John 3:16 will still apply. I don't know. I think you're referring to of calling him Jesus. Okay, is it so bad if you show up to heaven and you're standing there ready to be judged and you done all that you could to run down? Because actually, you know what does the Bible actually say to call him? And I went over this in the show the other night, and who was that actually steered me the right way there? And I believe it. And the more you think about it, there's no denying it. But it says, Emmanuel, with his name shall be Emmanuel. So if you call him Emmanuel, and that comes out of the Bible, well, what's the translation for Emmanuel in Hebrew? I mean, you can keep going on and on and on, but I don't speak Hebrew, but I want to make sure that I call Emmanuel, Yeshua, or whatever by the right name, just out of respect, right? So, but I don't think he's going to send you straight to hell because you did the best that you could to find out exactly what to call him, because he knows he was referring to him.
up to heaven from one specific rock in the city. And it was the holiest rock imaginable. The very same rock the Jewish temple had once stood on, centuries before. So they built something stunning right on top of it. A shining golden dome.
No, I think was that Denise, the one that told me that? I'm almost positive it was Denise. If she's here, whatever. Let me scroll. Let me see if I can find Denise.
About Islam found anywhere in the world.
Where did you go? She might not be in here. I don't know.
That, sharing it became.
Yeah. She says.
Was now
me, James, Denise. Yeah, Abernathy. Yes, absolutely. It was you. Yes.
Religions on Earth, all pointing at the exact same spot and saying, "That one is ours." Whoever held that rock could say they held the very center of the world. There was never going to be a peaceful way to share it. For over 400 years, the Muslims ran Jerusalem fairly quietly, and the
no shoot vaccine, not good, guys.
But that calm was about to be broken, because thousands.
Glad to have
you
all here. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
To stand up and give one single speech. A speech that would send a wave of.
Don't waste your time subscribing or anything like that, nobody, because I don't know how long I'll have my channel.
In the year 1059.
I don't care about that. I just appreciate you being here.
The Pope stood up and made a massive demand. The holy city of Jerusalem was in Muslim hands, and he wanted Christians to take it back. Anyone who joined, he promised, would have all their sins wiped clean.
Brendan Berry,
the response
glad
was
you're here.
Huge. Tens of thousands of European
Israel and the Hebrews in the Bible are not the Jews of today. That is why they have outlawed DNA tests. Yes.
We call them,
yeah, isn't that something? Yeah, they don't want to have no DNA test, do they? Yeah, that's a really, really good comment. Yeah.
The journey took years, and thousands died of hunger and sickness before they ever even saw the city. But in 1099, the survivors finally reached the walls of Jerusalem, and they smashed their way in. If you're enjoying this video, subscribe. That's probably the easiest decision anyone's made in this video. What happened next was a bloodbath. The Crusaders tore through the streets and killed Muslims and Jews by the thousands.
To
These were
live
men who had marched
and
across the world in the name of God, and they left the holy city soaked in blood. Then
Jews
they set up their
were
own Christian kingdom and made
disobedient.
themselves at home.
That's
They
why
held
they
Jerusalem for
have so
88
many
years.
rules.
But out in the surrounding
Well,
lands,
we all
the
have
leader was slowly
a bunch of
pulling
rules,
all the
right? But
scattered Muslim
they're not
lands
really
together into a
rules that
single army.
they're
His
just
name
common
was
sense, you know.
Saladin.
Don't murder,
In
you know.
1187,
Don't sleep with somebody
Saladin
else's
took the
woman,
main
you know.
Crusader army in one giant
Don't
battle.
take something
Then
that don't
marched
belong
on
to you.
Jerusalem and took it
Common
back.
sense,
And
courteous
Herbert was
stuff,
no
right?
disease coming. He didn't kill them all. Remember the bloodbath when the Crusaders first took the city? Saladin did the exact opposite. He let the Christians
Wisdom
pay
is
a
mine.
small
Yes,
fee
this
and simply walk out
people
alone.
have serious
The man
mental
Europe had
issues.
called
They
a
are
savage
easily
turned out to
tricked
be
by
far kinder than the holy warriors had ever been. Europe completely lost
agnostic
its
Jews
so
and
it sent its
Roman
biggest
Catholic
celebrity to win the
community.
city back. King Richard
Have to
the
agree.
Lionheart of England, one of the most famous warriors alive.
I mean, think about this. Like I showed earlier, they literally say in their demonic Talmud, it says that they will have 2,800 slaves. Okay, how could anybody really believe that they're going to have 2,800 slaves? I mean, you'd like to think that there wouldn't be somebody that damn ditzy, right, to believe that shit. But no, these demonics obviously believe this, right? They hold on to this. 2,800 slaves. Have you ever tried to take care of one person? Have you ever tried to take care of one person that you love, that you really genuinely care about? How difficult is that? But you're going to have, and before, you know, here, let's shoot this down too. Even though you can tell each one of them to go do something separately, that means 2,800 individuals that you're going to have to give some kind of a command to, right? So if you got 2,800 like that, all right, even if you designate one to take your message and then split amongst them, you're still responsible, and you're going to take care of 2,000. See, that's why I say it's insane. That's insanity.
Richard
And I don't care how much damn money that you would have or anything else. 2,800 slaves. And oh, by the way, how are you going to have slaves when you want to murder all the ones that you say that you're going to turn into slaves? Because which is something else that is really stupid. They say that they not only do they just say it, but they have been, they are, and they will kill you. The Noahide laws that I keep talking about, this November 2nd, they're going to start putting that shit together for us. So they believe, so they think. But that's what's coming. That's what they want to do. Okay? But how... It's absolutely ludicrous. It's craziness. It's demonic. It makes zero sense.
Saladin spent years fighting up and down the coast, but the strangest thing happened between them. They started to respect each other. When Richard came down with a bad fever, Saladin, his sworn enemy, sent him fresh fruit and snow from the mountains to help him cool down and recover. But then, once old Richard was better, they went right back to trying to kill each other. Hey-ho. In the end, Richard won battle after battle, but he could never quite take Jerusalem itself.
See, right here, out of their demonic ass Talmud, right here, it says in this here, and you can try to read their, whatever they call that, the Noah hide or whatever, probably 6.3b or whatever, but when the Messiah comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves right there. Look at that. Go look it up for your own eyeballs so that you see it, you know. Oh, and here's the one right here that really, really sickens me, you know. And the main one, when they say that Jesus is in hell being boiled in excrement, you know. But this one right here is the one where it says, a man who engages in intercourse with a girl less than 3 years of age has done nothing. 3 years old. 3 years old. Anybody got any kids? How old are they? Think about that. And they say that's okay.
He got close enough to see its
Not only
walls
do
in
they
the
say it,
distance,
but
then
they've been
turned
doing
around
this.
and sailed home empty-handed. The Crusaders had hit their high point, and now they were slowly fading away. But the next people to rule this land wouldn't get there by beating the Crusaders. They'd get there by stopping the single most terrifying army the world
The
has ever
slaves are the
seen.
politicians
They'd
of
stop
their
them
allies.
right
Yeah.
here in northern Israel.
Yeah, every Jew. Yeah, I agree
In
with
the
you.
1200s, a new kind of nightmare was spreading across the world. The Mongols. Galloping.
I mean, if it would be a fact, it's sad, nothing to laugh at, but just the sheer stupidity of anybody. But here's the thing. Regardless whether or not that they believe that, okay, they may not even get that far. They just enjoy doing what it is that they do, you know, which is murdering people. And I said it before, and I'll continue to say it. They're taking prisoners, you know, male prisoners, and then these other male demons of the demonics are sexually assaulting them, raping them. I don't know how would you explain that so it's vulgar enough. They're penetrating another male, and this is a male on another male, which you can say gay or any of that stuff. You call it whatever you want to, but the word demonic, if it ever had a place, that would definitely fit right there. That's how demonic they are.
Out of Central Asia, they rolled over everyone in their path, from China all the way to the edge of Europe. They had flattened entire cities, sometimes killing every single person inside. Whole kingdoms gave up the moment they heard the Mongols were even coming. Nobody anywhere had found a way to stop them. And now they were riding straight for the Holy Land.
Now
The
check
army
this
that
out.
finally stood in their way was one of the strangest in history. The Mamluks.
I think this
They
is
were
cool.
a kingdom based in Egypt that
Look at
was,
this.
no joke, run by former slaves. As boys, they had been bought, trained into the very best soldiers, and then they had grabbed power and started running the whole country themselves. In the year 1260, the two sides slammed together in a valley in northern Israel, and the Mamluks beat the unstoppable Mongols by stealing the Mongols' own favorite move. They pretended to run away, the Mongols came charging after them, thinking they'd already won, and rode straight into a hidden trap. It was one of the only times in the entire century that Mongols were truly beaten. The Mamluks ran the region for a couple hundred years after that. Then, in 1517, a new superpower swallowed up the whole area, the Ottoman Empire, ruled by the Turks. Their greatest sultan, which
Now,
is kind of
check
a king,
this out, the
Suleiman
Turks.
the Magnificent, decided to rebuild the...
Oh, anybody know about that too? Old Benji Nasty Yuckapoo there. He's already, you know, going after the Turks and stuff now that he's got the U.S. Incorporated, you know, right with him. And it's not that he has them by the balls making them do that. Oh, no. Old Jew boy himself there, demonic Jew that is, Trumpy Dumpy, butt plug, you know, is right in joining forces with his overlord, old Benji there, right? So now they're already going after Turkey and all of them over here. You know, it's like, why wouldn't you, right? You just joined up with the biggest military and all that stuff. But I'm going to tell you something right now. You watch and watch what happens. Russia is going to stomp Ukraine, and I'm praying for that. And then also Iran, they have stuck their nose in a hornet's nest like they don't even know that they stuck their nose into. And old dumpy, Trumpy butt plug there, you know, he said, well, this will be over and done with, you know, doing the will of his gay lover, Benji Yucky Poo there, you know, attacking Iran. I mean, you talk about absolute stupid. Here's the thing. Forget about whether or not Iran could or couldn't defeat, or forget about any of that. Why? Why would you do that? No, we Americans, as you can see by did not want that.
But who is to blame for it happening? I am. We are. We're to blame. Because we're supposed to take back control of this debauchery. And that's what I aim to do. I don't know how. I'm not for sure exactly what to do. That's not true. I'm doing what I'm doing now. I'm sharing information, and I'll do whatever it is that I got to do.
Great stone walls around Jerusalem's old city. Those exact walls are still standing today. But there's a dark little legend attached to those walls.
Watch this.
The story goes that Suleiman's builders made one terrible mistake. They accidentally left an important holy site sitting just outside the walls. The walls are magnificent. There's just one small problem. Oh? You left the holy tomb on the wrong side of them. Ah, that does sound like a problem. It is. For you. In our defense, sire, the walls themselves are flawless. They are. Strong, tall, beautiful. I genuinely love them. So, we're forgiven? Guards! I told you we should have walked the route twice. 2 old graves near the Jaffa Gate are still said to belong to those poor builders. And then, for almost 400 years, the whole land simply went quiet. Under the Ottomans, it became a sleepy, dusty, half-empty corner of a giant
400
empire
years.
that pretty much everyone forgot about. Jerusalem, the city that kings and armies had died for over and over, shrank into a small, poor, forgotten town. By the 1800s, the whole area held only a few 100,000 people. The grand holy city at the center of 3 world religions had become a dusty little place of crumbling stone. It really looked like the story was over, like this land would just sleep forever. But far away, in the crowded cities of Europe, the very Jewish people the Romans had kicked out more than 1,000 years before were about to come up with one bold idea. An idea that would wake this sleepy land right back up. Like I said earlier, for almost 1,800 years, the Jewish people had lived scattered all over the world, spread across Europe, the Middle East, and Northern Africa. Always a small group among everyone else, and far too often hated and attacked. They had no country of their own, nowhere that was truly theirs and truly safe. By the late 1800s, things were getting worse. In Russia especially, Jews were being killed in violent mob attacks called pogroms, where whole neighborhoods would be raided and burned while the police just looked the other way. Something had to give. Then a journalist named Theodor Herzl had a crazy idea. What if the Jews stopped waiting and hoping and simply built their own country? A real homeland where they could finally be safe. In 1896, he wrote a short book laying out the whole plan, and it sparked a movement called Zionism, the push to create a Jewish state. What's wild is that homeland was almost somewhere else entirely. Herzl seriously looked at building it in Argentina. The British government even offered up a chunk of East Africa, in modern-day Kenya. For a brief moment, the Jewish state might not have been in the Middle East at all. But in the end, the deep connection to one piece of land won out. The old one. The one the Romans had driven them out of almost 2,000 years before. Okay, I just want to pause on that for a second, because it's genuinely hard to wrap your head around. Think about everything that has happened since the Romans burned that temple. The Roman Empire itself rose, ruled the world, and crumbled into dust. Whole civilizations appeared and vanished. Languages have died, empires have come and gone like seasons, and through all of it, scattered across the entire planet, Jewish families kept ending their Passover meal with the same 4 words. Next year in Jerusalem. For nearly 2,000 years, grandparent to parent to child, in Poland, in Morocco, in Iraq, in Spain, a promise passed down for almost 100 generations. And now, finally, people were actually getting on boats to keep it. So, Jews began moving back, in wave after wave. They bought up land, drained mosquito-filled swamps, and started farming ground that had been left alone for centuries. Many of them built a new kind of shared farming village.
Okay, now I'm going to break in here for just a minute because I want to show you something. Like, whenever you're looking on Facebook and stuff, tell me why this seems to be the norm, you know? But look at this. here's something that I just pulled up, while I was listening to this. But it says Israeli mother and daughter severely wounded in brutal attack in Thailand after revealing nationality. Okay? Now think about that. After revealing, their nationality, then they get attacked, right? Thailand, right? Okay, now let's go. Let's just look real quick at the comments. So whenever you push up and bring up the comments, what are people actually saying? Right here, look. Being an Israeli is the most hated nationality in the world. If you don't know why, then ask anyone. Okay, read the next one. I wonder why. Stop going around acting like you own the fucking place. Speaking to people with your sense of smug. You reap what you sow, they write. Got the wrong glasses on. So anyway, it's one right after another, The next one reads, what's going on around comes around. Israel brutally towards Palestine has made the rest of the world despite them. Everybody is saying the same thing. It's like nobody likes them. Everybody can see them that is actually, but yet somehow, some way, they keep taking their demonic ass claws and digging it into shit or whatever. They literally are like the rodents and shit that you're trying to get rid of, and they just, refuse to die. And we always make the same mistake of saying, well, maybe that's enough. Maybe they got the point now. Maybe they'll go away and do their own thing and leave us the hell alone. They could have left. They could have went or whatever and done whatever. Like, look at the U.S. Incorporated right here. Somebody moved in on somebody, and they say, well, it was the indigenous people, the Indians were here or whatever. Yeah, but the Indians, there were certain tribes here and certain tribes there. There's arguments to be all the way across the board, who belongs where. Well, here's the thing. If you go someplace where there's not anybody or whatever, and then you're uprooted, then build something bigger, badder, and better, and spend your resources making a different place, just like you've already seen here. Make that your stronghold, and leave the rest alone. Like, no matter where you go to, you can live by yourself and according to God's laws, which should be your laws anyway. Don't murder somebody, don't steal, don't go over and try to screw your buddy's wife, because that's actually not your buddy if you're doing that anyway, right? It's common sense. It's the moral law. But yet, no, what they want to do, and when I say they, think about this, they didn't care about sending somebody else's children or even them to go die while they sat back in the comfort. Has anybody ever seen Wild Kingdom, like back in the day? That's probably telling my age there, but back in the 70s or whatever, there was a show called Wild Kingdom. You can still look it up. But the Marlon Perkins was the actual main guy of the show, and he had this guy's name happened to be Jim, that he always sent out. He'd be behind the blind or in the Jeep where it was safe, and he'd say, "Now watch Jim go up to this man-eating tiger that's going to probably tear his face off," while he sat there comfortably in the Jeep, safe and secure. They don't mind causing a bunch of shit to we the sheeple and watching us die for their cause. It's like, oh, but don't worry, if you go die, you're going to have 2,800 slaves, Don't worry about it, Oh, you're going to have all these virgins come if you go blow yourself up for me, Don't fall into that shit. Do like what on here you already seen. Caesarea is the name of the place. How cool was that? That he actually went and created the place right there on the beach or whatever. Stupid cool, man. And you know what? So many brilliant-minded people that if they would just pick up their own toys and their own sticks or whatever they have and then go start doing something. And look what right here. Look here what these here Jews did right here. I thought this was brilliant right here. This was a brilliant move that they did here.
Village called kibbutz, where everyone owned everything together and ate in one big
Look
dining
at that.
room. A few of those farms still
It's
run
still
very
today.
similarly. Then, in 1909, 66 families did something bold. They stood on a stretch of empty sand dunes just north of the old port of Jaffa and decided to build a brand new city from nothing. To split up the
nothing.
land fairly, they did the simplest thing you can imagine. They collected seashells on the beach, numbered them, and drew them out.
Watch
like a prize
this.
drum.
They
That
drew
was the entire
seashells.
city
Watch
plan.
this. This is
They
amazing.
named the new town Tel Aviv, borrowed from the
Tel
title
Aviv.
of one of Herzl's novels.
Brilliant.
Today, it's a glittering global city, packed with skyscrapers, beaches, and tech companies worth billions. A whole modern city that started as a lottery on an empty beach. The Jews were trickling back into the land. The Arabs who had lived there for centuries were watching it happen and getting more and more nervous.
I did not plan
And
it
then
like that, but there's a
giant world
perfect
war broke
segue
out
into what I
and
was
dropped
just
this
saying.
whole place into the hands of one single outside power. A power that was about to turn everything upside down. That power was Britain. In World War I, Britain fought the Ottoman Empire, the Turks who had ruled the place for 400 years, and beat them. In 1917, a British general marched into Jerusalem and took control of the city. The story goes that he climbed down off his horse and entered through the gate on foot, out of respect for a place this holy. And just like that, the Holy Land had a new boss. And almost immediately, Britain got itself into a huge mess. One it had created all by itself. Because to win the war, Britain had made big promises to just about every...
You know, another thing that really just makes me just furious is I have talked to a lot of those people over in Britain, and they are amazing. And I you know, if somebody was to ever actually kill me and you had to pick who it would be, I would probably pick for it to be a Brit. It's like, oh, I'm going to kill you now, mate. You know, it always sounded, or from Australia, you know, so they always sound upbeat no matter what they're doing, even if it be demonic, you know. It'd be a heck of a lot better than hearing these or whatever they speak, you know what I'm saying? Sound like they're trying to clear their throat or something. So anyway, with that being said, you know, watch how brilliant that this is, that what they've done. I mean, that is super cool.
everybody. It told the Arabs that if they rose up against the Turks, they'd get their own free countries afterward. And the Arabs took the deal. Leading the charge alongside them was one of the strangest heroes in modern history.
That's funny.
A short, bookish British archaeologist named T.E. Lawrence.
I'm only here for
You might
your
know him
amusement,
as his
Chip.
other name, Lawrence of Arabia. Before the war, his job was digging up ancient ruins. During the war, he traded his uniform for flowing Arab robes, rode camels across deserts everyone said couldn't be crossed, and blew up Turkish trains for fun. The Arab fighters loved him. The Turks put a bounty on his head.
New Jersey Jews invasion on, oh yeah, yeah.
While Lawrence was out there.
Oh yeah, if people don't know about them invading up there in Jersey or wherever, upstate New York, whatever, they got their own damn IDF police or whatever there. So if you go up there, they don't call, you know, the demonic blue line or whatever, which belongs to them also. But no, they created their very own, and yep, seen that. I know about that.
The Arabs their freedom, his own
But
government.
it's
was
just
quietly
invasion.
making
It's
sure
all
that promise
invasion.
would never be kept. In a secret deal, it sat down with France and quietly carved up the entire Middle East between the two of them. And then, in a famous letter of just 67 words, known as the Balfour Declaration, Britain promised to support a home country for the Jewish people right here in Palestine. 3 different promises, 1 piece of land. Britain was completely triple booked. Who knows what they were thinking? So the Jews kept arriving, and the numbers shot up after 1933 when the Nazis took power in Germany and Jews started running for their lives. The Arabs who had farmed and lived on this land for generations watched it filling up with newcomers and grew terrified of being pushed out of their own home. In the late 1930s, they rose up in a big rebellion against British rule and all the newcomers. The British shut it down hard, but the violence between the two sides never really stopped, and Britain, stuck in the middle and sick of the whole thing, just wanted out. Then came the Holocaust. 6 million Jews were murdered across Europe in just a few years. And after the world saw the full horror of it, the argument was basically settled. The Jewish people clearly needed a safe homeland of their own, and they needed it fast. So, in 1947, a brand new group of countries called the United Nations stepped in with a plan. They would split the land into 2 separate countries, side by side, one for the Jews, one for the Arabs. The reaction was instant, and it was completely opposite.
Gentlemen, here is a plan. 2 states side by side. It's much smaller than we hoped for, but it's a state of our own. We'll take it.
You're handing out land that is already ours to people who just arrived. We reject every inch of it.
Perhaps we could discuss the borders.
There is nothing to discuss. The whole map is a problem.
Chip, I want to take just a second here and interrupt and tell you thanks for defending our word and our message of what's trying to be put out here, whatever, against somebody that Noam said you guys all collectively decided to boot them. I didn't see that, but thank you very much for doing that. As this is your channel too, you know, I appreciate that very, very, very much.
We've waited too long to wait for a better map. Well, this seems like a good moment to mention...
You know, these demons will show up, and they'll want to squawk, and they'll want to say that I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm here proving and showing what the truth is. I'm not just saying something and then not backing it up, because here's the thing. If I was making up something as I go along, then that would be one thing. But whenever I'm actually pointing out facts, what they are actually doing, and can prove what they're doing, I mean, you can't dispute that. I mean, you can, but that makes you a demonic idiot, you know? And I'm telling you right now, you guys are not stupid on here. Every one of you. And I don't care. You don't have to agree about this or who came where first or anything like that. That's not really the bottom line. The bottom line here is you have the right to have your opinion. You have the right to do what you want to do until you're trying to hurt somebody else, let alone murder them. Like that, that we already know this, okay? So whenever I say I proved it, I'm not saying look at me. I'm all glorious and I showed you something. You guys already know this. But I'll tell you, do you know what you don't know? Let me tell you what you don't know, and it's definitely what I don't know, because I don't feel this, but I don't want to be alone. I don't want to take on a battle by myself. I want to know, and I want to be with like-minded individuals, you know? And I want those that's intelligent, that have eyes to see and ears to hear. Somebody that has discernment, that can figure out the truth from fiction. And you know what? Here's the thing. How do you pick like that perfect person to bring you the message, or that would show you something truthful? Okay, because even if we was to go back and look, what did they do to Jesus? You know, the Bible describes him as being like this ordinary, plain-looking guy. That's how the Bible explains it. You know, there's nothing, you know, unless you're talking about his sandals whenever, who was it? Was it Paul that was telling about his sandals and being of fine brass? And, well, but you get what I'm saying here. It's like, who would it be? How do they have to look? How do they have to sound? What kind of an accent would they have to have? What color of their skin would it have to be? If you had somebody if you had to choose somebody to come up and say, hey, here's what's going on, what would they look like? Who is that? We know what happened to Jesus, you know, or Emmanuel, or Yahushua, or whatever name that you want to apply to the very one that we know that we're talking about the same God.
We're leaving.
So, with all that, thank you, Chip, and whoever defended our channel. I appreciate that.
The British couldn't be bothered with all this, so they finally packed their bags and left. The UN had drawn its neat little lines on the map, but the moment the Jewish state was actually born, every army around it got ready to strangle it in the cradle.
Since 23 years old, I've gone to 4 to 10 business conferences.
If I'd have just waited, if we had a commercial, I could have did all that.
Wealth conference, you know.
That's fine.
On the 14th of May, 1948...
If we always tried to wait for the right perfect time, nothing would happen, right? And that's another reason why that I decided to start doing this and everything, because I kept saying, well, maybe this, maybe that. Has anybody ever heard of Q? Do we have any QAnons in here? Is there anybody that does the Q thing? Because I took that dead-end ride, where they keep saying, oh, yeah, Q, RFK is going to be the 19th president and all this, some whatever bull. But yet, every time that you wake up and you look around, you find out that these demonics done something else, invading our Constitution and our God-given unalienable rights, our sovereignty. A lot of people don't even understand that word sovereign.
A man named David Ben-Gurion stood up in a small art museum in Tel Aviv and made a huge announcement. After nearly 1,900 years, there was once again a Jewish state.
Sounded like Chip did too.
Israel.
From what you told me.
He didn't even say exactly where the new country's borders were. He just said it was real and hoped for the best. And then he basically had to pray it would survive the night. The first country to say, yes, you're a real country, was the United States.
And I keep saying you and Chip, but if there was somebody else, I'd like to know that, because I'd like to point them out too. Because isn't that really the whole point of what I'm even here for? It's like we all got to stand up together, Stand together, that's where your strength is, If there's 2 or more that says to get rid of somebody, and if you read the Bible and stuff, you can see that, they're coming in with these Noahide laws where they're saying just one of them demonics can say off with your head, and it's off with your head.
And it said yes just 11 minutes after Ben-Gurion finished speaking. That was so fast that America's own officials were caught completely off guard, rushing to figure out what their president had just agreed to. But recognition wasn't going to save anyone, because the very next morning, the armies of Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and more all invaded at once, determined to crush the new country before it could take its first...
Hey, Gary says, cue the Patriot program, trust the plan, do nothing. It said, yeah, that's what that was the dead end road that I concluded. Yeah, it's like there is no Q plan crap,
and it was barely a day old. Almost everyone watching expected it to lose within a week or two.
Well, wait a minute though. Wait a minute. Brandon Barry comes in and says there's definitely something going on with the Q stuff. So much has been exposed since 2017. All right, well, you know what? Here's the thing. If there is something happening, I really am telling you, it better get on the ball, because merging this crap together literally tells you have no damn country here. I mean, think about this. Your country just said, we're going to join with somebody else. Okay, I never told them to do that. And nobody that I know said to do that. And nobody that I know of even wants that shit. But yet somehow or another they did it. Oh, let's see. Is it some way or another? Well, let's see. Netanyahu is from where? And he's a what? Yes, a demonic. So all of a sudden he says, well, we're going to join these here two together. And guess what happens? It's not that he just said it. Because this is like what I've been saying. It's not that somebody says something, but then watch and see if the action actually happens. And guess what? It actually happened. So who would have ever thought in their wildest imagination that the U.S., that we once thought was USA would ever join with any other country like that. You know, it's absolutely ludicrous. And we're talking about $1.33 trillion annually as their damn budget. You see what I'm saying here? Okay, and it's at their disposal. And not even Congress, you know, which is not ours anyway. This should be an eye-opener for anybody who's paying attention here in U.S. Incorporated. You are not in control of any damn body. When you vote, you are wasting your time. I did. Go back and look. I mean, I'm telling you right now, I've had people say, you know, this guy's a nut. Yes, I was a nut, but I'm an awake nut now, because if you go back, you will see whenever I got on the big Trump thing or whatever, but that was my last ride. I can promise you that. I wouldn't vote if they put Kennedy up there and said he was saving the planet or what. I don't care. I would not vote in their system again. It has to be by we the people. You know what? I'll vote for you, Chip, Denise. I'll vote for one of you guys long before I would ever, I won't even consider voting again. It's a waste of damn time, and you're still playing into their demonic bullshit that got us to where we're at now, where these data centers, they're going to make them military, whatever the hell it is, meaning that if they come to your home, your house, and they say, we're going to put one right here, get out, you got to get out. Period. Now, does that sound like you own anything? Does that sound like you have any rights? Does that sound like a sovereign to you? Nope. They're supposed to do what we say to do. And they're going to do what I say to do. Or I will die doing what I'm doing now. Telling them to get the hell out of this country.
It didn't lose. Against all odds, Israel not only survived the invasion, it pushed the Arab armies back. And by the end of the fighting, it controlled even more land than the UN plan had handed it. The new country had passed its first brutal test. It was here to stay. But that very same war had a second side to it, a much darker one. While the fighting raged, around 700,000 Palestinian Arabs lost their homes and had to flee as refugees. Some ran from the war out of fear, others were forced out by Israeli forces. Many ended up in camps in surrounding lands.
Let's see, what
The Palestinians
fooled
call
Christians
this
with
the
Jesus? The
catastrophe,
Jews
an
of that
Arabic
time
word
hated
meaning
Jesus. The
catastrophe.
Jews of today still
Many
hate
of those
him,
families
and
did
they
something heartbreaking on
hate
their way
Christians.
out.
Oh,
They locked
oh
their
yes.
front doors and put the key in their pocket, fully expecting to be back home in a few weeks.
What fully takes place, don't get it. Now, you know what? I'm going to address this right here because Ian Ferrer says what? Question mark. Fooled Christians with Jesus? Question mark. The Jews of that time hated Jesus. The Jews of today still hate him, and they hate Christians. What fully took place, I don't get it. Okay, well, let me tell you, let me answer that. If you are kind of twisted up about that and you don't fully understand it, well, you're exactly where they want you to be. But remember this, don't try to figure out something that you can't figure out because that means it don't make sense. And if it don't make sense, guess what? That's demonic. Okay? If you are in touch with the Lord, you ask him for that answer, and he'll give it to you if it's even meant for you to have. But I'm telling you, when it comes to this demonic garbage, it doesn't have to, nor will it make sense to you. It will not make sense. That's why it's demonic. It's meant to keep you confused, and it's meant for you to be stuck on that very thing. But I tell you what, don't get stuck on. Just look at the message that Emmanuel or Jesus or Yahusha, look at the message that he wanted you to have, okay? He said, you know, he that loves his life here, you know, is going to lose it in the next. Okay? But he that hates his life here will gain it in the next. which means right here, you're going to be busy. You're going to be going through struggles and strains like I am right now, dealing with all this debauchery that's going on. And I kept sitting back thinking, well, surely we got somebody that's going to stand up against this. Surely we put somebody in place or something. But when you have your own, or not your own, so I take it back. But when you have those individuals that goes in, like Thomas Massey now and Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm not saying they're wonderful at all, but they go up into the machine there. So who knows? See, they're already tainted because they become part of the demonic machine. But now they say, oh, wait, no, this is messed up. Here's what they're doing. They're trying to give away and they're doing this. Well, they did give it away. But why didn't they stay in there and fight to do something? Because it says to protect against foreign and domestic, right? And how come right now that they don't say, hey, you know what? I don't belong to that anymore, but, you know, I would like to tell you guys this and be considered for you guys to appoint me a seat of the new Americans or something like that, you know, because we have to create our own place, just like what you seen them do on here. That was brilliant. And that's exactly what I'm saying now. Get away from this total messed up debauchery that is just confusing as hell. You can't keep up with it. They keep moving the goal line. They keep changing the rules. If there's a law, they just change them to protect themselves. Trump even said what? Oh, no, them's my buddies. I'm going to protect my buddies. Talking about the Epstein list, right? And somebody said, well, you'd have to remove 80% of them. No, it would probably be 99% of them. And I'm all good with that. I am perfectly fine with removing all their dumbasses.
Things calm down.
So don't worry
Today,
about being
more than 75 years
confused
later,
like
many
that.
Palestinian families still have those old keys passed down.
Just
from
stick to the
grandparents
message that he
hanging
wanted to
over
give
old
us.
Homes in refugee camps. A key to a door that, for most, no longer exists. And at the very same time, something similar was happening in the other direction. Over the next few years, around 700,000 Jews were thrown out of or fled Arab countries all across the Middle East, leaving behind homes their families had lived in for generations.
Oh, you know what?
Most of the
Wisdom is Mine put this back up here. I started to read it earlier and then I lost my place, and I'm sorry about that. You know, Wisdom is Mine put on here Mark 7:27 and 28. First, let the children eat all they want. Jesus told her, for it is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs. Lord, she replied, even the dogs under the table where's the next part at? Anyway, have a right to eat. I'm pretty sure is the rest of that. But it cut off her message or whatever. If you will, go ahead and put the rest of that up there, and I'll read the rest of that, Wisdom.
poured straight into Israel. So the exact same event was two completely different stories, depending on who.
Look at this.
To the Jews, 1948 was a miracle, the return of a homeland they had lost all the way back in the days of the Romans. To the Palestinians, it was the year they lost almost everything. Both of those things were true at the very same time, and that deep wound, torn open in 1948, has never really healed. Israel has won its war for independence. It finally had a country. But in winning, it had turned every single neighbor around it into a bitter enemy. And the most shocking war of the whole story, the one that would change the map yet again, was still on its way. After 1948, Israel and its neighbors spent nearly 20 years just glaring at each other across nervous borders. Then, in 1967, the Arab states began gathering their armies and moving them toward Israel, openly talking about finishing the job they'd started back in the First War. Israel, small and surrounded all over again, made a big decision. It would not sit there and wait to be hit. It would strike
Egypt, look here.
And strike it everywhere all at once. In just 6 days, Israel shattered the armies of Egypt, Syria, and Jordan and captured an enormous amount of new land. The Sinai Desert, the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the West Bank. But the prize that stunned the Jewish world the most was the old city of Jerusalem. For the first time in nearly 1,900 years since the Romans had thrown them out and renamed the whole land, the Jewish people held their holiest city again. All those years locked out of their own city had finally come full circle. And yet, holding all that new land created the exact problem the world is still tangled up in today. Because Israel was now...
Yes, I totally agree with that. Brendan Berry. Yes, it comes in and says, it wasn't a miracle, it was the Rothschilds and the Balfour Declaration that stole the land and gave it to the Jews. Yep, Rothschilds.
in charge of a huge number of Palestinians who badly did...
You know what, I'm going to tell you right now, even if they got uprooted and thrown the hell out of there, even if they was there first, I'm telling you right now, I don't give a crap now. I don't even care about that. Because you got a damn Talmud that says that you want to do that to children and that you want to do that to all of us just because we don't somehow, fit into... I can't hardly even bring myself to say that we would fit into their demonic garbage or whatever. I don't want any part of your garbage. So if somebody thought enough to pull up a weed and throw that damn thing in the trash, they should burn it, because in the trash there's a very good chance that it would go to a landfill where the bag would be busted open and it may get replanted. And that's exactly what happened, is we didn't burn the damn weeds and get rid of it completely. Oh, and by the way, what was it that Hitler, as they talk about, they say, well, the painter, because they want to, and when I'm talking about they want to monitor your speech and shit. It's the very demonic platform they own right here that I'm talking on. You got to watch your words. You got to talk this way. You can't talk about that. Is it for children? Is it for that? Wanting to pretend like they want to do the moral thing. Well, let's discuss that, because, oh yeah, what are they doing again in November? Everybody say it together. Noahide laws, which are to do what? But they want to act like that they want us to be safe from a word. No, that's called control. And you know what? Here's the thing. Even a child, if he sees something that he's not interested in, which happens all the time right here, because I can watch the numbers go up and down, where somebody sees this or whatever and they don't like it, and they swipe to the next thing. That's how easy it is. And whenever you put not for kids, well, hey, it's not for kids. And whose responsibility would that be to monitor that? Wouldn't that then go on to the parents? Oh, but let's see, the parents aren't smart enough to do that because you have brainwashed the ignorant people, the sheeple, to be so stupid that you have to tell them or their children what to do, right? Oh yeah, because you created such a mess that you make even the parents that have children not have the ability to monitor what their children's doing, or even the knowledge to know how to take care of their own kids. Congratulations, you demonic pieces of shit. Great job. That's what I'm talking about. They're all demonics. They're screwed up in the head. They don't know what the hell they're doing. And the proof of it is, look around. Is anybody feeling excited about what the hell they're living with or in right now? Whenever you're watching something, even that next thing that you would scroll to where somebody's jamming a firecracker up somebody's butthole and lighting it or something, you laugh for 2 seconds and then you scroll to the next thing. How in the hell did that help you? It's what you're putting in your body, and what you're watching is what you're going to be. This is an audition that's going to tell whether or not you're worthy, if your soul is going to have that life eternal and what it's going to be like. You know, are you a good person? Let me ask you this. Does it matter to you if you're there or not? Like if you have a kid, a child, or if you have that pet, you know, if you got your little buddy or something like that that you say that you love, when you go to work or something, you don't leave it any water out. You don't leave no food for that little, just your pet, an animal, a true, you know, an animal. You don't see it as an animal, do you? You care about it. That's why you leave stuff out for it to eat, even if you're gone. I know people that's left it in the will, money and stuff to take care of their damn dog and shit. Like, I mean, royalty after they're dead. So don't tell me that there's not, that we don't care, because we do care. You know, but stand up and do the right thing and care enough to do something while we have the opportunity to do it. You know, don't just take in the words and shit like that. You know, and don't just look and see this as some idiot or whatever that's entertaining you. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to support you. I'm here to help you. And I mean that. I need help. I need your all's help. You know, the best person to work beside of, Chip, I don't know where you work at or anything else. Not to keep picking on you, but I'm going to pick on you. But, you know, have you ever had somebody that you work beside of and, like, you just learned straight away that you got along or whatever? Or maybe you didn't get along, like, talking to each other, but you could tell they knew what the hell to do. And at the end of your shift or whatever, you didn't have to work as hard because they knew what they was doing. It made it easier on you. Well, that's what I'm talking about right now, is we all got to get on the same page here and start talking about the right thing other than what the Lord wants to be called, because I know it's important. But right now, they want to kill you to not even give you or your loved one time to figure that out for themselves. You know, care about that animal whenever you go to work, but care about them children even though you're not around. When you say the word love, what is that word love? What does that mean to you?
Ruled by Israel. Overnight, the winner of the war had millions of people living under its control who saw it as a ruler they never wanted. 6 years later, in 1973, Egypt and Syria struck back with a surprise attack on Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the...
All right, hold on. Wisdom is mine. Bible will never solve any problems. It will only keep adding problems like mindless war. You know, I got to tell you, you know, you could hold to that thought and you can say something like that. But whenever you have a handle like wisdom is mine, let me tell you, regardless of a book, are you an evil person? Wisdom is mine. Are you an evil person? If you never read a book in your entire life, are you an evil person? What would you be like if you never seen another living soul and all of a sudden one day you come across another individual? What's your thought? Now that individual's not doing anything to you. What is your thought? Are you going to go murder them? What if they don't look like you? Are you going to murder them? What if they make a noise and it's not the same noise that you're making? Wisdom is mine. Are you going to murder them? You never read a book before in your life. You've never even heard of a religion. What are you going to do? Have you ever heard of tribes that are actual cannibals? And it's like, oh, don't go mess with them. That was cannibals. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever read about them? But then you hear about other tribes where they was successful. The Incas or whatever it is, you know, like they have, you know, beautiful buildings and everything else. You know, they had really nice, you know, water and all that stuff, you know, communities and everything. Wisdom is mine. I'm asking you. That's what I'm saying. Forget about the religions like they want to shove at you or whatever. Because if you're just talking about religion, they've already brainwashed everybody that if you say any word, a trigger word like religion, and then if you say something like Constitution, well, you're one of those troublemakers, literally. So don't buy into that. Wisdom is mine. I hope, and I no, I don't hope. I pray that you have that straight, and maybe you do. Maybe you just put that comment on there for whatever, you know. But I'm glad that you said that, because, you know, everybody keeps saying, well, religion this and religion that. That's the problem. That's the problem. Well, where are you at right now? What country are you in? Does it make a damn difference to you? Do you want to kill me? If you're in Ireland, if you're over in Australia, are you wanting to kill me? Have I said something to you? Have I done anything to you that makes you want to kill me? Like, who are you? That's what I'm saying. You know, forget about the book thing and other people saying religious thing and everything else. If somebody comes along and they say to you, wisdom is mine, if they say, hey, I just want to let you know the very creator that created you and I loves you and wants you to know that I'm here, and that if you need anything, I'm here. You know, don't worry about it, that you're not alone, and that you're going to be taken care of in the next life. That's a horrible thing, isn't it? That's so horrible. That's mean. Man, I'd shoot that dude right in the face, right there. Oh, wait a minute. Is there somebody like that? Yes, there is. Who is that? Oh, yeah. The demonics that we're talking about and watching right here. That they literally have to tell on themselves. It is a spiritual law that they have to tell us what they're doing. Have you ever heard about the Simpsons, telling the things that's taking place and so on and so forth like that? It's because it is a spiritual principality law that they have to tell us. They have to show us their true intentions. And you know what? You can't get much bolder and plainer than whenever you read their own demonic ass Talmud that you've already seen with your own eyeballs on here. It's not mine. It's theirs. It belongs to them. And it tells what their mindset is. You know, so don't worry so much about, when somebody says religion or something like that, because if somebody says they have a religion and they want to kill you, well, all I hear is you want to kill me. And then I see that you would actually do it because you already have done that to others. That's my point that I'm making. Enough. It's enough. And I'm done with it. Those are your enemy.
Do it here, and very nearly broke through. That terrifying close call pushed Egypt and Israel to try something nobody saw coming. Actual peace. And in 1979, to get it, Israel agreed.
Gary says, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and suffer the loss of their own soul? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You know what? How demonic do you have to be also? Like, you have so much money that you know your family is going to be well taken care of. Just like butt plug right here. I shared some good news, and we'll share this good news again. Now, if y'all really are prepared for this, I'm going to give you some great news. If you was here over the last couple nights, you already know this wonderful news that I'm about ready to share with you that's literally going to make you shit yourself. So hold on to your butt. Barron Trump is the richest teenager in the world now. There you go. There you go. Huh? And that's some great news? The butt plugs kid, Lurch, as a lot of people's call him, I just call him demonic, is the richest teenager in the world now. Huh, wonder how he did that. Oh, and fun fact here, right as they was doing this whole demonic war or whatever, going over there to murder and have all this blood sacrifice going on, guess what old butt plug Lurch there did? Baron Trump. Oh yeah, he bought how many $1 million worth of crude oil or whatever? Boy, that was just luck of the draw, wasn't it? I mean, come on. This is absolutely crazy if anybody thinks that this U.S. incorporated bullshit is working for you. And you know what? There's actually these doofuses that's still going around saying, oh, Trump's a wonderful guy. Trump's doing this and Trump did that. You know what that tells me? That tells me those are lazy dumbasses that haven't woken up enough, means adult enough, to actually spend their time doing the thing to actually take care of their family that they're claiming to love, to find out the truth about what the hell's actually happening. Because nobody could say that Trump's any kind of good at all, especially when you find out he's a damn demonic. Not just saying that, already showed it, already proved it. We might do that here in just a second again, because, oh, you know what, matter of fact, I do have one lined up that actually does show that shit.
Hand back the entire Sinai Desert, a chunk of land about 3 times the size of Israel itself. All right, everyone's here. Let's talk peace. We want it all back.
Oh yeah, look here. This is when they was trying to make a deal or whatever. They said we want it all back, and then they was like, "Oh no, we don't want to make no deal with you. We don't do it." Brian Comer, 1984. Bree and Comer. I'm probably messing that up. BRYANCOMER, 1984. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your time very much. Honestly, everybody here, thank you so much for your time. But I wanted to read this. It says, it says, no girl, literally no one needs to be a billionaire and that's true, nobody needs that much money. Yeah, and that's exactly my point. I mean, they already know they have enough money that his family, as evil as they are, have way plenty enough money. They all have the connections and stuff that they shouldn't even have, right? But literally you can watch somebody, it's literally you took a thief and set him in at the cash register, your cash register. The money that it takes for your family to survive, we didn't put nothing. That's false. No, none of us, I don't care if you did vote or you thought that you done something or whatever, you didn't do shit. Proof of that is go back and look at all of the dead people that's not even people, but the dead was voting. Are you shitting me right now? Do you know why you got to hear this. This is why they feel that the dead was able to vote and they was okay with it, is because if you don't say something right now or anytime, no shit, I didn't know this for a long, long time, but if you don't say anything, you are saying, yes, I accept it and I want that. Just by not saying anything, it's a fact. If you don't say anything, they already have your name. And since the dead can't say anything, that was them agreeing. So since they're still on the voter rolls and shit, they put them in there. And I am not shitting about that. But somebody that has that much money, they're done. You don't need that much money. You're absolutely right. They have plenty of money to take care of themselves. So it's ridiculous. They have so much of it now that it's all a power play. And they're literally up there just thinking, and when I say up there, I just mean up on their high horse that they think that they belong on. But they're not. they're about ready to get chopped the hell down big time. Because whenever they started saying, well, we need to depopulate, which they have been, and have they been doing it? Absolutely, they sure have. Anybody ever seen the Georgia Guidestones, by the way? Or whatever? It tells, even back then, whenever they was put up, about how they have to depopulate and all that shit. Thank the Lord above, somebody thought clearly enough and blew them up. But I think that the demonics actually blew it up because we found them and started paying attention to it. Which they don't want that. See, they try to hide the truth, but they have to tell us.
Last inch of the assignment.
All of it? That desert is bigger than our whole country.
All of it. Or there's no beach.
Can we keep a beach? One beach?
No beach. Maybe we should take a short break.
See, right there, they was right. I really, really wish they would have stuck to this, but watch what happens. Because they said, nope, you ain't keeping a beach, you ain't keeping shit. Watch what happens here.
No break. All of it.
Does he ever say anything else?
All of.
And look right here in the middle of this wartime flag piece of crap here that's not even our flag. This is not the flag of the people right here. This is not. If you don't know about that, stick around. We'll get into that eventually or whatever. But right now, it's not important about flags. And, well, actually, I take that back. It all is. This was another switch out that they had done. But this here is actually the Jolly Roger flag or whatever, because it comes with that gold fringe around. Have you seen that?
Eat. Israel handed it over, and it worked.
Now watch this.
The two countries have stayed at peace ever since. But the Egyptian president who signed that deal was later shot dead by his own people, who were furious that he'd made peace with Israel. Peace with Egypt held, but peace with Palestinians never came. Deal after deal was tried, and every single one fell apart. The fighting kept returning, right up to the brutal Gaza war that broke out in October 2023, and the shaky ceasefire, a deal to stop the fighting that even now barely holds together. The land of Rome
Trigger squeezer, yes.
Erase is now one of the most powerful high-tech countries.
King James was a homosexual, yeah.
Sand dunes into towers of glass. And it's still fighting over the exact
same
city.
I didn't know about he had his. I didn't know about that. King James or whatever had his mother killed. I didn't know about that. Bizarre trigger squeezer. Saint James or King James was a homosexual. The same one that put together that Bible. He had his mother killed. I don't know about him having his mother killed or anything like that. But yeah, whenever you actually go back and you see like what has been coming at us, you know, I lean way more towards the Ethiopian Bible, something that, you know, as best we can figure has not been mucked with or whatever, you know. And that was found, when was that found? It was 1940, anyway, a shepherd boy or whatever. But do you remember why that they found all of those writings and stuff, and why they was put in that cave to begin with? You know, because of all the turmoil and the trouble and everything else, you know, and they was trying to protect, you know, certain things because they was on the run. So, but yeah, you're right.
That Jews, Christians, and Muslims have fought for since forever. Every peace deal so far has cracked in them. Right now, today, the people living there are still waiting to find out how it ends. Nobody has managed to write that final chapter yet. If you thought Israel has a crazy history, just wait until you hear about those crazy kooks in Japan. The story of how they survived 2,000 years of...
All right, I'm going to read Wisdom is Mine here. It says, if Jesus' kingdom returns, then I bet Jesus will keep Jews as his minister like his 12 Jew disciples. Then what will you Gentiles will do? You know, I gotta ask, I really gotta ask this. Wisdom is Mine. What denomination are you claiming to be? Because, I mean, the way that I'm reading this and understanding it, is you're saying, like, you're calling us Gentiles or whatever. Like, is that supposed to be important? If I am a Gentile or whatever it is that you're calling, I'm asking a question here, a legitimate question. Is that important to you, what I am, if I'm saying that I believe in the Lord and Savior? Is that really important, what you're saying? Like, what are we going to do? Is it really important what God comes down and who he picks? Absolutely. Do I care if he picks Jews? Nope. If my Lord and Savior wants to do that, fine. But why are we discussing that when right now what we should be focused on is protecting these children that are dying, literally? Like right now, like why you and I are discussing this, there's children that are being hurt. Have you looked at the numbers of children that just go missing each year from this demonic shithole of U.S. Incorporated? This demonic cesspool? Is anybody aware of how many children go missing a year? And this is just the ones that they say that they tell us that's missing, right? But there's no way that we can know about the ones that they just found over in Ukraine, where they found the hoses hooked up to them, draining the blood or whatever, because these demonic demons can't get their adrenochrome like what they was getting when all of us was really asleep. So now they literally found hundreds of these little children lined up on beds and stuff, so out of it, being drained of their blood. But you know, it's got to be fake, right? Because you can't see it with your own eyes. Do you think they're going to like put this out in the open? Like, you think they're going to do this uptown along the street so when you drive by you can see it? Of course they're hiding it, because why are they hiding it? They're hiding it because in case you have a heart and in case you have a soul or ears to hear, eyes to see, you might want something done to them for doing it. It's good and evil, right? Are you good or are you evil? So again, I'm going to ask you, wisdom is mine. Does it matter to you if I'm a Gentile or not? I mean, does the Bible not say that Gentiles can be saved? I mean, explain that to me, because I'm failing to see where the importance is there. Wisdom is mine. Agree, whatever you said, it is just a political idolatry with mastermind of Jews in deep state of America. There is no America. Yeah, okay, well, maybe it's lost in translation, so forgive me there, because I don't mean to jump on you, and I'm not jumping on you. What I'm doing is I'm jumping on the evilness, and I don't want anybody thinking that I'm a hater of anybody just to be hating, because that would make me a demonic like they are. And I'm not. I mean, I asked the question and I didn't get the opportunity to see it or whatever. Maybe Noma caught it or something. But, you know, are you a good person? When you go out after you told your children that you love them, is it just while you're right there with them? Or do you love them even if something was to happen to you and you would be killed, heaven forbid, on the way to wherever it is that you're going? You know? Or what about your pet or something when you say that you love them? Because I'm telling you right now, I know there's people that don't have children, never had them, but they have little pets and stuff like that, that is the world to them. And they say, oh, I love you. Well, when you're saying that, what do you mean? Do you just mean, oh, I love it because you bring me peace and joy and happiness or whatever that happens to be? Or when you say, I love you, are you really understanding the meaning of love to begin with? That you're not wanting to kill somebody or hurt somebody, and that you want them to be protected above your own life. Do you see what I'm saying here? I mean, this ain't rocket science, and this ain't something that you should have somebody else. And you already know, Chip, if you're a good person, you're just a good person, right? That's what I say. If you're walking through the woods, you never read a book before or whatever, ask yourself, what would you do? You know? What would you do if you come across somebody else? would you automatically think, I need to kill them? I'm going to take their head off. Man, there's something that looks like me. I've got to destroy that. Or would you say, hey, I'll cautiously see what's going on here, you know? Who are you? Do you have a soul? Do you even know how to find your soul?
Total chaos is absolutely insane. Thanks for watching.
All right, I got something else lined up here that I wanted you guys to see here. Let me see if I can find that. Or I'd like for you to see. Like I said, all of this here is self-documentation. If you're here, I appreciate your time. No joke. Everybody here is super brilliant. I really mean that. I appreciate your time. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, yeah, okay. We talked about this right here. Somebody had mentioned this here in the comments earlier. And we're going to watch this here for just a minute. But check this out. This is very, very interesting. And this pertains to what I hate, though, is that you have to stop, you know, and take your eyes off actually the direction that you're going to explain whenever you're saying something like this. I mean, this is how crazy this is, that you have to say, well, I don't really mean Jews. I mean these people here. But here you go. Just pay attention here just real shortly.
Jewish Americans are at the center of...
Wait a minute, real quick here. Because Gentiles and Jews have been chosen for different reasons, not because one is better than the other. Oh, okay, all right, absolutely. But Gentiles and Jews have been chosen for different reasons. For different reasons. I don't know. I don't understand that. What do you mean chosen for different reasons? I don't know how that could be. The only reasons why we are here is for us to have an audition to see if we're worthy to become part of heaven, you know, of Israel. You know, Israel is a heart, a soul place. It's not an in particular land position, geography.
The country's shifting views on Israel.
I'm a Jew and a Zionist. The Jewish people and the Zionists are not the same. The state of Israel is here for a political movement to build, support their nationalism.
Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City.
I'm a Jew! I'm a Jew! So it's important to have like Jewish voices out there, because unfortunately we live in a very racist world where people will listen to me as a white Jewish man more than they will listen to a Palestinian who's actually
okay. Actually, we got something that was brought to my attention just now. I guess the USS Liberty survivor or whatever is actually on the channel, which would be phenomenal and unbelievable. If you're still on here or whatever, you know, definitely want to put you front and center, because if anybody don't know about the USS Liberty, it was the demonics of Israel that attacked the USS Liberty, and even once the USS Liberty truly knew that all of them that was attacking them, they knew that they understood, because they was pulling out the flags or whatever they had to do. And if we truly do have anybody from the USS Liberty here, I mean, I would be, you know, really grateful to hear from you and let you speak up about that, you know, especially if you was there, man. But they knew that they was attacking and who they was attacking. Oh, no kidding. Okay, here we go. It's at FDF2-K3X. Yes, I was there. You was on the SS Liberty? They write, yes, I was there. Bro, Jews been owing you for years. Why do you care? All right, I don't know. I don't know that that's actually somebody that was there or not, but been owning you for wait a minute, but we will address this since they wanted to claim that they was FDF2K3X or whatever. Says yes, I was there. To the question, was you on the USS Liberty? Says, bro, I can't imagine somebody that was on the USS Liberty talking that way, right? So you're on the I don't think that any of them's left now, but they come out and they answer, bro, Jews been owing you for years. Why do you care? I'm not sure what exactly that is or whatever. So let's see here. It's been 30 years. Owning, I think, okay, so he's saying the word was owning you for years, so why do you care? Now, I don't think that there's any of them left, is it? They bombed us. Okay, well, he's still claiming that he was there, and he's saying that they bombed him. Yes, I know they did. I'm a veteran. Okay, all right, well, maybe I'm skeptical right now. They killed me during Liberty. I'm reporting you. Good. I don't know why you'd be reporting me. I have no idea. Okay, well, first of all, I know better because somebody ain't going to be talking and saying, bro, I was there, right? No, this guy is yeah, he is trolling. I don't think there's anybody left. Look that up, if you will, Noom, and see or whatever. So, anyway, back to this here. This here right here is actually a guy that is Jewish, but he's like, for whatever reason, saying, but anyway, you'll see. Thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate it.
Change in public opinion, and then the policy follows that. And it can be discouraging to see the shift in public opinion that's not immediately accompanied by the change.
Malibu Kitty, thank you.
But insufficient. So you can't have the
glad to have you here
changes without the shift on the ground in people's consciousness. And we are seeing that catch up, not quickly enough, but it is starting to.
While the United States and Israel remain close allies, more and more Americans are questioning whether always supporting Israel is in the interests of Washington. Some Jewish Americans are in the forefront of that debate.
You're welcome, Billy Boo Kitty. Glad you're here, for real. Nice to have you back with us. Wisdom is mine. Yes, Jews are hierarchy in Christianity with extra
New York City.
laws more holy than Gentiles. I don't know how that would apply or whatever.
And Rabbi Weiss are among the most prominent Orthodox Jewish figures opposing Zionism.
Okay,
and
well,
they have a synagogue in Muncie.
I was actually asking whether or not there was any survivors off of the USS Liberty. And man, I tell you what, I really would. That would be a highlight to me, just to get to talk to any individual, not for anything. I mean, if I met them just, anywhere, never got a chance to record them or nothing like that. If I just got to talk to one of them or whatever and tell them, sorry about what happened, that I really, really hated that for them being put out there by these demonic individuals who actually knew that was going to take place anyway. And then who was it, FDR, or who was that told them he didn't care how many of them died or anything, that he wasn't going to lose their connection with the Israelis or whatever back in that time. Meaning he didn't care how many of them died or that they got attacked or anything else, that they was just to shut their mouth up or they was going to be court-martialed. Boy, how would you like to be on that boat, right? Thinking that you'd come home to a nice reception and being treated, you know, with a bunch of empathy and open arms, and then be told, shut your mouth or you'll get court-martialed.
Rabbi Feldman has been at the forefront of Zionist attacks. Despite facing constant pressure, the rabbis continue their peaceful demonstrations.
The Jewish people and the Zionists are not the same. The state of Israel is here for the
Wisdom is mine. I don't know. You know, you're saying Jesus came for Jews only? Well, I know better than that. That's ridiculous.
Muslims or Jewish. This happens with our people.
Yeah, wisdom is mine. Well, you're not very wise because it says, yes, Jews are chosen by Jesus himself. You're not. That's not true.
This rebellion against God, they would never carry this up with their bare hands. And they're being tortured and attacked, harassed in every way possible. This is in today's Israel. But it's not only there. This happens in the United States, in New York, as you say. We can be harassed and intimidated on the streets of New York City. You know, if you close your eyes,
Jews are chosen. Man, I'll tell you what, man, you guys are deranged in that. You guys are messed up.
The Zionists who claim to be here for the self-defense.
It's too bad that you guys have been brainwashed the wrong way like that, because that's why it says that broad is the road, because you guys are on that broad road being messed up like that, thinking that the Jews are the chosen people. Because show me in the Bible anywhere or any scriptures where it says that they are the chosen people. I want to see it. I want to see it. Because when you go on back, or when you read it and you see how that the olive tree and how we have been grafted onto that tree, and the other ones have absolutely denied him. And I'm not talking about this one here, because that's why we're watching this, you know. Jews, New Yorkers against Zionism.
Politicians, maybe to President Trump, if you could have one message, what would you say to them?
I would encourage them to overcome propaganda and realize that.
And again, you know, you can absolutely tell somebody that's in here trolling, because if they pretend like they're fitting in, you got to remember these demonics are trained to do this, you know. And believe me, you're not going to get anywhere with me, because I'm cautious on everybody, Chip. You know what I mean? Like, I can tell. You can tell the ones who stumble in here and that they're trying to mess up the rest of us still yet, because they'll pretend like they'll fit in and stuff like that, and they'll kind of lull you in, and then they'll start saying demonic shit like that. Like, all Jews are chosen people. No, they're not. What was the whole purpose that Jesus came, or Yeshua, or Emmanuel? Why did he come? And here's what I would ask. Why he was here. Do you remember that, you know, they was all mad at, we're going to go with Jesus right now, okay? So let's just say Jesus. But you remember they was mad at Jesus because he was actually eating with the money exchangers, or the tax takers and all that stuff. And he said, well, where are you going to find sin at? You know, where are you going to find sinners? Are you going to go to church to find that? You know, no. So he was going amongst them to give them the message and everything. So what I really want you to think about, why do I believe that he came down as a Jew? Now, I really don't know this. But if you look at how he done and the way that he lived and the things that we know, well, he always went to the troubled places, because he even said, you know, whenever he came down, that He didn't come, to be the peace bringer. That he was going to turn mother against daughter, father against son, so on and so forth, right? Now, how was that to happen? Because he was going to tell the truth. And only the ones that had the eyes and the ears to see and hear with would get the message. And the other ones that didn't was going to be against that, so they would be feuding with one another. So that's why that he said that he came to turn one on the other. But why do you suppose that he did come down as a Jew? Here's what I honestly believe. Now, he can do whatever he wanted to, obviously. That's kind of ridiculous to even have to say, but I will put that out there. Okay, he come down in the most troubled, demonic of people, because that's where the trouble was at. That's what I believe. And the proof of this is who rejected him and who murdered him. They literally had Barabbas that they could have pulled, but they chose Barabbas to set free. Meaning, if you just turn the words, which is exactly the same thing, that they wanted Jesus to be murdered. And how did they do that? Because they said, well, you can take away one or the other. Who do you want? Do you want Barabbas, left to die, or do you want Jesus left to die? Well, if somebody says, well, take away Barabbas there. Well, what does that tell you? Sometimes it's just so simple, it's not even funny. But I honestly feel, and I know with all my heart, that he come down amongst the most nasty individuals, the demonics, to set them straight. And you know what? How did they receive him? How did they take him? Because I got to ask you something. All right. Think about this. Earlier I was talking and I said, if you just come up on a person or something like that in the woods, you never seen one before or whatever, would you just automatically think, well, I got to murder that? But what if, like, you had a village of people or something like that, and you was always, trying to tell people, okay, well, you go gather wood, and if he needs help, you help him, and you was trying to have like a good community and everything. And you're getting, like all these people that comes to you for answers, but then there's somebody else in your village that you are a huge part of, and they come out and the other people start going to them for answers and stuff, but they're not saying anything bad. They're saying the exact same thing, but only way better and way, way, way different than what you're saying. What's your thought? Well, I got to kill that. I know that's one of my own, but I got to kill that. Oh, yeah, they did that. It's true. Because they knew that he was vitally important. And he knew he was good. Because he wasn't going around saying murder people. He wasn't going around saying kill children. Now, he didn't do any of that demonic shit, did he? No. He was good and kind and loving. And let's not even talk about that he turned water into wine. Or let's see, Lazarus come out. Made the dead, which wouldn't sleeping, come out of the tomb, right? Said go clean him up and give him something to eat. Like somebody got to tell me, healing leprosy, so on and so forth, healing the blind. They was getting ready to kill somebody for doing something that all of them was already doing themselves, right? But what did he say? Did he say, yep, let's stone that woman there. Yep, buddy, she messed up. Let's get rid of her. No, what did he say? He said, if you are clean yourself, then you throw that stone. What'd they do? They all put them down. They all went away. So you got somebody very wise like that. who would be a true rabbi, the rabbi, and I've never called a rabbi before, no kidding, unless I mean it very derogatory, like Rabbi Shmuley. Does anybody know that nutball? He is the owner of the smut industry. And if you don't know what smut industry is, that is the adult industry. Oh, I don't want to say that neither. I mean the nasty, foul, filthy stuff that's out there. All of the dildo factories and all that stuff. Old Shmuley, he owns them. And old RFK, I've got a picture that I can show you where he's hugged right up with him. And all these QAnons and stuff thinking that he's going to be the next president and all that stuff. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm telling you right now, there should not be any more U.S. Incorporated. We got to get rid of that. But that's what I would like to just get all of you to maybe think about, you know. And what are we ultimately wanting to do here? I want to stop children from dying and being hurt. And I want to stop any individual who has already proven that they want to kill you and are going to kill you from killing you. And that makes me bad. That makes me a nutball. I'm a nutball. Glad to have you to the Nutball Show. I don't give a shit what you call me. Listen to the message.
Manipulating the minds of everyone, including the politicians, to think and believe that Judaism and Zionism is one and the same. Opposing Israel as anti-Semitic, or supporting Israel as
Frank Renda, read Numbers 31:17. Well, what about Numbers there? What is it that you would want us to find if we did check that out? No, I'm going to look up Numbers. Trying to find that again. Let me see where I seen that at. A man is a wolf to a stranger. Some quote from a Roman. I don't know. I seen something about Numbers there and I lost it now. Here, maybe, let's see. Find that again.
From this propaganda that all of this is not so. One should stand up for righteousness, for justice.
Wisdom is mine. Read Bible very careful before showing all videos here. I don't even know what to do with that. I don't even know what are you talking about?
And this is not anti-Semitic in any way. So many more people are not only changing their opinions, which is one change which is happening, but so many
to a Freedom 336. Thanks for being here. As Christians, we need to stop with the lie that we need to support Israel. Absolutely, no question. You speak the name of Christ there. The Spirit on you, we have been fooled. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Thank you for being here too. To a Freedom 336. Great handle too. I love that.
Rabbi David Weiss, thank you so much for being
Support
with us here
Israel.
today,
Shocking. Yes, very shocking.
What's contributed to the changing perception of Americans to Israel?
Now, in the last 3 years, now since October 7th, being that the world changed, where you have alternative media, people have smartphones, they're able to see a news different than the mainstream news that's fed to them in America. So they're seeing clearly the Zionist immorality, the issue, what's happening, the occupation of Palestine has absolutely nothing to do with the difference of religion. Jews live with Muslims. You always carry around at least one picture to show how Jews.
All right, so Numbers 31:17-18 states, "Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known man by lying with him. But all the young girls who have not known man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves." Okay. I read that. I'm not for sure what, but there it is.
We've always lived together. We lived in the courtyards of Al-Quds of Jerusalem and around the world. I mean, Iraq,
Was that
Iran.
during the Ottoman days?
Yeah.
But what about the people that were saying, actually, no, if we elect the
all
Muslim
the young
mayor
girls.
in New York, the biggest population of Jews in America and in
I'll
the
do it.
world?
You know, I'm not trying to dismiss this on the numbers here or whatever, but right now I'd have to go back and read before, and I'm not real sure what you was wanting to get out of me seeing that. I mean, which way you was talking about, one way or the other. But I did look it up.
It's going to be a threat to Jews, you know, a Muslim mayor. What do you say to them?
Well, with God's help, it won't work out that way because being that there's so many Jewish people, who whenever he gets attacked, we stand up and we clarify, we speak out, and we tell the world, and we show how ridiculous this is, and that his stance is very clearly constantly worrying about the Jewish communities that he's mayor of. So it's clear his actions and his stance is only against the evils of Zionism, the evils of the occupation.
And many people were saying that if New York, the city with over 2 million Jews, has a Muslim mayor, this will be a threat to the Jews of the city. And now we have a Muslim mayor, and what do you see happening?
So certainly this is a change, this is a dramatic change, and this just shows you an example. You know, nobody would ever imagine that an individual, a person like Mamdani will win these elections, not even in New York, even in any other state, you know, with our...
Denise Abernathy, I'm going to read yours because I haven't read yours here for a little bit. I'm going to... he has taken egregious that numbers out of context. Context is important. Absolutely. Yes, very good. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. That's what I was saying. I didn't know really. I would have to go back and we'd have to look at what was before and what comes after. Perfect. Thank you so much, Denise. Great job.
Past history with AIPAC and all of this. Nobody would ever imagine.
He is taking that numbers verse out of context. Thank you very much for calling that out. That's what I figured, but I you know, here's the thing. I'm not trying to offend anybody, like if they're adding to, and you have to realize that whenever I'm reading or I'm seeing text, like, unless you're face to face with somebody and you can see and hear and know like what context that they're meaning something, sometimes it gets lost. So I don't want to growl at anybody, which that's not what I'm here to do anyway, unless you're a demonic, and I'm not growling at you. If you're a demonic, I have no need for you other than to put you away forever. And I mean that with all of my soul. I have no use for you whatsoever, because if you're living by that damn Talmud, which I can flash that back up there, but I can tell you what it says. It says that you think that Jesus, and no matter what word is being used there for anybody that's stuck on that word, what to use, other than I am, which would just be to give my Lord and Savior the respect that he absolutely, positively deserves, for lack of a better word. But we're talking about the Father's only begotten Son. It's the same. And if you're going by, or if you accept that Talmud in any way, shape, or form, you're my enemy. And you got to go. Period. And I mean that. So if you want to argue with me about what name to call or something like that, that's fine. But remember, the bottom line here, I have nothing against you except for love, and I mean that, unless you are holding on to any part of that Talmud. If you're a demon and if you're demonic, I have no use for you. Period. But if I'm saying something in response to anybody's comment or something, just know that maybe the context or something is not coming through, you know what I mean? So I'm not attacking at all. I'm just trying to figure it out,
As any other war criminal at large. But we cannot end the genocide on our own.
It's Bible. It is not Talmud. Wisdom is mine. What are you talking about? It's Bible. It is not Talmud. Yeah, it is Talmud. Look, here, let me show you. I don't know, Wisdom, where you're at or what. I don't know what part of the world that you're in or what it is. But here, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. And then you can look at the spelling yourself.
We can decide whether our silence will become another weapon. And we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
New York City is home to the world's largest Jewish population after it.
Okay. Right here is what I am referring to. This is the demonic Talmud, okay? And if you look right here, you can see the spelling Talmud, Talmud, right there, okay? This is not all of their Talmud. This is the ones that I really, if you don't read any of the rest of the Talmud, which somebody says like 5,000 pages or something, it's long and, it would be a horrible read if you read it all. But you know what? Here is all you need to know right here. These are the ones that you better be concerned with, okay? But right here, this is what I'm talking about, okay? Wisdom is mine. This is what I'm talking about. So, and if you read these right here, which I'm going to blow this up, and that's all this is right here. This is just the same thing, as you can see. It's blowed up from this part right here, okay? But it says, all non-Jew children are animals. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So if you live by this demonic piece of shit here that's calling children animals, you're a demon and I need to eliminate you, period. And right here it says, Sanhedrin, when a Jew murders a non-Jew, there will be no death penalty. Meaning when they kill us, they're not going to do anything to them, right? And right here, if you read the next one, read this next one here. Look at this one here. Look. A man who engages in intercourse with a girl less than 3 years of age has done nothing. Right there. Go look it up yourself. I didn't make this up. This is theirs. I'm just showing you what they have. And it's because of this that tells me who my enemy is. Thank you, Lord. Because you have a mark that I really can tell who my enemy is now. So if you're living by this demonic shit, and you know what? None of them will confront me. I've offered to buy them lunch and everything else, meet with them in person and stuff. They won't do it. Imagine that. But you can read this for your own. Now, right here, this here's just a continuation of some other ones or whatever. Right here's the one I just said about a girl less than 3 years of age engaging in sex has done nothing. Intercourse. Okay? Jews must destroy books of the Christians. Right there. Read it for your own. I wonder why. Why would you want us to destroy books? Or why would you want to destroy our books? And look right here at this one right here. So I'm going to ask anybody here, are you a Jew? Is there any Jews here? Okay, because if you're saying that you're not, if you're not claiming to be a demonic Jew, let me be clear, because we're not talking about the ones that don't believe in, they don't follow this demonic shit, okay? But look right here, read this one here. The non-Jews are not human. They are beasts, okay? Right there, their own writing. This is not what they live by. This tells how they live and how they think. Okay? So they have a book And they say, just by you reading this right here, right now, you are to die. But hold on a minute. They say because you're not a demonic Jew that you must die anyway. So if you read this, you die, but you got to die anyway if you're not a Jew. You know. Oh, and let's not forget, you know, when their Messiah, Baal, B-A-A-L, comes, Lucifer, the devil, Satan, okay, they're going to get 2,800 slaves. Where's them slaves going to come from? 2,800 slaves. Where the hell are you going to get? How are you going to take care of 2,800 slaves? Look, you're already going to murder all of the animals, the goyim, right? So where are you going to get the slaves from? You dumbasses, man. You demons. Okay, so, you know, I'm not even going to ask if that's been clear, because if that ain't clear enough, you know, I don't know what to do for you. If you don't have enough intelligence, then you don't belong here, and I don't even want to be talking to you. Because there's only intelligent people here. Chip, Denise, Noma, the rest of yous, you know who you are. You guys are brilliant. But anybody that keeps saying, oh, well, you know, you're not calling that the right name, and oh, you're missing the whole damn point of why I'm here. And you know what? If you have a point and you have something that you want to say, then go and do something about it. Get off your ass and go do it. I never said I was the perfect person for this. You know, and I know that there was other individuals that says, why me, Lord? Well, believe me, I've said that plumb up until now, and I'm over it. What is the excuse? What is the reason, the meaning behind your life? Chip, if we get up every day and we go to work and everything, what are we working for? Why are we giving our precious, valuable time that we have here to these demonics, trying to get enough shekels from them just so we can survive? Gary, thank you for speaking up. I meant you too, brother. Energy vampires, all you can do is bring that horse to the water, James. Yeah, oh, absolutely. You can't, yeah, you can bring them to the water, but you can't make them drink, right? But here's what I do know, Gary. Here's what I've learned, and I promise you I have it, and this is what I'm saying. See, you guys are adult enough to know that we all are saying the same thing. What I'm saying, we are speaking the same message here, right? But you're going to have those dipshits that still want to say, you know, things that will not help the conversation, that will not go anywhere. They won't get off their ass and actually do any damn thing anyway. They're here for entertainment of throwing a wrench in to watch the sparks or something like that. And I honestly don't even mind that, because I'm not talking to them, even though I may address them or what they've said. That's okay with me, because if that shows us clarity of who it is that the enemy is, then I'm thankful for even the dumbest ones when they show up. Just like, you remember when the demonic come in and started throwing his demonic little flag of flim flam up in front of us and stuff like that? That was perfect timing, because I'm sitting here saying the exact thing, that they hate us and they want to kill us, and then he showed up and confirmed exactly what I was saying when he was blabbing about remember your Noahide laws, you know. And what he means by that is, remember, we're going to kill you. Literally.
Israel. Yet for the first time, the city has a Muslim mayor who openly criticizes the Israeli government.
Denise, at
That
some point,
represents a
James, you will
significant shift
have
in American political attitude.
your line strictly for believers, so we can stop wasting
I'm back
time,
in New York City
arguing
to meet
with
two
demons
Jewish Americans
and
who are
non-believers.
outspoken on
Yeah,
Israel and
well
Zionism.
said. Yes, absolutely.
Jacob Berger
Most
is
high
an actor
scripture,
and
we are
comedian who
to
was
be
on one of
in
the flotillas trying to break the siege
preparation
on Gaza.
mode. Yeah,
Katie
absolutely.
Halper is
Right.
a journalist and podcaster.
Be
She
watching
was
all the
actually
time.
fired from her mainstream media job because of her views on Israel.
Shiny
in their curls,
dripping with pearls.
Oh, what a view.
I'm going to read this one here. Shiny armored Trump proved he is Israel's #1 bitch. Yeah. He gave all our tariff money to billionaire Jews. And him being the Jew, the demonic Jew. Absolutely. Well said. Thank you for being here too. Yes, very good, Shiny. Yes.
Hey, Jacob, good to see you.
Hey, thanks for coming out, man. The drive was all right?
Yeah, it was all right.
Gary says they defend the very boot that
for a lot of people
treads
maybe
upon
don't
that.
know
Yeah,
you,
yeah, the very boot
a lot
that's
of
got it
people
right
in
to the neck,
general,
right? Yeah,
they might
absolutely.
think it's
Good job, Gary.
contradictory to be Jewish and anti-Zionist.
Right.
So again, if you haven't seen this guy here, or whatever, I don't trust him. I don't trust this guy, even though he's saying, "Oh, I'm a Jew, but I'm not a demonic Jew or whatever." I don't trust him. I don't know if you guys can see his eyes right there where I froze them or not, but it's a really good look at his eyes right there. Don't trust him. Don't trust him. Nope. If they live by that Talmud, now if he's saying that he doesn't recognize and he wants no part of that evilness, then, you know, he might have a shot, you know, but I'm still going to have one eyebrow raised, right?
Right.
But for you, I mean, it's an everyday reality.
Right.
That's how you live your life, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Bellaboo, wow,
Zionists
spooky.
want you to believe that the two things are mutually exclusive, but they're really not. You know, that's why we fight so hard, tooth and nail, because Israel does not.
Now, I'm not going to kid y'all. I'm telling you, I have watched him. I've watched him because I wanted to see what he was all about and try to figure him out and everything, but I've already figured him out. It came to me real quick. It's like, wait a minute. But he's saying about the Talmud or whatever, so I think I'll just leave one eye open when dealing with any of them. And you know what? Here's the thing. Can you blame any of these right here for what they're actually trying to tell us on this program right here? They're saying, hey, we don't want nothing to do with this Zionist shit, you know? I don't blame them, because look what they've done. These demons, these demonics, like, does everybody know that Netanyahu, that's not even his name, Benjamin Nasty Yuckapoo, that's not even his real damn name. I can't think of his name right now, but he's from Poland. Oh my gosh, man, you talk about an insult to Poland. Oh my gosh. I bet you they're pissed to even know his name, whatever his real name is. I can't even think of it. But why do they change their names and shit like that? Because they're trying to hide, or they're trying to slip in somewhere so that they can do their manipulation and everything. I mean, this is a stupid planet to be on with all this debauchery, isn't it? Because if you come up with something that's a better way, a better fix, or makes people feel better, or cure something, or whatever, what does the demonics do? They literally buy it and destroy it or lock it away till it won't benefit nobody, because they want you sick to keep feeding the debauchery machine that they own.
Represent Judaism. They've hijacked it, and they've created this
The
thing
second,
where American Jews all over the planet, but they create this like.
I'm
connection where
Polish,
you're
we don't want him.
Yeah, Jew, and that's why you see such
America first.
visceral reaction.
Well, there is no America. I appreciate that, but I see what you're saying there. America first. Okay, so you're just picking the, yeah. You know, that's a reference. How come these demons can't say America first? Ooh, boy, that's shocking. That's hard for them to say America first, right? The very thing they were supposed to be working for. You know why they won't say it? Because they have no fear from Americans. If they had fear from Americans, like they're supposed to have, because it's literally the tail wagging the dog, right? No, I'd go even further. I would say it's the shit came out, turned into a huge demonic monster, and now is eating the dog. That's what happened. And I hope that's vulgar, because I want it to sound as nasty as I possibly can, because you can't get nasty enough to describe these demonic dumbasses living by this Talmud
that I just showed you.
From Zionists, when you criticize them or present facts.
But they don't fear Americans, because to stand there knowing that they're getting paid and everything, supposed to be, and to take that, swearing an oath and all that stuff, that to defend against foreign and domestic, well, it's already proven that they've failed, and I've called them up and I've told them that. You can go back and watch my shows where I've done that. You know what I got to do? I definitely got to do something about my profile and shit, because it looks like that, and somebody said this last night on yesterday's show in the comments, but they actually asked when I was trying to think of the movie Transformers, and they reminded me of what but then they called me a magatard, and I'm no magatard. I'm not no Republican. I'm no Democrat. That's all buying into their demonic, dumb bullshit that I want nothing to do with, other than to destroy that shit. And I've told them as much. I mean, I literally called the enemy, which is them, and you can go watch it. Now, it's boring. It's literally like, trying to reach that one booger that's way up in the nose that you just can't quite get a hold of, you know what I mean? It's boring. Or watching paint dry or something. I don't know what you want to, but it's boring. But I'll tell you what, that boring stuff that I'm doing, I keep one thing in mind, and that is I am not going to sit back and say I done nothing to protect children. I wouldn't even open my mouth to protect them. So this is self-documentation that I am here and I am protecting the children. I want to protect the children. I don't want any of them to hurt anymore. And I am shameful. And I'm going to tell you something. I am really, really, really worried about when I am standing in front of and being judged by the Most High, like we all are going to encounter. What's he going to say about the ones that's already happened? And because I wanted to go out and do other goofy shit, and I won't even give examples, because that would take away from the point that I'm trying to make. He's going to say, well, why was you doing this? He's not going to ask that because he's already going to know, right? I was asleep. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't being an adult. You know what? I mucked it up pretty much from the very beginning, because you can pray for something, and then when he gives it to you, then you're so stupid that you don't know to hold on to it. We don't take his commandments. We don't live by them. And do you know that if you're not living by his commandments, and then you're praying, and then you try to pray and you're not, living by what he tells us to do, well, is he going to hear your prayer?
Them how Israel's doing a genocide.
I thank you all for being here. Truly, truly.
Ego death, so to speak. Like their mind can't comprehend that they're supporting something so terrible, so they have to deny, engage in
JC Zamberga,
and it's funny when you
thank you for being here.
Started your first kind of viral clip when you went viral. You were showing me.
Yes,
right?
yes. I did a comedy rap video after I left social work. Funny enough, that's why it's funny, because the Zionists will say, you're not even really Jewish, you're just pretending to be Jewish. I literally made a music video called I'm a Jew. I rap about being a New York City Jew in 2011. It was my first little viral video.
Seinfeld style, I'm that Jew for the ages. Looking at my pages, reading on my book, cause you know I keep it kosher from the way that I cook. And you better take a look while we eating on some bagels. Kill your whole team like Cain did to Abel. And we always stable. Monetary
the second Primarch, you do not want Jesus to say, I never knew you. Absolutely. Because
they did a whole piece on me.
You know what? Let's talk about that for just a minute. The second, is that pre-March? You do not want Jesus to say, I never knew you. Yeah, to go a little bit in depth like that. So what are we actually saying whenever we say we don't want Jesus to say, I never knew you? Because when he says that, you already know what's going to happen to you then, right? You're going to go being burnt in hell. And when it says there'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth, think about that. Why is there weeping, and where does the gnashing of teeth come in? Well, the gnashing of teeth is actually the people that's pissed off, that thinks that they was owed or deserved something that obviously they wasn't owed at all. You know? So when we're doing something, we got to make sure that whatever we're doing is for the right reason, right? But I would ask this. This is what I mean, why do I even have to ask this? How hard is it to like not want to kill another? You know, how is that even, why would anybody ever have to even think about that? You know? Like murdering somebody is a bad thing? Well, yeah, it is. Because if you're talking about the very first time, you know, the very first murder, which was Cain, which is the very bloodline that all of this demonic stuff is happening just for that bloodline. Like literally, the Rothschilds bailed out the English idiots over there that wears crowns and stuff like that, the royal family. I can't hardly bring myself to say that, but they bailed them out with however much money that they needed, but in return they got rights, breeding rights, which is inbred, to keep that blood as pure as possible. And that's a fact, Jack.
You know, I shot some of the video in the synagogue I went to growing up, the bagel store that I go to all the time.
The bagels.
You know, I got the little dog with the yarmulke on there and everything. Make sure you get that camera. So it's kind of ironic, you know, that fast forward 15 years now, you know, the neighborhood don't love me as much as they used to here when it came to this time. You know?
Yeah, and not only that, but fast forward 15 years. And
yeah, so now I have my permanent ban from occupied Palestine. This is after I got back from the flotilla. It was basically just saying, as long as the order stands, that I'll be not welcome into whether it's occupied Palestine, West Bank, Gaza.
Yeah, the second permanent. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the weeping and teeth and stuff. Yes, I agree with that.
I'll be around in the time to come, and I'll make it into Palestine.
Denise.
But just thinking of how, like,
I am the way, the truth, and the life,
song,
is what he said.
like,
even when he said, if you have seen me, you have seen the Father. Right. Seeing him means to understand him.
Well,
Right.
you know, I mean, being Jewish
As in,
always
you
been, like, a
see
part of,
what
like,
he
who I am,
is
like, growing up,
saying.
especially New York,
Exactly.
obviously one of, like,
Yes.
big centers of American Jews. And, you know, it's
Very well said. Yeah,
it sucks
very
'cause,
good.
You know, before, like, when I'd meet someone who's a fellow Jew, I would get excited. I'd be like, oh, like, we're both Jews, especially, like, if it's a group of non-Jews. And, you know, it's like we have this mutual cultural connection and, like, instant, like, you know, connection. But now when I meet a fellow Jew, my first question is, like, are they Zionists or are they not? You know, and
judge
2 times out of 3, usually they're Zionists.
How
Jesus
important is it as a Jewish
guy.
voice?
Yeah,
for
that,
you to
you know
speak
what?
out,
That's
and
right.
how is it
Second,
received from
the second.
Palestinians
You're
and
right.
Muslims?
Yeah, no, tremendously.
This has all
So
been
it's
playing
important to have,
before.
like, Jewish voices out there, because unfortunately we live in a very racist world where people listen to me as a white Jewish man.
Jesus
more
is
than
a
they
nice
listen to a
guy.
Palestinian
No,
who's actually
yep.
lost family and who's been
He
through
was
things.
crying,
and,
but Jesus will
so I
soon
use that
be
privilege
a
for
warrior
good
king.
Sometimes, because you get all
Absolutely.
these positive
Absolutely.
messages, but like from your family or maybe from like outside
Gary,
haters, or do you get also
King
negative
Charles
messages?
in
yeah, of
his
course, I get
other
threats
is
and
no
other things
longer
like that. But yeah, no,
the
it's
defender
obviously,
of the
I haven't
faith.
spoken to, like, my father in like 2 years almost now, just because he's
Well, he never was he, Gary?
Zionist and we don't get along. And
But
it's just awkward. 'cause they
I'm
know
not
what
for
I'm
sure
about,
that.
like, and so I kind of been avoiding any family get
To what are
and
you
things like that, 'cause I just
thinking
don't
of
feel
when
like
you say
getting
that,
into those
Gary?
conversations, like, so, but I've created a new family of people, of like-minded individuals who want to see liberation and work together for the cause, you know, and other pro-Palestinian Jews as well that I've been along with.
And oftentimes,
See, pro-Palestinian Jews. See, so he's one of them claiming to be, you know, leave him alone. That genocide and all that stuff needs to stop. And I will be as straightforward as I possibly can here. Okay, I'm not saying that Muslims are the world's greatest. I'm not saying anybody's is, but what I am saying, when you straight up have demonic anybody that is showing you and telling you and have murdered like that, and like we know that they have done, that no, that it can't be. We got to get rid of that. It's got to go. Period.
Those pro-Palestinian Jews are.
But I don't know that Palestinians or anybody, I don't know that they have a book like the Talmud. Because if there is, I haven't read it, I haven't seen it,
Jew. Oh, yeah, self-hating. Capo. Capo is my favorite, because you know what a capo is? A capo is the term that they used for the Jews back during the Holocaust that would help the Nazis, like, round up the Jews and bring them into the camps or bring them into the gas.
So sort of like a Judas goat, a capo. I've never heard capo before until just now.
Chambers. So it just shows you the level of victimhood that today's 21st century American Jews have.
A second, got to run, new subscriber, their brother. Appreciate that. I really do.
It's just
God bless you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your time.
The self-victimization complex,
the media war we're talking
been great
about,
having you.
All of this talk about being scared of Muslims.
You seen that new study recently that said that Mamdani is more popular among American Jews than Netanyahu?
All right, Randy 58 wants to come in. He wants to say there is no God. Okay, Randy, I would ask you, if there is no God, who created you?
Now there's a lot of also influencers actually being paid by
God bless,
Israel
and
to
Randy,
make content
you will
for
see
them. It's an easy way out to make money. You could have potentially chosen that route if you wanted to. I mean,
yeah, honestly, I already work in TV and film. I was already a viral content creator.
On the way out, Randy, you're being addressed there. God bless. And Randy, you will see when that hellfire sets in. Yeah, and you know what? I'll add too, since the second there is jumping off or whatever, but I thought that was really good that he wanted to address you there before he did run. But to add to that, when he says you'll see when there's hellfire coming in and stuff, the problem of it is that they're coming with the Noahide laws, which they literally want to chop your head off. They want to kill you. So when you say there's no God, I'm asking you, it's like, who created you? If there is no God, you have to have a creator. You can't get something from nothing. You have to have something. And for somebody to say, well, there was two rocks that flew together and then there was a big bang and then something happened or whatever, that's all a bunch of hocus pocus garbage or whatever. And I could get into that, but you can go down your own trail of that. But just know something, Randy, that you do have somebody that cares about you right here with me. I do. I truly mean that. We live in a screwed up planet here that we know who the Lord of this planet is because Jesus told us himself. Yahusha or Emmanuel, whatever you're calling Jesus would be. But I'm telling you right now, they want you brainwashed into thinking what you're thinking, that there is no God. They planned that. They planned for your parents not to be together. They planned for them to have it really rough. They planned for them to be distracted. They planned on them not having the knowing that there is a creator and that there's somebody that truly loves them, so that you would feel exactly like what you're feeling like. So you're wrong, and I pray that you find out that you are wrong, because it's going to be the greatest feeling that you ever had, when you find out. But we're glad to have you here, Randy.
You saw, I was, big, but then obviously when I decided.
Hold on a minute. He says something here. What's Randy say? You still have not answered me. Who created your God? Well, you know what? Here's the thing. Let me answer that like this. Who created my God? I don't know, and I don't really even have to worry about that. You know, you and I can't understand the concept of forever. We have no way of even understanding that. Do you realize that if you read that it says that, what is it, 1 year is 1,000 years, you know, to God? But really, if you're God, there is no measurement. Time doesn't even exist anyway, right? But what I'm saying to you, Randy, is it's not really one of those things that I would apply so much pressure to, like finding out who made God, because God always has been. And even if that don't suit you or something like that, you would be searching for an answer that your brain or my brain wouldn't be able to comprehend anyway, even if you heard the truth. But what we're doing here now is we're trying to protect children and others. So if you're just looking for that answer or something, I'm probably not the best guy to answer that for you right here, right now, because what I'm focused on is there's children dying. The U.S. Incorporated has just joined with the demonic Israel, and they're bringing the Noahide laws. And if you don't know what Noahide laws are, you know what? You're right. I don't know if you'll be thinking about if God's real or not whenever somebody else is telling you to bow before them and to worship somebody. And if you're saying that you're not religious, it doesn't make any difference. They're going to tell you who to worship, when to worship, how to worship, and if you don't do it, you're going to die. Well, guess what? You're probably going to die anyway, because they have a Talmud that tells them to kill you simply because you are a goyim. Okay? So right now that you have that ability to waste your time on thinking that way, no, that's not a waste of time, so I take that back. But I'm telling you right now, we have things more important to look at, Randy. I don't know if you have children or not. I don't know if you have somebody that you look at and that you say that you love. But if you do love them, you know, like I was talking about earlier, are you just loving them while you're right there? Do you even know what love is when you say that to them? If you do say that to them? Because if you do, then you should be concerned about the message that I'm trying to get out and the information that I'm putting out there right now and the warning that I'm trying to give and the information maybe to stop this. The government does not work for us. The government, when you say government, has it ever worked for you, Randy? Has it ever done anything good for you? No. They take from us all the time. Nobody's ever woke up and say, oh, man, I'm so proud of this government. They just cut, you know, me. I don't have to pay my payment or whatever, you know, or whatever your thought would happen to be. No. But you know what? Don't pay attention to it and go ahead, because it don't matter. Because if I fail, you fail, and you'll know if you fail, because the Noahide laws, they are starting. So whether you know about them or you think that sounds dumb or whatever, that's totally up to you. But I'm telling you right here on my channel, I'm showing you, and you can't say that you haven't been fair warned. So right now, I would be worrying about being religious the right way to the only one. You know, because we've talked about religion on here earlier. And, you know, that seems to be a bad word to people. And that's exactly the way they want you, is to think that is a bad word. It's not. You know, if you're religious, that's somebody else that don't really want to take the time to say, that's somebody there that cares about other people, and he knows that he has a higher power over him, and he acknowledges that higher power, and he wants me to be okay, even though he don't know me. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. When you're a Christian, you have empathy, you have sympathy for others. You want them to be okay, and there's children dying on top of this. So if we don't take care of this invasion, U.S. Incorporated, and get rid of them, and I mean literally kill them. They are my enemy. I've already told them they are. I already told them I'm at war with them, and this is part of my war strategy right now, is I am getting the information out. I'm sharing with others, but this is self-documentation too, Randy. I'm telling everybody, but it's self-documentation that I don't agree with it. I don't condone what they're doing. I don't want it. And they have to stand down and get out of my country. The Constitution says that whenever they go rogue, that it's my responsibility. We've moved past my right to do it. We are now, it's my responsibility to get rid of this rogue debauchery of a stepping out of their bounds government. It's got to go. So I'm throwing them out. I told them to get out. I will continue to do that, and I'll do whatever I have to terminate them permanently. They're not useful. They are killing we the people. You can't go out. You can't eat food now because it's all poison. They're flying around spreading all these chemicals and shit in our air. Nobody can breathe properly. Nobody can just take a drink of water unless it's bottled and double filtered. And why? Because they're poisoning it. You can go into the names of it and all that stuff, you know, that they're putting in there, aluminum oxide and so on and so forth. But what makes the difference? We know it's poison. Formaldehyde, one of the, you know, more milder ones. You know, and they say that they add this stuff, you know, to straighten our teeth out and all that. So what the hell makes a difference? We know it's all poison now. They continue to do it. Look, if they really wanted to save money, right, you'd say, oh, you know what? Stop putting that poison in our water. They're saving money right there. What happened to Doge, Randy? What happened to Doge? Doge shows up, goes in, looks at all of our stuff, our information, and then all of a sudden say, "Oh, I'm gonna save, you know, $4 trillion, $4.5 trillion." He goes in there, supposedly finds a few million or whatever it was, but then dumpy butt plug Trump promptly, you know, gives that to his own family butt plug members. You know, some great news for you today, Randy. If you wasn't here joining us earlier, let me tell you, this is such great news. You'll have to hold on to your butt to keep from shitting yourself. But Barron Trump, Donald Trump's big butt plug kid, is the richest teenager in the world now. Isn't that some great news? So the Jews are, he happens to be the richest teenager. He's a demonic little butt plug Jew, demonic Jew, and he's the richest teenager, the richest one. Now, doesn't that make you feel good today? Huh? Okay, because they have so much money, they're well taken care of. You know, they have more money than what they need to live out their lives more than comfortable. But, so what are they doing now? Oh, yeah, that's right. They're killing you, Randy. They want to kill you. But you keep worrying about, you know, if there's a God or not. You keep worrying about that because that's going to save your life right now. Actually, that will save your next life if you're to have one because, Randy, you are in an audition right now. That's what you are living in. This is your audition to see if you're worthy for heaven. Do you have a kind heart? Do you love somebody else? Can you protect somebody else? Can you do something for somebody else, Randy? Because that is how you're going to pass your audition to claim your life with the Father in heaven. Okay? But you hold on trying to educate people about you know, that there's no religion and that God's not real and everything. You keep spreading that message because I'm sure that's going to help you when these Noahide law comes around and they say, yeah, just stick your head in that hole right there, and then they lop it off with the one of the 30,000 guillotines that the government, which everybody knows when I say government that's on here, I'm not talking about anything good. Government means your enemy. That's what that means. They literally bought 30,000 damn guillotines. For what? What do you think they're going to do? For watermelons? You know, are they making fruit salad or something? Look, I'm not even trying to be funny. No, they're going to kill your ass with them, Randy. The Noahide laws. Boring shit, right? It really is pertaining to you, Randy. It's pertaining to everybody that is around you. Do you claim to be a demonic Jew or not? Okay, now before, and if you haven't, I'm going to play this here right here so that you understand that whenever I'm saying that Trump is a demonic Jew, watch here. I'm going to play it real quick here, and then we'll get to something different here.
6 years ago, I was up here, and I said, this is our first Jewish president. Now he's the first Jewish president to serve two not consecutive presidencies. We thank you for everything.
Yes, sir. Bad things happened on the second one. Namely, the election was rigged.
Oh, see, that's him. He's wanting to change the subject. He wants to get off that. But he can't be disrespectful for his other little demonic there that's all got his arm around him there. Notice how he's under his arm and stuff like that? That's his authority, because that old butt plug there is his bitch now, like somebody else said in the comments earlier. But we'll watch that again and really watch Trump. Don't listen to the bald-headed doofus there beside him that happens to be a demonic. But just watch Dumpy Trumpy and listen to what Dumpy Buttplug is saying.
And I said, this is our first Jewish president. Now he's the first Jewish president to serve two not consecutive presidencies. We thank you for everything. And I said, this is our first Jewish president. Now he's the first Jew.
Now, what I'm going to play now is I wanted to finish out that last thing that I was watching and stuff or whatever. You know, Isaac Cappy here, they killed him off when he was pointing out real facts and stuff like that for Hollywood and all that stuff. They killed that dude. They killed him because he come out and literally spoke up. And there's another one too that won the X Factor or whatever, you know. Right here, I don't know if that's the one that I wanted to play next. It's that guy there, but I don't know if we could probably, let me see. I know it's him, but that's not the one that I wanted. Let me go over here for just a second. If you're here, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Glad to have you. Don't ask anybody to waste your time subscribing. Just glad you're here. Thanks for being with us. Let me see. Like I said, it's this guy here, the Olive Roots. He does it, and I don't know. Well, I guess if I have to, I can just go to his channel and find it that way, but
the closest thing to fresh air in this office is your boss's screensaver. But what if he just booked that lake house? Go on, it's easy. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
It's Friday night. Head on for somebody else.
Maybe one day people will realize we're not just doing stuff to do it.
At the end of the day, if we screw this land up, if we screw this food up, we don't have a way of life anymore.
I feel like we have the kind of power.
It says, I will bless those who bless you.
Yeah, Abram. That's back then. Abram. Jacob was not born, which became Israel, which has no connection to Israel. That's why I say Israel.
It says, I will.
that's not the one. For the briefest of moments, I thought, well, this guy here, he's a little over the top or whatever, but
And as
I don't think there's being over the top anymore. I think, however, you can get a message out if you're brave enough to stand up and say something, because you have all of these people out there that think that they need to try to teach you something instead of listening to the message that's being brought to you. Everybody wants to criticize because you didn't say it the right way, or you didn't do this, or you didn't do that, just like this one doofus that was on here or whatever. He wasn't getting enough attention. Let me see what his name is. The second primate or whatever. I'm done with you. You're far too dumb or whatever. And then he leaves. Well, good. Get the hell out of here. I don't give two shits about somebody that's that brain dead. He wanted to be seen. He wants to show his hind end. He wants to be heard. But he doesn't want to get the message that's being told. Luke chapter 10, thank you for being here. We are Israel, God. Right. Bless those who bless us. Very good. Perfectly said. Absolutely. Yes. Wisdom is mine. Law are for slaves. Wisdom is mine. I'll tell you. There's nothing wrong with having laws, because the 10 Commandments are laws, right? And the moral law is off of the 10 Commandments, right? And there's nothing wrong with having laws. Nothing wrong with that at all. Matter of fact, thank goodness for that, right? Because some people, as you can see, if you scroll up and look at the dipstick there, the second primate or whatever, he was obviously here so that everybody would look at me, look at me, look at me, instead of listening to the message and knowing the problem that we are supposed to be looking at. He wasn't getting enough attention, And it's a shame, too, because I actually thought he was intelligent there for just the briefest of times, But, our discernment, and if we just wait, people will reveal if they're brilliant or not. Like Noam on here, brilliant. Chip, brilliant. Denise, brilliant. I could go on and on. The other ones, so if I didn't say your name or whatever, but you know who I'm talking about. But then you got somebody like that, it's like, oh, you're dumb, I gotta go, or whatever. Because I ain't said nothing on here that doesn't go by God's commandments. And I'm just protecting, and the main reason I'm on here is to point out that the U.S. Incorporated joined with Israel. I didn't want that. I didn't tell them to do that, which proves once and for all, nobody can say that they have a damn country here. You don't have a damn country unless you stand up and kick these demonic invaders the hell out of here. They gotta go. They're murdering children. These are a bunch of demonic pedophiles, is what this government is. When you say government, you're just talking about a cluster infection of pedophiles. Trump, J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, and all of his daughter, all of his family, all of them, they all converted or whatever. And this is one of the things that I was wanting to show with this guy here. But I don't think this is the one where this is not the one that I wanted to show you. And I don't know why that I can't find it now. Because it's not that I think this guy's great or wonderful, but there was some information here that I definitely wanted you guys to check out and to see for your own self, because it was stuff that I didn't see. And I can't find it now. I don't see it. It should have been here. Let me see here. If you're here, I appreciate every one of you being here. Gary, I appreciate you too. I didn't mention you, but yeah, you're one of the top-notch ones too.
He looks like an antichrist to me.
We are Israel. We are.
Welcome to another episode of the Olive Roots podcast. I'm your host, Chosia Yu. Oh man, I like this guy. Let's watch this guy, and then we'll call it a day.
Do you know who Jared Kushner really is? People are calling him the new Jeffrey Epstein.
That's from a month ago. That's not the one. There was one that I had. I don't know what happened to it, but it actually shows Jared Kushner and old butt plug Trump there kissing the wall and the whole 9 yards, you know.
Ever?
But we'll watch this one here for a minute.
If you look at a bit,
This guy here is a
you study
comedian.
truth and tells, you get more of the
Not this one here. Is you gotta get your brain washing in with these commercials here, right? We'll get on track here.
picture of Kushner, you'll see
That's
he doesn't look
that
like-
is Jared Kushner. That is butt plug Trump's son-in-law, and this is the one that, if you was here earlier, we watched the documentary or whatever, where him and his demon companion, which is Trump's daughter, they go swimming off of when they're with Rothschild's whatever, but they decide to go swimming, and they just seen this beach, and they thought it was so lovely that they just decided to buy it, and oh yeah, it belongs to the people. They didn't know it, but now they're in process trying to purchase it and stuff. It's a big deal. And they're demonics is what they are.
the soulless guy at all.
Piece of
Not
shit.
even a little bit.
He looks like an antichrist to me. Welcome to another episode of the Olive Roots podcast. I'm your host, Chosia Yu. Oh man, I like this guy. Let's watch this guy, and then we'll call it a day.
Do you know who Jared Kushner really is? People are calling him the new Jeffrey Epstein for a reason. Now, there's a lot about Jared Kushner you probably don't know and that he doesn't want you to know. But we're going to spill the beans tonight.
You know, Kushner is the one who's in Trump's ear. He's the one who has he's the connection between Saudi Arabia and Malkowski. Because if the leader of Saudi Arabia is seen talking to Malkowski, then all hell will break loose. So they have Kushner as the mediator. He's behind it all, guys. He's all about the Benjamins, especially Benjamin Malkowski.
Here's just a quick preview rundown of his resume. He's currently making waves for the new private island he wants to develop in Albania that has Albania revolting and a fraud investigation opened up on. Kushner also has a major role in the Trump administration. On behalf of the U.S. government, he negotiates with the Middle East governments that his firm also takes major investments from. Kushner has also been the central negotiator in the Iran war and ceasefires and peace deals, which have all fallen through because he's a good negotiator. He's got Epstein connections. And if you love what the government of Israel is doing, then you can thank Jared Kushner for it because he's helping them do more than anybody else.
Remember? Ceasefire. He went to talk about the ceasefire in Gaza, Lebanon. This guy's a demon.
He is.
He's
Yeah, he's a demonic demon, yes.
Converted to Judaism.
And Kushner's father committed what the former U.S. Attorney for New Jersey called one of the most loathsome, disgusting crimes he had ever handled. Jared Kushner currently shapes foreign policy in the Middle East more than anybody else, even more than President Trump.
Who voted for Kushner to be in there? Did the MAGAs even voted for Kushner to be part of the government? Like, how did he just become part of the American government? Like, what does he...
Luke chapter, Kushner sold 666
have
Fifth Avenue.
to do
Yeah,
with
yeah, Luke, you're right.
Oh.
Yep.
Israel
Jared
first,
Kushner actually
And
owns
plus, he's part of
666
the tiny
Fifth
house
Avenue,
community. He
yes.
kisses the wall, and he's a demon.
Yeah,
Jared
but do you
Kushner
know
might
why they
not
sold
want
it? You know why they sold it? And I'll guarantee if you research it, and I have not, Luke, I don't, but I'll guarantee you whoever he sold it to or whatever, I'll guarantee it's another demonic. It's somehow hooked in with the same debauchery somehow, some way. But yeah, it is 666 Fifth Avenue. And Didn't Trump himself have that at one time? I'm pretty sure.
I didn't know much about him, probably because he's just humble. I thought tonight we'll help you get to know him better, much better, in our special Meet Jared Kushner report, starting with his very popular Private Island project. Kushner's wife, Ivanka,
Gary
who
says
happens
that's
to be President
BB he's
Trump's
referring
daughter,
to.
recently let the cat out of the bag on a private island that her and Kushner bought in the Mediterranean. And they're going to be developing it. But
Who,
we get
what,
to what
where,
you're not supposed
great
to
handle.
know about the island, and there's a lot. You have to
Thanks for
appreciate
being
how
here.
in touch with the little people of the world that Ivanka is. Hey, I think everybody wants us elites to have another one of those private island things. I know. I'll probably announce it so everyone can be happy about it.
And I did a video about her interview and how the entitlement. And we discovered the island. We just happened to take a swim and
yep.
Oh look, it's an island and we climbed it barefoot. And we decided it would be a great place to build something special where we could sacrifice children to Baal and eat their intestines.
Yeah, but you know, here's the thing. Nobody sees that with their own eyeballs, so they think that's hocus pocus. It doesn't really set in until you start looking with your own eyeballs, you know. Do you really want to go and be right up and see something like that in real life? Do you really want to see that? Do you have to be there to smell the smell or see what absolute evilness is that demons can do to others before you say, hey, I probably better do something about this shit, you know? It's like this mold that everybody, myself included, I'm blaming myself first and foremost on this. It's like, oh, there's mold in there. I think I'll just close that door. And I don't want nothing to do with that. You know, good. Whew, I close that door. So now I don't have to deal with that mold. Well, that mold has built up so bad that it's turned into a great big ass monster now that's coming to chop your head off. Because it's out of that door, it's ripped that door off, and now it's taken over your home, literally.
Great. Here's what Kushner and his super in tune wife didn't tell you. They discovered the island while on board Nat Rothschild's yacht.
And you know what? I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if they are straight, pure, genuine, weird name, Rothschild or whatever the demonic name would be. You know, if you look at old Dumpy Trump right there, go back and look, and that's what I was trying to find. It's the same guy that does it, and I don't know why it won't let me pull that back up right now. But he actually shows on there in 2017 a butt plug becoming or going through and kissing the wall and becoming a demonic like they are, you know. And if you've been here with the show very long, you've seen where we had one of these demonics show up and start throwing their star of flim flam and all that up, you know, and telling us, you know, remember our Noahide laws, which I'm going to say it again for those that wasn't here. The Noahide laws are coming. They are trying to bring them. This November 2nd, they're having their first meeting. I forget exactly where. You know what? Maybe we'll try to look that up here in just a few minutes.
Yep, same Rothschilds who had Epstein as their main guy. Look at this email. And the Albanian island has 3,600 Cold War nuclear bunkers.
If you are here, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I don't ask anybody to subscribe. Don't even waste your time. I don't know how long I'll have my channel up. I'm sure that they'll get rid of me or whatever, but I do appreciate everybody's time that's here. Truly, and I mean that. Gary, all of you, appreciate it.
And miles of under...
Bunkers, guys. Tunnels. So they can do the deed with the children. The more you know.
Underground tunnels. They must have had the same architect as Epstein Island. Right after it was discovered, the deal for the island was also brokered with the Albanian Prime Minister on board the Rothschilds' yacht yet again, and financed by Middle East money. Moving this along, once Ivana proudly announced the elite island plan, the people of Albania revolted and protests. They don't like it. You see, they became Hamas. Little people, they were concerned because the island is protected in the Adriatic Coastal Reserve. It's like a wetland. And the Albanian government quietly changed the protection so the deal could happen. But the peasants didn't like that once they found out. And most unfortunate for Kushner, a corruption investigation has been opened on him and this deal. They're looking into the property fraud and fraudulent titles connected to the deal. In the meantime, Special Prosecution Office Against Corruption and Organized Crime have freezed Kushner's dirty assets in the $4 billion resort fraud investigation.
I hope the wrath of God comes on people like Kushner. I hope they get exposed and everything comes to light and the whole world will witness the destruction of these Zios and the synagogue of Satan, whatever they are.
Well, I pray that they die a really horrible
death. But it's going
death.
to happen here soon in the U.S.
Well, that's not very Christian-like.
Happens to the good guys all the time. Now, this is all child's play when you hear about the criminal
Exactly my feelings about
Kushner's father. But may I remind you, this is all happening while Jared Kushner is currently working in a major role on behalf of the Trump administration for the American people. Let's hear more on that, shall we? Now, Kushner's role in the Trump administration is to control Trump, or special envoy of peace is what Trump likes to call Kushner's role. During his role in the Trump administration, Kushner has demonstrated his service to the American people by becoming a billionaire while Trump's in office. He's just a dedicated public servant. How does he serve the American people that well, you might ask? Well, Kushner is in charge of policy in the Middle East, so he negotiates with those Middle East governments. Well, privately, Kushner operates his own investment firm, Affinity Partners, and his firm takes private investment money from those same governments. So in other words, he's receiving money from the Middle East governments that he's negotiating with. This just in! We'll get to what he's doing with Israel. Trust me, it's pretty so stay tuned, but first, back to what I was talking about. Now, skeptics say that what Kushner is doing is exactly how bribes work. The other party gives you money, so you give them what they want in return.
Yeah. Bribery. Here, I'll go talk to this, give me this, I'll give you that, I'll give it to Trump, take from Trump. The middleman. It's like the supply, demand, and he's in the middle. And he's Israel first. He's not America first. He never will be. Never was. We have the biggest Israel first government in the White House right now. Not that the ones before it were not Israel first. But I'm saying this one is
I'm from India. Hey, how are you? Glad to have you here.
By Trump are part of the tiny hat community. All of them.
Am I happy? No, not happy at all.
Christians and put God's chosen people.
I'm not sure how to say your handle there, but TAHIRKHAN. Glad to have you here. I would butcher that if I'm not sure what that is, but glad to have you here.
It's also true that's how investing works. For example, the Saudi Crown Prince gave Kushner $2 billion of money, not as a bribe to shape U.S. foreign policy the way the Saudis want it, but as an investment to get a return on his investment. That's the purpose of investing. Well, the only problem for Kushner is that those Middle East people don't get a return on their money. They just lose money.
Remember when America promised the Gulf, like Saudi Arabia, that will protect you, and when Iran attacked the American bases in the Gulf countries, America did not do anything to help the Gulf countries? Because that's what happens when you do a deal with the devil. Like the Arab countries are not going to learn. Everybody will depend on America or do a deal, and then they get screwed over because you can't make a deal with the devil. And now we're going to see what's going to happen to Lebanon because the leader of Lebanon is saying something but doing another. Kind of try to say I blame Israel, but then say it's Hezbollah.
What is it?
Playing with fire. So what? We're going to have a civil war in small Lebanon? They already destroyed Syria. Well, they're going to destroy Lebanon now? And Lebanon is full of Christians, 45%. And, you know, to Israel, it doesn't matter what's your religion. You're Amalek. Regardless if you're Christian or Muslim or whatever in between.
Here's what the House Oversight Report on Kushner said. We estimate that under the terms of Mr. Kushner's arrangement with foreign investors, Affinity collected more than $60 million in fees from foreign investors in 2025, including $39 million from the Saudi government. This year, Mr. Kushner will or more. We estimate that since 2021, Mr. Kushner has collected more than $110 million.
$110 million. So they're getting all this money, and now they're just going to buy an Epstein Island. Great. Fantastic.
From the government of Saudi Arabia for investment management services that have reaped little to no return. So just to be clear, it's not bribery or money laundering. It's fees that Kushner is receiving because the Saudi prince likes to invest money where he'll just lose money. It's a crown prince kind of thing you just won't understand. But in fact, the Saudis' investment advisors told him not to invest with Kushner due to excessive fees, his inexperience, the deal being riddled with PR risks, and Kushner's team being, quote unquote, unsatisfactory in all aspects. But the Saudi prince is doing the investment anyway because he sees something in Kushner.
Well, he also had a picture with Epstein, so blackmailed much. He's also a Wahhabi.
Taharkin?
Food should make your day better.
Glad you're with us.
Too often it's wrong.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for being
That
here.
stops right now. Hi, I'm Tom.
You ask you happy? Well,
We
no.
elevated the Whopper.
No, not really so happy right now.
I came from middle class.
I'm on here because I'm trying to share that the U.S. Incorporated has joined Israel, and they are nothing but a bunch of demonic pedophiles. And I mean, we literally know that. The list or whatever, the Epstein list, it was supposed to be given out and put out and everything. What the hell happened to that? Right? It just like totally disappeared, right? Zonda, hi. Where you been? Zonda in the house? But I don't know. You see, I sat back and I said, well, I'm not sure what to do. And I thought, well, doing something is better than doing nothing. And I hadn't been using my channel because I thought about just throwing it all the way anyway, just getting rid of it. James and Nomi, I'll see you next time. Blessings. All right. Hey, good to have you here, Denise. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out, giving us your time. Appreciate you very much. We're praying for you, young lady. But they're bringing what's called the Noahide laws, and they're starting that in November 2nd, matter of fact, this year. And when I say starting that, supposedly they're going to have their first meeting to start putting it together. Now, everybody right now will be looking away that wants to play with their phones, or they want to go find something that's funny to look at instead of addressing the real problem. Well, addressing the real problems is what adults do, and that's what's called being awake. So if you ever heard somebody using those words saying, well, they're not awake yet, that means they haven't grown up enough to realize that this boring shit that nobody wants to talk about is exactly what you better be talking about and doing something about, especially if you're here And you know what? I probably shouldn't even say, well, yeah, for me, I'm going to say, especially if you're here. But look what's going on over in Gaza and everything. You know, Ukraine, so on and so forth. Iran, you know. And all because these demonic... Look, I'm going to tell you something right now. This is beyond insanity that I am allowing these pedophile murderers, cannibals, human traffickers, literally are using me and my money and what I've bought to do shit to we the people that I don't want done. And I'd never told them to do it, nor would I have ever told them to do what it is that they're doing. You know, a lot of people, they want to call them traitors. Well, they're not traitors, are they? No, all of these butt plug individuals, which is what these individuals here are also talking about, the same as I am. We're talking about old dipshit down here, butt plug Trump and Eric Kushner and all of them. You know, BB Nasty Yahoo and whatever his name is. You know? Like, they've got so much money and stuff now, Bill Gates, all of them, that they don't even care about money anymore. I mean, they definitely care about it, but they have so much of it that they're going to use that money that we gave them to kill us with. They are literally showing us and doing it right in front of us, like with these flock cameras and everything else. And do you know why everybody will turn away? Do you know why nobody wants to address this? You know why nobody wants to look at it? Because you have no power. You know that you're weak. You know that you can't do shit about it, or that's what you think, and that's the way they want you to believe. And you know what? Maybe I can't turn the ship. Maybe it's literally like pissing in the ocean, you know, which would help clean the ocean up compared to the sick stuff that they've been dumping into our water and stuff, right? But if I can't, then I can't. But I'm going to try. And even if I have the world's smallest rudder trying to, you know, turn a great big ship and it don't work, but all I can do is tell others. And you know what? What would happen if they would pull out their small paddles and put them down in the water? We could change this Titanic. And no matter what you refer to, stuff like that, the Titanic or anything, then you learn and figure out, find out, and now we know that it's all bullshit, right? And what was that all about? The Titanic. Anybody know that story? You know, I mean, think about that shit. All of a sudden, think about this. As a matter of fact, that's really good. At the very last second, the very individuals that was supposed to get on the Titanic, all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't think we'll go. And who was it? Oh, yeah, Rothschild, Rockefellers, you know. Clearly the ones that the demonics wanted to die was left on the ship to die. You know, you can go back and dig into that story all you want to, but you understand the gist of what I'm saying. They painted that ship up to look like another ship, so on and so forth. So it doesn't matter whatever you're talking about. You can go back and you can literally see where these demonics have done everything to absolutely trash us. And look where we're at right now. Everybody wants to look away. Everybody wants to look away. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. I give a shit. The people that's on here give a shit. Chip, Denise, Naomi, and a lot of the other ones that I'm not saying right now. I'm not excluding anybody, any of yous. But I'm just saying, you know, Zonda on here, yeah. But it all leads back to them, and they always screw with everything that we've had or done to get us to where we're at right now. Like literally, if you go back in time and you look at the year spanned the way that it plays out, you know, even 1776, if you go back there and you look, you know, there's so much shit with every damn date. But starting with 1871, when they just switched out the United States of America, they done away with that. No United States of America. The United States of America. They did away with that. They put in U.S. Incorporated. See, while you're out busy working, or you're playing your game, or you're doing whatever it is that you're doing, those demonic individuals have other demonics hired to think 24/7 about how to get rid of you. And I'm not making that up, it's a fact. That's what they do. They employ people, and their sole job is just to figure out how to get rid of you. Think about that. And you don't think it's true? Well, let's see. What are they spraying all over us? You know, using their jets and all that stuff? How come you can't take a drink of water without it being filtered 20 times? Or bottled? And even then, you're probably not safe, right? How come you can't go to the store and just buy a piece of meat and not worry about if it's real meat or genetically modified or some shit? You know? And if you do drink the water, oh yeah, you'll probably be chemically castrated from the stuff that they're putting in there that turns male frogs into working female frogs. But I'm sure that it'll be all right for humans, right? Well, then we know better than that shit. We know better. So this right here, this guy here, he really goes after, and he's talking about the demonics the same as I am. He does it his way or whatever. This is a comedian over here. That's not really the one that I was wanting to show you or whatever. I wanted to show you the one that he did, but I can't find it right now, and I looked for it. But we'll watch just a little bit more of this here. Zonda, how you doing, brother?
Now, amateurs say that Kushner is obviously in a role with conflicts of interest. He's representing U.S. foreign policy with Middle East governments that he's seeking investment from privately. So critics...
Now, I know that he's trying to be funny and deliver this, you know, about Kushner and all that stuff. But if you listen to the message, now, I'm not trying to be a comedian like he is and bring information and stuff, but this dude over here on this side, this guy right here is really smart. I've watched him a lot. But he brings kind of a comedy tone towards trying to show you some demonic shit that's taking place. And he does a good job at it. He's really a smart person. But I just don't see anything funny to laugh about, you know?
Say that a person in Kushner's government position should
just woke up again
from their private interests to eliminate conflict.
As long as you woke up,
That's exactly what Kushner announced he would do in 2024, that he would not be seeking any more foreign investment for his firm in order to eliminate conflicts of interest.
Remember, he wants to build the plant in Gaza and give the Gazans a little apartment complex to be stacked in. The Gaza plan.
Yeah, the Gaza plan, the same one wherever he's got a great big golden statue of himself.
Remember him with the other demon? Woodcough? Yeah, they're both part of the Tiny Hat community.
He did the right thing. And since that announcement was made, he's been looking to raise...
You see, I really prefer to go by demonics because the demonics, they not only include the ones that wears the little tiny hats and stuff like that. But like I said, if you're into the whole murdering... Anybody ever seen Eyes Wide Shut? Anybody seen that movie? Tom Cruise, Eyes Wide Shut. Anybody seen that?
$5 billion of foreign capital. The House Oversight Report put it this way. Mr. Kushner has not only failed to divest from his foreign business dealings, but he's expanding them during President Trump's second term. It appears that while Mr. Kushner is representing the U.S. government in negotiations in the Middle East, he is simultaneously seeking to raise at least $5 billion in additional foreign capital for his private equity firm, Affinity Partners.
Affinity Partners. Look that up too. 5 billion. These people talk about billions and millions like we're talking about $20 bill or $100 bill.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yep. Think about that.
$100 bill today.
Yep.
It buys you nothing. Have you been out eating somewhere?
Yeah,
Or
Thomas Massey was just telling where him and his wife, I believe it was, went and sat down, and they each had a sandwich, they each had a drink, and it was $40. Thomas Massey. If you know who Thomas Massey is, that's the Kentucky congressman, which is more of the demonic dumb shit or whatever. But the demonic spent a record $30-some million just to get Thomas Massey the hell out of there. And it worked.
buy a coffee or go grocery shop or fill your car with gas?
Zonda says a bit like our prime minister, $400 billion.
Nothing.
About.
And some people
and,
don't
yeah.
make $100. That's the word
Without
we live in while these
consult, yeah.
demons are talking
See,
about
you know
money.
what? I mean, you're saying the same thing about Australia there, Zonda. Over in Ireland, you know, same kind of debauchery shit going on over there, you know. I mean, around the world, or on the world, however you want to look at it, it doesn't matter what country it is, they're doing this same dumb shit. But as you know, that whatever happens here is really going to affect the rest of the world, you know. Because look what happened whenever they had the Depression here in the U.S. back in, what was that, 20s, 30s, or whatever it was, when the Depression was. Look what it did to other countries.
And billions.
Hey, it's just those damn Democrats, right?
Spend their money like wildfire, yeah.
Can't stand them. The
Dan,
guy
thanks
is
for
just
being here.
dedicated to serving the American people while emulating what he learned from his greatest role model, his father.
Josie is great.
So let's
I
learn about
don't
him.
know who.
Jared Kushner's father was an interesting
Don't know who
guy.
Josie is. Josie
Put
is
it that
great.
way. As a career, Kushner's father
Meanwhile,
spent some
children
time as a
can't
real
even
estate
add it.
developer and also spent some time in prison for corruption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And soon, hopefully, this demon will go to prison forever.
In 2004, he pleaded guilty
Organized
to
crime,
18
absolutely,
counts, including
yes.
multiple counts of assisting and filing false tax returns,
Oh, the
illegal
guy
campaign
we're watching.
contributions, making false statements to the Federal Election Commission, and lastly, and this one's my favorite, one count of retaliating against a cooperating witness tampering. Let's hear more about the values Jared's father.
Dan, which one is it, brother? Because I mean, I just found these guys here last night and started watching them. The guy on the right is a comedian. I've watched him before and stuff, but I can't remember his name. So, are you talking about the one on the left or on the right here? Olive Roots podcast. Oh yeah, the one on the right then. Yeah. Oh no. The one on the left. It'd be on the left side with the darker beard and the glasses. Yes.
Instilled in him,
like father, like son.
With this one, you see, Father Kushner's sister and brother-in-law.
Dan, I take it that you watched him before then, so
working a case
I
against
found
him.
him. You know what? He kept coming up in my feed. I hate even saying that. But they kept tossing him up, and I never would watch him. Then finally, for whatever reason, I said, well, I'm just going to give it a try for just a few seconds. And he has a show where he actually is showing Trump where, you know, he converts over to, and all, which I know I could find it, but he done a really good job of lining up the information. So that's why I'm playing this here.
Did was hire a prostitute to seduce.
But so far, he's doing a great job.
His brother-in-law, and
they love to hire women. Honey
Zombie, you would literally
remember Bill
rewrite
Clinton and
every
Monica Lewinsky?
constitution in the world to
Yeah,
get
she belonged
rid
to the
of
tiny hat community,
these
Mossad agent.
in a New Jersey motel room, he had hidden cameras that recorded the whole thing.
You know what? I'm all for rewriting the constitutions. I really am. I don't think that matter of fact, I even believe that, nope, let me put it straight up. I know that the Constitution has to be not redone, but completely overhauled, because clearly it didn't do the right job. But who was it that said, I think it was Benjamin Franklin, they asked him, they said, what is it that you think you created here? And he said, a republic if you can keep it.
Much like Epstein did. He then sent the recordings to his sister to intimidate her and the brother-in-law into no longer cooperating with authorities. It's blackmail.
I like Kitty. Hello,
They
Kitty.
do it to themselves too, guys.
Yeah.
Not just to the good.
You know what? I
words
did
we
something that was...
Epstein did. Anyway, the blackmail didn't work. They cooperated with authorities, and Father Kushner got an additional charge of witness tampering and went to prison. But we do have a happy ending, ladies and gentlemen, because then Trump pardoned Father Kushner in 2020, and he now serves in the Trump administration as the U.S. ambassador to France. But the point is, this is the guy that raised Jared Kushner and instilled good values in him. Hey, I still can't believe that people think he's taking bribes from foreign governments and laundering that money through his investment firm. Yeah, the same firm that had its account frozen by the Albanian organized crime division.
Give me just a second here, Zonda. I'll show you something.
Yeah, can you believe people think that about Kushner? Idiots. Anyway, Kushner, good guy, raised by a good man who instilled good values in him, and he currently works rather closely with a country that has really good values, Israel. Israel has become the most hated country.
All right, I don't know how good or whatever that you can see, but my name is James Preston, and I have a cat. And you may not know the significance to that, but real quick, I'll tell the story here. I so have never ever been a cat person, really haven't. But I have a plane, and I didn't want rodents or anything, being around my plane, so I started setting traps and stuff like that out. So I started catching kitty cats. And the first one I took away to a place that I knew where they really, really liked kitties. So it got a good home. But then whenever this one here got in the cage, I wasn't in a good spot to take her off right away. So I thought, well, I don't want to leave her in the cage, So I thought, well, maybe I can just let her out and scare her. But I didn't know girl, boy, or anything else. But I turned her out and tried to scare her off, everything. Threw rocks and hit the building, everything. Kicked at her, jumped up and down, everything. Wouldn't leave. Every time I'd turn around there, she'd be real quiet and snuck up. She'd be in behind something while I was working on my plane. And so I said, well, at least tell me your name. She says, wow. And I said, oh, I see you can't say meow. And I'm not joking. And she said, meow. And I said, all right, now that's crazy. I said, well, tell me what your name is again. And she says, wow. No joke. And I know that sounds pathetic and whatever, but that's a true story. So she grew on me, and, a lot of people says that the kitty wheel comes around to people or whatever. And if that's the case, I guess it must be true, because there she is, So her name is Wow, and that's who you hear in the background all the time. You asked about her, so I thought I would show her to you, Zonda. I hope maybe since you're out and about, and maybe hopefully that entertained you for a second, and maybe that was just kind of a good little brief break away from always talking about this debauchery that I'm talking about. But I just feel like that,
I don't want to slight somebody, mainly a child, by, talking about something else other than stuff that's going to be important to hopefully freeing any child, or to stop this like they found over in Ukraine. And I was trying to find that video and stuff to show you guys that again. Now, I put it on the show yesterday and so on and so forth, but they literally just found rows and rows of children where they have hoses hooked to them, draining their blood to try to get blood to all of these, as Putin put it, vampires that's hooked on this adrenochrome to supply them with just straight blood. They can't get adrenochrome. I guess they're having a little bit of trouble getting their adrenochrome, where they have to scare children so bad and then kill them as they're sucking blood out of their spine and stuff. People don't want, they're thinking that that's fake or anything. But how can you do that when we literally have pictures, when we literally have people telling us that that's real, and people that sees that stuff? You know what? I think I'm going to see if I can find that video for you, where there's a trailer full of body parts that they found some years back before any of this stuff. They literally found like a truckload of penises and heads and stuff like that. They have a body with a smaller head that had been sewed onto another body and everything else. Let me see if I can find that. Give me just a minute.
At 97.55%, according to global polls. But nobody loves Israel quite like Kushner does. And nobody helps Israel do what they do quite like Kushner. Let's learn more. Wow. He's had a long-standing personal relationship with Netanyahu, who stayed at Kushner's properties on multiple occasions. In 2017, during Trump's first term, Kushner brokered the Abraham Accords, which do nothing but support Israel and their expansionist agenda in the region.
The Greater Israel, Abraham Accords. Using the name of Abraham like that, they love to use biblical names. There's only one name that they hate, is the name of Jesus Christ.
Well, Palestine is completely disregarded. And on that note, Kushner recently said that he wants to bring wealth, status, and power only to the countries that join the Abraham Accords, aka countries that pledge not to interfere with the Greater Israel Project. Dude, that is really supportive for Israel. That's what God wants. Kushner serving God.
That's right. It's Kushner serving God, because God needs Kushner to do all this. No, Satan wants Kushner to do all that.
Kushner has talked about how he wants to turn Gaza into a profitable redevelopment zone, and his partner Israel's already did phase 1 of the project for him, the demolition. And through affinity partners,
made you smile. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad. She makes me smile a lot. I never ever thought that I would ever in my wildest imaginations, I don't know about you, Zonda, but, and I'm not kidding about this, my kryptonite all my life has been, and I'm not joking when I tell you this, I can't stand those kitty litter boxes. It's hard for me to even say kitty litter box, but so what I do is making Crusades great again. Yeah, the Crusaders. Joe Dirt. Wow. Hey, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. But I don't call it her litter box. I call it her fun house. But right now she's telling me she ain't happy because I'm not paying all the attention to her. She's got everything she needs, and she makes me get up and give her treats and everything. I never thought I would be a bitch to a cat, but here I am,
Israel deserves unconditional support. 97.55% of the world happens to disagree.
Look at him with Witkoff, worshipping the pagan wall of King Herod. Wow. People still believe these demons are America first. Don't ever trust anybody with a tiny hat. They put that tiny hat.
No, you can't trust them. It literally tells us, we know by their own Talmud, that it tells us that they are to lie to us. If somebody literally has a book and you read it and it says this person is to lie to you, okay, remember, just like I said, can and will be used against you? Forget the word can, it's will. They will lie to you. So even if they was to tell you something truthful, how many times did they already lie to you before they said something that was truthful to you? And what was the lies that they told you? You know? So that's what I say, hell no. Kushner's got to go. He's got to be terminated with the rest of them.
Like Mamdani did, don't trust them. Doesn't matter if they say we're anti-Zionist, we're this, we're that. Don't trust anybody that puts the tiny hat on unless they put the tiny hat to infiltrate and expose. And that's okay.
Raining rains. What the F? Yeah, really. Well, let me tell you what the F is. Glad to have you here. Raining rains. 1, 2, 3. Glad you're here. Appreciate it. Let me tell you what the what is. The U.S. Incorporated joined with the demonic Israel hell. So now Israel hell has complete control of the military. Okay? And they've already been working that. And on top of that, that means that the demonics are all one now. That which we already knew that they was, but instead of just having U.S. Incorporated and having Israel hell, well, now they blatantly just showed us and put it in our face that we are supporting this demonic piece of shit across the board, and they've already went after Turkey, so on and so forth. But here's the thing that we should be what the fucking about is this November 2nd. What the fuck is they are starting their Noahide laws. And if you don't know what Noahide laws is, stick around and I'll show you.
In my book. Because maybe one day I'll do that.
Oh, and there's this thing called the Iran War, where Kushner has been serving the Israeli interests rather well. You see, he's been a central part of all the ceasefire and peace deal negotiations in the war. And there's been a lot of them, because none of them have worked. So they do a lot. It just so happens that an ongoing war is what Israel wants. And that's what Kushner's negotiations have achieved. Oh, and another super small but fun fact about Kushner's enmeshment with Israel. Remember that private island resort with 3,600 underground bunkers and how that...
All right, we're switching gears right here as I'm going to show something that I told you I was going to show you. Okay.
This paints a Frankenstein-like picture.
Yeah, it really does. Katie and Steve, closed for years. This building off 24th Street and University doesn't look like much, but according to new claims in these court documents, the
I'm definitely anti-Semite. Yep.
A chop shop for human body parts, mixing, matching, and selling them.
Everybody with a brain should be.
Until tonight.
No such thing as anti. Yes, very good, Gary. You're absolutely 1,000% right. Look what's up here. You see that flag down there? You see the multicolor thing?
Of heads, arms, and legs to coolers filled with severed penises when the FBI raided the building. Confused and angry. He thought this was going to do us some good. He even spotted a smaller head sewn onto a larger torso in a, quote, Frankenstein manner.
It wasn't a choice we made. It wasn't a choice any of the families made.
Body parts piled on top of each other inside Biological Resource Center, where families donated their loved ones for medical research.
Hold on. We have somebody else that needs to Rain 1, 2, 3. If I show you the truth about something, are you able to handle the truth, or are you just stuck in support Israel no matter what? Because I can show you videos of plenty of doofuses like that. But if you're here and you want to know the truth, I'm going to tell you something right now. No, they're not the chosen people. They most certainly are not the chosen people. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that Jews are chosen for anything. The chosen people are Israel, which if you read the Bible and then you understand it, eyes to see, ears to hear, then you understand it's the people, the ones that actually believe in Jesus. Yeah, well, okay. Well, no, I got to tell you, I'll guarantee you there's people right here, right now that's reading what you're writing. And I promise you, you're just talking about yourself there. Rain 123. Because that means you go by the Talmud. That means you're supporting and you are defending the Talmud. So all of your little giggle emojis there, whatever, just that is a sign to us that we know that you're one of the demonics. Yeah, absolutely, Dan. Yes. Yeah, these new Jays don't have no, I call them demonics, demonic Jews, demonics. Demonics is not just referring to the demonic Jews. And but if you was here earlier, you'd see that we went through and showed that there's actually the true Jews that are against what they're doing. They're not for all the Zionist stuff and all that stuff. They don't buy into none of that. And that is the true Jews, that I don't know. I'll have to look into it more. I don't know how they feel about the Talmud. I'm calling the demonics, anybody who follows that. And if you've been here, you've heard me, and I'll keep saying that, because you have people that pop in like old Raining 123 there. But, here's the thing. When people start laughing like that, it just shows us that they fuel for the fire. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They just don't, they don't want to take just a few moments and find out the truth. These are people that are really, some of the biggest problems are these people like that they don't want to look at the truth and take the time to see what the truth is. They just want to say what they've heard, and then that's it. And then they want to move on. And they don't want to look stupid, so what they do is they point to people, just like what Raining, whatever his name is there, just showed up. And what they do is they want to point the finger and giggle at you, and they don't even realize how stupid they look. Thanks, Zonda. Yeah, that's right. That's what I say. He showed up here and he thought he was going to giggle like that. And that's what I say. Every one of them, they always just, they always show, especially when they throw up that star of flim flam or rim fram or whatever it's called, like that we had earlier on in the show. They show up and it's like a big target. They couldn't be more plain. And thank the Lord above that they do that, because we know who the problem is now, Hate their neighbors, want their neighbors to fail at everything. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Gary says it does say those that claim to be Jews but are not circumcised, not of the flesh but of the heart and spirit. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. Well, when you have people that or these demons and stuff like, and the reason why I say people, I try to go sparingly. Like if somebody comes in and as long as they're not going overboard or something like that, I'm not ready to, tear anybody's face off, because I had to learn myself. And like I said, if you go back and you look at my earlier videos, you'll see where I was on the Trump train and all that, and I was one of the early ones, But that was my final. That's it for me. No more left, right, Republican, Democrat, liberal, all that. I'm not falling into none of that bullshit. We are Christians first, and then if you wanted to call me a patriot, for my country or something like that, maybe. I don't know. I don't really care about that. But I'd rather be Christians, and I'd rather us just be one people who decide something, because who in the hell cares what color somebody is if they show up and you have a problem to solve, like drinking water or something like that. If y'all got to dig a well, do you give a shit what color somebody else is if you're thirsty as all get out, or if you're hungry and starving? If you got to go hunt for something, you want somebody there with you. Are you really going to say, "Oh no, you don't think the same way as I do"? Of course not. Help is help. We all need to get on the same page. And here's the thing: you don't have to have all of your thoughts the same way. But see, like old Rainey shows up there or whatever, and he says this thing with his little laughy emojis. See, you can tell he's one of those. He don't want to take the time to learn or actually be showed the truth. He's looking. He's got to do that scroll thing. He's looking for something, And these, I feel really, really sorry for them, because they're looking for something that they're not going to find if they won't even take a few minutes to learn the truth. But they can't say that they haven't been showed after coming to this channel, But I appreciate all of you being here for real, Revelations 3:9, Dan, yeah. Zonda says amen. Yeah. So anyway, let me play it. Listen to what this. Now this was a few years back, but listen to what they was doing already back then. Look at this. Unbelievable.
Disease, maybe come up with a cure.
Some say the company violated everything they promised.
Tragedy that's never resolved. It just keeps going on.
The limbs, according to that agent, with no apparent identification. The company sued months after the FBI raided families claiming their loved ones weren't treated with dignity and respect, a promise written on their own consent forms. The company also accused of selling body parts for profit after saying they'd only use the parts they needed and would cremate the ones they didn't and return them. The torso with a head apparently went for $2,400.
Hear that?
Leg about $1,100.
Hear that?
They'd even sell knees and feet alone for under $500.
Hear that?
Now, the owner of the Biological Resource Center was already sentenced, but he was only given probation. He will be back in court in October, though, for several civil lawsuits filed by Arizona.
Selling body
You will
parts.
not believe that this is actually real. So in Phoenix, Arizona, a company called the Biological Resource Center promised families' loved ones that their bodies would be used for medical research and examination to basically help come up with all kind of new medicines and techniques. So people believed they were helping to save lives even after death. But one day information about this place started to come out and the FBI ended up raiding. And this raid ended up uncovering something that they never expected. According to testimonies, they had found buckets filled with human heads, coolers containing severed body parts, arms, legs, and torsos all stacked up against each other on shelving units. Absolutely just madness. They even reportedly found some bodies attached to different body parts, like someone else's head on a different body in like Frankenstein experiments. Instead of treating the donated bodies that they got with dignity and using them for research and development, they were taking these bodies, chopping them down, and then selling them probably on the illegal market.
Absolutely.
The owner, Stephen Gore, ironically, eventually pled guilty to the improper handling and sale of donated body parts. But this is what really shocked everybody, because this is absolutely unbelievable. Just wait. He completely avoided prison after doing all of this. He received probation as part of a plea deal, leaving many families feeling that justice was never served. Like, what this guy was doing was horrendous. Now, the case exposed major gaps in the oversight of the body donation industry itself and the process, and asks one pretty big question that you should think about. When you're donating your body to science, how do you know where it really ends up?
Yeah, people want to do something good, but then, it winds up not so good, right? Good grief, there's a spooky face. Look at there. Look at that. Yuck. I don't know who in the hell that is.
Mr. Rothschild, how you doing, sir?
Listen to this.
Can you tell us what went on at the Bilderberg meeting this year?
Sorry?
Can you tell us what went on at the Bilderberg meeting this year?
Bilderberg meeting.
The Bilderberg? You weren't there?
Yeah.
Not this year. What went on last year?
No, I wasn't there last year.
You weren't there last year either?
That was my cousin.
Your cousin was there?
Yeah.
Do you have a couple minutes for us, Mr. Rothschild? We had a few additional questions. I was looking for a question inside of, they're saying that the Federal Reserve is one of these organizations that, I know, it's one of those organizations that a lot of people say is the source of inhumane products all across the world because it's a private bank. That was started by your family. Do you know the source of that information? Well, in 1913, sir. Sorry. Well, we could go on about how, your family committed all these acts against society.
I'll let you know, the New World Order has no legitimacy, and that we as a people are not afraid, and we are waking up to the robber barons and the big banksters who are looting this economy with the Federal Reserve.
Well,
the Rothschild family did start the Federal, they divided Europe first, took over Europe, the Napoleon.
Thank you, Jeff.
No comment on that, sir?
Okay, now if you're not knowing about what he was talking about, 1913. 1913 was the result that's when they really did their big thing. When I was talking about 1871, and they took over, they did away with the United States of America. And they put in U.S. Incorporated. But then in 1910, which is what this guy was referring to, what they done is they had a meeting on Jekyll Island. And they, being the demonics, little hat wearers, whatever you want to call them. And Rothschild, he is a direct descendant from Edsel Rothschild and stuff, the one that had that meeting. But what they did is they set up the World Banking Reserve or system or whatever, so that no matter what you do, where you go, or anything else, you are going to be making them more powerful. You can't get as powerful as they are. You can't have more money than they are, because no matter what you do, if you try to start a business and you have to have licenses for this or permits for that, it don't make any difference. You're paying the Rothschilds. If you want to buy a car or something like that, that pay that tax payment when you buy something, your payment, that's the Rothschilds. So no matter what you do, you cannot get away from making them more powerful, no matter what you do. Nothing. So that's a complete and total monopoly, right? And what do they do with the money that they get? Yeah, they absolutely, they use that shit just to kill you and I with, But it's true. They don't ever do anything that's good for you or I. And that's the way they set it up. And what are they doing now? Noahide laws are going to be taking place if we don't do something. That's what they're doing with the money. They've got so much of it, and they went on to 1933 to bankrupt the U.S. Incorporated, right? What happened in 1933 bankrupting? Let's see if we can pull that up. Bankrupting America, 1933. Here you go. The year America nearly went back.
In the early 1930s.
Nearly. Well, see, that's propaganda. Bankrupt of America, 1933. Let's see, that's just the short.
From today on Make the Rest of Your Life the Best of Your Life, the 1933 bankruptcy of America pertains to the extensive economic upheaval that characterized the Great Depression, reaching its zenith with the banking crisis
C.J. Kelly,
and the
thanks for being
subsequent
here.
measures implemented by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Roosevelt
It's the
proclaimed
kingdom of
March
darkness
6,
being exposed and
1933,
falling
a
by the
national
kingdom
banking holiday
of
as
light
a reaction to the immense
beginning.
scale of bank failures and the ensuing financial turmoil. The Emergency Banking Act, which sought to stabilize the banking system and restore public confidence, was enacted in response. Furthermore, in the midst of one of the most severe economic crises in American history, the Roosevelt administration executed the New Deal policies, which aimed to tackle unemployment, foster economic recovery, and oversee financial markets, became a turning point in American history. Thanks for watching. Do not forget to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'm giving you some news you can use from today.
Well, see, that's such mild bullshit there. That's somebody just made a video. They're not going to, America had no.
Picture a Tuesday morning in a small American town sometime in the winter of 1931. A farmer walks to the bank on Main Street.
The 1930 bank crisis that nearly destroyed America. Yeah, see, they done that on purpose. But when you have a business and it's successful, you know, even if it's making money, these demonics, they don't care about that. What they want to do is jump on it, squish all the money out of it that they can as fast as they possibly can. They don't care if it makes it or not. They don't give a damn about that. Because they can always start it back up with new rules, regulations, or whatever they want to do and make it cheaper. And that's what they always do. Let's see. There was another one there that I wanted to watch before. And I started to, well, maybe we will look at the meeting on Jekyll Island. Okay, this right here is when the demonic turd balls got together. And listen to this because it's diabolically genius what they decided to do. I don't want to watch a long one. It should be just the secret meeting at Jekyll Island. Let's see how.
1910, Morgan devised another secretive plot, one that would also involve the most powerful bankers at the time, but was even more consequential. One that inspired the very book Mr. Griffin authored.
This is what they had planned. It was done in the privacy of a private club, an island in Georgia called Jekyll Island, which is why I titled the book The Creature from Jekyll Island.
Morgan invited them to a secret meeting on his private island, instructing them to disguise themselves as duck hunters.
Okay, now hear this. So they disguise themselves and everything, and see, what the hell does this have to do with anything? Well, this is how the demonics work, see? They had to do it in secret, in privacy, away from private eyes and everything, and they knew the severity behind if any one of them would be discovered, that their plan would be busted in the whole 9 yards, see? But look at them, they secretly disguised and made themselves up like they was just going to go duck hunting on the island and shit.
And only used their first names. These bankers were worth over 1/4 of the entire world's wealth. They rode the whole way there with blinds down, headed for a private club on a small island off the coast of Georgia. The infamous place.
So think about that. The ones that were there at this meeting, they literally had 1/4 of the entire world's monetary money.
Named Jekyll Island. The meeting that took place there was shrouded in mystery. J.P. Morgan. In 1910, Morgan devised another
piece of shit, J.P. Morgan. He was one of them that was supposed to be on the Titanic, I'm pretty sure, too. And just at the last second, he just was like, oh, no, I can't make it. Coincidence.
secretive plot, one that would also involve the most powerful bankers at the time, but was even more consequential. One that inspired the very book Mr. Griffin authored.
This is what they had planned. It was done in the privacy of a private club, island in
Well, that didn't even go on through there, whatever. So the secret meeting that created, maybe this one here will go all the way through it. But you know, if you ain't doing nothing wrong, why so secret, right? I mean, if it was something good for the people, why do it in secret, right? Why wouldn't you be like, hey, you know what, I'm getting with so-and-so, and we're going to have this meeting, we're going to try to do and set this up, and it's going to be great for everybody. But no, they knew that they was getting ready to absolutely screw everybody from then on.
Jekyll Island, fueling invisible inflation, and now facing a challenge of cryptocurrency. This is eliteology. Today, we trace the silent power of central banks, the fall of the gold standard, and why crypto may be their greatest threat. In November 1910, powerful financiers and policymakers secretly met on Jekyll Island, Georgia. They wrote the blueprint for what became the Federal Reserve System. They dressed as duck-hunting guests to conceal the meeting, because no one knew this plan would fundamentally reshape global banking. That meeting laid the foundation for centralized monetary control. By 1913, the Fed formally existed, but its power came from controlling the money supply. Through open market operations, interest rate manipulation, and quantitative easing, central banks can expand currency at will, unseen by the public. In 1971, President Nixon suddenly ended the US dollar's convertibility to gold. This single decision, known as the Nixon shock, cut the final tie to gold and turned the dollar into pure fiat currency.
Fiat currency.
Allowed
Anybody know what fiat currency is? It's fake, fugazi, junk, trash. Not worth a damn. Fiat currency. Trash.
Unchecked money printing and triggered decades of inflation. The dollar gradually lost about 30 to 40% of its global value. Once money isn't anchored to gold, value becomes manipulable. Every economic downturn.
You know, I'm going to tell you the reason why I was going to wait till this is off, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The whole reason why what's taking place right now, the dollar has collapsed. The dollar has collapsed. It's trash. It's done. But what they're doing right now is they literally know that they took so much away. Now they're at the point in time right now to where they're pulling money back out of their coffers that they got, their banks or their holdings or wherever it's at, and they're having to feed it back in there to prop this up because this whole war with Iran and everything. This is why they're setting up this whole data shit and everything like that. They know that the gig is up. That dollar has failed. I'm telling you right here, right now. Mark it down that I said it. It's on here. They have trashed the dollar because think about it. It kept going. And now they've got it to the point where every single bit of it that they print is already debt. So imagine that. You literally make a dollar, but then you got to take that very dollar that you print and then hand it right over because the whole thing is already owed, right? So if somebody is owed something or they think that it is or believe that it is, like they've done to us, then of course at some point in time, they're going to want something in return. And if that collateral has been put up, which is you and I, actually, I don't know if you know this or not, but it's our properties as well. That's why whenever you think that you buy a property or a house or some shit like that, you don't actually, because your property, future earnings, your future every bullshit, no shit, has already been put up as collateral to who? The frickin' Rothschilds. You know that boring little video we watched right before this one here with that bald-headed looking doofus, and they asked him if he was at the party or whatever, and he's like, no, I wasn't there. Well, of course he was there. But this dollar has collapsed. Now what it is, they're saying, well, we want that country now. It's no longer, producing money and giving us more money now. Now we're having to feed it back. Why do you think they're getting ready and they're going to do away with us? Because they know that no matter what we do, every dime that they're even cranking out now is already debt money. I'm telling you, it's failed.
The Fed prints more. Eventually, everyday savers lose, while banks and institutions profit from interest.
Okay. Now, did anybody fall into that illusion also? Like, oh, well, if I save my money, if I put it in my savings, because I can tell you right now, this doofus fell for that. I fell into that. I thought, well, I'll put some money in the bank and I'll save it up and everything. Now, there was some demonic problems that I had come in there, like I thought I had a savings or whatever, and then somebody else that I thought I could trust or whatever was spending it way faster than I could make it. Then whenever I thought I had a big amount and was ready to buy a home, I went to take it out and found that there wasn't shit there. She wanted to burn it up, on other things, But anyway, I tried the whole savings thing. All you're doing, if you put it into savings, is you're actually losing money, because when they feed to you the bullshit and they say, well, your money earns interest. Well, it may earn interest, but it doesn't keep up with inflation. So if the inflation goes up to where, actually you wind up owing, $10, and your savings earned you, let's say $9, well, you went in a hole $1, right? You didn't make anything. And that's literally as simple as it is. So when they say saving like that, you lose money, that's right. But what they do is they invest the money instead of trying to save it like that. Has anybody ever read Kiyosaki's Rich Dad, Poor Dad or whatever? I'm not trying to promote that or anything, but I did find that really fascinating.
Bearing assets. Now, central banks face a new challenge: cryptocurrencies. The Czech National Bank just proposed investing in Bitcoin, perhaps the first Western bank to do so. Meanwhile, the ECB emphasizes caution. Bank of England warns stablecoins threaten banking stability. Crypto isn't just a buzzword. It's a direct challenge to the centralized model. Instead of fighting crypto, many central banks are building their own CBDCs. The European Central Bank plans a digital euro by 2025. The US is still...
I'm not playing this because I'm trying to, tell you guys to do this or do that with your money, or if you have any. And I know this may seem boring. My point is that they had a meeting on Jekyll Island, and this is why that you are as busted as you are today. This is not a very good representation of what I want. I'll bet you this one here is right here.
In November of 1910,
we'll try it for a minute, see how it turns out or whatever, because what's the relevance here? This is showing you the demonics, the very ones that I am referring to and speaking about. These are the individual problems right here. So the same demonic demons are from this garbage right here. This is just where it comes from. This is just a part of it.
In 1910, a private rail car slipped out of a New Jersey station after dark. No manifest, no press. The men inside used only first names for the entire trip. When they arrived at their destination, a remote island off the coast of Georgia,
Thanks for being here.
they
Thanks
told
for
the
hanging out.
caretaker staff they were on a duck hunting trip. Not one of them had brought a gun. What happened over the next 9 days on Jekyll Island did not appear in any newspaper. It was not debated in any Senate chamber. It was not put to a public vote. And yet what those 7 men designed in secret would reach into every wallet, every mortgage, every paycheck, and every debt in the United States for the next 114 years. And the families behind those men, they are still there. Different names on some of the doors, the same hands on the levers. This is not a story about a conspiracy theory. This is a story about what happens when power concentrates quietly across generations, and no one is allowed to call it by its real name. The island itself is important. Jekyll Island in 1910 was owned entirely by a private club. Membership was invitation only. Rockefellers, Morgans, Vanderbilts, Astors. The richest families in America used it as a winter retreat, a place where the rules of public life simply did not apply. When Senator Nelson Aldrich chose it for this particular meeting, he was not choosing it for the scenery. He was choosing it because nothing that happened there would leave the island unless those men decided it would. Aldrich was the chairman of the National Monetary Commission. His daughter had married John D. Rockefeller Jr. the year before. He was not a neutral party. He was a conduit, a man positioned precisely at the intersection of legislative power and private wealth, and the 7 men he brought to Jekyll Island understood that distinction perfectly. Frank Vanderlip was the president of National City Bank, the institution that would eventually become Citigroup. Henry Davison was a senior partner at J.P. Morgan and Company. Charles Norton ran First National Bank of New York. Benjamin Strong ran Bankers Trust, another Morgan operation. Arthur Shelton was Aldrich's personal secretary, the man who would make sure nothing was written down carelessly. And then there was Paul Warburg. Warburg deserves particular attention because Warburg is the thread that connects Jekyll Island to something much older and much wider than American banking politics. He was a German-born partner at Kuhn, Loeb and Company, and he was the primary intellectual architect of what the group was about to design. Warburg had studied the central banking systems of Europe for years. He understood how the Bank of England worked. He understood the Reichsbank. He understood that the ability to create money, to control its supply and its cost, was not merely an economic function. It was the foundation of political power.
Wahlberg.
What these men produced during those 9 days was the draft legislation that would become, after some cosmetic revision, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. They created a central bank for the United States, a privately controlled institution with the legal authority to issue currency, set interest rates, and act as the lender of last resort to the entire national economy. They called it the Federal Reserve specifically, because neither word in that name is fully accurate. It is not federal, it is not a reserve. Nelson Aldrich submitted a version of their plan the following year. It failed. Not because the design was rejected, but because the public had grown suspicious of anything with Aldrich's name attached to it. The solution was elegant. They waited for a new administration, changed some of the language,
See that?
removed Aldrich's name from the title.
See that? They
and
just
passed the
waited
same
for a new
essential structure
administration.
under Woodrow Wilson in December of 1913. Frank Vanderlip.
Do you see their really demonic genius bullshit that they pulled off? Is like they literally say, "Oh, wait a minute, the heat's kind of on us right now. Let's just chill. Let's just wait and hold still." They have literally taken something that was meant to be really good. So whenever you're looking at it with, regular human eyes, somebody that's just got a normal, genuine, good heart, trying to do the right thing, you're not doing what they're doing. They're looking at the diabolical, how can I manipulate and get one over on you? Have you ever had somebody that you thought was being nice to you? I mean, it happens here all the time, right? Like and all of us has already encountered this here, right? I mean, we've already seen it where these people come in and they pretend to be nice and Zonda, you know what I'm talking about? Somebody will pretend to be nice for a little while. You've seen it. And then out of nowhere, they can't stand it any longer. They got to show that they're actually a damn demon and that they want to tear you apart, or they're only there to interrupt or to cause some kind of chaos or take advantage of you in some way, right? Have you ever had somebody really, like come around being all nicey and then, oh, by the way, do you got some money that I can get off of you? Or, oh yeah, I was getting kind of hungry. Can you feed my ass? Or maybe if you know how to work on computers, oh yeah, by the way, I've got a broke computer. And then you find out all they're doing is they just want to use you for what you have, that they didn't really give a shit about hanging out with you and just conversating with you. Because I'm going to tell you something. This is a good segue. I think about this all the time whenever I'm on here. I'm like, I wonder if, if they, like Denise that's on here and Chip and different ones, like, do they really get that I genuinely just enjoy talking to them and just am glad that they are there, that I don't want anything from them except for other than just to know them. That's it. I don't want or need anything. That's not true. I do need something from you guys. I do need for you to hear the message and to show me things which you guys already have. Denise was the one that actually was showing me, because I was trying to figure out what to call Emmanuel whenever I was praying, or what's the name that we should be calling, the Father's Son. Because, I grew up saying Jesus, but then you find out there's no J's and that only Hebrew was spoken. So then you find out, well, it was, Yahusha. And you try to do that. And then Denise points out and she says, well, in the Bible, it says Emmanuel, which is true. And his name shall be Emmanuel, which means God with us, which makes perfect sense to me. So why haven't I been saying, Father who is in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be, he literally told us how to pray, but when addressing him, what do you call him? You want to be respectful and you want to be right on, right? And I don't know anybody that truly is Christian that doesn't care about what to call him, We want to call him the right thing. That's why we even have conversations and stuff. But how do you get somebody to understand that, especially when everybody that's came along always is, wanting in your pocket, or they want, which ultimately, even if you're doing something for you, they're reaching in your pocket, because if you're doing something for somebody else, as I have in the past, if you're giving them your time or your equipment or whatever it is that they wind up stealing off of you, because as soon as it's done, they're gone until they need something else, and then they're back again. Well, I put a stop to that some years ago. I'm not going to say I didn't have any more problems, because I sure as hell did, and I lost thousands and thousands of dollars over being kind. But watch them show up in here, these demons and everything else. They'll come in, and for a little while, as long as they can stand it, they'll pretend like they're regular old human beings that's actually wanting to be a part of the conversation and be intelligent. But then they can't do it anymore, because they're just demons. They want to destroy and be destructive, But when you're watching this right here, why I'm showing this to you, look how these demons were sneaking around at just this point. This is not the beginning of their debauchery, and it's not even the end of it. But if you look right now where we are and what year this is, okay, and wonder how we got here, if you go back to this day and time, And this year, which would have been like 1910 when this was taking place on Jekyll Island, this is what they was setting up. This is their mindset. And we already know their mindset on here, don't we? Because we've been through the Talmud. Not all of it, but we've been through the parts that we know that is enough for us to know that they're demonic as hell. And we don't want any part of them other than to eliminate them. So remember, you know, this is just a flashback of one of the things that they done and how they truly felt that they want to get it over on you to make you that slave so that you have to be done against your will so that you're living in a tent or some shit instead of a nice home, you know. Zonda, you know what I'm talking about, brother.
One of the men in that private rail car later admitted in a 1935 interview with the Saturday Evening Post that yes, the Jekyll Island meeting had happened, and yes, it was the origin of the Federal Reserve. He said they had been as secretive as any group of conspirators. That word, conspirators, is worth sitting with for a moment. Not because it satisfies some dramatic need, but because it is the word one of the participants chose for himself. Now here is what mainstream history would have you believe. It would have you believe that the Federal Reserve was created by well-meaning legislators to stabilize the economy after a series of banking panics. It would have you believe that the families involved were some civic-minded industrialists who simply wanted a more rational financial system. It would have you believe that what happened at Jekyll Island was an unusual moment, an anomaly, a single instance of private interest shaping public policy that has since been corrected. But what if the anomaly is the story we were told afterward? The Rockefeller family did not arrive at power in 1910. John D. Rockefeller had already built Standard Oil into a monopoly that controlled 90% of American oil refining by 1880. The Sherman Antitrust Act forced a nominal breakup in 1911, 1 year after Jekyll Island. Those successor companies, Standard Oil of New Jersey, Standard Oil of New York, and Standard Oil of California, eventually became ExxonMobil, Mobil, and Chevron. The Rockefeller family maintained controlling stakes through interlocking directorships and trust structures designed specifically to survive legal dismemberment. Today, Rockefeller family interests are managed through Rockefeller Capital Management, which oversees assets in the hundreds of billions. The energy industry they seeded in the 19th century remains the structural backbone of the global economy. The Morgan line is no different. J.P. Morgan died in 1913, months after the Federal Reserve was created. His firm survived him. J.P. Morgan and Company absorbed Chase Manhattan in 2000 to form J.P. Morgan Chase, now the largest bank in the United States by assets. The firm Henry Davison represented on Jekyll Island manages over $3 trillion today. The Morgan family's fingerprints are not on the glass anymore. They are baked into the glass itself. The Warburg connection runs deeper still.
Who's ready for a deal? Now, you can order a footlong in the Subway app and get another for free. That's right, Subway Sub Club members. Free! Get your favorite sub plus one. Subway.
Yeah, you know what? Subway, all of them find DNA in all of those fast foods, especially McDonald's. I mean, I don't know of anybody that goes there anymore. What are they saying? Is it, I think it's like 4% DNA in McDonald's now. I don't know if it's all of them across the board or not, but it's definitely McDonald's. Malibu Kitty, I'm starting to see the light. Well, now I thought you already had the light there, Bellaboo Kitty. I really did. I do not eat McDonald's anymore. Yeah, you or me, neither one. And I'll be honest with you, I was right in there. You know. Oh, wait a minute. Let me rewind a little bit. Sorry about that. Talking to Bellaboo Kitty. one of our buddies right here. You know, it's really, really sad whenever you have to watch everything that you eat and everywhere that you go. When you go to the damn grocery store, you got to make sure, you know, they don't have this and everything. And I forget who it was that said it, but I was talking about this on last night's show, and they pointed out when you go that there's actually a U with a circle around it, and it means it's kosher. But they have so many different signs and stuff like that that we have to look for. But just think about that in itself. Like, how sad is that when you go to the store, you can't just say, oh yeah, I think I'll pick up some bananas, or I think I'll pick up some, you know, ham or something like that, which, you know, I got away from the swine. I'm really trying not to eat any more of that anymore. Frank Childress, R5T, says hi. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate your time. Sit back and relax. You're amongst really good people. Bella Boo's in here. Naomi's in here. We got a bunch of really, really good people here just hanging out. And so, yeah, just welcome to the show. Glad you're here. Zonda's in there somewhere, I think. Or was. Yeah, it's just sad that we can't go to the grocery store and stuff and have to watch what we got. You know, like, does anybody know about the numbers? You know, the 3, if it starts with a 3, and if it starts with a 4, you got to look for the 9s and all that shit. Isn't that stupid? You know, and of course, you can't even eat lettuce now because Bill Gates put his filthy, nasty demon hands all over it now. It's got that, what's it called? Appeal and CRISPR. It's called CRISPR and Appeal, that you can't wash off of it and all that shit. Same here, no pork. Yeah, good. Yeah. You know, the Bible speaks against that anyway or whatever, but I got to be honest with you, for years and years, and I ain't going to lie to you, I mean, I would still, I'd still eat a big old bacon sandwich, you know, or something, but I try not to. You know, and they're literally saying the salami and all that stuff is a carcinogenic. And there's another one of those words that they like to use to keep us in the dark, Bellaboo. You know, carcinogenic. Frank, you know, they do that way. We don't say, oh, that means it's going to kill you with cancer. But that's literally what it means. Carcinogenic.
The connection runs deeper still. Paul Warburg's brother Max ran the M.M. Warburg banking house in Hamburg, which advised the German government during the First World
And what's the name? Wahlberg? Oh yeah, demonic Jew.
War, while Paul's institution in New York simultaneously helped finance the Allied side. The Warburg family's banking operations continued through the 20th century, and the M.M. Warburg Bank still operates today, more than 230 years after its founding. What Tartaria teaches, what the buried history beneath the official version keeps pointing toward, is that the world we were handed is not the world that was built. Somewhere between the maps that show cities that should not exist, the architecture that requires technology no official history accounts for, and the institutional structures that persist across supposed revolutions and resets, there is a pattern. That pattern is not random. It is managed. The families at Jekyll Island did not invent the model. They inherited it. The central banking concept Warburg brought from Europe did not originate in 19th century Germany. The Bank of England was founded in 1694 by a consortium of private creditors who lent the Crown $48 million in gold in exchange for a charter giving them the right to issue currency. The identity of those original creditors has never been fully made public. The institution they founded still exists. It still sets monetary policy for the United Kingdom. The names have changed, the function has not. When you look at the families connected to the Bank of England's founding, you find the same surnames cycling through centuries of European finance, through the funding of wars, through colonial trading companies, through the establishment of every major central bank on the continent. The Rothschild family alone financed both sides of the Napoleonic Wars and held the bonds of at least 5 European governments simultaneously by 1820. Nathan Rothschild said plainly that he did not care who sat on England's throne as long as he controlled the money supply. The money supply, that is the exact phrase that connects Jekyll Island to every century before it and every year after.
Now, did you hear
Control
that?
the money
Did you hear what he just
supply,
said?
the cost of everything.
Listen to
You
that.
control where the business
Listen to that.
of every major central bank on the continent. The Rothschild family alone financed both sides of the Napoleonic Wars and held the...
Hear that? Listen to that. They fund both sides of the damn wars, both sides of it.
bonds of at least 5 European governments simultaneously by 1820. Nathan Rothschild said plainly that he did not care.
Listen to this. He did not care. Listen.
Who sat on England's throne as long as he controlled the money supply. The money supply, that is the exact phrase that connects...
You see, he didn't give a shit who's claiming to be king or the head or anything like that. He don't care about that, because if he controls the money, you know, there you go.
Jekyll Island to every century before it and every year after. Control the money supply and you control the cost of everything.
Don't get jabbed, Bellaboo Kitty. Yeah, oh no, no jab here.
You control whether
that's
governments
got
can fund wars or must seek permission
aborted
from creditors.
Fetuses.
You control whether families can afford homes or must rent from those who can. You set the pressure inside the entire economic system, and you do it from a building with the word federal on the door and no obligation to explain your decisions to anyone who was not in the room when they were made. After the Federal Reserve was established, the families who designed it moved into the industries that would define the 20th century. The Rockefellers funded the development of the pharmaceutical industry through the General Education Board and the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research. They helped write the Flexner Report of 1910, which restructured American medical education away from herbal and homeopathic traditions and toward petrochemical-based drug therapies. The industries they stood to profit from were the industries their funded reports recommended. The Morgan interest spread into media and communications. AT&T, the telephone monopoly, had Morgan financing. General Electric, which eventually owned NBC, had Morgan financing.
Absolutely. Demonic
The concentration of mass communication into a small number of Morgan-connected hands happened not because of market efficiency, but because of coordinated capital deployment. By the time the 20th century reached its midpoint, the system was self-sustaining. The banking families no longer needed to sit in private rail cars. Their institutional descendants, the foundations, the investment firms, the interlocking board structures, moved capital the way water moves through a pre-existing channel. The channel had been cut at Jekyll Island and in the Bank of England's founding charter, and in every financial architecture those invisible creditors had assembled across the centuries. The names you see at the top of today's financial system are not strangers to this story. BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street together hold controlling or significant stakes.
Now, I know that may sound boring. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, those all three are owned by the demonics, and they own every damn thing. There's nothing that you do that they don't own or control.
In nearly every major corporation on Earth, including each other. Their largest shareholders trace directly to the institutional lineages built by Morgan, Rockefeller, and Warburg money. BlackRock was built in part with capital from Schwartzman and Peterson, both of whom came out of Lehman Brothers, itself a Kuhn-Loeb affiliate in the network Paul Warburg operated within. Vanguard's structure is deliberately designed to obscure ownership. It is technically owned by its own funds, which are owned by its investors, making it a legal and corporate puzzle never fully resolved in public. What is known is that Vanguard and BlackRock are the top two shareholders in each other, in every major bank, in every major pharmaceutical company, in every major media company, and in every major defense contractor. The industry concentration that the Jekyll Island men began building in 1910 now covers almost the entire formal economy. That is not a natural outcome. Markets do not naturally produce that kind of concentration across every sector simultaneously. What produces that outcome is coordinated multi-generational capital management by institutions whose structure insulates them from political accountability. Every official history of this period will tell you that the progressive era was a time of trust-busting and democratic reform. And surface level, that is partially true. Standard Oil was
Lucky
broken
Street,
up, the income
thank you
tax
for
was
being here.
passed, the Federal Reserve was created with congressional oversight provisions. But examine each
Dan,
reform carefully, and you
BlackRock
find the
holds
same families positioned on both sides. Rockefeller
stock in
interests
Vanguard
held
and
stakes
Vanguard
in
and
every
BlackRock
Standard Oil
and so
successor.
on. Exactly.
The income
Exactly.
tax
They
did not
own each
apply
other.
to
Very
income from
good. That's
tax-exempt
right.
foundations, the vehicle Rockefellers and Morgans were already building. The congressional oversight of the Federal Reserve has amounted to the Fed chairman testifying twice a year to legislators who receive significant contributions from the financial sector. The reform and the power structure it was meant to reform were both carefully managed by the same hands.
Making
Here is
crusades.
what gets buried in that history. Before the Federal Reserve, the United States had a tradition,
Gary says, and they
contentious and
also
imperfect,
supply loans to
of
central.
resisting
Yes.
centralized banking.
Yes. Absolutely.
Andrew Jackson killed the second bank of the United States in 1833, calling it a den of vipers and thieves. Abraham Lincoln issued greenbacks, government-created currency that bypassed the private banking system entirely to
A den of
finance the
vipers
Civil
and
War.
thieves. Absolutely.
Lincoln was assassinated 6 weeks after the war ended, and the greenback system was dismantled within a decade. Whether those two facts are connected is a question historians still debate. What is not debated is the timeline. The pattern of centralization, resistance, and the elimination of that resistance runs through American financial history like a straight line. Jekyll Island was not the beginning of that line, it was the point at which the line was made permanent. What they built in 1910 has not been dismantled. It has not been reformed in any structural sense, it has only grown. The families that sent representatives to that island did not lose their position when the legislation passed. They became the legislation. Their institutional descendants define the terms on which every American, and through the dollar's reserve currency status, every human being on Earth participates in the global economy. The hunters who never brought guns to Jekyll Island were hunting something.
Lucky Street,
And 114 years later, nothing on the menu has
let's
changed.
see,
Ask yourself how many institutions in your life were built before you were born,
archive.
will exist after you are gone, and have never once asked for your consent. Your bank, your currency, the interest rate on your mortgage, the price of medication your family depends on. The news presented as objective. The candidates available to vote for, both funded by the same investment firms. None of these systems appeared naturally. Every one of them was designed in rooms you were not in by people whose names do not appear in the textbooks your children carry. Jekyll Island is not the whole story. It is one well-documented moment when the curtain slipped. Pay attention to what was visible in that gap, because the families that sat in that room are still sitting. They just moved the table somewhere you cannot find it.
Yep. So there you go. That's the that now you guys have a good understanding, which I'm not saying that you didn't already before, but when you go back and you clearly start lining up these, I wonder if there's a video that we could find that would Wellberg family, the trillionaire family that
They should be worried because this mystery could affect everyone everywhere. The mystery is about 6 men from the same family, the Wallenbergs. Over the past century, this family went from being unknown to becoming the most powerful.
I don't know if I can find year 1913 reset.
They told you to work
America.
There's a page in the Congressional Record from December 23, 1913, that most Americans have never read. It documents the Senate vote on the Federal Reserve Act. 43 to 25, 27 senators absent. The House vote came hours earlier. 298 to 60, 76 representatives not voting. The bill passed at 11:45 p.m., 3 days before Christmas.
U.S. merges with Israel.
States had a central bank. The American
conspiracy. Yeah, 2 months ago. Yeah, it was
100% correct. And as such, it's adverse to the national security interests of the United States of America.
Anybody watch Tucker Carlson?
100% correct. And
Israel can't fight 7 wars or whatever, how many fronts they have at any given time without the United States paying for most of it, which we do. And so we can withdraw the support and thereby control, at least theoretically, control Israel's behavior.
Judy Girl with us. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your time. You are correct, King James. On that note, this reality is not what it seems. It gives itself away. It's meant to deceive. We will never reach resolution for even one deception. We are mice on a wheel. Yeah, you know what? Absolutely. That's well put. Very well put. Yeah, and Gary, that's interesting. The council committee of 300. You know, let's see if we can find something, Gary. Matter of fact, pertaining to that. But I read that Judy Girl put on there, you know, and that's absolutely right. See, that's how they see us. And that's the same as why I keep bringing up the Talmud. It says they see us as animals. And they have brainwashed those kids over there. Has anybody seen how they do that? Like what they actually teach the kids in school and stuff about America? We might try to do that. But let's see what we can find, Gary, about the Council of 300. Because if you don't know about the Council or the committee, either way, committee or council, committee of 300, it's the Rothschilds. You know how earlier I was talking about the demonic Talmud saying to each one of the doofus, useful idiots that they brainwash into dying for them and, you know, joining their cause. They literally say they're going to get 2,800 slaves, you know, which is absolutely crazy that somebody thinks that they would be getting 2,800 slaves. But when I was talking about that, I said, how would you even take care of 2,800 slaves? Even if you designated somebody to take care of those 2,800 slaves, which nobody can tell me where. No, actually, somebody did say where they would be coming from, but even though it's still, that's absolutely craziness, right? Because the whole damn thing is crazy. The Talmud says some pretty disgusting. Oh, very much so, Dan. Yeah, I show the Talmud on here all the time. Maybe we'll take a quick look at that. But before that, I forget, like Gary's saying, let's see if we can find something. We can come back to that or whatever, because I'm telling you, these Noahide, let's see what we can find. Council of 300. Well, what do you know? It brought up something. The Committee of 300 and the Fall of America. I don't know if we want to go with that. Let's see here. Explaining the Committee of 300.
The Committee of 300 by Drive John Coleman. Forward. In my career as a professional intelligence officer.
I ain't gonna listen to that. It's AI bullshit.
All right, let's dive in. Today, we're going to break down the claims from one very specific and pretty controversial source, Dr. John Coleman's book, The Story of the Committee of 300. This book.
Now, is this what you're referring to, Gary? Because I got
group has been running.
I don't know if this is what I was talking about or not.
Now, we're not here to say if this is true or not. Our job.
Well, hey, if you're here, welcome here. I appreciate everybody's time. Red Eye, welcome to the show. Appreciate you having here. Red Eye says most people only want a job at home and a family. A job, a home, a family. That's good enough for me. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, yes. Very good comment. Yeah, absolutely. And why should you have to worry about that there's some demonic demon who literally wants to manipulate you for thinking that way, and who wants to cut your head off, and who hates your children and thinks of them as being animals, like the Talmud. And you know what? That's a great segue, because real quick, I think it was Dan that just said something about the Talmud. Yeah. So, real quick here, if you've been here on the show, then you know that I've showed this, and I'm going to show it again here right quick. We'll go over this so we can just see what it is that we're talking about. So when we're talking about the demonics and stuff, we're talking about this right here. This is not all of it. This is just the main parts of the Talmud, which is like 5,000 pages long or so. I don't know how many's in there, but it's a lot. And I don't know how many books it is. And I don't really, well, actually, I do care. And but this is the main part. And this is all I need to know right here to know that it's all demonic as hell and we don't want no part of it. But if you read this, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scroll over, and all this is right here, that is just a close-up of this right here so that you can read it easier. But if you read it, again, this is the Yamamoth 98A, and you look this up for your own. I just took this off of their own Talmud, okay, but you can go look it up for yourself. But as you can read right there, it says all non-Jew children are animals. So this don't tell them how to live. This tells them the way that they actually think and what they think about your kids. And it is absolutely evil. I didn't see the comment. I just looked and seen where Noma was replying to you, Dan. But yes, if you haven't seen this before, that's why I want to go over it, because I know many of us that's on here, I go over this all the time, because people don't even know that they have a Talmud. I mean, you know, because live and let live, right? If somebody's not bothering you, why do you go and stick your nose in their business? That's not me. But, you know, once I find out that you have been murdering, and you have been trying to murder my children, and when I find out that you are literally dragging unborn children out of the womb, literally, I'm not joking you, onto plates and stuff where there are other demonics standing around, and they pull it apart with their own hands and eat it. And they go on to describe what certain things, like the intestines of this infant that they're consuming, taste like cream cheese and stuff. I'm not joking you. Okay? You need to pay attention. So, all non-Jew children are animals right there. When a Jew murders a non-Jew, there will be no death penalty. So what they're telling you there, straight up, is it's okay. Yep, as long as a Jew murders somebody, no problem. And right here, a man who engages in intercourse with a girl less than 3 years of age has done nothing. It's right there. Okay. Jews must destroy books of Christians. Right there it is. Right here, it tells them the way that they think about you. The non-Jews are not human. They are beasts. Right there. So, you know how they treat beasts, right? And then right here, the 2,800 slaves. Look here. When the Messiah comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. Their Messiah is Baal, B-A-A-L, the devil. Now, this one right here, as if that's not bad enough, but this is like the absolute filth, debauchery of all debauchery right here. This is as worse as you possibly can get. Jesus is in hell being boiled in hot excrement right there. You know, and then these other ones, in comparison to what I just read you right there, you know, Jews may use lies on the non-Jews, you know. What a Jew steals, you know, from a non-Jew, he may keep, so on and so forth. You know, look it up for your own self. If you have not read their Talmud, this ain't mine. I didn't make up the Talmud. I didn't make that up. This is their book. Bellaboo Kitty says, help us, free us, Lord Jesus. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You know, I had been talking earlier on the show about the kids that they have just found. This just happened. They just found these children over in Ukraine. This is the Russians reporting that. And, of course, they want to try to convince you that, you know, Russia's bad. And Putin's the one been saying that the vampire ball would be coming to an end. Well, they just found these children in Ukraine. And who's been supporting Ukraine? And who runs Ukraine? Oh, yeah, the demonics, right? Zelensky and the demonic Jews, all of them. See, when I say Jews, I mean, they're just, you know, right along with the rest of them. But anybody who living by the Talmud or doing this kind of demonic bullshit, okay, you got to go. You're done. No matter what I have to do, I don't care whatever it is, you have to be eliminated. Because how do you do this to children? Now, you can go read it for yourself and stuff like that, but it says that they found literally rows and rows of these children. These children, these are just a few of them right here. See them on the scales and stuff? They said that they was so beat up and so drained that even when they would try to pick them up or mess with them or whatever, they wouldn't even flinch or move or anything. They was just like, you know, I don't want to use a word here because it would take away from, you know, how serious this is. But they had hoses hooked up to them, and they're being drained of their blood. The hoses was going to their kidneys to get their blood and stuff, because they can't get enough of the adrenochrome that they was getting. So they have to hook up the hoses to these small children and everything. You know, let me tell you, you know, when you see stuff like this and you think, oh, no, it can't be, you know. Yeah, that's real. This here's from the Epstein files, everybody. And you know, it's not bad enough, right? This right here is not bad enough right here. But look, standing right over here on the side. Look at the kid standing there, and before you think that it's fake, it's not. It's from the Epstein files. And if you look right here you can see that this belonged to this. But they just took this off of this and they just cooked this part and then brought that out so you could see, you know, I'm really trying not to say like, you know, a turkey or something like that so that you could see, you know, how they present the head with it or whatever. But that's what they do. No kidding. Filth, trash, demonic. I don't know. Is there a low enough word or something to describe that? I don't think so. I don't think there is. So whenever I'm talking about the Talmud, okay, it's not mine, everybody. It's not mine. This is their Talmud. This is what tells us and what shows us that we know who the enemy is. Yeah, Bella Boo, no kidding. Yeah, it really is sickening, you know. James Adlin. It's a branch on the same tree, Orthodox or not. Yeah. You know what? I'm agreeing with you. Yes, and as I showed earlier on the show here, that there are actually Jews who said, "Hey, we're not with those demonic. No, we're not with those. They're on their own. That's not us." Matter of fact, we can look at that real quick, I guess. I don't really... Oh, we was looking at this here, but let's see if I can... Well, let's continue with this, because I was asked to do this by one of my main peeps on here, so I definitely want to go down this, because I haven't seen
Our job
this.
is simply to explain what the book alleges. So, let's see what it has to say.
Real quick, if you're here, I appreciate you being here so much. I mean, I can't even tell you, just your time, you know, is very, it is really, really wonderful that you that you're here sharing your time, period. So thanks for being here. All right, well, let's check this out and let's see what this here is all about, because I really don't know. I was thinking this was the Council of 300, which comes from the demonics, Rothschilds and stuff. What I'll tell you real quick what I thought it was, and then we'll see what this is. But they have what's called the Council of 300, where they tell people, oh, this might be it. Let's just watch.
All right, let's dive in.
Thanks for being here.
Today, we're going to break down the claims from one very specific and pretty controversial source, Dr. John Coleman's book, The Story of the Committee of 300. This book makes a wild claim that a secret group has been running the world for centuries. Now, we're not here.
A wild claim.
Here to say if this is true or not. Our job is simply to explain what the book alleges.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, I really hope that they do stay on that line. We don't need somebody saying one way or the other. We are way extremely intelligent enough to make our own decisions. So that's good. I hope they do that.
So let's see what it has to say. You know that feeling, right? You hear people talking about some mysterious they who are secretly
Bellaboo Kitty said this is so depressing. Yeah, I know. Don't you wish that we didn't have to put up with these demons and stuff like that? We'd much rather doing anything besides this garbage right here. You know, Gary, yes. Yeah, AI creating conspiracies, yes.
Pulling all the strings behind the scenes. This idea that there's some hidden force really in charge of world events. Well, the book we're looking at today claims it can put a name and even a number to that powerful, shadowy they.
So the core idea here is that the governments we see on the news every day, presidents, prime ministers, all of that, they're just the public-facing part. The author alleges that above them, there's a whole other parallel government that's way more powerful and operates completely in the shadows. The author kicks things off with this quote, basically suggesting that this isn't some crazy out there idea. He's tapping into that common suspicion that a lot of people have.
Dan writes, says, they'll tell you to follow the Torah. Don't let them fool you with that. It's definitely the Talmud. Thank you for that, Dan. Yes.
That the real power is...
And you know what? That's really why I keep going to that, because I'm not letting them... but you know what? You nailed it, and I'm so glad that you put that in there and pointed that out, because that needs to be spoken out loud. Yeah, I don't care about their damn Torah. You know, for no other reason, when you read that Talmud and just what we already know now from what we read with our own eyeballs, and we know what they really think about us, that's what we need. So very good. Great comment.
Somewhere else. And the people we elect are maybe just front men.
Great input, I should say.
If there is an unseen government, who are they? Well, the author gives them a very specific name, the Committee of 300.
And according to this book, this isn't just one of many groups. This is the absolute top of the pyramid, the very apex
The Muslims
of global
run
power.
the world.
The source claims that it's a group of just 300 people who
If
call
you
themselves
haven't
the
figured
Olympians.
that
And they
out yet,
supposedly
you're
see themselves as being on
kind
a
of
totally
lost.
different
And
level from the rest of us. Almost.
all right, hold on. We got somebody else. Dan Burney, 35. The Muslim run the world. If you haven't figured that out yet, you're kind of lost. And the communists watch as it happens to profit from it. Well, you know what? You're saying pretty much the same thing as what we are, Dan. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And thanks for jumping in there. And, you know, would you or would you not consider those demonic? I would. Anybody who's, you know, doing this kind of sick shit or whatever, you know, they would be demonic. So if you're saying all Muslims or whatever, I don't know. I don't know that the Muslims have a Talmud that definitely say like what the demonic Jews have. They have a Talmud that we just went over. I don't know if you was here for that or not, but I just showed it, where it literally says that if you're not one of them, that you're a beast, and that your children are animals, and that if they want to have, no, not if they want to, and that they have intercourse with children less than 3 years of old. I mean, come on. These are demonics, you know. So you can nitpick, you can say it's this group, it's that group, or whatever. That's why I say it's the demonics. Anybody who's doing sick shit, no matter who they are, what religion they claim, or anything else, if they're after somebody else to put down or harm in some way, somehow, then they're a demonic, and they got to be rooted out. Do I think that I will climb this mountain? Do I think that I can empty out this cesspool? No, I don't. I probably won't, because we know that this world belongs to the devil. We know that. It's his. We know that. But guess what? If I'm to die, you know, standing on the small inflatable raft that will probably sink, then by golly, let it sink. But I can tell you this, I'm not going to jump in and try to save myself and become some of that debauchery bullshit. I would rather drown. I would rather be whatever it is that happens to me and go out of this sick, twisted ass world that belongs to the damn devil. I don't want a part of it. You know what? You've got plenty to claim, but you're not claiming me. Go ahead, and if that's the way it's going to be, then so be it. But I'm not joining it. I'm not doing it. I've already been a part of it way too long now.
Almost like modern-day gods with a divine right to rule. The book says they've been secretly running the world this way for more than 100 years. So,
Gary
you're probably
says
wondering,
Canaanites.
how on earth could just 300 people control the entire planet? Well, the book claims they don't do it all by themselves. Instead, they operate through a huge network of organizations and institutions that you've probably heard of, which basically act as the...
Ryan Everett? 9901, I hope I got that right. Thanks for being here. It's not demonic Jews, call it what they are, Canaanites. You know what, we need to get into that, don't we? We really do. But I'm going to follow this through, because I think it was my buddy Gary on here that brought this up. Was it you, Gary? I'm pretty sure. Anyway, we're chasing this down here because we got to connect the dots. Once we connect the dots, then we know what we're talking about. Once we know what we're talking about, which we already do, you don't need to know any more than if somebody's carrying around a book that literally tells how they think about you. You know, I mean, game over, you know. You are a demonic, period. But let's finish this out. Thanks for being here.
Their hands and feet on the ground. And here's what that chain of command allegedly looks like. You've got the Committee of 300 at the very top, and they issue their directives down through this whole web of other powerful groups. And what's interesting is the book names real organizations like the Council on Foreign Relations and the Bilderberg Group, which are known for having super influential members from the worlds of politics, finance, and...
Anybody ever heard of the Bilderberg Group or whatever? You remember a while ago when we watched the Rothschild, the short or whatever, where they stopped him and was trying to talk to him about what about the Bilderberg meeting and stuff?
Big business. To make this feel a little less abstract, the book gives a pretty chilling case study, the assassination of Italian Prime Minister Aldo Moro back in 1978. The claim is that Moro was pushing for Italy's industrial growth, and this went directly
Gary's
against the
agreeing
committee's
with you
agenda.
about the Canaanites.
So, the source alleges
I know
he was
that
threatened
there's
by
something
none other
to
than
that.
Henry
We'll check
Kissinger,
it out.
who was
Listen.
supposedly acting for the Club of Rome.
We'll check that out
Moro
here
didn't
shortly.
back down, and shortly after, he was kidnapped and murdered. Years later, actual court testimony apparently linked Kissinger to that threat, which for the author makes this a perfect example of how ruthless the committee can be.
Wow.
So why? Why
Henry
would they do all
Kissinger.
of this? According to the author, it all serves one massive overarching goal. And now we get to what the book calls the committee's master plan, a detailed blueprint for creating a one-world government, or what some call a new world order.
Yep.
And one of the most
That's what they're
shocking
lining up.
parts of this alleged plan is mass depopulation.
Yep.
The
Yep.
author
Here
claims
we
the
are.
committee backed a report called Global 2000, which called for the elimination of 3 billion people by the year 2000. The book claims the committee has a chilling term for this so-called surplus population: useless eaters. The logic, according to the author, is that things like industrial progress and population growth use up natural resources. Resources that this elite
4
group supposedly
eyelids,
believes belong only to them.
164.
Apparently,
That's
the
a
fourth grade
handle,
has
isn't it?
21 points.
Have you
and they
listened to
cover,
any
well,
biblical-based
everything.
conspiracy
We're talking about a single
podcasts?
global government with
A
one
few
currency,
good ones
the
are
complete
the
destruction of any kind of national pride or identity,
Bump
and an end to all
Podcast
industrialization
and
to create what
Nephilim
they
Death
call
Squad.
a post-industrial, zero-growth society. The end game described is nothing less than total control over every part of every person's life. But wait a minute.
You never
A
know.
plan
Maybe
that
we can
radical,
check
wouldn't
that
people
out
rebel?
on
Wouldn't
here.
there
I
just
don't
be
know about
chaos
today or
everywhere?
not.
Well, according to
4
the author,
eyelids,
the
but
committee's main weapon isn't brute force.
yeah, I'll look
It's
into
something
that.
much quieter and more sophisticated.
I'm
Mass
not really
psychological
chasing
warfare,
conspiracies
designed
here.
to break society's spirit and
That's
shape
not
we
what I
want.
do.
The
That's
book
not what I'm
claims
doing
there's
at
a
all.
specific 3-step playbook for this. First, they say specialized think tanks like the Tavistock Institute develop the psychological tactics. Step 2, they manufacture crisis, wars, financial crashes, social unrest, to get everyone feeling scared and confused. And finally, step 3, the media is used
I'll
to
check
manage
into
public
it.
opinion and guide the demoralized population
But
toward accepting whatever solution was planned all along.
Let me jump in here real quick. And 4 eyelids, he said, I looked into conspiracy podcasts or whatever. I am not here for conspiracies and all that stuff. I'm here because merging together is a huge, it's not a sign, it's them blatantly showing anyone that thought that you still had a country and that anybody had the illusion or was still trying to think that they are, and when I say they, I'm talking about this government here in U.S. Incorporated, has anything to do with, for you, you're out of your damn mind. They're blatantly telling you that they just joined with Israel, of all places. Now, the military belongs to Israel. And that's a fact, Jack. We can look that up all day long. You can watch it. You can have other people tell it to you or whatever. And if you're saying, oh, how does that affect me? That don't bother, I'm going to go find something to laugh at on the next screen or something, then flip on. Because the Noahide laws are coming. That's what they want to do next. That's what they're already working on. November 2nd, they're going to have the Noahide meeting, the very first one, where they start the council for the Noahide laws. And if you're thinking right now, what the hell is Noahide laws, or how does that affect me? I don't give a shit. It sounds boring. Well, it's not going to be boring because it literally says to cut your head off.
And a key piece of this control puzzle is a concept the source calls
Unless you think that's
technotronics.
boring.
The term is attributed to Zbigniew Brzezinski, a former national security advisor, and it basically describes a new kind of society where technology allows for a quiet, almost invisible type of total dictatorship. And to really drive this point
Yeah,
home,
no,
the source
population
includes
control,
this
yeah.
quote, attributed to Brzezinski, describing a future where it's possible to assert almost continuous control over every citizen and to maintain up-to-date files containing even the most personal details.
Anybody just hear that? Every citizen.
I mean, that's a vision of a world with
Citizen.
absolutely no privacy and no room for dissent.
And where are we at with the flock cameras and all this other bullshit?
And so, that's the story. We had just walked through the central claims from this one source. It's a narrative of a
Gary
meticulous,
says,
planned, global takeover.
Personally, I think the war on carbon was a declaration of war on the people. Oh, absolutely. You know, what do they think of us as? They don't think of us as human. They see us as carbon. You know, animals. Anything without a soul, something that can be discarded, used for whatever they want. You know, and they've literally been using us for blood sacrifices, so on and so forth. And where was it that we was going to go? There was something else I was going to look at, but I said we would finish this here out first. I can't remember now. What was it we was talking about? It was something to do with Jews. Call them what they was. What is it called? Somebody remind me what that was. What's it? Don't call them demonic Jews. Call them. I think it was Dan that said that. Or no, it was 4 eyelids. Canaanites, wasn't it? Am I right or no? Canaanites, I think is what we're looking for. Ryan Everett, 9901. Thank you for being here. Very few people know that in all these countries that Israel is attacking has or had groups of practicing Jews and Christians living and practicing in them. Look where the first rockets fell in Iran. Oh, that's interesting. Very few people know in these countries that Israel is attacking, has or had groups of practicing Jews and Christians living and practicing in them. Thank you, Ryan Everett. Yeah, Canaanites, yeah. 4 eyelids, Canaanites, yep. Noma, Canaanites, okay. Well, we'll get to the Canaanites right now. Let's go down this. Let's figure this out. Canaanites explained. All right, here we go. Here's a short. Let's check this out.
The Canaanites, the forgotten civilization. Long before the rise of Israel, the land of Canaan was home to one of the earliest and most mysterious civilizations. Stretching from modern-day Lebanon to southern Israel, the Canaanites were master traders, connecting Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean. Their cities, Tyre, Sidon, and Ugarit, flourished with wealth and culture. They worshipped gods like Baal and El, leaving behind temples and inscriptions that still puzzle historians today. But their world was fragile. As Egyptian pharaohs, invading sea peoples, and the early Israelites clashed over Canaan, their identity faded into history. Yet, their legacy lived on, shaping the ancient world's alphabets, myths, and cultures. The Canaanites. the forgotten civilization. Long before the rise of Israel, the land of Canaan was...
Look up how many Jews and Christians live in Iran before the war. Ryan Everett. Okay, all right, we can do that. I'm right now. I'm trying to understand these here Canaanites. So, I really am, because see, here's the thing. When you say, whenever I'm saying demonic Jews, okay, that's what they're claiming to be. You know, so if they're really Canaanites or whatever, you guys are spot on. You're right. We need to hone in and you know the absolute truth about it, because having the right information is vitally important no matter what you're doing. So this is why I truly want to understand the Canaanites here. But what I'm saying, or trying to say, is you have a group of individuals. I don't care if they're Canaanites, I don't care if they're Jews, I don't care what they're claiming to be. If they're carrying around a book, or books in this case, that literally have in them saying the way that they feel, and more importantly, what they already have done and proven that they will do because they've already done it, okay, those are demonics. Whether that's Jew demonics, Canaanite demonics, or whatever. But now, you guys can answer this way better than probably what I can even say it. But isn't this kind of like where it comes in, why they don't want the DNA testing and all this bullshit to happen? Is this why that the demonic Jews, I'll call them, and probably will continue to call them, or I don't know, you know, I'll take that back. If it comes down to it's demonic Canaanites or something like that, because you're absolutely right. And you even have Jews that's been outspoken now, that we showed earlier, that they're coming out saying, hey, that ain't us. You know, we ain't in that crap. You know what I mean? Bingo, spot on. Oh, thank you for that, Ryan. Appreciate that.
Home to one of the earliest and most mysterious civilizations, stretching from...
I'm going to assume you're only talking about, you know, calling them the right thing and getting the right information. Yes. All right, let's see. What was we going to look at now? We was going to look up something else. What was it? There was something else we was getting ready to look up. I can't remember. Oh, look up how many Jews and Christians live in, is it Iran before the war? How many Jews and Christians were in Iran before the war? I don't know if that's too much information for it or not, but... Well, they put it up there. Stop Israel, Hungary from, let's see, I don't know what that is. Jews in Iran.
It's no secret that the Jewish state...
Well, let's take a look at that right there. It popped up, so let's take...
It's the Joint and Mobility
Right.
Support Supplement.
Let me know if this here, Ryan, let me know if this lines up with what we want to check out.
No secret that the Jewish state and the Islamic Republic of Iran are not friends.
U.S. officials confirming that Iran has launched drones and...
Ryan writes, there are still many Christians that live in Iran today. Yeah, right. Oddly enough, right? But still, nobody cares about blowing it up, because see, I hadn't went down this path, but this is a really good segue into what I probably should have already said. That's right. There are Jews and stuff living there in Iran. But here's why they still have no problem blowing them up. We know for a fact that demonics will eat their self, right? So if they would eat their own, not their own self, but their own children, let me get that correct, because they literally said it themselves, and I already showed yous on here that they literally eat their own children just so they can survive, then of course they blow up their own people just so they can say, blame it on somebody else and make it look like somebody else done something to them when they're the ones that shot their very own.
Missiles toward Israel.
U.S. officials say Israel was responsible for a missile
The Hannibal Directive, what's that about?
strike.
But there's a twist. Iran is home to one of the biggest Jewish communities in the Middle East. Nearly
Random Scorley, thank you for being here. What we're discussing is the U.S. Incorporated merging with Iran, or not Iran, forgive me, Israel, joining together, and now the military belongs to the demonics, who are already going after Turkey and everybody else now, using U.S. Incorporated and the military that's here to do their will, their bidding, whatever they decide for them to do. That should never happen. Absolutely. Absolutely. Welcome to the channel. We're glad to have you here. Thanks for jumping in there. You got a bunch of brilliant minds in here right now. Really good people in here.
10,000 Iranian
Thank you for your time.
Jews still operate Jewish schools and synagogues across the country.
Since you just joined there, I'm going to start this over or whatever, but we just jumped in on this and we're talking about how many of the Jews for right now, I haven't decided which one they are. If they go by the Talmud, they are demonic, means that they believe in killing you and your children, literally. We know that they like to have sex with very small children, not sex, but rape them. And so we're going to watch this here right now and find out this, because I never even thought about that, but there are so many of these that's actually in Iran, and Christians too, right? That's there, but they won't have any problems blowing them up at all. Watch.
It's no secret that the Jewish state and the Islamic Republic of Iran are
We should
not
defund
friends.
U.S. officials confirming that Iran.
Yeah, but you can't listen. You said we should defund Israel. No. See, what they just done was diabolically genius, because the demonic Israel knew that it was about ready to lose all of us, because everybody that I talk to, and Naomi in here will tell you also, everybody that she talks to, they don't want this shit. They don't want this shit at all. But yet they went ahead and blatantly over our head. It's the same way in Texas, okay? Chip, I don't know if Chip's still here with us or not, but he's in Texas, and he said down there that, well, no, they wanted to put a data center in. The people came out in droves, the whole town, and said no data center. And by golly, the next day, guess what they had? A data center, regardless of what they said. And that's the same thing as what they're doing now with joining these militaries. But let me tell you what that does. Old Netanyahu there, he says, oh, no, I don't want no money from the U.S., although he's still just handing his hand out, taking it, because he just got handed $1.33 trillion budget for the military that he has control of. And somehow or some way, I don't know how in the hell they get this, but they're saying that there's no off-ramp, there's nothing that we can do about it. He doesn't have to ask Congress about it. They can't vote on it and do anything. It's just all whatever he wants to do. And guess what he's already did? He's grabbing a hold of Turkey. He's going to war with everybody. And they want a forever war. Like, they don't want peace. They're going after every damn body. And the Noahide laws are coming November. They're going to start that shit. And if you don't know about Noahide laws, hang on to your hat.
Has launched drones and missiles toward Israel.
U.S. officials say Israel was responsible for a missile strike.
But there's a twist. Iran is home to one of the biggest Jewish communities in the Middle East. Nearly 10,000.
Yeah, you know what? I was talking about that earlier, Ryan. Bibi Netanyahu's real name is Benjamin Melekowski. That is a Polish name, I think.
1,000 Iranian Jews still operate Jewish schools and synagogues across the country. They have a chief rabbi and a representative in Iran's parliament. There's even a handful of kosher restaurants. But, like their fellow citizens, Jews in Iran cannot speak freely.
They linked our military budget with Israel.
Can't really know what life is like for our brothers and sisters.
Okay, well, you know what? Linking our budget with Israel, it's one and the same now. And it doesn't even matter because he has full control over the military. And over the $1 1/3 trillion or whatever it is, period, that was already handing over to him anyway, right?
In the Islamic Republic.
But since he got a hold of that, that's why he says, "No, I don't need the U.S.'s money." He says that because he's just been handed $1 1/3 trillion annually, you know?
Which raises the question.
We got to stop that. It can't be. It's not going to stand. I can tell you this right now. That money will not be coming from me anymore. I am not making no payments. The payment shit has stopped. It should have stopped a long time ago. I'm really ashamed to say, but
Jews came to Iran roughly 2,700 years ago. Well, to be more accurate, they were dragged there against their will by a rather nasty empire. It was a bitter start to a long
Bellaboo Kitty. Yeah, they make me sick
though
too.
It's impossible
Stupid,
to
isn't it?
nearly 3 millennia in a single video. The biblical story of Esther does a pretty good job. The Hebrew Bible tells us that the Persian emperor is looking for a new wife to add to his harem. He chooses a beautiful woman named Esther, not realizing that she's Jewish. And she's got no interest in revealing her secret, because the emperor's second in command is a passionate anti-Semite.
Dan, you don't have no restrictions here. You can say murdered. You see how they have taken our speech and stuff, and they're telling us this and telling us that. That's why I say, don't waste your time subscribing unless you want to, just for as long as I'm on here or something. Totally up to you. I don't ask anybody to subscribe. But they have literally taken our freedom of speech and so on and so forth. And think about what we're doing now. Now we're using words like unalive and stuff like that instead of murder and everything. So, I think it's Larry Ellison or one of them that was talking and said, sometimes basically we the people, we don't know what we want, and that they have to be forced and just made to do certain things. I can probably find that clip sometime. It's really, well, anyway. So, yeah, you can say murder. But anyway, the Hannibal Directive is Israel's purposely unalive their own people so they don't, become hostages and to keep doing their evil deeds. Yes, yeah, they will. They have no problems whatsoever murdering their own people. But here's the thing. It's really not their own people. It's just the useless or the useful puppets that they've talked into or brainwashed into thinking that they're, going to have 2,800 servants, slaves.
He was on a mission to slaughter every Jew in the empire. He doesn't realize the queen is one of those Jews. It's now up to her to save
Hey,
the
Plasma
people.
Zombie.
So
Welcome
Esther
back
tells
to
her
the channel.
husband that
Glad
his
to have you.
advisor is planning to kill her along with the rest of her people. The emperor is, to put it lightly, not thrilled.
Yeah,
To hear his
real
second in
name is
command is a genocidal lunatic
Gog
who's planned to kill all the Jews who
Ashkenaz.
robbed Persia of its queen. You know the rest of the story.
The
They
face
tried to
of
kill
the
us,
devil
they failed. Let's see. The
in the
emperor
world.
immediately
Yes.
gets rid of his
Yep.
genocidal advisor and hires Esther's uncle instead. Thousands of years later, we still celebrate the bravery of Persia's Jewish empress. Historians are split on whether this story actually happened as written, since there's no hard evidence for much of this tale. But in the gaps between fact and faith, Queen Esther emerges as a symbol of all Persian Jews. In fact, in the last century, Jewish scholars have even begun to refer to the Jews of Iran as Esther's children. The name fits. Like today's Persian Jews, Esther is descended from Israelite refugees hauled into exile. Yet, she manages to rise to a position of great power and influence. Meanwhile, her uncle Mordecai foils a plot to kill the emperor, demonstrating his loyalty to the empire. He's proudly Jewish and proudly Persian, just like Esther's children are today. Persian Jews didn't always have representatives to look out for their interests. Remember, they arrived as refugees, dragged into exile thousands of years ago. But just a few decades after the first Jewish refugees arrived in Persia, a new emperor changed everything. Most people call him Cyrus the Great. The Hebrew Bible calls him,
You know, Cyrus the Great or whatever. That's why they keep saying with old dumpy butt plug Trump there. You know, they call him Cyrus also.
the Anointed One. He is celebrated
The
even
Anointed
today
One there,
for
yeah.
allowing Jewish exiles to return to their homeland and rebuild their holy temple. Many did, but a sizable community chose to stay behind. Cyrus was a tolerant, open-minded ruler, and his policy set the tone for centuries of Jewish life in Persia. Despite occasional interludes of intolerance, Esther's children thrived for the next 1,300 years, producing great scholars, merchants, doctors, bankers, and political advisors to whoever was in charge. And then, Islam came to Persia from the Arabian Peninsula. With it came new norms, new cultures, even a new language. But the Persian people had no interest in giving up on their beautiful ancient language and culture and social norms. They accepted Islam, but they drew the line.
Ride Storm 5, welcome to the channel. The Vimana shows up. They'll wish these never happen. I don't know what that is. Vimana. I've never heard of that. What is that?
At Arabizing. And on this, they found themselves perfectly aligned with their Jewish neighbors, who had been refusing to assimilate into the dominant culture for centuries. Sure, neighboring cultures influence each other all the time, but Persian Muslims, just like Persian Jews, borrowed only the elements that served them and clung to their unique traditions and language. Under their new Muslim leaders, Persian Jews were considered Ahl al-Dhimma, or dhimmis, second-class citizens forced to pay a tax in exchange for protection. Technically, any non-Muslim monotheist was a dhimmi. The category was a...
You know what? That is... Ryan Everett, yeah. Hey, Ryan, you know what? That's really good. Now, listen to this. He writes, by changing language, they make us liars, and to lie is a sin. Our mind may not register it, but our soul sure does. And that is so true. That is so true. That's very, very true. That's really good, Brian. Good job, man. Yeah, really good stuff there. But I'll tell you what I pray for. You know, I pray for not only discernment, you know, to be able to figure out things and be aware of things, you know, but for forgiveness, for speaking the language that I grew up with. I mean, how can you help that? How can you help, you know, what you, now it says, seek and ye shall find. Well, isn't that what we're doing? We're seeking the truth and stuff. I honestly feel with my soul that the Lord knows that I am trying to get on the right path. and according to his word, I know that I am on the right path. So we are all sinners, just like whenever he said, let he without sin cast the first stone, when, the lady was there that was caught and stuff, and they all put their stones down and they all went away. And you remember what Jesus, said? They didn't find fault with you, so neither can I, go and sin no more. Okay, well, that's kind of where we're at. So he will forgive us if it's done the right way, You have to be careful saying what our Lord and Savior will actually do, right? Because then you're creating a false God if you start saying something like, don't worry about it, God will forgive you for that. Of course, if you live by and you do things the right way, then you can be forgiven. And, we have to ask forgiveness for our sins, right? Each and every day. If we're breathing, we're definitely sinning.
Expansive.
That's
And
really
depending
good
on
stuff,
who's in
though.
charge, it could encompass people of all religions. But plenty of rulers across the Muslim world had no interest in actively subjugating their dhimmi. So despite their lowered social status, many Persian Jews still managed to eke out a dignified life in Muslim Persia. That was until the
Rider
sacrifice
Storm.
took charge in the early 1500s,
It's ancient,
instituting
goes
a new,
further back
strict form of
than
Shia
this
Islam and sending
disgraceful
Persian Jewish
mess.
life into a
E equals
tailspin.
MC squared.
This
Yeah.
version of Islam
Yeah,
had
really.
a lot to say about who was pure and who was not. Muslims, pure. Everyone else, not.
Ryan says, I pray
the primary
for
carriers of
courage
this metaphysical impurity
within
were the
myself
Jews.
and
Persia's new rulers spent lots
also
of time
within
devising
my
ways
brothers
to keep them from
and
passing on this
sisters.
impurity to their Shia neighbors.
Persecution comes
Jews were barred from entering Muslim
from our
bathhouses,
brothers
touching
and
food
sisters.
that a Muslim might.
That's good stuff too. Ryan says, I pray for courage within myself and also within my brothers and sisters. I'm going to stop right there with what he wrote, because that's my point and what I'm trying to say. So I'm glad you wrote that. That's what I'm doing here. Like I said it a little while ago, I'm on the Titanic maybe, and all I got is my little tiny oar, and maybe I'm down there in the water, trying to steer this ship that's going to crash. What good is that one little tiny oar going to do? But could you imagine if your brothers and your sisters, if everybody, if all of us said, hey, you know what? Maybe he's pissing in the ocean. Maybe it's going to crash. But if we're going to crash, I think I'll stick my oar in there also, And if we all joined in and put those little tiny oars in the water, it's going to make a difference. And maybe, of course with the Lord, that's the only way, is if the Lord does it, right? But we could change our course here. And we better. And you know what? Even if it don't, I don't care. I'm going to go out with me trying to right a very, very demonic wrong. So that's good stuff, brother. Good job.
Eat, drinking from public wells, going outside in the rain. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. By the late 19th century, things were mostly looking up for Persian Jews. In the nation's capital, the government officially recognized the Council of the Jewish Community. A network of Jewish schools opened all around the country. Many Jews joined the brewing political revolution, agitating for the establishment of a parliament governed by a constitution that would guarantee their rights. And to its credit, the parliament actually listened when the Jewish communities reported persecution and harassment. But progress is slow. In 1910, angry rioters attacked the Meholeh of Shiraz, leaving many of its Jews destitute. But when a new Shah rose to power, Persian Jews dared to hope that the sporadic pogroms and forced conversions might be over for good. Reza Khan had been a colonel in the Persian army during World War I. As a career officer, he'd earned the loyalty of his brigade. So when he marched on Tehran in the winter of 1921, the army marched with him. By 1925, he was the country's new emperor and the founder of its last dynasty. He chose a new name for himself, Reza Shah Pahlavi. Shah being the Persian word for king. A decade into his rule, he renamed his country, too. Persia is now officially Iran. Reza Shah was not a liberal, and he did not turn Iran into a democracy. But he was a practical man, and he wanted to modernize his country, to turn Iran from a religious backwater to a strong, secular nation-state that could resist the meddling of foreign powers. His reforms were controversial, particularly among the poor and the devout. But for religious minorities, including Jews, his reign was the start of the Golden Age, which peaked after his son Mohammad Reza took the throne at age 21. By the 1960s, the new Shah had kicked off the White Revolution.
White because it was not bloody and really elevated the country and the people. Granted freedoms for women, religious minorities, because he was doing good things for the country. And I think history would put him in a better place than he appears today.
Under Mohammad Reza, Iran's economy grew by leaps and bounds. Literacy rates skyrocketed. Women thrived. Foreign businesses jockeyed to invest. Some Westerners predicted that Iran would soon be a first-world country able to compete with the most developed European nations.
Our country in the next 10 years will be what you are.
So, how do we feel about this guy here? Anybody know much about him? Mohammad Reza, 1974. And is this the one here that they took out over there? Is this the same guy? Whenever this war started, is this him?
Today, in the next 25 years, according to other people, I'm not saying that, will be among the 5 most prosperous countries of the world.
Highly educated Iranian expats began returning to their homeland, eager to participate in its blossoming economy. They were joined by a different group of expats, Israelis, who had come to live in Iran. Professor Menashri had left Iran as a child in 1949. His parents were Zionists, so though Iran had been their home for centuries, they wanted to live in a Jewish state. But it wasn't a permanent goodbye. Iran kept its doors open to the rest of the world, including Israel, which meant that Professor Menashri was welcomed back when he decided to do his fieldwork in Tehran.
This was a period that is, I call it the golden era of Iranian Jews. In a way, they had more rights than the Muslims. When I was in Tehran, to be a Jew was wonderful.
Iranian Jews had never been safer or more prosperous. Though some had left for Israel, nearly 100,000 Jews remained. It was the best of both worlds. On the one hand, Persian Jews knew they had a spiritual homeland just up plain right away. On the other, they were loyal to the country that had been their home for thousands of years. Not since the days of Cyrus the Great had Iran offered them so much security and opportunity. Shaheen Zakaim spent her childhood in pre-revolution Iran. She has nothing but fond memories.
היה נפלא, אני חייבת להגיד, וגם עם השכנים שלנו המוסלמים הייתה ידידות, למשל ביום הכיפורים, הם ידעו שזה צום הגדול של היהודים, היינו הולכים לבית כנסת, אז בדרך כל הזמן שהתקבל, כלומר הם התכוונו שהתקבלו תפילותיכם.
So despite their religious identification with Israel, plenty of Iranian Jews stayed put.
Iranian Jews.
World Cup final, the biggest game in the planet is happening right.
Life under the Shah was...
If these Iranian Jews, if they have that Talmud, they are demonics. I don't care where they live, what they're doing, who they're with, or anything else. If you're living by that damn thing, then you're a demonic.
Good. Even today, Iranian Jews continue to sing his praises. It's not uncommon to see pictures of the Shah in Iranian-Israeli market stalls. Plus, many religious Iranian Jews were wary about the secular Zionist movement, not to mention the vast cultural differences between Iranians and Israelis. Those who did go to Israel often found themselves baffled by the informality of Israeli culture. But trouble was brewing. Humans are complicated, and emperors even more so. Their legacy isn't measured only in their personal interactions, and the Shah's policies affected millions of people. And while some enjoyed unprecedented prosperity...
Look at that. You know, isn't that really pretty? See, it's so absolutely nuts. I mean, it makes no sense to me. If we spent our money, our time, doing stuff for us, we could build really, really useful stuff. Now, Don't get me wrong, that's really pretty right there. I don't care who built that or anything else. That's pretty, but how come, have you ever noticed, I mean, especially if you're here in the U.S. and incorporated, we used to have like parks and stuff like that where we could pull over and get water, and you know, you could pump the well by hand and it'd bring up water and so on and so forth. But anymore, it's like nothing. There's no park, there's no slides, there's nothing for the kids to do or anything. You know, it's quite obvious that they just want us gone.
And acceptance. The wealth wasn't evenly distributed.
But like this guy pointed out a while ago, you know, humans are complicated, you know?
The gap between rich and poor was nearly insurmountable. The poor began to protest. They were joined by university students and middle-class intellectuals advocating for class struggle. Uniting them all was a fiery and charismatic religious cleric who would soon become internationally famous. His name was Ruhollah Khomeini. Under the banner of Islam, he brought together the poor and the intelligentsia, the Marxists and the middle class, the devout and the secular. He never pretended to be a moderate, never watered down his message to appeal to a wider audience. But he was canny. He spoke to each group in the language that most appealed to them. The anti-imperialists heard him call the Shah a Western puppet. The religious heard him criticize the Shah's reforms as an attack on Islam. The Marxists heard him promise a society where all would be equal. These groups imagined very different futures for their country, but all agreed that someone had to topple the Shah before they could build their perfect Iran. So they rallied behind Khomeini despite his avowed hatred of modernity, feminism, liberalism, and the West. Many of the Ayatollah's criticisms were completely unfounded, like his claim that the Shah was a Jewish spy or an American snake. But at the heart of his critique lay an uncomfortable truth. The Shah was an autocrat. His secret police were among the most feared in the Middle East. And he wasn't particularly interested in the concerns of the devout, or the intelligentsia, or the Marxists. He was trying to build a secular, nationalist, modern country. And as far as he was concerned, he had succeeded. He had built Iran into a wealthy, rapidly modernizing powerhouse that could hold its own against any country in the West. Secularism, nationalism, and modernity. Those were the values of the Shah's Iran. He often said if Iran were to undergo a revolution, it would come from the top down, not the bottom up. And for some people, that was true.
אני הייתי איראנית כמו כל איראני אחר. שוויון זכויות, כל מה שאיראני מוסלמי היה מקבל, גם אני, וכל היהודים, וגם דרך אגב גם נוצרים. הממשל לאט נקט במדיניות של להשתחרר מכל הדברים האלה, וזה לאט זה חלחל לתוך העם.
And that seems to be the consensus among Jewish Iranians, most of whom experienced their first taste of liberty and equality under the Shah. But remember, there are always shades of gray. How do you weigh the legacy of a leader? Do minority rights balance out secret police? Does gender equality cancel out wealth gaps? And when you compare the reign of the Shah to the regime that came after, who comes out ahead? The story of the Shah does not have a happy ending. It turned out that successful revolutions don't come from the top down, but from the bottom up. He couldn't fight the swell of popular opinion. He'd exiled Khomeini, and still, the Ayatollah had captured the people's hearts. By 1979, the Shah was weak and terribly ill. He had no more energy to fight for his Iran. He fled the country with his family, leaving a temporary prime minister in his place.
The Shah of Iran today embarked on what could be his exile. There was little cheer or cause for it as the Shah and Empress stepped onto the foreign soil of this provincial airport.
Ever since, the Pahlavis have lived in exile, royalty without a throne, watching an Islamist regime set their country on fire. Meanwhile, Iran's Jews held their breath. Political instability rarely ends well for minorities. The Islamic Revolution was no exception. Habib al-Ghanian was the president of the Tehran Jewish Society and an important community leader. He was also one of the country's richest, most powerful men. But that didn't stop the Islamic Revolutionary Court from arresting him on trumped-up charges of Zionist espionage and friendship with the enemies of God, whatever that means. It didn't stop his sham of a trial, which was over.
Ryan writes, churches have become in the strip mall, suite in the strip mall. Yeah.
In 15 minutes. It didn't stop the firing squad that took his life. it didn't stop the new government from confiscating all of his assets. If this could happen to one of Iran's richest and most powerful Jews,
he looks like
what
Charles
hope did any
Manson.
Jew have? So most Jews simply fled, leaving everything behind. But those who stayed found themselves caught in an impossible bind. On one hand, the country and culture they loved so much. On the other, a regime that seemed intent on dismantling everything that made life in Iran so sweet.
מהר מאוד, שמות הרחובות, פארקים, כיכרות השתנו, תוכניות טלוויזיה, בכלל, כל הסריאלים וסדרות ירדו.
I gotta ask, is there anybody, let's see, Robert. King and the Catholic Bible match made in hell. Yeah. Rider Storm 5, keep going, take care of one, soon they'll see. Yeah.
פתאום נפלנו, מה שהיה אתמול מותר למחרת היה אסור.
But Iran's Jews had bigger problems to worry about. Like Queen Esther before them, the Jewish community leaders now had to craft a strategy to keep their people safe. They assured Khomeini of their loyalty and support, disavowing Israel and Zionism. For his part, he assured them of his protection. As long as they publicly rejected the Jewish state, as long as they supported the regime,
the King James is...
Mostly. That was true. Mostly.
God's
Matthew Sumach was born in
in
Iran
English.
in 1982. Up until the morning he and his family fled their home in secret, he had an entirely normal childhood. It just happened to involve arbitrary detention, physical punishment, and baseless charges of Zionist espionage.
Still, I remember some difficulty for my parents and my family because they were Jews, sometimes they would get accusations. I remember they took away some properties from my father, some kind of rights. Specifically, my father was jailed, in Iran.
David says you know
because he was
nothing
Jewish.
about it
They were
without saying it.
accused of being Zionist, like a spy of Israel.
Matthew's father was not a spy. He was a Jew. And that's all the authorities needed to lock him up and punish him. But the Sumachs were lucky. After he had been unjustly imprisoned and beaten, Mr. Sumach had Muslim friends who could speak for him. Eventually, he was let out of prison, scarred but alive. By the mid-90s, Matthew's parents had had enough. They wanted their sons to have a better life, one that didn't involve arbitrary detentions and beatings.
We didn't know anything about it, that we are going to move at the last minute. All of a sudden, I saw myself at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning in the airport, leaving the country. We just had just a few suitcases. My parents, they left all the belongings and all the, whatever, the house. He left everything behind to show that he's coming back. Because otherwise, I don't think they would.
King James is adulthood, written by English demons. Okay.
Let him go out of the country.
Life in Iran had become intolerable. The Sumach family left everything they had,
The
officially
Ayatollah
joining a
looks like-
huge community of Iranian exiles abroad. Many, like Shaheen, fled to Israel, the country they had been
James
forced to
just wanted
disavow.
his name
But
on it.
wasn't
Catholic
so easy
Church
to escape.
Bible is all
עכשיו,
it
זה
is.
עניין שממשל באיראן אסרו את היציאה הזאת, הייתה חריגה.
Yeah, Robert, I'm going to tell you exactly. I'd have to agree with all that. It's really shameful whenever you go back and you see that what has influenced so many people and something that became like such a huge part of people's lives, when you go back and you see why that it was created, how it was created, literally somebody takes a knife and sticks it into, your beach ball and flattens it. You're like, that's where it came from. That's why it was made. That's who made it. I mean, and you're left with like, how in the hell does this happen? How did we put so much clout into these stories and shit that was made up? Well, you want me to show you, how that happened? Look right here. All you have to do is look right here. Look right here. The demonics that we're talking about, right? Like here's the thing. We know now. All we have to do is decide what or if we're going to do something, right? So if we all decide to jump down and to stick our oars in the water and just start right now and get this done, you know, we could turn this around and then start making it till where, think about this. If you went to school, wouldn't you really like to have been told the actual fact, like whenever they say, all right, everybody get up, we're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, or, okay, everybody, you know, bow your head, we're going to say a prayer, or what have you, you know. If somebody brings up a subject, or if something's being done, why didn't they say, hey, we're going to pledge allegiance to the flag, you know, and here's why, or here's why we do this, or something like that. Now, I'm not saying that's right to pledge allegiance to a flag. You know, it's kind of weird. But if something is done for the right reasons and it's explained to you, it means all the difference in the world, right? Well, that's the problem. Nobody has been told the damn truth. Like, how many comments have I read? How many people do I talk to? How many times, you know, does it have to be said, you know, we're sick and tired of the lies? Why is everything turning out to be a damn lie? Well, for manipulation. Well, for control. I never heard of a damn Talmud. I didn't even know of it. But you know what I was being told? Jews are God's chosen people. It's a lie. It's a lie. The same way with like what we're talking about right now with the King James Bible and so on and so forth. Now, without going actually back to it, maybe we will here in just a minute. I hate to leave off anything like this because if somebody asks to watch something, you know, and then you don't finish it out, you know, and so many times they wait to the very end and they'll say something or do something that makes sense to somebody. So I like to follow stuff through or whatever, but all of this stuff, if it would have been told to us truthfully and clearly and all the way through, if you went to school and you got an education, well, what does that mean? That means you went to school and you got indoctrinated into what they wanted you to believe and think. And when you go to school, what did they do there also? Anybody ever heard of Skull and Bones? You know, with the Bush brothers and who it's better to say who wasn't in Skull and Bones. And how is it, think about this, all of these demonic dumbasses that are president of the U.S. Incorporated are related? Like, how is that even possible? I'll tell you why. Because they keep that bloodline that we talked about earlier, all the way back to Cain. Okay, so they're already picked out and stuff. There's pictures of Obama, no kidding, with Arnold Schwarzenegger and stuff, whenever he was younger and everything, on somebody's yacht, so on and so forth. And it's like not a good picture at all, you know. But he goes on to become president, and then old Mom Donnie there or whatever. I'll show you something. And I actually put it as on my phone on the front of it. And I'm going to show you my phone right on the front of here because it absolutely boggles the mind, you know. Let me see if I can find it here. Where in the heck is that at? Let's watch this for just a minute. I'll try to find that for you. But old Mom Donnie or whatever, he was actually in the Epstein files and stuff with Bill Gates and who else? Clinton is there, so on and so forth. Let me see if I can find it. Be right with you.
חלק נתפסו, חלק המבריחים שדדו אותם בדרכים וככל הנראה גם מתו בדרך. למען האמת אנחנו נשארנו בנס בחיים.
But they made it. They left their beloved country behind, and and they started over as Israelis. Many more came to the United States, establishing enclaves in New York and Los Angeles, or as some call it, Tehran's. Immigrating isn't easy, and Persian Jews faced challenges no matter where they were. But like most immigrants, they integrated, they worked hard, they found success, and they clung proudly to their culture, especially in the United States.
For the Jews of Los Angeles or New York, keeping the Persian identity protect them from assimilation. That's my understanding. If you remain Iranians, chances are less that you will be assimilated. In Israel, we are all assimilated. We are now in a war in which people are killed. No one asked them, are you Ashkenazi, are you Sephardi?
Our enemies don't care what kind of Jews we are. When you're fighting for your survival...
Yeah, they don't care what kind you are. Okay, now, here's the front of my phone here. And as you can see, I kept this picture here because this reminds me of the debauchery that goes on here. But as you can see, this is my phone, right? And look what's circled right there in the green. You know who that is? Anybody know who that is? Can you see who that is? And then these people go on to be mayors, governors, and then they go on to be probably presidents, so on and so forth, right? I mean, is that an accident? Hell no. And yet, my dumb ass for all this time really believed that voting and stuff made a difference, because you can go back on my channel and you can see where I'd say, go vote. I got up. Well, everybody got to get out and go vote. You got to do it. You got to go vote. If you don't vote, it don't work, you know. But here is proof positive right there, like I just showed you. You know, look who all that is there. That's old dumb shit there, and Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and Jeffrey Epstein, and Epstein's woman there that's supposedly in jail, and they're about ready to make a deal with and let her, Ghislaine, or whatever her name is. You know, it's all one great big tied in demonic ass demon family that goes back to the first murderer out of the Bible.
No one is stopping to ask where your grandfather was born or how you practice. But outside of the Jewish state...
But I'm sure I'm sure that's just coincident, right? Old Mom Donnie right there being hugged up with Ghislaine and all of these, you know, big, huge, big... Like, how in the hell does that happen? How does that happen? Anybody ever seen the guy or whatever that told about doing fellatio and all that on Obama? You know, all this sick shit. And of course, everybody by now knows that, you know, what Michelle Obama being a guy, so on and so forth. Sick shit. Sick.
Specifically, Jewish Persian identity is one more safeguard against assimilation. Persian Jews in the United States are one of the proudest and most successful communities in the entire Jewish diaspora. They are also some of the most vocal and
Ethiopian Bible was closer to the original. Yeah.
Iran.
Yeah, that's really good. Who wrote that? Let's see. Ryan, yes. Ethiopian Bible, because it's not corrupted, right? Like, they kept all the records and stuff all that time, and they're so far out of the way, Ethiopia is, that the wars that took place and so on and so forth, you know, they was just kind of left off to their own there, and nobody messed with them because of their geography, which turns out to be really great for you and I and anybody who really cares, because we have a better understanding of what truly happened. Their records are, you know, all intact. They're not broken.
In this, they found a kinship with other Iranian exiles who are brokenhearted over what has become of their country. Whether they are Jewish or not, Iranian expats are proud of their culture, and they are horrified for what the Islamic regime has done to it. Persian culture is ancient. It has withstood foreign invasions.
Robert says that, Robert, thanks for being here. Brandburn, 9616.
Yes, I have a Ethiopian Bible, and it's the only complete Bible, and it was the first Bible. Yeah, I love, you gotta love the story too of how the Ethiopian Bible came to be, and I really like the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that unbelievable stuff, right?
And it will continue to survive no matter what happens. The Persian Jewish community is just as resilient. These are Esther's children. Their story is another chapter in a long, proud history of Jewish survival against all odds.
All right, well, so let me see. There's something else I wanted to share with you guys. Let me see if I can find it here. Remember, oh yeah, I know what it is. It's this guy here, but I don't know why that I can't find the one that I wanted to see, because that really, really, really aggravates it. Now, see this one right here we watched earlier, and these are the ones that the Jews that saying, hey, against Zionism, Let me see if I can find the one that I wanted you to see here. See, now here, somebody else had mentioned World War III earlier, and that's exactly what Full Spectrum Survival here has been saying too. That's from 21 hours ago. I'm telling you, it really is getting bad. It's bad. It's coming down to it. I say it's getting bad. I'm kind of distracted right now because I want to find this, and I will. Does anybody know who Isaac Cappy is? They killed him. He was one of the earlier whistleblowers from, what was that, 5-6 years ago? I don't remember how many years ago that was now. But he started telling everybody about Seth Green. Anybody know who Seth Green is? He's the guy that's on... Austin Powers. Anybody seen these here messages that Iran is sending out to everybody? They're doing these Lego videos or whatever. Has anybody seen those? I mean, they are telling messages with those. They're speaking to me, the people. When they send these, they're telling us stuff that we don't even know, but yet whenever we see that like that, there are individuals who's not watching it and realizing that it's a cartoon, but they are telling us facts and true stuff, Oh yeah, so the water and stuff, how they're poisoning this right here I was showing. This is actually my water. Can you see on the top of that? So this is a video that I did about 6 months ago. And this is actual my tap water right there. And I don't know if you can see how absolutely nasty that is, but that's after I used the ionizer. And all it does is it just clumps anything that is in your water together so that you can see if there's something in your water or not. And there was plenty of nasty stuff in my water. But this here, look at that. Look, like nasty. Probably a pretty normal. They don't care about us. They have been poisoning us slowly, but now, you know what? Matter of fact, I think we'll do that. Let me see if I can find. No hide or whatever. If you're here, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for your time. Old Zuckerberg there, he's a big nothing burger. Anybody ever watch the documentary that tells how he got started and how he stole Facebook and stuff like that off of the one guys that had it, that actually invented it, come up with it?
Let's see, where's it at? Now I'm going to find the Noahide, and we're going to watch that too. Here's an encounter that I had with a demonic Blue Line cop here in U.S. Incorporated. I can't stand any of them. They're all pedophiles. They're all a bunch of shit. Okay, let's see. Maybe I can just go ahead and look it up the hard way. I was hoping I'd find the same show that I seen. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it.
Really just a neat opportunity.
This right here is quite lengthy, and as you can tell, I have already watched this a couple times, but I don't think there is a better way or better people to explain this and show you than what these three do. And Mr. Fannin over here, right here, is the one that I mainly pay attention to. Not saying anything bad about these guys here, that as you'll see, they're really good too. But listen, anybody who has eyes to see, ears to hear, you know, pay attention to this. If you are if you're in U.S. Incorporated here in this country that we're in right now, you better pay attention to this, because November the 2nd, they're having their first meeting to start this shit.
Law of Liberty Baptist Church coming live right now. This is a live stream chat.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump past here because they introduce themselves, so on and so forth.
So it's pretty dark.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
Rules, and it's a false gospel where if you follow these 7 rules, you'll get to heaven, according to the rabbis.
Yeah, listen.
We're going to get into that. There seems to be this
Schofield Bible,
a movement to move this into a legal.
Hey,
framework.
Crazy Dad.
And, I know we're going to get into all of this.
Good to have you again.
If you'll look at this Congress and what the Noahides are. Basically, you and I are considered Gentiles, and this is a nice way to say it. And everybody in humanity basically.
Did you ever get a chance to check out
rules, and it's a false gospel where if you follow these 7 rules, you'll get to heaven, according to the rabbis that I've been listening to about this. So it's pretty dark.
Remind me again there, Crazy
Amen.
Dad. What was that in reference to?
This has
I
been
can't
around
remember,
for some
brother.
time. In America, it was passed known
Thank you
as
for
the
being
National
here.
Education Day, where they honored Rabbi Schneerson. The 7 laws of Noah, they
Robert
say it comes from the they say it comes from the Jewish Bible, which is not the Old Testament. We need to make a clear distinction, and I want to talk about the great deception that's happening with it. We know that the Bible says there will be an antichrist, a man of sin, the son of perdition.
Crazy Dad says the Rothschild, Illuminati, Bilderberg group all have ties with the Ashkenazi Jews. All the same bloodline. Yes, they are. And yes, yeah, right, Crazy Dad. Glad to have you with us again. Nick Fontes, glad you're here. Beware of the synagogue of Satan. Absolutely. Yeah, beware. No, that's what we're dealing with. Robert Brandenburg, 63. The Ethiopian Bible was the first Bible. Abortion for cheating women, Book of Numbers. Okay, anyway, this here's the Noahide laws or whatever. Everybody that's here, thank you for being here. Thanks for your time, every one of you. I really appreciate it.
The beast, the little horn. A lot of names for that. And we're talking about a devil-possessed man that unites the entire world in 10 regions. It sets up a one-world government, a one-world religion, and a one-world currency. And this would be the one religion area of it.
The preparations are speeding up. Yes, yeah. You know what? You don't get much speedier than what I'm saying, do you? Look, they just joined this together. And you know what? It's not so much that they joined like just now, because it's not like they just now joined each other. They already was together anyhow. I mean, how much clearer can we get it? Trump is a demonic Jew, okay, and then you have Bibi Netanyahu is a demonic Jew. So they're both the same. They both are heads of these really demonic, filthy, nasty places that have already been working together. And before them saying that they're joined together, before now, didn't they already go and attack Iran? Absolutely. So them coming and saying, oh, we're joining together, well, that's no shocker to anybody. But like I said, what that is a blatant in my face and in your face if you're here that they don't work for you. You don't understand. You're looking at them thinking, hey, you work for me, but they're looking at you thinking, you piece of maggot shit, I got to kill you, and I'm going to kill you. And I'm dead serious about that. That is exactly the way that this is going. They look at you using their Talmud. Green Daisy, wow, back in. Are you familiar with the David Straight has very knowledgeable on Noahide? Well, you know what? Here's what I would say, Miss Daisy. Glad you're back with us. Noma says hi. This right here explains. Now, are you saying Green Daisy? Because if you tell me it's a better one to watch than this one here, then we'll jump over and switch because we've already played this here. And we don't have to go all the way through this. I just want everybody to see, like, you know, this is not just one person that's saying this or one individual. Like you can see, at least right here on this screen, you can see 3 individuals from different parts and places of the U.S. Incorporated that are in agreement and trying to tell everybody else what's about, you know, to happen if we don't get off of our hind ends and stop this.
It's very clear that there must be a Jewish Messiah as the Antichrist, but there's the second beast that is a false prophet, he's called, that seems to do miracles and points to the king beast. And I've often wondered, would that be a pope that unites both, the Roman Empire
out
and
there,
the rest
369.
of
Thanks for being here.
The Bible's not specific.
I've read many times, multiple versions.
Things, but God wants us to know, but He hasn't told us everything. And these Noahide laws that are coming, we're gonna go through them here in just a minute. But Pastor Clayton, if you would, brother. Tell us how life's treating you and tell us.
Hey, hold on. Now that sounds like something. You said just look into him. They ended up putting him and his wife in prison for putting out info. Well, you know what? Shoot me the info there. Tell me what I should look up or whatever, and we will. We'll jump over there and check them out. Absolutely. Somebody that went to prison like that, oh, they deserve, definitely a look for sure.
What you know about the Noahide laws? What's on your radar?
Crazy Dad, I feel like these Noahide laws are nothing but a distraction. Oh no, Crazy Dad. No, they're not a distraction.
And as far
no, they can't wait to do this, and they're not waiting. They're going to do it unless we do something to prevent it.
the Noahide laws, I've heard about them through your teaching is where I first
Crazy Dad, so you know about the Noahide because you was on here, or did you already know about them?
Public Law 10214 by our Congress, was it during the Bush administration, the first Bush that was passed, or was it Reagan?
The real emotion.
Yeah, it was one of the presidents that you was just mentioning where it meant honored that rabbi, and then I see that the council that is supposed to meet in Jerusalem in November, and they promote it as the world is in chaos, trying to bring all religions together. And I see that it is a video on that website that you just went through, and it promotes that. It promotes all religions.
Even though we
together.
have
And
been
so
written
it's
out of history.
unfolding just like
Yeah.
the Bible says it will. And I think people have been deceived for a mighty long time. A lot of
Out
people
there,
don't even know
369.
about this, so I think it's
Did
important
God
that
tell
we get
them
the
to
truth out
kill entire
And if you never read
populations
your Bible, you
and
know, especially in the Old
infants?
Testament, they would say, we worship Baal, you worship Jehovah, we all worship the same God. But that's simply not true, is it?
That's right.
Nope. Pastor Johnson, brother,
Amalekites?
do you believe that we're worshiping the same God as the Muslims and
Yes.
the Jews?
No, I'm not a Mason, and I don't buy into that nonsense. Amen. No.
Yes,
So
right.
they would say that
Out
and that
there,
seems to be,
369. Yeah.
the thing that they're
You know,
using.
God did tell them to wipe out entirety or whatever, but you know they didn't listen, and that's what I was speaking of earlier in the show. Is that you know, we get weak and we think, okay, well, we don't have to follow through or something like that, but by not following through, sometimes, you know, you're going to let that mold get out of control and it turns into the monster that turns back around and then kills you, you know. So, but I got to tell you, you know, that's a really, really interesting story. We should actually watch that. You know what? I really think that maybe we might switch over there or something in a little bit, Crazy Dad, and watch that. Noam, if you could remind me to look into that after we watch a little bit of these here, the Noahide or whatever, but we'll jump over and we'll look where God told them to wipe out, and then they didn't do what they was told to do, because that's quite fascinating.
It's just like the Masons, the rabbis I was listening to on this website, this World Congress. They're basically trying to say, hey, Jesus, it has some things that has to offer. He basically described it like he's all love and no justice, and then the Muslims are all justice and no love. But that's ridiculous. We know Jesus is coming.
You might be right. You may
vengeance,
possibly be right there, Crazy Dad.
Of course, we accept the Old Testament.
You know,
so it's not like our Bible.
we do know that there's been parts that's been messed with and mucked with, you know, and who's to say that they didn't take liberties and stuff? Because King James or whatever, whenever he was putting together the King James Bible, you know, he went from literally having a demon book or whatever straight into making, you know, the Bible. You guys are really, really, really brilliant. You probably already know, like, why that he chose to put that Bible together at that time. So that's my question for you. Why did he choose to put that Bible together, and what was going on during that time? We'll try to remember to get into that too.
Bible has both in it, and then they say we prescribe to the universal laws of all religions. If you can just come together, we'll all basically. So it's the same exact thing. Now we would look at it like, you know, if you don't have Jesus, then you don't have God, and that's what the Bible says in 2 John. It says in 1 John, Jesus is God. I mean, it's the revelation of who that is. There was nothing made without Jesus Christ. And in the beginning, God, that's the Father.
Out there,
Son, and the Holy
369,
Spirit,
he was hired and paid to do
their
it.
Image, and it's plural.
I'll give a few more minutes here, and then I'll give a little bit of input.
All the way from the very beginning, and they missed that point. But it's all a ploy too, because you know, while they'll say, hey, let's all
Study
come
demonology.
together,
Yeah,
it's
he
so
even put out the book
you know,
about
they
demons,
do not
Crazy
receive
Dad.
Jesus, so they know that there's a difference. Now we would say, hey, they've got 1/3 of God, meaning they got none of God. They got 0 part of God. They can't reject. They can't receive any part of it. They would say, well, we all have the same Father, but no, absolutely not.
Amen. And it is important to keep a clear distinction, because the Bible's
Green Daisy, did you, if you will, shoot that back in, or Noam, did you get what Green Daisy said about the what that name was to look up? The ones that she was telling us that went to prison.
Clear, if you don't have the Son, you don't have the Father, and they want to change the truth of the Bible. I want to show this actually from their website.
AKI98JON. John 1:18, no man has seen God at any time, King James. Well, no, a matter of fact, when Moses was on the mountain, God came and spoke from the burning bush, I think was the closest. And then, was it, oh, y'all help me here, was it Paul or who was it that described God with the, as polished brass and eyes of fire? I think it's John, maybe. No, I'm what? If you're there, let me know. Was it John?
Site real quick. The first thing I want to show, I want to compare this to Scripture so you can get an idea how deceptive it is. Now, this is the Brit Olam Noahide World Center. This is the website where they're saying you can come and be a Noahide, which would be a person that submits to Jewish law without being a Jew. You can obey the Talmud or the Kabbalah, and you can earn salvation by your good works. And I want to point out this verse right here, and let me zoom it in as much as I can. And many nations shall join themselves unto Hashem in that day, and he shall be my people.
David Strait Noahide laws. Let's see what happens there. Green Daisy. David Strait Noahide laws. Now, is this the one that you said that went to prison? That's 4 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 1 day ago. Christian Orthodox Jews debate 3 years ago. Well, I guess we'll just try the first one here and see what happens, right?
We're going to continue with the different distinctions between these two views of the Noahide law, in the 7 mitzvot. One approach is that they are, well, one approach is that the 7. So we're going back to talking about the general fundamental principles about.
Wait,
Noahide
is this
law.
the guy that you're talking about? Is this guy went to prison?
And
is this the right guy, by the way?
Before we get back into the book, again, Rabbi Shimon David Cowan's book, Theory and Practice of Universal.
It's probably a good idea to go over them quickly. So the first one is to believe in God. The second one is not to curse God, not to kill, not to steal, not to commit adultery, not to rip the limb off a living animal. And the final one is to establish courts of law.
Someone in the comments said, isn't don't rip a limb off an animal just common decency?
Yes and no.
That's crazy. That's 3 years ago, and that's somebody blabbing about something that they don't even know. So hold on a minute here. Going back to this
law without being a Jew. You can obey the Talmud or the Kabbalah, and you can earn salvation by your good works. And I want to point out this verse right here, and let me zoom it in as much as I can. And many nations shall join themselves unto Hashem in that day, and he shall be my people. Zechariah 2:15. Now, first of all, I want to point out the name of the Lord is not Hashem. Hashem means name. Could you imagine if I said, if I just called my wife the name? You'd say that's kind of weird, right? We don't call God the name. We call God by the name God. We're not superstitious. We believe in using the name Jehovah God or the Lord Jesus Christ as God. And like you said, we see it all the way from Genesis chapter 1. So Hashem is not the name of God. There is a false God in rabbinical Judaism, and it is not Jehovah. It is Yahweh or Yehovah.
I'll try this again because this is not the right one. Because I was going to say that whoever that is, man, that is wrong. So let's try something different. David Straight. Okay.
Everybody's at different stages in this learning game of the Great Awakening because we're all waking up across the country.
Trying to find one where it says Noahide Green Daisy. Oh, right there. Is that the one where he must have went and David Straight and Bonnie and Thomas arrested April for what? Why would they arrest him? Let's see here. Where is... Okay, let's go up here and see David Straight and the Noahide laws. Well, that's a short, looks like. I wonder if that's him that's speaking.
Hey guys, we apologize for that, and I really wished I had recorded this from the beginning as well. I had no idea that somebody is really messing with us in the background. They did not want this going live. I'm going to make sure you guys are able to see this real quick. I'm going to jump back over real quick, reboot over here on YouTube, make sure we're running there. And unless for some reason somebody was so kind to change my product key, you never know.
I'm seeing it, Stephen. I'm seeing it.
Okay, you're seeing it on that end now? All
Yeah.
right, so we are live. All right, good then. All right, so let me just kind of close some of these things down real quick. We don't need all this. All right. All right, so we are live again. All right, guys, very sorry about that. If you would, though, do let me know if audio, when Dr. Pigeon is speaking here, that will work good on your end there. We wanted to run this broadcast live tonight. We've actually noticed, too, that with the chats that we were doing with Yana on the 7 Noahide laws, we were also running into big issues with sound. They were messing with our sound. We were actually running, everything was running smoothly, but then for some reason, you guys just were not seeing it. And it's kind of interesting because I went over there to check to see if you guys were saying anything, and next thing I know, we found out we're not even talking to anybody. All right, so anyway, listen, we have Dr. Pigeon on tonight, and I really
Nope, that's not him. That's not
because well, it's not late for you.
Well, that's Dr. Pigeon or whatever, so that ain't who we're looking for. David Street. I don't know why it won't just the 7 Noahide laws. I don't know why that it won't just give us that. what we will do, I don't know.
We're not superstitious. We believe in using the name Jehovah God or the Lord Jesus Christ as God.
Let me see if
And
I
like
can
you said, we see it
do
all
a
the way
little
from
bit of
Genesis
research
chapter
here,
1.
see if I can pull
So
it up.
Hashem is not the name of God. There is a false God in rabbinical Judaism, and it is not Jehovah. It is Yahweh or Yehoshua or Yahweh, and they teach a different God. But number two, I want to point out that there's a different scriptures. Zechariah 2:15, and let me pull up a Bible here. And Zechariah 2 seems to end at verse 13 in every Bible. So I want you to think of how profound this is, that they're saying, hey, you Christians, come and submit to our God Hashem. And our Bible says,
Green Daisy,
that,
I
we
will
be in charge
look
of all
into
the
that.
nations. But the truth is, the Bible doesn't say that. Now, here's what's interesting.
But it
They
don't
get
want to
it
come
out of
up.
this passage, but they've chopped up the Bible
We
because
will
the
check
Old
it out.
Testament that the Jews use is totally different than what we have in the authorized version. There is a conspiracy by Satan to change the Bible, and the Vatican and Judaism are working together to attack the scriptures. So check it out. We see, he says, O daughter of Zion, I will come and dwell in the midst of thee. This is talking about the resurrection. And many nations shall be joined unto the Lord. That's Jehovah
You
God.
can find him,
In that
Green
day he
Daisy,
shall
on
be my people, and
like
this is by
Instagram
faith.
and all the other
And I
ones,
will
but
dwell
it
in the
doesn't want
midst
to
of
pop
thee.
up
This
on
part they're
YouTube
completely
for
missing.
some reason.
Jesus Christ is coming back to resurrect on the earth, and we will see him in a resurrected form. And if you are saved by faith in Jesus Christ, you also will be resurrected with him.
Okay, if you're new here, or if you haven't seen this, and especially if you're in U.S., it don't make any difference, because, you know, just like Gaza is not over here in this country, it's no less important to me, even though it's over there. So everybody better be paying attention to this, because look it up. They're already saying, you know, that this is coming. This is why these guys are talking about this debauchery right here. November 2nd, they're starting this dumb shit. And I'm telling you right now, they ain't applying none of this shit to me. And mark my words, I'm telling you, they'll kill me. If it comes down to it or whatever, they can kill my ass. I'm dead. I'm done. I'm gone. Whatever you want to call it. And I don't care. I will not go through this shit. I will not. This is real. This is what they want to put on us. Like they already did this whole hooking themselves up together or whatever, pedophile to pedophile, U.S. Incorporated. We know it ain't nothing but a big damn pedophile ring. I mean, Epstein or whatever. And then Trump to say, oh, I got to protect my friends. I got to protect my friends. He means his own fellow demons, where they all get together or whatever. He ain't nothing but a damn liar. He's a liar. He's a demonic damn piece of shit liar. Look, it doesn't get any clearer than this. If you look at videos, which I have, and I show you him saying, oh, I'm a damn Jew, you know, a demonic Jew, okay, but then earlier, or whatever, you can look at right side by side, one right after the other, where he says, where you at, Christians? I'm a Christian and you're a Christian, you know. And then he comes out as being a demonic, you know, and he says, oh, no, I ain't got nothing to do with that Epstein. No, I ain't got nothing to do with that Epstein. Well, that's awful damn funny, because he was recruiting right out of your own property, old Mar-a-Lago or whatever you want to call it down there, Ferry Largo. He was coming there to do all of his recruiting, and then Butt Plug himself was telling about how he would have beauty pageants and how he could go right in on the naked girls and stuff like that. And it was all okay. There wasn't nothing wrong with it because he was the one putting the show on. He even asked the lawyers and stuff, can I do that? Now, why would you do that? Why would you say, can I do that? If you have to ask somebody if you can do something, that means morally you must already know in your heart and in your soul that it feels wrong to do, so don't frickin' do it. Why are you asking a lawyer of all people? Well, yeah, you can go in there because you're putting the show on. You just got to make sure the show's running right. And this ain't shit that nobody can't look up. You can look this up. He says it with his own dumb face.
Thou shalt know the Lord of hosts has sent me unto thee. So isn't that crazy that they're using a Bible verse that's not even in the Bible? And I'm going to guess 95% of the people that support this don't even know that.
Yeah.
And if the 5% that knows that, well, they're going along, they're part of the problem. Isn't that crazy?
It is.
I believe that when you look at these Noahide laws, I think for most people on the surface, they would probably think that they are biblical, but they actually come from the Talmud. And brother, correct me if I'm wrong, if it states in the Talmud that if you do not follow these laws, that you could face corporal punishment, or as Gentiles, we could face death. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It actually talks.
Let's see. Gary says, James, I will link a vid for you. Just save it to watch later so you can review it. But in description, press more. You'll see a link for document on the Noahide. Okay. Did you find it, Gary? Did you find it on YouTube, or where'd you find that at, brother?
It's about an execution with a sword. It talks about decapitation.
Because believe me, you seen me looking for it and stuff like that. So I don't know. You know, sometimes I'm distracted and stuff like that. I'm trying to think about the main message here. Is like I don't understand. I don't get how everybody just ain't like coming apart at the damn seams and pissed off at this invasion. Look, this is not our government. It's not our government. These are invader pieces of shit that's got to go now. They have to go. They have to get out one way or the other. And trying to give them fair warning or whatever to get the hell out. But why do you think that they're putting up all of these flock cameras and all this other bullshit? Huh? Why? What's up with the bunkers and stuff, right? I'm not really asking a question. I mean, once you start nailing it down and talking plainly, like, okay, we can see the rats digging their little holes and stuff like that, because just like the rest of them throughout history, they themselves don't go out there and put their asses on the front lines. They're digging their little holes so that whenever we come after them to eliminate them, then they're going to jump in their little holes. I mean, think about this. Why in the hell are they putting in a BAAL room at the White House? You know, why are they putting such a fortress? I mean, in the White House, isn't it already pretty secure, you know, with having guards out there and everything? Like, what are they doing exactly, right? And here's the thing. That's another way that you can tell that these pieces of shit are invaders, and they must go. They must go. Because we don't know what they're doing. And if we, the people, don't know what they're doing, that's a problem. They're invaders. And they have to go. They're digging these holes and charging us to do it or whatever. But see, now they say, no, you're broke. We've already run out even your children's potential to make or have any money as collateral. So since we've already spent that money, the other ones are demanding, the Rothschilds and stuff like that are demanding payment. They want their collateral. Well, what's the collateral? It was us. We are the collateral, right? So what the Rothschilds are saying now, and I'm telling you, this is a freaking fact. They're saying, well, wait a minute. Do I really, really, really want to take on the collateral of
all those living, breathing individuals, because like we talked about, 2,800 slaves. Okay, well now you're not talking about 200 or 2,800 slaves. Now you're in the millions, right? Like how many millions are there just in the U.S.? Right? Here, matter of fact, let's just real quick for a shitty giggle. Let's see what it says on the. Oh yeah, anybody ever seen these here dumb shits? What is that called? Whenever they're sucking the little child's penis, whenever they cut the skin over, whatever. Look at this. Here, let's watch this real quick. I had this that I wanted you guys to see.
Epstein wasn't a bad guy. He was just listening to his rabbi.
He had a relation with her before she was 3, and she saw blood. Then he had another relation with her after she was 3, and again Umad Saddam. Now, if we say that the hymen gets ruptured, and it regrows if it got ruptured before she was 3, and it grows back right away, so we understand what happened. He saw Dam when he had a relation with her under 3. Psulim. She sees Dam again after 3. What is it from? Psulim. Under 3, there's no hymen, or it's not ruptured. It only happens at La'achar Gimel. So really, what we're focusing in is not the fact that he had a relation with her after she was 3. If a man has a relation with a girl under 3 and she sees Dam, that's the nafkamina. If it doesn't rupture before she's 3 years old and she had Dam after the relation, is a raya that this is Dam Nida. Because before 3, it's not halachically an act of cohabitation.
Epstein was a big fan of the Talmud. Here he is seen with the full collection right behind him and the Zohar. To be honest with you, nothing's going to change when abuse like this is considered religious freedom. Regardless of what race, religion, or creed you are, we need to stand up and speak out against this evil and protect children. Let's wake up. Come on, guys. Epstein wasn't a bad guy.
Okay, now, did you hear what they was talking about? They was talking about this little girl's hymen. A little girl. So if it was, see, she was so young that she didn't have a hymen to rupture, then everything's all good. Do you see this? Do you hear this? I'll play that again later or something like that. But now I got off course or whatever to even think about where I was going to or whatever with that. Because this shit just absolutely infuriates me. But I wanted you guys to see that, so that's why I played that.
Eliminating your head, and that's pretty crazy because the Bible actually foresaw that as well. Yeah. In Revelation 20, I saw thrones and they that sat upon them, judgment was given unto them, and I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Jesus and for the word of God, which had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their foreheads or in their hands, and they lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. Let me be very clear. Satan hates this verse, Revelation 24. Satan does not believe in the thrones that God will sit upon the earth. And a lot of your end times belief or eschatology, the study of end times things, they don't want to believe that there is a future resurrection coming. They don't want to warn Christians that they may lose their head for believing in Jesus Christ. They want you to think it's okay to worship another Christ that will come in the name, his own name. And God warned us about the image of the beast, which is probably an AI hologram possessed by a devil that has the power to take life. We'll get into that in Revelation 13. They don't want you to believe that there is a mark of the beast coming in your forehead or in your hand. And they don't want you to believe that you can reign with Christ for 1,000 years. But I believe the Bible,
Amen.
And I don't care what your eschatology is. If you don't agree with this verse, you've been deceived by Satan himself. You've been tricked by the devil to believe a lie. This is a big deal.
So, brother, I have the link, the second link I sent you there that is a chat GPT, and I was able to pull up the actual Sanhedrin from the Talmud. If you think you can pull that up, you can actually see where it says that. And
I'm going to put this question up, and I'll go to that. So you guys answer this question, and let me put up the link.
Okay.
What's that say?
Oh, who is Babylon? All right. Well, so Babylon was an ancient city-state, and the Bible describes it in detail, coming back to life. And what I believe, it fits all the characteristics, and I probably don't have the time to go into it in this podcast, but I think to me, I believe it fits Jerusalem to a T, and that's what I believe. The end times Babylon, if that's the question.
Yeah, I think that's essentially what. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say I agree 100%. When you look at the Bible and look at Galatians, I believe that it's correct that Babylon is modern day Jerusalem.
Amen.
Yeah, and it's really that end times satanic synagogue of Satan, Jerusalem. It's a false Christ, a false language, a false covenant, and it's coming with a false temple to enslave the entire world. Now, I'll go ahead and share this screen. I've got that link pulled up. You were talking about primary Talmudic source of the Sanhedrin. Here is the progression, and let's zoom in as much as we can to be able to share this. Sanhedrin 56a lists the 7 Noahide laws that apply to all humanity. Establish a courts of justice. Now, this is what this first annual, right, so they're forecasting, Noahide Congress is to establish where we Gentiles can obey and submit and follow these 7 laws under their court. A rabbinical court will rule the world. No blasphemy. Now, I'm going to get into that. No idolatry. I'm going to get into that. No sexual immorality. Well, who defines that? Do you guys realize? Now, wait a minute. Is Israel a nation known for no sexual immorality?
No.
What's Tel Aviv known for?
Sodomy.
Yep, sodomy.
Sodomy, perversion. They just had a big in the land of Sodom and Gomorrah, where God torched them for their perversion and child abuse. They had a big homo pride parade, pride festival out there, just spitting in the face of God, almost as if they're shaking their fist saying, God, you can't get us. Well, God will. We'll see about that. But notice he says no sexual immorality. That's their own version. They get to define it by their rabbinical court. No murder, no robbery. And that sounds good. It sounds like we're talking about, like the 10 Commandments. No eating of flesh taken from a living animal. Now, the Bible talks about
is 8 million children per year disappearing. That's 22,000 a day. Pedophilia is not just about child kidnapping or even child breeding. There are lowlifes in America that are breeding children as a cash crop. They're literally getting pregnant and selling the baby, and there's a very high demand now for fetuses. People in the satanic circles like to eat fetuses. This is just beyond belief, but it's there. And now you get into the really dark side of it. Beyond child sex abuse is child murder. Their average life expectancy, we believe, is 2 years, except for the ones that are being groomed to take over the higher network. So child murder, put them in an incinerator in New Jersey so the New York people don't have to get their hands dirty, or child ritual murder. And then the last third of child abuse is body harvesting. Drinking adrenalized blood because they've been terrorized before they've been killed, harvesting their bone marrow, which is an anti-aging device, and harvesting their body organs, which is another anti-aging device. Our starting number is 8 million children per year disappearing. That's 22,000 a day. Pedophilia is not just about child kidnapping or even child breeding. There are lowlifes in America that are breeding children as a cash crop. They're literally getting pregnant and selling the baby, and there's a very high demand now for fetuses. People in the satanic circles like to eat fetuses. This is just beyond belief, but it's there. And now you get into the really dark side of it. Beyond child sex abuse is child murder. Their average life expectancy, we believe, is 2 years, except for the ones that are being groomed to take over the higher network. So child murder, put them in an incinerator in New Jersey so the New York people don't have to get their hands dirty, or child ritual murder. And then the last third of child abuse is body harvesting. Drinking adrenalized blood because they've been terrorized before they've been killed, harvesting their bone marrow, which is an anti-aging device, and harvesting their body organs, which is another anti-aging device. Our starting number is 8.
You see exactly what I was saying or whatever. I just came across that or whatever. And it absolutely sounds like made up evilness, right? Like, I don't think you could make this up just if you just didn't know anything about none of this stuff. And I know I couldn't, but you have Stephen King and Spielberg. Oh yeah, and What are they? Oh yeah, demonic Jews. Spielberg.
Not drinking blood, right?
Right.
And we shouldn't drink blood. It says that the life is in the blood. And so that seems like we might be dealing with a righteous law or a righteous covenant. But I want to show you this, what the Bible says, that in 1 Timothy 4, it says, well, I'll show you from the top. It says, the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times, these are the last days, some shall depart from the faith. That's faith in Jesus as God, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. That's what Judaism is today. Speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. That is a reprobate, somebody that's permanently possessed. And here's their laws the rabbis are going to establish. Forbidding to marry and commanding to abstain from meats which God hath created to receive with thanksgiving of them which know and believe the truth. Now, Pastor Johnson, what do you think if they made a global law that we don't need to eat meat? How would you feel about that?
Well, I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd become a hunter, and I'd be out there in the woods like Robin Hood. Because meat is...
Has anybody seen the zombie deers? They have what they're calling zombie deer. But, you know, they put out these ticks and everything else. Well, once they bite some individuals, they no longer want to eat meat. They can't, because then they'll get extremely sick.
The most nutrient-dense food that we have on the
So
planet.
they're making anything that you'd go out and hunt be poisonous to you. See, they want to make sure that you don't even have that route. So they're saying they know that they're putting this goyim slop to us, fake meat and genetically modified and everything else in the store, and people's like, nope, I'm not buying that. I'm going to go hunt my own. Well, they want to cut you off at even doing that, so they want to poison the wild animals and stuff also. Right here where I'm at, I used to see deers all the time, and here just in the past few months, probably or so, I don't see them near as much now as what I did. Where are they going to? What happened to them?
And it's so good for you. But yeah, it's very interesting. You know, the specific rule says not to eat the flesh torn from a living animal, and they're making it out to be some sort of, the rabbis I was listening to are making it out to be like we're against animal abuse. So it's almost like it's an appeal. The way they're reading it is an appeal to kind of the woke, or, you know, the vegan crowd or whatever. I don't understand exactly what they're doing, but I think it's probably something similar to that. I think you were pointing out before, maybe when we were talking, that this could be something to do with the fake meat that's coming out, and some sort of another agenda that they're pushing here. Makes you wonder, don't it?
Yeah, I believe that too.
That's what I was about to say as well. We have all these factory farms now. We have every aisle in the grocery store has got some type of meatless product with who knows what type of ingredients in it. So we already see the things that are already in place for this to take place.
Mm-hmm. Amen. Yeah, and I tell my children, like, some grocery stores will have samples, or they'll have things that looks like meat, and I'm like, no way. I don't care how cheap it is. We're not going to eat that abomination. It's filthy. It's perverse. It goes against God's law. So
eggs from plants, right? Have you seen that one? Eggs from plants. That's on the store shelf. Saw that the other day.
That's bizarre. That's crazy. Okay, so let's go back to some of these laws.
Right.
Okay, because they seem like a good idea. I like law to protect us and give us safety. Don't get me wrong. I'm a very much libertarian-minded individual, which doesn't just mean give me freedom. It means let's work together to protect the innocent, right? It means personal responsibility and duty. But here, if you notice, it says establish courts of justice. This is the world government that the Bible warned about. And if they're going to establish a court to enforce the 7 laws of Noah on the rest of the world.
Here, nobody gives a shit anyway. Okay, all right. Well, here, read this right here. Look. Now that the Epstein files revealed AI, what is that, Quetta or whatever, as Israeli-U.S. assets, maybe it's time to think twice before calling Islam a terrorist regime? So one way or the other, I mean, about Islam or whatever, but there's the Epstein list, telling. So remember, the Epstein files, that's not just only about showing, the debauchery of children and stuff like that, but it also has a whole bunch of secret messages that was never ever meant for us to read or see. So clearly, they're telling other things in there.
Then this is that one world religion that the Bible warned us about.
Absolutely. I mean, think about it. Theocracy led by the Jews.
Okay, now I know that I'm playing this. I know that it's been seen before. Don't care. It's about the message, and that's it. This is self-documentation. Take it as you will, or whatever. If you're here, I appreciate your time very, very much. Don't ask anybody to subscribe, but thanks for hanging out, being involved, and watching, and glad that you're here. Thank you very much. Like I said, I played this. This is not about so much what's in front of you right here. It's just a place where we can have a conversation, talk about, and get informed.
Today, I mean, that's kind of scary. There's no revelation from God there. I'll tell you what. Everywhere that the Jews set up a population, it seems like the first thing they do is they open up adult bookstores and pornography and whatever. And then of course we know about the banking institutions and all of that, but not the people I'm looking to for moral authority here.
Exactly. And here I'm in Revelation 13, just to give you an idea. How this is where in Revelation 13 it warns us about the future of the Antichrist, and we will see. First of all, we see 10 crowns. Crowns, kings, and kingdoms, as Daniel also mentions, are the picture of the 10 global blocks. This has already been established by the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Bank. Okay, so they all operate in these 10 kingdoms already. This is already in existence. But then we see this beast, and we have two beasts. We worship the dragon, that is the devil, as identified in the previous chapter. And he speaks blasphemy against Jesus Christ, and he gets 3.5 years, 42 months. Okay, and then he attacks God, and then he makes war with the saints. A saint is a believer, and so he's attacking Christians on earth, those that believe in Jesus Christ, and he's given power over all kindreds, tongues, and nations. And so this is that world government that we're talking about. Now, to have a world government, you have to have a world court. Because you understand, right now, locally, there are certain laws that are local to my little city, other laws that are in the state, and other laws that are in the nation, right? The next state can't come to my city and tell me something, right? And that's why there is the concept of jurisdiction. Here's a lady, lawyer Lisa, saying Amos 5. That's right. The synagogue of Satan has a star, that hexagram, and they want us all to submit to the 6-pointed star of Satan for this world government. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, the Jewish star. I mean, it's got Satan written all over it. 6 points, 6 triangles, six sides. And of course, we see it in the book of Amos. So it's satanic. The Bible never speaks of a Star of David, but it does speak of that star from Amos.
We literally have a country on the earth that was wanting to unite the planet together in one religion, possibly under a one world government. We know about the influence of the Jews, and they have as their symbol the mark of the beast. Numerologically, I guess you'd say 666.
Oh yeah. Now I want to show this. There's a guy named Baldwin that thinks the mark of the beast already happened.
He was talking about the Belfort or whatever here just a little bit ago.
Before Balfour was issued, before the mandate existed, before Britain officially controlled Palestine, the proposal already used the words Jewish National Colonizing Corporation, not charity, not refuge, not humanitarian aid, colonizing. So what exactly was being proposed before the declaration was even signed? July to 1917, before Balfour was issued, before the mandate existed, before Britain officially controlled Palestine, the proposal already used the words Jewish National Colonizing Corporation, not charity, not refuge, not humanitarian aid, colonizing. So what exactly was being proposed before the declaration was even signed? July to 1917, before Balfour was issued, before the mandate existed, before Britain officially controlled Palestine, the proposal already used the words Jewish National Colonizing Corporation, not charity, not refuge, not humanitarian aid, colonizing. So what exactly?
Colonizing.
Please talk to him, says this lady. So this guy Baldwin, I guess, isn't familiar with Revelation chapter 13, but if you'll notice what it says here, it was given unto him to make war with the saints. We saw that. And then we see that they will worship him, whose name is not in the book of life of the Lamb. And if we continue down, we see the beast. This is the false prophet. He has the same power as the first beast, and he causeth the earth to worship the beast whose deadly wound was healed. Okay, this has never happened in history. Some people point back to 70 AD, and I think what this Baldwin guy is talking about is that this is the typical thing, and I don't want to misquote him, but a lot of people will say this. Nero was the Antichrist in 70 AD. That's already happened. Folks, I'm here to tell you that was a picture of what will happen. By the way, Nero committed suicide in 68 AD. He wasn't even alive in 70 AD. Jesus did not return in 70 AD. There was no mark of the beast in 70 AD. There was no Antichrist resurrected from the dead in 70 AD. So those are really important details that people often overlook. And from my experience, the only way that they come up with that conclusion is by reading a Reformed Catholic or like a Josephus, either a Jewish or a papal commentator is going to say, no worries, nothing to see here, move along, what droids, right? And that's kind of that preterist view of there's nothing here to worry about. No, you go back to sleep, everything's fine. Plug yourself back into the matrix. But this is a real deal. This is future, and it's on our agenda right now. So then you notice he says he doeth great wonders, that he maketh fire come down from heaven. So these are the lying signs and wonders. And then he deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of these miracles, which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword and did live. This is the false resurrection. And this is so key. This false resurrection by this false Christ, he's going to get the whole world to say, well, this guy must be the Messiah. He's going to claim to be God. It says he will sit in the temple of God, which we know is not the real temple of God, but the world will call it that. The devil will call it that. The Jews will call it that. Even the Muslims will call it that. The Catholics will call it the temple of God, and they will say, worship this man. He knows something, all right? And so we've been warned here that this is a reality, and this AI image of the beast will make people worship. And he says he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak, calls as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. It can take your life.
Are healthy.
And he calleth all.
Hillary was specifically chosen by the Mothers of Darkness and the Satanic Council. You know, so I had a lot of experiences with her in Chicago in the early 1980s, which did include, you know, witnessing, I'll just say multiple murders. You know, with the hunting parties, I witnessed one of those in 1982 at the Rothschilds' Black Forest Lodge. You know, the elite who are healthy, who are well, you know, who are younger, they would release the children that they would hold captive in caverns around that area, usually at dusk, and then they would hunt all night for the kids. But they would release them and hunt for them. That would include, you know, rape and then murder. For the older individuals who are, are not able to go out in the woods, they're getting older, they will have the youngest children inside the house. So they'd have those who are like 5 and younger in the house. Older people would hunt them within the house or the lodge. Usually, like with the ones in the house, they would just be raped and used for sex magic. They wouldn't necessarily kill them. Hillary was specifically chosen by the Mothers of Darkness and the Satanic Council. So I had a lot
Everybody
of
in the world, this is a
experiences with
world
her in
law
Chicago
held by a
in the
world
early
court,
1980s.
which is what these Noahide
Hunting
Congress is
children.
fighting for. Great, small and great, rich and free, bond and poor, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, that no man might buy or sell, save that he had the mark and the name of the beast or the number of his hand. Here's wisdom, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for his number is of number of a man, and the number is 666. So I know I'm going fast through this for the sake of time, because we're covering a lot of ground. You have to worship the Antichrist to take his mark. And if you don't, the world court, the Noahide world court, will possibly take off your head, as we just read in Revelation chapter 20 earlier. Unpack that for us, guys. Would you talk about that for a second?
Well, I think that there's a lot of things that are going to happen as you read Matthew 24, and a lot of the things that lead up to the coming of the Lord Jesus Christ. There are things that they can happen anytime, pestilences and different famines and things like this. But there's going to be a point where things get worse and worse. He says the end is not yet, but then you'll see this happen. And then there's an abomination of desolation. And what I'd like to just stress is that if you lay Matthew 24 and read it alongside Revelation, you're going to read it chronologically. And I believe that you're going to come out with the fact that, hey, it is a timeline, and we don't know when exactly that timeline starts. It did not start with with Jesus' death or destruction of the temple or any of those times. But there's going to be some things that kick off, and we're going to know there's going to be a man of sin revealed, and there's going to be, then eventually it'll be the Lord coming back with power and glory. That when that man of sin is revealed in Matthew 24, I believe that's exactly when you're going to have that period of the Great Tribulation. I'm just giving you my belief on this. That's where you read in Revelation 13, where there's this very, very powerful clamping down upon the entire planet. And if you are not Noahide, if you're not following, if you believe in Jesus, right, you can accept all the other gods. And by the way, I'm above all that is called God, he says, right, upon the entire earth. You are going to be put to death. You're going to be beheaded. You're going to be killed, hunted down like an animal. And at that moment in time, when you see that abomination take place, you flee as fast as you can. And if you're in Jerusalem, that's kind of ground zero, and that's because that's exactly where that abomination takes place in, this most likely rebuilt temple that everybody is excited about, including Christians for some reason. I have no idea. But that's kind of my thought on that.
Well, because Christians, he has no idea why that they're getting excited and stuff. That's because they're not bothering to take the time to get the information, the truthful information about it. Because if they was to take the time and get the truthful information, then they would see that that's not the right thing to be doing, getting excited about anything that the demonics are doing. Have you ever seen the rituals that they've done and stuff? By the way, whenever they're opening up, what's that one tunnel over in France or whatever? Is everybody aware of what Elon Musk owns? Do you know that Elon Musk owns a boring, and it's literally called the Boring Company? You know what it does? It bores tunnels, huge tunnels. Now, everybody knows that he makes electric cars and so on and so forth, right? I'm trying to find this right here where it shows right here. Here's the place here. And here's why.
Blasphemy.
Here's what the part is, the main part that you have to realize that's coming. If you've seen it before, good. If you're bored with it, good. But you better remember this boring shit, and now you have information, about it. And you can't say that you don't have an opportunity to help do something about it.
because you know about it, and I'm here telling you about it, and I'm telling you how important that it is to know about it and what you need to do about it. You need to call in like I have done and tell these demon invaders that they need to get the hell out of our country. You can call them, and you know it's not going to do any other good other than you're on record and telling them that you want them gone. 202-224-3121, Washington switchboard. Again, 202-224-3121. That's Washington switchboard. Call them and tell them who you want to talk to. If you know, fine. And if you don't, that's okay too. Just tell them that you want to talk to any damn congressperson. Tell them where you live at or what state that you're in. They'll put you right in with the very demonic answering machine that they'll have you to talk to or whatever, like they do me. You can go back and watch where I call in. You'll never ever talk to one of them like Dave Taylor, the piece of shit that I, you know what, here, I'll show you Dave Taylor here in just a second, which is the demonic piece of nothing burger shit that I, you know, call to, but he won't take any interview. I asked for an interview and all that stuff, you know, but he won't even do it for the Cincinnati Gazette, which is a pretty big paper and stuff in Cincinnati, right? All right, so anyway, just pay attention to this part here, and then we'll find us something else. Thanks for being here.
Stick to the truth of what the Bible says. Now, when it says establish a court of justice, we saw that in Revelation chapter 13. When it says no blasphemy or no idolatry, now I want to unpack this, and I want you to think what he's saying here. What would that be if they said, we have a new Christ, and his name is not Jesus? We have a world court that can take your life if you are an idolater or a blasphemer. What would it be when a Christian says, no, I'm not worshiping your Christ, I have Jesus Christ?
Yeah, Judaism doesn't believe that Jesus is the Christ. So when you look at that, I see that you had the Talmud pulled up. So right there, we see that they are already believing falsely. And Christians are going to be persecuted. And like I said, we need to be aware of this. This truth needs to be out there. And there's a lot of people that are not even aware of this Noahide law. And like I said, Judaism doesn't believe that Jesus is the Christ. So that means that when we don't line up, they're going to cut off our heads for not taking the mark or whatever, just like the Bible says.
Well, if you have the idols and not blaspheming God, they would of course probably say that
because Satan asked him to do
gods, right?
an act of worship,
but that's what
and
they would,
Satan would give him all the kingdom of the earth. Oh yeah.
I mean, in the Bible,
when he said just bow down to
they're
him,
accusing him of being of the devil. They're accusing him of blasphemy, but just by saying that he is God, I am, etc. And they were trying to kill him back then.
Okay, this is not hocus pocus here that I'm showing you. They are literally telling you with these Noahide things now that they want to bring, you know, because there's no America. The U.S. and Israel is joined together now. The demonics have control of the military, literally, and nobody's thinking, is everybody really going to think, well, these Noahide things, they can't happen? Well, did you ever think that U.S. and anybody would ever go together? And you know what infuriates me on top of it? Is like even talking about, even just saying it, that the U.S. is merged with anybody else. Just saying those words is absolutely pissing me off bad. And everybody else just kind of going along and, you know, about their day like do or whatever. It is absolutely the craziest thing. But yet they didn't stand up for the children, even though they know that they're literally dying by the second. and suffering right now, and everybody else wants to talk about something else. You know, this is the conversation, this is the discussion everybody should be having. This is the stuff right here that's on the screen that you better be watching, paying attention to, and looking at, so that you can then do something about it. Tell others about it. Talk to people about it. What can you do about it? Like I said, call them and tell them to get the hell out. Tell them to get out of your country, that you don't want this shit, because we don't want this shit. Thanks for being here.
So is it going to be any different if this is put into place? Maybe, do you think we could, I think this is really powerful. If you could pull that one image up again on the chat GPT, Sanhedrin 57, you see that? There's a different secret. Yeah, if you can find that, well, we can talk about where it came from. Yeah, the next line down, number 2. If you go to number 2, notice that a descendant of Noah is executed for violating any one of his 7 commandments. But go down just a little further, it says on the same page, a descendant of Noah is executed by one judge and by the testimony of one witness and without prior warning. So it gives you the reference there. And now, what is the Bible standard under the law of God? It's 2 witnesses, you know, and then there's prior warning and all of that. There's a court, and there's a whole system of the avenger of blood and all that kind of thing. But this is really scary stuff. And how exactly are we supposed to keep this in order to go to heaven, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're doing
I think it's great, you know, some would call it fighting fire with fire. You know, I pulled this up, and I'll show this screen, just in Google. All I did is type 7 laws of Noah, and here, you know, the Talmudic AI, ChatGPT, Talmudic Kabbalist, you know, AI does the same thing. They want you to know what they're teaching. They want you to know the truth, what they consider the truth. Somebody was criticizing for using ChatGPT. I get it. I'm with you. You know, I'm not going to live by ChatGPT. But this is what they're teaching. This is what they're putting out there, that there's one creator and it's not Jesus. That if you believe in Jesus, you're worshiping an idol.
I'm going to tell you something.
And if
we have a lot of crazy nutballs and stuff, and they absolutely show up here all the time. And I'm glad to see them because they reveal themselves. You know, you got Crazy Dad that comes on here or whatever, and, you know, I've been trying to lull him around and tolerate him and everything, but as you've seen, he went absolutely crazy. No, don't take his messages away. Don't take them off there. Leave them there. Leave those messages there. I want to see, like, he started saying this guy don't know what he's talking about, this, that, and the other thing. That's what I say. Demons can only keep their cool for just a little while, everybody. But then as you see with like Crazy Dad there, if you go back and read his comments and everything, if you don't cater to them and stroke them and pet them and lull them along and stuff like that and make them the center of attention, like they don't know how to pick up a shovel or whatever they need to do and work right alongside of you. Like I don't know if you're still in here, Chip, or not, but you know, when you have somebody like that, which I have put up with all of my life, and that's the damn problem. Like they come along, and he didn't like these ones on the screen here. And you know what he said? His message that Noam took away. I don't know if you can put it back or not, but I wish. Well, I wish you is his comment still there? Okay, I think his comment's still there. Been here long enough, I'm out. Good, go away. Nobody told you to stay here anyway. Nobody's telling you, just get the hell out of here. I don't want demons here anyhow. Let me find what he put here. He's definitely got the right name, don't he? Crazy Dad. Let's see. Shit, this dude's already asleep or something like that. He's talking about these pastors that's up here on the TV. Now, I don't really like calling anybody pastors or anything.
This guy is obviously a liar, a really good one too. The only problem is I'm not a child and I've seen the information. Okay, good, good. But it's vital and important information. And this is my message that I am on because this is what's coming. This is important. And like I said several times before, maybe you know about this, maybe you don't. This is just here. It's information. It's the important thing that everybody needs to know. This is to be talked about and should be the only thing on anybody's mind right now because we have to get rid of this. It's got to go. That's my message, okay? I'm not here. I'm not going to, light firecrackers and jump off of buildings and all that stuff and try to entertain you with funny shit and everything else because I don't see a damn thing funny. Everything that I put up here is about children and the demonics and what they're doing. We've ignored it to the point now to where there is no ignoring this. And whenever I said I'm going to put my small little oar in the water, as I know this is probably the Titanic, I don't care. Join me or don't join me. Sit back and laugh at me, that's fine, because at least I know that you got the information. But you got somebody like, and you know what, really, I'm praying for Crazy Dad or whatever there. Crazy Dad, American Hebrew mystic, whatever, and you know what, just now looking, I just noticed, I see the problem. And I've never noticed this until just now. But can you guys see his emblem that he has, what he's showing there? Isn't that the star of Flim Flam behind the picture or whatever he's got there? So this guy is obviously a demonic. He has to be. But for somebody to get irritated whenever there are Christians and people on the screen there that's not saying to kill or murder or anything like that. No, what they're doing is they're telling you about this right here, about the murderers that are coming, that are here, that are actually doing it. They're doing this. This is the Noahide laws. But the demon, he couldn't handle them. Literally, you can read what he writes and stuff. I already know this, he writes. Okay, well, let me tell you something. If everybody already knows every damn thing, then why are we in a place where it's falling apart? Where there's children being eaten, literally eaten. And I just played you a video a while ago where somebody else told you that they love to eat baby fetuses. And the same thing is what I've been saying with the adrenochrome, so on and so forth. This is not a fun channel. It's not a fun channel. This is a real channel where I'm giving you actual information. Yes, you probably already know it. Great. I'm glad that you know it. I've been taught a lot by the sane, really awesome individuals in here. Denise Abernathy, Chip, all of them. Most of them, I should say. But, all of the real true individuals here I have learned from in one way or the other. And I'm so thankful for them. But remember, we have these demons that show up and they can't help themselves. Now, Crazy Dad, he come on the show a night or so, maybe it was a couple nights ago, and then he disappeared, thank goodness. But then he came back, and I didn't say anything. I didn't ban him. I just welcomed him right back onto the show. I didn't boot him off. I didn't kick him off, and I still don't want to. But if you look, he obviously is not right in the head. First of all, his handle tells us a lot. Crazy Dad, American Hebrew mystic. And then when you look at his picture, I don't know. I've just got a little tiny picture of him there. I need to blow his. Let's see. I don't know if I can. No, that don't make it any bigger there. So anyway, if you're with me here on the show, I appreciate it. I know that I've showed this here, but this is the important stuff here. But remember,
There's other people that may not have seen this. And we can have a discussion in the meantime, because it's more important for us to talk to each other than it is to watch a demonic screen where they've been brainwashing us and stuff anyway. This applies to us. This applies to us. I mean, can we not see what it is saying that they are doing? Okay, others are going to be absolutely blindsided. They're going to be like, what? What's happening? Because now that they're merged together, they are literally going to switch out individuals, or whatever their plan is. I don't know that exactly. But they're going to take our people that we know, like maybe it's your son, maybe it's your daughter, maybe, I don't know, that belongs to the local police or whatever they do, but they will send them off to another area. They will say, hey, you have to go over there. And right now people's thinking, oh, no, you can't do that. I'll just quit. No, there is no quitting. I mean, you don't know what the IDF is? Your ass belongs to them. There's not going to be the police and everything as you know it. They just are telling you they handed the country away. Okay, the dollar has failed. The dollar is gone. It's collapsed. It's trash. And you think it's going to be business as usual? No. Listen, you're propped up right now. How much is gas? These dumb shits, we just put these spoiled rich assholes over everything. I mean, think about this. Elon Musk was never, ever elected, and neither was the other ones, mind you. They were selected, not elected. But if we, the people, had anything to say that we could say something about, do you really, I mean, when's the last time that you know of when we said, oh, we'll just let some rich guy go in there and open up all of our files and do whatever they want to do? Don't you find it awful strange that Elon Musk went in there just now thinking about this? See, this is why I like having conversation with y'all. But think about this, and this just came to me. Elon Musk got to go in there amongst all these computers, right? Elon Musk is a big computer guy, right? He's the computer demon. But he takes a whole fucking team. You remember Big Balls? Anybody ever heard of Big Balls? Okay, they go in there supposedly looking on how to cut money out, you know, all this spending and stuff. You remember they said they was going to cut like $4 trillion or some shit. Well, Elon went in there for however long it was now with a team of other individuals who were computer wizards, you know, really good on computers, right? Hackers and all that shit, right? And now, look where we're at now, just a little while long down the road after he went in there. So he hooked up all of his shit, and now they got all these data processing centers and all this shit they're calling them. So there's not, I mean, and now they're hooking up with Israel. Not hooking up with, they already did it. I mean, not a coincidence. I'm telling you right now, the dollar ain't worth shit. Anybody heard of the Dogecoin? Anybody into cryptocurrency or anything like that? You know, the digital money and shit. Jesus talks about the Great Tribulation. Yeah, absolutely. AKI, absolutely. But I'm telling you, there's something that to say there's something to it. I think I just really made a connection there, and I don't know if anybody else has or not. But right here, you heard it. Elon Musk took a team of computer individuals into our, see, when I say our government, you have to understand, not our government, this government, into what should have been absolutely off limits to any damn body. But Trump opened up the doors and had him go in there and supposedly to try to cut out spending and all this stuff. But do you remember what actually happened? Did Elon Musk go in there and cut out anything? No, he didn't. It just kind of faded away, didn't it? And everybody stopped talking about it. Even after he took this whole army of individuals on computers in there and probably hooked them up, and now they're hooked to all of these data centers and shit. Coincidence? No, I'll guarantee you, what was his name now? I'm trying to think. The one that had McAfee. John McAfee. Anybody know who that is? You know, the computer guy that had the virus protection and all that stuff? Well, they actually put him in prison and stuff, and he tweeted and said that he was going to leave a thumb drive or something at this certain building or something. And guess what happened to that building where he said that thumb drive and stuff would be? It got blowed the hell up. Do you know what they did then? Do you think that anybody here went in and like searched for it in the rubble or anything? Do you know who did that? The IDF. Who is that? Israeli Defense. Nothing defense about it. It's Israel. And they went in and they did not none of quote unquote our people, which ain't our people any damn way, but they literally had the IDF search around in that rubble and stuff. Did they find anything? Who knows? Who knows? Obviously they must have, because you didn't hear anything else about that. Here, you know what? Matter of fact, we'll get off this now or whatever, but how in the hell can I point this out any clearer than this right here? You know? They're going to have their damn council or whatever. Let me see. Do not worship idols. Let's see. Several laws. Let's see. Let me back up here a little bit.
This is what they're putting out there, that there's somebody was criticizing.
Gives you the
right here. That's not the one I was looking for. But again, you know, with our Bible and stuff, you know, it says where there's two witnesses, they can do something or whatever, but not with this here, not with this Noahide shit that is coming. And you already seen the demon that showed up earlier on the show that said, don't forget about your Noahide laws. You know. All right, let's get out of here for a minute because I'm really super pissed. Stupidity just infuriates me. What is it? Well, I know it. Yes. Let's see here. John Abernathy. No, McCarthy. What am I doing? John McCarthy. That's not it. Not for sure. Let's see here. John McCarthy. I don't know if I'm saying his name right or not. Do a little bit of digging. Is it McCarthy? How do you say his name now? Watch this here just a minute, and I'll look it up
Senator
here on the other.
He's going to fight.
I'll do some digging. Come up
Thank
with
you, Senator Houston, for fighting for survivors.
McAfee. Thank you so much, you guys. Dan, thank you. McAfee. I wasn't looking. If I'd have looked, you'd already had me straight. McAfee, yeah. See, you guys already know. John McAfee. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that. McAfee. Oh, look at there. Scripture. Yeah, you guys are smart. Brilliant. Brilliant minds. John McAfee. I should say what happened to John McAfee. What happened to John McAfee? What do you want, little girl? There we go. There we go. The suspicious death of John McAfee. Yeah, not suspicious. We know what happened.
This is John McAfee, the eccentric tech millionaire.
McAfee. There you go. I wasn't even saying it right still.
Playboy, suspected
Dan,
murderer,
good job,
international
brother.
fugitive, presidential candidate, crypto enthusiast, and the same man behind that annoying software called McAfee Antivirus that you probably have installed on your computer right now if you have Windows.
And got the
Yeah, I know, but I'll tell you what it is. I'm really pissed off about all of this shit to begin with. But then when you have a demon that shows up like Crazy Dad or whatever, and all through my life I have put up with demons like that, like they come along and then you find yourself, really trying to be respectful, you know what I mean? Because I hate to get upset at anybody like that over little things or whatever, but then I have to remind myself that there truly are mental people, so I try to, remember that and honestly not like attack them or anything right off the bat. But then whenever they go just stupidville, but I figured it out, and that's what pisses me off, These demons, when they see somebody up on the screen, now he literally said that they was making him mad. Now, why would those three individuals up on my screen make him mad like that? I'll tell you why. Because they were godly men speaking about God. Giving us great information and stuff about the Noahide. Like I said, whether or not you're saved or not, whether or not you believe in a higher power or not right now, that's, the point of this is there's information that I'm trying to get to people, Dan, like they're coming to kill your ass, literally coming to kill you. And I've been showing the Talmud. I don't know how many people that I've told about the Talmud. And something that pisses me off, Dan, is I really hate it whenever individuals that don't know something. And for some reason, they're brainwashed to the point where, like, it really hurts somebody to say, I did not know that. And when you show them something, they can't say, oh, thanks for that. I didn't know that. I do that all the time. I made myself start doing that a long time ago because I found myself being brainwashed into the rest of them, starting to say, oh, yeah, I know that, or, or not acknowledging it. But if somebody helps you, can't you be courteous enough to just say, hey, you know what? I didn't know that. Thank you very much. Because they don't want you to feel good, and they don't want you learning from another individual. They hate that. That's why that now you watch these kids today and stuff like that. Literally, true story. Has anybody else done this? But I remember, believe this or not, this will tell my age. Long before the damn cell phone or whatever, man, I looking back, even then I hated them. But I can remember I would be driving and my dad, would say, or before that, Dad would be driving, and we would pull over and we'd help people all the damn time. They'd have a flat tire. They'd run out of gas. The carburetor was messed up. their exhaust fell off, or whatever the problem would be. It didn't matter. When my dad stopped, those people were taken care of. You know, sometimes we would be sent while he stayed there, and I would stay there, you know, to grab tools or whatever. But somebody would go after something to drink cold or something to eat if they was hungry. It didn't make any difference. But our asses would stop and help somebody. And you know what? The whole entire time, they was gracious and they was thankful for the help. And then whenever I started driving, the same thing. I started, you know, stopping and helping people. And then the cell phones started coming in. And I'll never forget it. The one time I stopped, they was like, oh, thank you so much. Oh, no, I got a cell phone. I just called. I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know. Okay, thanks. You know, I didn't have no damn cell phone. Most people didn't have them. So I went about my way. A little while down the road, a few times, it happened more and more. But then I can remember one day, whenever I stopped to help somebody, and they pulled their phone out, and with a hateful look on their face, they kind of held the phone, you know, straight at me, saying, I have a cell phone. And I'm like, I'm done. I'm not stopping no more for this shit. Because it happened like 3 or 4 times in a row. I said, I'm done. And that's when I stopped doing that. And it's exactly the play that they wanted. They don't want us talking to each other. But you know what? Who was right and who was wrong there? The people that had the phones, they started being hateful, like I was dumb for stopping because they had a cell phone. But that is what happened. They've done tests. They did tests way back then when they would have rooms. They sent a group into A, B, and C room. The first room had nothing except for a table and chairs. The second one had toys on the, and then the third one had cell phones in it or whatever. The one that had nothing in there but table and chair, when the people come out, they knew each other's names, if they had kids, how many kids they had, how many pets they had, what the pets' names were, if they went to school or college and for how long, and so on and so forth. But the other ones, especially the one with the cell phones, they didn't even know the person next to them what their names were. Not one. So anyway, but you get demons like that come along and it just pisses me off, you know, distractions and everything. Anyhow, demonics, they hate the light. And if you go up and you look at Crazy Dad's picture there, and I never noticed it before, but if you look at it, you can see where literally he has that star of flim flam behind him there. It's unbelievable. Anyway, yeah, let's watch it. This is really interesting here.
This is John McAfee, the eccentric tech millionaire, playboy, suspected murderer, international fugitive, presidential candidate, crypto enthusiast, and the same man behind that annoying software called McAfee Antivirus that you probably have installed
It's
on
a
your
sign
computer
of the
right
last
now if you have
days.
Windows.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Dictionary definition for McAfee. McAfee, a barely passable virus scanning program that updates at the worst.
Who is the Crazy Dad? Oh, if you read up, if you scroll up, you can see in the comments, you can go up there and see him. I don't know how far he is up now or whatever. And who knows, Nomi might have took him out. I don't want her to take it out because, you know, I would rather point out these demons, because if he shows it back up again, I'm not for sure that Noma's going to allow him to again. Because like I said, this was his second night showing up. And for a while, you know, he remains cool and calm. But when I put people up on the screen that was giving us information about the Noahide there, then he literally was saying it in the comments that he didn't like them. He just went off, like you could tell. Go read his comments and stuff. You'll see what I'm talking about. Scripture Journey back in. Scripture Journey. Oh, yeah, that is Scripture Journey. Look at you. How are you, Scripture Journey? I'm so glad you're in here. See, I'm so damn distracted that I didn't even catch that was you or whatever. I apologize. Thank you for being here. Yeah, but McAfee here, like I said, listen, how interesting is this? This is so cool. You know what, matter of fact, we might look at up here in just a minute. But check this out first, and then I'll go back and I'll find where McAfee himself actually says that, he tells about that he gave the government free computers, and listen to what happens. This is really good, and it ties in with the debauchery that we're putting up with.
This is John McAfee, the eccentric tech millionaire, playboy, suspected murderer, international fugitive, presidential candidate, crypto enthusiast.
Scripture Journey, I'm good. Hope you are. Well, as you can hear, I'm a little frazzled, but no, I'm not good. As you know, what I talk about here, and it's not good. Until we get these demons completely out of our country and exterminate them, like other countries have been smart enough to run them the hell out of there, but they keep running to their rat hole, to the demon hole, I should say. I really hate talking bad about rats, but they always somehow manage to squeeze out somehow. It's kind of like shit when you step on it. It squishes out and gets all over the place. That's what they did. And we're not talking about human beings. We're talking about demons, to be clear. Because we've looked at their Talmud, and how in the hell can you ever say that they're anything but demons after knowing and seeing with your own eyeballs and knowing that they eat baby fetuses and their own children?
And the same man behind that annoying software called McAfee Antivirus that you probably have installed on your computer right now if you have Windows.
And got the Urban Dictionary definition from...
Hey, I know who this is, and I am going to tell you right now. Jake Tran, if you've never heard his documentaries or anything, I'm telling you, this dude is amazing at documentaries. The guy you hear speaking, his name's Jake Tran, and you can see right up here, hopefully. Let me adjust this a little bit so if anybody wants to, but he does an amazing job. I'd say I don't know of many people that does a better job on these, but you watch this and tell me what y'all think about it.
McAfee, a barely passable virus scanning program that updates at the worst possible
Scripture
time.
Journey, thank you for being
Tends to
here,
render
young
your computer
lady. All of you.
useless whenever it starts an update, which it doesn't ask to start, and you cannot cancel or pause.
Leading up to his apparent taking of his own life, John lived a wild existence, to put it nicely.
He wasn't suicidal.
Hello there. And I do what I want, when I want. The Traveler's Guide to Cheap...
When McAfee was 15, his father took his own life, and when asked about it by ABC 2020 in May 2017, just 4 years before his own apparent taking of his own life, this is what he had to say about it.
Died when you were 15?
15. Yeah, he shot himself.
He shot himself?
Yeah. People always look to the past to explain the present. It doesn't work that way.
June 9, 2019. While saying he was trapped in Cuba, McAfee tweets this warning. I've collected files
Well,
on
he's
corruption
wrong.
governments. For
He
the
was
first
wrong
time,
about
I'm naming
that.
names and specifics. I'll begin with a corrupt CIA agent and 2 Bahamian officials. Coming today. If I'm arrested or disappear, 31 terabytes of incriminating data will be released to the press. July 23, 2019. McAfee was arrested at a port in the Dominican Republic. October 3, 2020. McAfee was arrested at an airport in Spain while trying to flee the country to Turkey. The US wanted to extradite him on tax evasion charges. His manager takes to McAfee's Twitter account to post another warning. If John misses his next check-in, events will be set into motion that I cannot prevent once they have begun. John has secreted data with individuals across the world. I know neither their identities or locations. They will release their payloads if John goes missing. November 30, 2019. McAfee gets the word whacked tattooed on his arm with the following tweet. Getting subtle messages from US officials saying in effect, we're coming for you, McAfee. We're going to kill yourself. I got a tattoo today just in case. If I sue myself, I didn't. I was whacked. Check my right arm. Ticker symbol whacked also happens to be a meme coin he made available only on McAfeeDex.com, a website that is no longer up.
Having dealt with governments, I think all governments are the same. They do not have much of a heart, sir.
June 15, 2021. After 8 months in a Spanish prison, this video was released.
If I am exercised, it is certain that I will spend the rest of my life in prison because the United States wants to use me as an example.
June 20, 2021, 5 days later, John's wife releases this message on Twitter. John's honesty has often gotten him in trouble with corrupt governments and corrupt government officials because of his outspoken nature and his refusal to be extorted, intimidated, or silenced. Now the US authorities are determined to have John die in prison to make an example out of him for speaking out against the corruption within their government agencies. And just 3 days after his wife's prophetic tweet,
John McAfee found dead today in a prison cell in Spain.
John McAfee has reportedly been found dead in his Spanish jail cell.
John McAfee, the legendary eccentric tech entrepreneur, was found dead in his prison cell outside Barcelona in what authorities are calling an apparent suicide.
And within minutes of this news breaking, his official Instagram account posted this cryptic picture with no caption, referencing the online group that starts with a Q and ends with a non that YouTube doesn't like people mentioning. And the 31 terabytes of incriminating data that John and his manager promised would be released, it's nowhere to be found, at least not yet. And also within minutes of this news breaking, you guys started blasting me on Instagram to make a video.
Gary, let's see, 6 p.m. here. Okay, it
Did
is.
he off himself? Could he, as a 75-year-old man with deteriorating health, not take it anymore? And did the U.S.
It is 1 p.m.
Or maybe it was some other corrupt government officials
1 p.m.
around the world he managed to piss off. This is the ridiculous, bizarre, strange rise and suspicious death of John McAfee.
So what's that make us, 5 hours behind you?
John David McAfee was born on a U.S. Army base in England in 1945. His mom was British and his dad, an American, was stationed there with the Army. McAfee ended up growing up in Roanoke, Virginia. His father was an abusive alcoholic who would beat him, until his dad took his own life with a shotgun in the bathroom. McAfee was only 15 years old at the time. In school, McAfee was definitely not the nerd you imagine would become one of the biggest tech entrepreneurs of the 20th century. He admitted that although he did get straight A's and did really well in math, he was a lazy kid that almost never studied. His very first take on entrepreneurship was in college when he started to sell the one thing he knew would always be in demand: Coke. No, not the drink, actual cocaine.
In college, McAfee says he began peddling a product he knew he could sell.
Aki, they used to give their children to the fire.
To entrepreneurship.
Something God hated. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's everything. Salesmanship.
College was also when he developed his own drinking habit. After college, he got fired from one job for buying weed, and at his next job, scheduling trains with computers, he would take
5
LSD
hours
in the morning
behind.
before work.
Yep.
One day, he tried a dose of DMT but didn't feel anything. So he snorted the entire bag. That drinking and drug habit eventually turned into an addiction, and by 1983, he joined Alcoholics Anonymous. Then he got a
Break in here a minute so I can talk to you, Gary. Now, you said that you're in Ireland, right? 34, some... Some marathon lives you've had. Okay. Now, you said over there that you're dealing with bad water and all that shit. I mean, is everybody pissed at their government also over there? Like what's the main thing that's happening over there, Gary? That's do you have your hand on the pulse of like everybody around? Like what's the big problem that they're talking? Is it government, or is it food, or is it all of it? Because I know that you was telling me about some problems earlier. Yes. Yeah. So the water's bad and all that shit, same as here, right?
position as a programmer at Lockheed Martin. And in 1986, as home computers were taking off, two brothers in Pakistan launched the world's first computer virus nicknamed Brain, and McAfee saw an opportunity he couldn't pass up. 1987, McAfee launches McAfee Associates to create his all-in-one antivirus.
Okay, now I'm going to connect the dots here. Why that I'm playing this about McAfee and stuff like this. Okay, the connection is McAfee gave the damn government, which we all know that's just a group of these demonics put together that's in U.S. Incorporated, right? Okay. Well, McAfee, he gave them these laptop computers or whatever he gave them, and he could monitor them, you know, and he was, they didn't know it. The government didn't know it, that he had all of his spy stuff in there, and he found out a bunch of shit that they was doing, and so he had this on a thumb drive. They put his ass in prison, right? Now he's got all this information. And then he tweets to somebody, or don't tweet, but he told somebody said something about where that thumb drive was, and then that very building blows up where he said that thumb drive was. And then after the building blows up, they didn't send in, you know, like the FBI or anything like that. Oh no, they was told to stand aside so that the IDF, so that Israel could go in there and search through the rubble and shit. Okay, so what did he know? And what, you know, what did he have that was on that thumb drive, right? Now we'll never know, because they literally shoved this wiener government aside so that the real owners of this place could go in and scoop it up and take it and destroy it and do away with it. All of the evidence that he had on there about the demonics, okay, which is the same demonics that we're dealing with today. So they went in, grabbed this, after they blew the building up, which had individuals in it and stuff, by the way, and they got his thumb drive that had all of whatever the hell was on there, you know.
Software called virus scan.
That's the connection, and it's the same ones now is why we're discussing the Noahide laws and everything. The same ones why that you can't get good clean food or good clean water to drink.
First of its kind, and covered all the dozen or so computer viruses that existed back then.
A computer virus is a programmer written by a hacker with a unique purpose, and that purpose is to multiply and live.
The software worked, and he decided to make it free for anyone to use. Within the first month of its launch, 4 million people were using it. And by 1990, millions of computers were using it, and companies were paying over $5 million a year to license it. And by 1992, more than half of the Fortune 500 companies had McAfee on their computers. McAfee became a tech icon. Not too bad for a software he created in a day and a half.
Is there anybody in here that remembers dial-up and all that stuff, like whenever you go to get on your computers? Because I really, really remember, you know, with the weird noises. Anybody remember that shit? Because I do. And you know what else I remember? I remember the very first time that I got a virus, antivirus thing to load on the computer. And after loading it up, no shit now, never had no problem with virus or anything. But then everybody started talking about it, and they said, oh, well, you know, you ought to put an antivirus and stuff on your computer. Well, they can come in, they can hack it and mess it up and all that shit. I didn't know no better. So what I do, I bought an antivirus shit, shoved it into the computer. It was supposed to be good for like 6 months or something. And I shit you not, 61 days later, one day after it had expired, what do you think I got? It started flashing up all kinds of shit. You got a virus. You got a virus. Well, the antivirus wound up giving the damn things viruses, you know. Now, I don't think it was McAfee's or whatever, but that's a true story. And you know what? I've talked to several individuals afterwards, and they say the same thing, or pretty much.
The antivirus was created in a day and a half. Yes.
5 years later, over half the Fortune 500 companies in the country had begun using it.
He became the leading voice.
Gary, everybody's pissed about a lot of things. They flooded us with migrants. Yeah, you know, that's what I was thinking about, brother, but I couldn't remember for sure. Whatever, my brain's kind of shook right now on several manners, but pissed about a lot of things. They flooded us with immigrants when housing hospitals all services are destroyed. The water is full of chemicals. Data centers, cost of living, same as here. It's the same shit, you know. And you know what's really, really aggravating, Gary, is that like right now, everybody pretty much stopped talking about all of the invaders and shit. And you know, that's highly suspicious, isn't it? It's like, I don't know how many is here and was here, and like everybody was talking about, you know, about all of these Haitians and everything else coming in here, right? But now, like, nobody's even talking about that. Nobody's got a good damn job. Everybody knows that the jobs are leaving and stuff. The data centers, you know what they keep saying? Oh, they're going to create jobs. They're going to create jobs, or these data centers going to create jobs. Construction jobs. Well, as soon as they're built, the job's over. It's done. And I mean, they can put up a hell of a damn data center. I mean, the size of a city, you know, in just a few short months, and then it's done. And literally, they'll tell you they might have a handful of people to maybe a dozen people that are employed at these data centers. That's it. That's it. So short term, they build them, and they're even building these damn robots and shit now, to where even the construction of building them and stuff like that eventually is just going to, that's not even going to be jobs.
On the threat of computer viruses, and by 1992, McAfee Associates IPO'd, making him worth $80 million. But trouble was just around the corner. In 1994, McAfee was pushed out of management, so he sold his shares for $100 million and left the company. And from there, he would spend the next 1.5 decades living the life of a tech mogul with more money than he knew what to do with. He bought multiple cars, built 9 homes, became an adrenaline junkie, became a new age yoga guru.
The natives are being pushed down the ladder,
What did you do with them?
all tools of the greater
His
agenda.
next chapter, creating a yoga retreat in Colorado, reinventing himself as a new age guru, bestowing his eternal wisdom on his guests.
The man was bored and needed to keep himself entertained. But by 2008,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, shameful. Exact same script. Doesn't matter if we change the bus driver, the destination stays the same. Well, if it's going to stay the same anyway, then maybe if we all decided to put our little tiny oars in the water in the same direction, something might change, right?
McAfee says he kept getting hit with frivolous lawsuits by people who wanted to take his money.
That's what I say. If the destination is still the same, and if we're all going to crash anyway, Gary, you know, how do you want to go out? Do you want to say, well, I didn't do nothing, I just gave in to it and became part of the problem? Or do you want to say, you know what? I didn't put my, you know, I didn't lend a hand. I did what I could with what I had to change it.
And by 2009, he has seemingly hit hard times and had to auction everything off he owned.
Nightline covered this auction on McAfee's ranch, where everything, including his beloved airplanes, Winnebagos, exotic art collection, even the gold elephant and dinosaur skull, went on the block.
Years later, he would claim that this was all a ruse to make it look like he was broke so the lawsuits would stop.
McAfee now claims it was all a charade, a ruse. He was just trying to look broke so people would stop suing him.
McAfee took his remaining millions and headed to Belize in Central America in search of a more simple life. Little did he know that this would be the start of his life as a suspected murderer and international fugitive. McAfee started life in Belize on a beachfront property, but then eventually moved to the jungles of Belize to start a lab to research plant-grown antibiotics. He hired a microbiologist to lead the effort, and with it,
Gary, I think you're the first one, besides Noma, that actually said something in response when I have said something about at least do whatever you can. At least you responded back with the word right, you know? Not that I want to be right, but this just that you responded with something whenever I say that. If I could get everybody to realize it really is that simple. Have you ever been, you know, these people, they're like, are really, really afraid of something? Like, you know, that person that didn't want to go off the high dive, you know, or do something that everybody else was doing. And then once they did it, they was like all smiles, and then you couldn't get them to quit doing it because they realized, you know, they was fearful of something and they overcame it and was so glad that they did that. That's what we need to do, because literally, I'm telling you what right now, roaches, what happens whenever you turn the light on them, you know? They scatter. At least that's what I hear anyway. And I believe that. They scatter. Whenever you shed the truth on, when, have you ever seen these big blowhards or whatever, like they'll talk a big game and everything else, but them, just like all these demons when they show up, it's like, oh yeah, now Israel first, and oh, support the Jews and all this shit or whatever, and you know, they're so good and everything. Well, oh yeah, well, what about your Talmud that says you're a murderer? And what about you eating babies and stuff, you know? What about that? And they get shut right the hell down. And they shut right the hell up. Other than they keep just, you know, saying the same demonic, dumb, deranged, ignorant shit over and over again, you know. Like that they're the chosen people. We're the chosen people. We're the chosen people. Chosen for what? Pedophilia? Yep. Congratulations. You got that job and doing a hell of a good job at it.
Harem of girls and ex-felons he hired as bodyguards, or what critics would call his own private militia. That microbiologist would later claim McAfee committed a heinous crime against her that McAfee strongly denies and was never tried for. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. But even greater trouble was just around the corner. April 2012, corrupt officials in Belize were trying to extort McAfee for money, and McAfee wouldn't play ball. So they raided his lab under the claim that he was making drugs in the compound. Or at least that's what McAfee claims.
McAfee claims the government was harassing him because he wouldn't pay bribes.
I was on the verge of something when I refused to pay an extortion for $2 million.
You hear this? See, he wouldn't give in. Now, I'm not saying that McAfee here was like a great, wonderful person, a human being or nothing like that. I'm sure that he wasn't, you know. But he made it clear that, you know, he liked the girls and stuff like that. Was he messing with underage or something? Probably. But nevertheless, he would not go along with the demonics, and the demonics didn't like him because he wouldn't kneel down and do what they wanted him to do. So he was running his own shuffle or whatever. And he even had his own compound, his own army and guards, or whatever you want to call it. And I got to be honest with you, I think in a lot of ways he did the right thing. But he just slipped up and let them put him in prison or whatever. And that's when he sent a message, as you already seen there, and then they, well, we'll watch here.
And a week later, the gang suppression unit destroyed my lab.
No drugs were found, and the American media ate it up. After all, an American millionaire with a history of drugs in the jungles of Belize, where girls and armed
that's where they feel important, James. Their world is fiction. Yeah, exactly.
Over one.
Unfortunately, their world isn't fiction. Unfortunately, their world is so damn evil that
I can see both sides of the story. And after that, he moved back to his beach house in Belize, bringing back the girls, the armed guards, and a pack of 9 wild dogs with him, which would be the start of yet another. So good and made for a great story. I can see both sides of the story. And after that, he moved back to his beach house in Belize, bringing back the...
All right, they look awful young to me right there. What do you think? Don't look 3 years or younger to me. But he never said that he didn't have girls or anything like that. Matter of fact, as you can see, he kind of showed that off too. But so does the rest of the demonics, right? Nobody wants to look at the ones where Trump's with the girls and stuff neither, you know. And like I say, McAfee here, you know, I'm not saying he's great or wonderful. I'm just saying he had information. And when they blew the building up, it wasn't quote unquote our people, you know, that went in and searched that building. It was IDF. It was Israel that went in and found whatever they found, right?
Girls, the armed guards, and a pack of 9 wild dogs with them, which would be the start of yet another graze with the law. But this time, instead of being a suspected drug lord, he becomes a suspected murderer. McAfee's neighbor was a man named Greg Fall. Greg was another American looking for a peaceful retirement in the Caribbean, but it was anything but peaceful because of McAfee's dogs. They were crazy, barked all the time, were aggressive towards anyone walking by, and McAfee had no intention of fixing the problem.
Now, we're going to be walking past McAfee's house, and there's going to be dogs there. Now, they're usually fenced up, but he says, I just want to warn you.
So Greg concocted a plan and told his friends if McAfee wasn't going to take care of his dogs, he was going to.
Greg had told him that he was going to poison the dog.
Then not too long after, some poisoned meat was thrown into McAfee's backyard. All 9 dogs ate it, and all 9 died. The next night, someone snuck into Greg Fall's home and murdered him at gunpoint.
The house showed no sign of forced entry. Nothing was taken from inside.
The prime suspect, of course, is McAfee, who of course denies the charges.
Let me make this perfectly clear. I had nothing to do with the murder of Gregory Fall.
One of McAfee's beachfront caretakers recounts in an interview for the Showtime documentary Gringo that he was instructed by McAfee to pay $5,000 to somebody he believed to be the hitman McAfee hired for the job.
The following morning, sometime around 9 o'clock, John called me. He said, take this money, $5,000, and go put it in this guy's account.
Cashin says the man who got that money called him late the night of the murder to come pick him up.
Then I realized that this $5,000 was for him to do that.
To do what?
To kill the guy.
Later on, that same man appeared in a video on McAfee's YouTube channel retracting all the claims he made in that interview. He claimed that Showtime offered him $10,000, a stupid amount of money for anyone in Belize, for a 30-minute interview. And he decided that for that $10K, he'll fabricate whatever lies they wanted to hear. That he was pushed during the interview, that he believes McAfee had nothing to do with that murder.
$10,000 in Belize is a lot of money for 30 minutes. You know, who will go against that? So I started to think what I can improvise, what lies I can fabricate to make it credible. So I accepted and I realized that I'm going to improvise. And so whatever I told Nanette on that interview was a pure fabrication of my imagination, lies, and to make it more credible, that is what I did. I believe in my heart that John had nothing to do with that murder.
You can watch the video for yourself on YouTube if you want to. For the most part, it looks natural. Some parts were kind of scripted, but I will let you be the judge of that. McAfee was never charged with murder, but in 2015, a Florida court ordered him to pay $25 million for being liable for Greg's death. So is McAfee a murderer? On one hand, having 9 of your dogs poisoned as an eccentric millionaire with armed guards that you could easily pay, and being that the murder happened literally the next day after the dogs were poisoned, doesn't look good. On the other hand, the media dying for a juicy story, bribing a poor laborer that needs money, also sounds plausible. And after being accused of murder, McAfee starts his escape back to America.
Why did you go on the run?
Because if I didn't go on the run, I'd be a dead man now. They're trying to arrest me for coming into the country illegally.
McAfee first spent 3 months in the jungle before fleeing to Guatemala, where he was arrested in 2012. The whole arrest was caught on camera by Vice. He faked a heart attack while he was being arrested, was transported to the hospital with press following him, and then miraculously opened his eyes to tell the nurses not to undress him in front of the cameras.
You faked the heart attack.
Sure, I faked it.
He was then deported back to America, where he met his wife as a prostitute in Miami. Back in America, he started to build his life back again, becoming a voice for the dangers of cyber warfare. The media liked to call him the prophet of digital doom, and other names like that during this period. But when you listen to what he had to say, it's pretty reasonable and he makes some great points.
If they did understand it, the Chinese would not have been able to steal 21 million records of every person who has worked for the U.S. government for the past 50 years. The U.S. government has made them the enemy. We need to hire these people. The Russians and the Chinese are more practical.
He also never went back to paying U.S. income taxes since arriving back in America, because he believes income taxes aren't right. A noble decision.
We need to hire these people. The Russians and the Chinese are more practical.
He also never went back to paying U.S. income taxes.
I rewound it because you are looking at one of the most demonic evil bitches that ever was put in front of your eyeballs. Old Meryl Streep right here. she is absolutely beyond nasty evil.
Since arriving back in America because he believes income taxes aren't right. A noble decision that I commend, but that will come back to haunt him. In 2016, McAfee also decided to run for president under the Libertarian Party. It didn't go so well. By 2017, McAfee started becoming a huge advocate for cryptocurrencies as a way to prevent governments from collecting income taxes.
When privacy coins are widely used, governments will no longer be able to collect income taxes.
Where one of the things he would do was to share coin of the day tweets, where he would talk about altcoins that he believed had value. McAfee announces he's running for president again in the 2020 ballot, and because of this advocacy against taxes, against big government promoting crypto, by 2018, McAfee could feel things were starting to really heat up. After all, he was openly not paying taxes, openly committing.
See, listen to what I'm saying to you. They really, really don't want us to not. They don't want to stop in their paying those payments, which they have called them taxes for years, right? But all that is payment. If you don't continue to make that payment and rent that property, what happens? They move in, they say, you're not renting this property anymore, get the hell out. No matter what your investment, what your time is that you spend in there, right? Nah, I say screw them. They ain't getting nothing. Don't pay it. I mean, literally what you're doing is you keep shoving quarters in to make the machine more powerful to get rid of anything to do with you. You'll be erased. Your kids will be erased. They're being erased now. And I don't care if you think it's boring or not. I don't care if you've heard it. This is for anybody that haven't heard it. The Noahide laws are coming. They're putting this shit into action November the 2nd of this year. They're going to start looking at that and putting a council together and stuff. Boring shit, but it's coming. If we don't do something.
A crime, making him an easy target.
I have not paid taxes for 8 years. I've made no secret of it. I have not filed returns.
And by January 22nd, he flees the US while at the same time, the IRS was convening a grand jury in Tennessee to charge him, his wife, and 4 of his campaign workers with IRS-related felonies. McAfee posts this video while on the run.
Today, January 22nd, the IRS has convened a grand jury in the state of Tennessee to charge myself, my wife, Mrs. McAfee, 4 of my campaign workers with unspecified IRS crimes of a felonious nature. Today, crypto community, we are at war.
Which brings us back to where we were at the beginning of this video, and everything leading up to his arrest on October 3rd, 2020 in Spain. That same month, that court in Tennessee charged him for tax evasion, demanding that he be extradited back to the US to face trial. And after 6 grueling months in prison, McAfee was slapped with a federal indictment on crypto fraud charges in March 2021. He was charged with tax evasion, failure to file taxes, and securities fraud for those altcoin shoutouts on Twitter, making it one of the first big criminal cases to involve crypto. Federal
Gary, whenever you get a chance, I know you said that you was feeding your face. I hope it's delicious, whatever that is, but when you get a chance, you know, I asked you a question about like what's the main thing going on and stuff like that over there. But are people like struggling really to like get by like they are here? It seems like the only ones really working around here are people that's delivering packages, you know.
Accused him of scamming his large Twitter following with altcoins as an age-old pump and dump scheme. McAfee says the US government wanted to make an example out of me for encouraging people not to pay income taxes and so forth, which I 100% agree with. Because let's face it, Elon Musk has moved the crypto and stock markets way more than McAfee ever has. Yet he hasn't faced any pump and dump charges. This just goes to show how subjective laws and prosecuting can be, which leads us to his taking of his own life.
If I am extradited, it is certain that I will spend the rest of my life in prison because the United States wants to use me as an example.
So, did he off himself? Well, it's important to note that we are now entering speculation land with very limited facts about what actually happened. But here are both sides of the argument. Listen, the guy was 75, on the run for a good chunk of his life, just got word that he was about to be extradited back to the US for a case that was already set against him, his health was already taking a toll, and he would most likely die in prison. So if you were in his shoes, you could see how this would make a man weigh his options. And let's face it, the US does have a history of assassinating people way more powerful than McAfee. But on the other hand, was the stuff he was saying and doing that bad enough to justify a hit? As to the theatrics and the whack tattoo, and the threats of releasing incriminating data, well, it could have been a bluff to get his enemies off his back. And as you can tell, he's a man that loves attention, so might as well go out with a bang with some mystery. On the other hand, his wife came out and said that he showed no signs of wanting to off himself, that the extradition order was not a surprise to them and they already had plans laid out.
John McAfee was not I spoke with him a few hours before he was found dead. We spoke about the court's decision to extradite him to the U.S. It did not come as a surprise.
Zonda, same I would ask you, do you know if there's people really struggling over in Australia there? I mean, are they working pretty good, or are they messing with the immigrants or anything like that?
To either of us. We were prepared for that decision and had a plan of action already in place to appeal that decision. I blame the U.S. authorities for this tragedy. Because of these politically motivated charges against him, my husband is now dead.
His lawyer said the same thing. And if anyone would be able to gather incriminating evidence against people in power, it would be a millionaire cybersecurity expert on the run. So did he off himself? I'm gonna lean on the side of, I don't know. Probably not the answer you wanted to hear, but until we get more evidence, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I personally don't think this is as clear-cut of a case as the other very prominent case of a powerful man that had an island who offed himself, whose first name starts with a J and last name starts with an E. Yeah. But I think the life of John McAfee can be summed up in this one tweet he made while in prison. My life's conflicts stem from one source. My best friend and my worst enemy were both myself. So what do you think really happened with John McAfee? Let me know in the comments below. Try to keep it civil down there. And of course, Magic Spoon. You guys know what to do. Link below, magicspoon.com/JTran with the coupon code JTran for $5 off your order now in the US and Canada. If you enjoy videos like this, we make them every single week for free on the most provocative stuff in the world of business, geopolitics, power, all of the above. All you have to do is click that subscribe button below. If you want more behind the scenes stuff, day in the life kind of stuff, you can follow me on Instagram at jtran.io.
Tell you what, this boy here, he does such a great job at covering everything.
We are at war.
You know Warren Buffett there.
New report just out this morning from
Does anybody know much about Warren Buffett? How Warren Buffett destroyed America. Yeah, we know how. The enslavement of the middle class. Yeah. The Vatican's unimaginable wealth. There you go. Look at that. Yeah. All we know. The Great Reset. Yeah, 3 years ago. Let's see, this is shocking new discoveries inside Epstein's New York. If you're here hanging out, I appreciate your time being here. Thank you very much. Don't ask nobody to subscribe. Thanks for everybody being here. Just your time, that's all. I'm just thankful for that.
71st Street, also known as Jeffrey Epstein's 80.
Oh, you know, interesting enough, what's that butt plug's name that's right with Trump there, whatever, the very one that called Epstein and said that, I can't think of his name right now, but anyway, he bought the place right next to Epstein there for $10. You know, nothing to see there, right?
Welcome to 9 East 71st Street. also known as Jeffrey Epstein's $80 million New York mansion. Located in the heart of Manhattan, it's got
Les Wexner. Anybody know who Wexner is?
10 bedrooms and 15 bathrooms spread across 9 stories, so plenty of room to entertain guests. On the second floor sits Jeffrey Epstein's private office. In the centerpiece of his office sits a little green book. First editions of Lolita are extremely rare and can sell for up to $250,000. So what's so special about this little green book that would make Epstein pay so much money for?
Did anybody know about this shit? Because this is the first I'm hearing about this.
First edition. Well, the book tells an interesting story. A charming, educated adult man, a professor to be exact, becomes obsessed with a 12-year-old girl. His obsession runs so deep, so dark that he marries the 12-year-old girl's mother just so he can get closer to her. In private, he nicknames her Lolita, a cute nickname based on the Spanish word for pain. This man starts keeping a record of all his
Did not know that. Lolita means pain.
Disturbing thoughts and desires for Lolita in a journal. And when Lolita's mother dies in a car accident, he kidnaps Lolita and takes her across the country. And now that he's isolated her, he's free to do all the darkest things to her that we can't see on YouTube. When Lolita was first published, it got banned in multiple countries, but even so, the book developed a cult following, if you will, especially among people like Epstein. According to one reporter, the author of Lolita, Vladimir Nabokov, was Epstein's favorite author, and he loved the book so much that he kept not just one copy in his office, but he kept another copy next to his bed and another on his private jet. A private jet that he named, oh yeah, the Lolita Express. The same plane that he took girls around the country and the world in to isolate them. See, what you have to understand is that when you get to this level of power and influence, these people really care about the little details. They care about the art they buy, the pictures they frame, the books they have on display. Because think about it, these people can't afford anything. So each thing they choose serves a purpose. So what else was lurking in the evil layer to isolate them?
I rewound this because I want to point out something to you.
Of power and influence, these people really care about the little detail.
Well, of course, nothing to see there, right? Long time buddies and friends, you know. Watch how kind of sissified that old Epstein right there kind of acts. Watch how he moves around and stuff. He's got like a, I don't even want to say feminine, but you know what I'm saying? Like a real wimpy demeanor to him or whatever.
They care about the art they buy, the pictures they frame.
Okay, this picture right here. You know, everybody was curious about, like, why does he have a dress on? Why does he have a dress on? Do you know why? Anybody? I'm asking anybody here. Do you know why this picture, why they put a dress on Clinton here? This is the one that Epstein had, by the way. I'll wait a few minutes to see if anybody wants to throw any in there why that he had the dress on. In the meantime, let's see. Gary says, yeah, it's getting harder. There's still high employed here, but cost of living, strangely, people... $17,000 official homeless, up to 200,000 people if you count the having to move back to parents. Oh yeah, see, there's so many people here that's with their parents. Is that's the only way they can live? Well, here's what I'm asking: what happens, you know, later on, because the kids can't afford to live, so they live off of the pensions and stuff, riding on mom and dad. But once mom and dad goes, then what happens? And there's no jobs or anything like that for them to go out and finish the remainder of their lives. You know, they're probably not going to have to worry about it because the Noahide laws are coming, and that's probably going to cure even worrying about that, right? All right, well, the whole reason why that I'm showing you this picture of Clinton and the meaning of him being in the dress is because he was considered a feminine weakling because he didn't like to be the aggressor doing the one. Perhaps this could have been prevented by not allowing 1% to exist. Oh, yeah. Yes. Gilman, yeah. Perhaps this, you're absolutely right. And that's what we're saying. The 1%ers got to go. I mean, they literally got to go now. No shit. I already told them they got to go. I literally, and you can go watch it where I told them to do that. And I'm going to do whatever I have to do to make them get the hell out of here and eliminate them. Yeah, hell yeah. Here you go. There you go. See, that's what I like to see. Somebody that's got some pizzazz and go-getter, you know. Hell yeah, that's exactly right. You know, like Gary, not afraid to speak up. Chip, different ones on here. Denise, Noma. I'm telling you, we have to get excited, stand up, whatever we need to do, and throw these people not out, but throw them in the grinder and just get rid of them. Anyway, the reason why I was showing this right here, him being in the dress, is because he didn't want to be the poop packer. He liked to have his poop packed. Okay? And I hope that was nasty, because that's why he's in the dress. That's why they put this picture of him being in the dress. He didn't like to be the aggressor getting on top. He liked for everybody else to be on top of him. Okay? That's why he's in the dress.
In the books they have on display, because think about it, these people can't afford anything, so each thing they choose serves a purpose.
Yeah,
So
we
what
should
else
eat
is
them.
lurking in
No,
here
no,
called
I wouldn't.
some
I don't want nothing to do with that
Well, thanks to new
nasty
pictures and
shit.
details
No
of the
way.
house that were just made public,
Grind
we
them
can
up
now take a
into.
look.
Oh, you know what? Soylent Green. Has anybody seen that? Anybody in here seen the movie Soylent Green? And fix world hunger and no. We that's wrong. We don't want to fix world hunger like that. No. I'm telling you what right now. Those demons, they need. I'm all for grinding them up, but literally do to them what they like to do. You know that big metal ball where they threw the children in? What we need to do is do the same to them. You know, just build a great big old furnace or whatever, and then after we grind them up, throw them in there. You know, a lot of people, they talk about the wood chippers and stuff, you know. It would be quite the easy fix. Yeah. And it's two birds with one stone. You know, I got to tell you, I like your positive attitude there, but just not feed them to somebody. No. But I'm all about grinding them up for sure. Thanks for being here, Gilman. Appreciate your time, bro.
From the outside, 9 East 71st Street looks like any other billionaire's mansion, complete with a 15-foot outdoor and heated sidewalk. But before it became Jeffrey Epstein's home, the building was the location of the Birchwalden Private School, a $65,000 per year private prep school,
Modest
which
proposal.
explains its giant size. But then
No, I'm telling you, you got a workable plan there.
The property was bought on
just a few little adjustments, but I like the way you think. There you go. There's old Les Wexner. He's a demonic, absolutely turd for sure. And you know, isn't it something how they always develop amnesia and all that shit? That's what I say. We're not stupid. But I can't believe it. When you look at people and they're saying, well, I don't know if that's Jeffrey Epstein or not. I don't know. I really don't know if that's Jeffrey. Well, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Of course it's Jeffrey Epstein. Palm Beach Pete. Come on.
and most of Jeffrey Epstein's early fortune. Wexner and Epstein were so close that Wexner had granted Epstein the power of attorney over his entire estate. That meant Epstein could sign Wexner's checks and buy and sell property in Wexner's name.
Okay, just like what U.S. and Israel, joining now does, see? Complete control just went to them demonic pieces of shit.
Wexner paid for the entire school building to be
Lex
transferred into one
Luthor?
of the biggest homes in New York.
Yeah.
And as soon as the renovations were over, he handed the key to Jeffrey Epstein. To anyone on the outside, it looked like Wexner had bought and renovated the entire house just for his pal Jeffrey. And if letting Epstein live in one of the most expensive homes in Manhattan wasn't enough, just a few years later, Leslie Wexner quietly transferred ownership of the house to Epstein for good. On paper, Wexner sold it to the 9 East 71st Street Corporation for an undisclosed amount. But since Epstein owned the company, he now owned the mansion. And within no time, Epstein started adding his special touch to his new private playground. And every piece of furniture that would go in, every decoration, would tell his visitors who exactly they were dealing with.
The room of eyes. Look here.
As soon as you stepped through the giant oak doors of Jeffrey Epstein's mansion, you were being watched, literally. Instead of paintings or sculptures, the entrance halls were covered in, quote, row upon row of individually framed eyeballs, end quote. These are real prosthetic eyeballs made from injured English soldiers, and they look disturbingly lifelike. And since this was the first thing anyone saw walking in, the message was clear. You are being watched, and not just figuratively. According to several of the girls he abused in his home, the entire house was covered in cameras too. Every single room, even the bathrooms, was under constant surveillance. One of Epstein's victims, Virginia Giuffre, said that right off the entrance hall behind a lead-lined door was a room full of screens, where Epstein could watch and record everything that happened in the house. Quote, I'm looking at the monitors. I'm like, that's my room, that's the massage room, that's my shower, that's my toilet, that's everyone else's toilet in the house. That's everyone else's shower in the house. Every single corner of the house was monitored. He was watching everybody all the time. This was a blackmail scheme. All those powerful people abusing underage girls. When he told me people owe me favors and I'll never get caught and I can get away with it, this was a blackmail scheme. All those powerful
Bill Gates, Michael Jackson, Prince Andrew, I think. And of course, redacted.
Well, people abusing under.
Of course, this here up here. Well, now here's Andrew here, and then this over here. This is Mick Jagger. And I think this is Diana Ross here. Clinton, Michael Jackson.
Age girls. When he told me people owe me favors and I'll never get caught and I can get away with it, he meant it, end quotes. All of this in just the first few feet past the front door. It was the perfect introduction for what was to come, because the deeper you went into Epstein's house, the darker it got.
Really, we have seen these things revealed over decades with promises of never again, yet it grows large. Absolutely.
These are the faces men make before they shave their bodies with a face razor.
Yep.
Introducing the new.
Yeah, it keeps getting more and more and somehow happening. Well, you know, whenever you have old Dumpy Trumpy saying that he's got to protect his friends, well, what he's really saying is he has to protect his own kind, right? And being the president of the incorporation there, there's no morals, there's no there's no moral law. There's no Bible or whatever. He wouldn't even put his hand on the Bible when he was getting inaugurated. He had the hired hooker there pretending to be his wife, Melania, she held the Bible while he was being inaugurated. So really, see, I'm telling you right now, for that purpose alone, him not putting his hand on the Bible means that he ain't shit, even to that corporation, you know. But he wouldn't touch that Bible, would he? You know? And I mean, blatantly, he said, you're a Christian, I'm a Christian, get out and vote Christians. But then afterwards, whenever they start talking to him, you know, well, what'd you say about it? And he said, oh, no, I'm not heavenly bound. I'm not cut out for heaven and all that stuff, you know. But beforehand, he wanted to tickle the eardrums, which I'm here to tell you, listen, if you go back and you look, you will see that my dumb ass was on this bullshit train. You know? My dumb ears were tickled or whatever. Even though, I mean, I knew something did not feel right, you know? I knew it didn't feel right. And I haven't decided what I'm going to do with these yet. You know, I really thought about wiping my ass on them or whatever, but I didn't want my ass to get infected. So, but I just kept them so far. But I'm telling you right now, I'm thinking of some really good ideas to do with these pieces of shit.
For Jeffrey Epstein's 60th.
But you know, he said all that, and then it comes out that he's a demonic Jew and everything. But they kept all that shit under wraps until after he got in there and got what he wanted, you know.
Birthday, some of his closest friends sent him birthday letters. Most of these friends have spent
really,
many
we have
evenings
seen
having dinner at Epstein's mansion, and so a common theme in the letters they sent were them talking about those dinners and what they meant to them. And let's just say some of the birthday letters were
Please hide.
For starters, the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, wrote, quote, "There is no limit to your curiosity. You were like a closed book to many of them."
Yeah, it's like somebody, I can't remember right now who it was, Gary, but I was talking to them and they said that they was hiding the numbers of, who was that? Of what's happening to over the military enlisted people of U.S. Incorporated that happens to be over there dying in Iran, that they're hiding the numbers of casualties and stuff, and that the Israelis are having also. So yeah, they always hide the numbers and stuff, you know, because they have to keep us in the dark and they have to keep us confused and guessing all the time. And that's what I say, enough of the guessing, enough of trying to figure out their twisted bullshit. What we need to do is just say, you know what, that's twisted up so bad, there's no fixing it, which is exactly right, and it's twisted to the point now to where they're even telling us now that they're going to start these Noahide things. And if you was here earlier in the show, you would have seen a demon come on here. Later when it's uploaded, you can go back and you can scroll and look where this demonic demon comes in and he's throwing up these, you know, the Israel flag and all that. And he says, don't forget your Noahide laws. You know? Meaning the laws that we looked at or whatever, the very ones where they are going to cut our heads off if they get their ways. But, you know, it's like there's a two-way street there. You can have somebody saying, hey, I'm going to cut your head off, but the other guy can say the same thing too.
But you know everything about everyone, end quotes. Ehud Barak also went on to call Epstein a, quote, collector of people, end quotes. Ah yes, the ex-prime minister and the ex-minister of defense of Israel went out of his way to call Epstein a collector of people. Even the Times of Israel reported that Ehud Barak met with Epstein at least dozens of times, end quotes. Well, after his you-know-what charges. Then there was a note from
George
one or more
Soros
Zuckerberg,
funded
the
$40
media
million
that,
to
quote, suggested ingredients for a
Mandani
meal that will reflect the culture of the mansion, end quotes. He wrote, quote, a simple salad or what.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Urban Joffel, glad you're with us. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your time. George Soros funneled $40 million to Mamdani in 2025 to secure his election. Google it. You know what? No, I'm not going to Google it. I believe you. I wholeheartedly believe that. Because I showed earlier on my phone that I keep a picture of a picture of that has Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Gates. What's the one idiot that owns Prime and all that stuff? Bald-headed, idiot-looking guy. I can't remember his name. But there's Ghislaine Maxwell, and she is hugging old Mamdani there. And Mamdani or whatever is only like, I don't know, 10, 11 years old probably. You know, and I keep that on my phone to remind me of the debauchery that's going on. You know, not that I need reminded of it. I just knew there was something, and I had it before, long before. I kept this picture before he was even mayor of New York. And how in the hell does that happen, right? If you ever look back at all these names that come out of nowhere, you never hear of them, and then all of a sudden, oh, did you hear so-and-so's running for New York, or vote for this person for president or whatever. And it always came down to what? Left or right, red or blue. You know, it's kind of like, what flavor shit do you want? Do you want left flavored shit? You want right flavored shit? Do you want red flavor shit or blue flavor shit? You know, that's it. There was really no choice to ever be had. And once you realize that you is the one that actually was being had by thinking that your vote matters, but there are people right now, I'll guarantee you, you could tell them, show them, and everything else, and you'd still see them going to go vote. It's ludicrous, man. So I used to ask the question, which is worse? Is it them knowing that they're going and wasting their time? Or is it the ones that's actually there playing, you know, the evildoers theirself? Well, the stupid ones, the worst problem is the ones going and thinking that they're voting on something because they keep playing the game. Well, if they'd stop playing the damn game and go just pick up all of whatever they have, their sticks, their toys, whatever, and say, you know what, I'm out. Have you ever seen a movie or anything, or have you been with somebody where they keep trying to figure out how to play a game or do something, but finally something clicks in their head and they're like, you know what, this ain't going to work, or you've done it yourself, you know, where you say enough is enough, I'm out of here, and then you realize and look back and you say, damn, I should have left a long damn time ago. Why did I wait so long? Well, that's where we're at. We all just need to do it together.
Whatever else would enhance Jeffrey's performance, end quotes. Because what kind of a friend doesn't rave about his buddy's performance in a birthday message?
You hear that?
The strangest letter of all came from...
You hear that? Listen to this part again.
From one or more Zuckerman, the media mogul, that quote...
Zuckerman. Care to guess what kind of name that is? Zuckerman?
Suggested ingredients for a meal that will reflect the culture of the mansion, end quotes. He wrote, quote, a simple salad or whatever else would enhance Jeffrey's performance, end quotes. Because what kind of a friend doesn't rave about his buddy's performance in a birthday message? But the strangest letter of all came from Woody Allen, who compared Epstein's house to Dracula's castle, quote, where Lugosi has 3 young female vampires who...
Well said, Gary. If they don't like what they're hearing, scroll. Yeah, exactly.
So what exactly went on at these dinners?
But you know what? I never ever want to sound like a prick, Gary. I really don't. Not to somebody who just don't know something. Because you've been on here and Thank you so much. That I know that you've stood up for the channel and the message, and for each other on here, and me in particular. But you know, I don't want to run anybody off because they show up and they say, you know, oh, the Jews are God's chosen people. Well, if you just immediately jump on them, you know, they're like I used to be. I used to be the same way. I used to think the same thing. Well, Jews are God's chosen people. I grew up. My mom would tell me that. True quick story, Gary. You got time? Good. Here it goes. That's me being funny or trying to be. When I was growing up, I really, one of the biggest things that I wanted, what was in my world that I wanted more than anything, honest and truly, I wanted a dirt bike. A dirt bike, you know, with the clutch, the twist throttle, you know, a dirt bike. In particular, I wanted like an RM80, you know, or something like that, a Honda or something, an 80. But I wanted that dirt bike. I wanted that motorcycle so bad. And I would go and I would try to talk to my wonderful mama. And my dad made really good money. You know, he worked in construction. And he pulled down, you know, even back then, you know, it was really good cash. Like 1 week, $16, $18, $2,000 back then, you know. Early 70s, middle 70s, whatever it was. But Mom, whenever I would go to talk to her about getting this motorcycle, you know, she'd say, well, sit down there and let me read you the Bible first, and then we'll talk about it. Well, that's how it started. And I'm here to tell you, brother, this went on and on and on. Every time that I would go to talk to her, sit down and let me read you the Bible, and then we'll talk about it. So I would listen, and she would read me the Bible, and I would listen. But what I wanted more than anything was that motorcycle. So I would sit there, and I would listen. And now I'm really super glad that I did. And but anyway, I never did get the motorcycle that I actually wanted. But they did on my birthday finally get me a kind of like what I wanted, but it just wasn't the same thing. I don't know if you ever seen a Trail 70 or not, but it had no clutch, you know, but that's what I had. And now, believe it or not, I don't know what the hell it was that I was going to finish that up with, so we'll watch this.
Everyone couldn't
Maybe it'll
stop
come
talking
to
about
me,
us.
Gary. I don't know.
Apparently, very little actual eating. The guests would all sit on leopard print chairs around a giant dining table, with millionaires and billionaires to their left and right. And they were served a simple salad or Chinese takeout if they were lucky. You see, the food was never the main event. The real attraction were the people sitting at the tables themselves. Journalists, royalty, politicians, billionaires, celebrities. The kind of friends that made him look untouchable. And while these ultra-rich, ultra-powerful guests laughed, chatted, while they enjoyed the company of Epstein's assistants, while they maybe got a massage in one of the massage rooms, they had no idea that they were being recorded.
Oh, yeah. I remember what it was now, because you said, in fairness, you know, you're too gentle, but I get, yeah. You're right, probably. But my mom was telling me that they was the chosen people. And so that's what I heard the whole entire time, you know. And whenever I would ask questions and stuff, you know, she would say, well, you know, the Jews are God's chosen people. And so that's what I heard growing up. So I went on believing that. But then later on, when I started reading it for myself, and I seen that nowhere does it say that. And then once I realized something that my own mom didn't truly realize, is that whenever it talks about, actually this part I know Mom realized, but there was some things that she really didn't explain to me. Even if she did understand them, she didn't tell me the part, but I know she was always telling me that they was the chosen people.
But then to find out that Israel is actually, you know, us, we the people, are the stones of Israel, you know. But you have to get into it and really read it and look at it for yourself before you start getting what it's talking about. And then grafting us onto the tree, you know, the Gentiles, so on and so forth. You probably know that better than I do, Gary, but you know, that's why I don't just jump on somebody if they come in or if they say, well, you know, Jews are the chosen people. Like, for instance, I don't know if you got to see when I was at the store, the Goyim Slop grocery store or not, but I had some people approach me, and I played it on here, but they come up to me talking, and then whenever I was trying to show them facts and to you know, make them knowledgeable of this same thing that we're talking about, they didn't want to hear it. They just shut me down, you know. So if you get somebody that comes in here and they're like, you know, well, you know, the chosen people, I would rather take a little bit of time, let them kind of, but they have to be bright enough and intelligent enough and be one of those people who realize that they don't know everything and actually slow down and let somebody explain to them and then make a decision. Instead, they cut me off and walked away, even though they approached me first, you know. But people don't like the light. They don't like the truth, you know. Well, let me take that back. Unintelligent people that will not learn nothing and they know it all, you can't get across to them. The trophy room.
Past the entryway in the dining room, a grand staircase led up to the second floor, into Epstein's private office. But before you reached it, you would have to walk under something just as strange as the
What the? The trophy room, huh? Okay.
Of the house. Hanging above the staircase, grabbing onto a rope, was a sculpture of a woman in a wedding dress and a veil. If you managed to make it past the creepy hanging bride, you would find his office, home to that first edition of Lolita, and all-around photographs laid across every table, shelf, and cabinet that the eye could see.
I'm trying to see who the, there's a dollar bill there signed by somebody, but I can't make out the signature on that and what it says.
Show them a picture of Epstein with all the world's most powerful people.
These are some pictures. Let's see here. Bill Gates, of course. Clinton, of course. The Pope. Andrew.
Pope John Paul II, Fidel Castro, Mick Jagger,
Fidel
Elon Musk,
Castro.
Richard Branson, Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Donald Trump, even the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, and the list goes on. He even had a framed dollar bill signed by Bill Gates with the words
Bill
"I
Gates.
was wrong" written on it. Like a hunter proud of the stuffed trophies hanging on his wall, Epstein was clearly proud of the network of people he had built. Somewhere else in the house hung the legendary painting of Bill Clinton in the dress. The same Bill Clinton he was allegedly good friends with. Because, you know, having a painting mocking your friend in a dress is something that all friends do. Then there were his safekeepings. After Epstein's arrest in 2019, investigators came across a hidden safe with piles of cash, diamonds, and a Saudi Arabian passport with a...
Anybody know this part? Because I didn't know this part. Diamonds and passports and stacks of cash.
Fake name. It's almost as if Epstein had prepared to make a quick escape if things went horribly wrong. See, Jeffrey Epstein may have been a PDF, he may have had a fake passport to bail him out, and sure, he may have wired his entire mansion with surveillance cameras and hosted hundreds of influential people for events and, quote, performances, he may have had a private jet named after the book Lolita that he used to ship said Lolitas to his private island and other residences, subscribe for future videos on those other properties, but this definitely was not a blackmail operation.
Yeah. Yeah, but this definitely wasn't blackmail. The sanctum.
Go up one more flight of stairs, and it led to what some called Mr. Epstein's private sanctum. It was a massive suite that included his bedroom, several bathrooms, and the infamous massage room. See, at first glance, the bedroom looks surprisingly ordinary, and pretty mild compared to the decor of the rest of the house. Except even in his own room, there was no privacy. Instead, a camera was hidden in one corner, pointed directly at Epstein's bed. And then there was the massage room. Paintings of naked women covered the walls. In one corner stood a giant silver ball and chain, a classic symbol of a tool that you use to trap someone. While along another wall stood a wooden display cabinet filled with so many lubricants and massage oil that it would make P. Diddy drool. This was the room where most of Epstein's activities took place. The room where so many girls were forced to do whatever he told them to. The room where Epstein could stop putting on a show and be exactly who he really was. But come on now.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Special K has essential nutrients you need with fiber.
Yeah, and do you remember when Butt Plug there, he said, "You still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?" Yeah, they want it to go away. Oh, anybody care to guess how many files and stuff they still haven't released? It's like 3 million, I think. It's a crazy amount.
Inside was a human skeleton, a man roughly 30 years old, buried with offerings of polished stone tools and ground ochre. Nothing unusual for the period. The grave was carefully arranged, the body laid on its...
Okay, well, let's see here.
June 18, 1954. As the
fall of Lebanon. Let's see. Looking for the other one with Epstein here.
China.
This guy's a traitor, a treasonous, and he has broken every law of the United States.
Let's see. 4 years ago. Caffeine.
North.
All right. Well, we'll get out of there for right now. All right. Let's see. This right here is Full Spectrum Survival.
I've got some breaking news.
I watch this guy here. He's got his hand on the pulse pretty good of stuff going on. This guy here, he's got his own compound and all that. Self-sufficient. He's got his compound, as he calls it, and he's got his water supply, and they grow their own food. He's a prepper, all this stuff, but he usually does a pretty good job of bringing us stuff. This here was just 15 minutes ago, so.
Got some breaking news here for you. Something is changing right now, and I don't like the direction that it's going. America is burning through our weapons systems, the ones that are needed to protect our interests in Asia. Turkey, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia just signed a defense pact that sounds a whole hell of a lot like their own version of NATO. Now we're starting to see ships being restricted in the Black Sea, and Europe keeps talking about preparing for an inevitable war with Russia. And we've still got the largest nuclear power plant in Europe sitting right in the middle of all of this mess. Every country seems to be preparing themselves for the possibility that this is going to get a lot worse, last longer, and start pulling other nations into it. Now, maybe the governments are just feeding their own bullshit about the stockpiles they have left, But you can't ignore the direction that this is moving. What we're watching is alliances break, military stockpiles getting chewed through, and countries who are now starting to figure out who they're going to stand with when things get worse. The battle lines are being drawn. And if even a couple of these issues don't break loose at the same exact time, what we're about to find out is what a world that is engulfed by violence looks like. Right now, there's a massive amount of information that's coming out from both American and anti-American sources. This information suggests that the stockpile of U.S. weapons is unable to maintain a level of striking that is necessary to remove.
I'm telling you right now, the dollar has collapsed. I'm telling you. The dollar's collapsed. They got into this with Iran. They don't know what the hell to do. They don't know how to get out of it. They don't know how to make it stop. The only thing they can do is keep going. They're forced now to keep going. They don't know what to do. And butt plug there, he has not a freaking clue. But you know somebody who does know what to do? Old BB Nasty Yuckapoo there. He wants forever wars, and I'm not joking. This is their own words. This is what they say. That they literally want forever wars, meaning they really want to destroy every damn body. That's what their goal is. And you know what? Who's to say right now that they're not purposely doing this shit to involve us, like in Iran and stuff? They got all of our militaries tied up here and there, and then they say, oh, we're broke also. The rest of everybody in China, all of them knows this shit. So what's to keep them from why we're busy looking over here and involved with Iran and so on and so forth? Somebody else invading us out of Canada or some shit, because we know Canada up there's went to shit.
Iranian authorities from power. This potentially limits President Donald Trump's ability to issue further strikes. Now, these are sources inside of the U.S. military and officials working with the government. And we have to operate on the fact that this information could be representative of fact, but it could also be information that is used to make our allies or our enemies think that we can't do it. Officials say the largest area of concern is the drawing down of inventories of our long-range offensive missiles, including the ATACMS. This conflict has been fought largely from safe distances or through the airstrikes. Now, the Center for Strategic Studies, they just reported that U.S. Patriot interceptor stocks have fallen by 2/3, so roughly 60%.
2/3.
THAAD missile inventories have been reduced by 50%. And if we're going to operate on this information being true, there is historical backing here, because we have given away all of our weapons to Ukraine when we were run by a president and an administration who sold us out for more than a couple of years. Now, other sources say that the U.S. military has used almost 80% of our missile inventory.
Yeah,
that's compared
I'd say
with pre-conflict levels and about 50 to 65% of Patriots. Now, this info could be purposefully misdirected.
How much are those Patriots? $1 million and something, $1.5 million
Iran,
each?
China, and Russia, America's enemies, a false
I mean, not that
sense
it
of
makes a
security
difference, right?
in their own ability to wage war against us. It's really yet to be seen. In related news, Turkey's foreign minister, they just claimed that the defense agreement that they just signed, this is between Turkey and Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, is not a specific target against Iran. It's a coalition of countries that will defend themselves against any and all attacks, foreign and domestic. Although they did say that the contractual obligations are technically the same as NATO's Article 5 Mutual Defense Pact. Now, that acknowledges
in order for the people
that
New
any
World
attack
Order
on one country is seen by the
even
militaries of
Noahide,
each country
they must
as an
collapse
obligation
the
to
world
attack
for
back.
people to
The foreign
suffer
minister, that's Hakan
enough and
Fidan,
beg
he added that
for
this
their
pact that was
yes,
signed by the
absolutely.
leadership position in
Well
each one
said,
of these
brother.
countries
Yes.
is about to be joined by Egypt,
Yes.
and it's going to be joined by other nations on's a few of their
And that's
known
what that's
loose
exactly
ends
what they
begin
said
tying
too,
up.
right? They have to create something
When
where
given
the whole
feedback,
world is
NATO
begging
sees this as a move to
for
contradict
relief.
the current national obligation, and Turkey's response was that NATO is a giant military alliance where there are 32 different countries. And what they've started here is 3 countries, taking a very humble but concrete step. Now, in the initial announcement, the Turkish government said that the agreement is not in contradiction with their commitments of Turkey's existing international alliance, including those that are at the heart of the NATO Article 5 movement. But the ministry added,
Turkey and the other ones there, they've already joined together and made a pact together and stuff that if one of them's attacked, it's like just like that somebody attacked the other ones also.
That this agreement is of particular importance in light of what they see as an escalating challenge and a worldwide threat that begins to face the region. Foremost, they say, from terror attacks, arms smuggling, and threats that target neighbor countries and international maritime routes. You can start to see all of these routes being pulled together now. And reports that we're seeing show that Turkey just took the first step in this initiative, the very first allied group to restrict commercial shipping vessels from moving through the Black Sea freely amid what they say is increased attacks on maritime vessels. It was just noted that the Coast Guard has denied passage through the straits for vessels which are interestingly bound for Russia. Now, the migrants are on the move again, according to intelligence sources. We just saw reports beginning to circulate. Now, these reports show that Morocco's defense forces and their state police have been deployed. Other anti-terror groups have been put on high alert. This was after social media started witnessing what could be intelligence agencies or operators calling for another massive attempt to move or cross migrants into Spanish-controlled territory. Now, according to this information, law enforcement, with various structures of domestic and terror watch groups, they were just put on high alert in the city of Findek, located about 5 kilometers away from the contested area and, of course, its surrounding environment. Now, the sources there say that these measures are being taken right now after they started seeing posts circulating on social media about a preparation for an international obligation to push mass migrants into the border illegally. This is set to take place August 15th, so keep it on your calendar. Police are instructed to crack down harshly on anyone who is inciting or caught illegally migrating or linked to criminal human trafficking. Now, in addition, as confirmed by the same sources, they say that surveillance has been stepped up along the coastline, any sort of railway or roadways, and the Moroccan authorities stress that these measures are aimed at protecting human life, and of course they throw in the "we're just here to maintain public order." Experts across the world are warning that we're just one sneeze in the hay barn away from a nuclear meltdown. They say that the situation at the nuclear power station that exists inside of southeastern Ukraine, which is the largest nuclear site in Europe and among the 10th largest in the world, is under control, but it's under a condition of caution at this time. Security systems, they say, continue to operate normally. Safe operating limits and conditions have not been violated. And the radiation situation at this nuclear power plant and in the surrounding areas is stable. It's consistent right now with natural background levels, but they don't expect that to continue. Over in Russia, they just invited anti-American BRICS member states to join a coalition of their own. What they're going to begin building is the development of the Northern Sea Route, or the NSR. The ministry acknowledged that it is Russia's official position to support the discussion on logistics. The promotion of industrial products is impossible, they say, without an efficient way to transport infrastructure. And therefore, according to the ministry, they propose considering the establishment of a transport and logistics hub within the member state areas to ensure the seamless movement, as they say it, of manufactured goods both over sea and by land. Now, the deputy minister says that the nation has highlighted this NSR route because it is a viable and completely safe alternative to American control.
Hell yeah.
They say this is a project that they're interested in scaling up, and to put the cargo traffic along with it. Now, we did just see, after Germany warned that a hybrid war was coming with Russia, the Russian embassy in Berlin described the incident involving a drone that was discovered with explosives. This was at its airport as a hastily concocted provocation of conflict. The embassy released a report saying that it is obvious now that this concocted provocation serves only the goals of Ukraine and the militaristic wings of the European political class. Now, Ukraine, they say, is desperately short of weapons. The governments of unfriendly European states lack the arguments as to why, in the face of acute socioeconomic problems, unlimited financial resources should be transferred to a so-called corrupt regime that does not shy away from using terroristic methods and publicly promotes their agenda, including what they say is the glorification of the execution of Russian citizens. They say that we are now entering a time of worldwide conflict. The main threat, according to Russia, is not to Germany. In their notorious hybrid attack alert, Russia says this doesn't exist. The threat is to the politicians who enthusiastically develop scenarios for an imminent war to take place with Russia and invite the citizens of Germany to take part inside of it. And so we keep gathering information. Right now, that's one of the most important things that you can do. Don't just listen to Russia or the USA or Iran or NATO or anybody else telling you what is their version of what is happening. Watch what the countries are actually doing. Where are they moving their weapons? Who are they signing agreements with? And what are they preparing their own people for? The government can bullshit you all day long. But watch how they move, because that's a lot harder to hide. And right now we see whole groups of governments that are preparing for something much larger than what they're publicly admitting to. So get your house in order. Keep your supplies where they need to be, and stay close to the people that you give a dang about. Pay attention, because if this thing really does break wide open, we're probably not going to get very much of a warning.
Yeah, I totally agree. But for him to be saying if it breaks wide open, well, I don't know how much wider that it has to be, you know. Tomorrow, I'm going to call this enemy again. And tomorrow, I'll be calling several of these demonic assholes, which I haven't really done a lot of in the past anyway, not like what I'm going to do tomorrow. But I'm going to be telling them you know, I never will understand, you know, how it is or get, and I told them this too, there could be major issues and stuff even in the past that would be happening, and they would just take off on the weekends, you know, with no problem or whatever. The rest of everybody over here, you know, working their ass off and everything else, even on the weekends, you know, but not these demonic pieces of shit. Even the answering idiot that answers the damn phones, making $100,000 a year, and they're just like, oh yeah, let's take the weekends off, you know, let's take every holiday, and I mean any damn holiday, you know, they just take it off, you know, and we pay them to do so. How the Egyptians guard their moose. I don't know anything about them guarding their mummies. IDF. Chabad secret. I don't even know what that is. Zionism and the IDF. know what that is. Shit. Whites only. Trump and... we'll check this out here.
Its medical knowledge described as insufficient to the state medical board. Police officers.
Today, Stephen Miller, a white nationalist, sat in the Oval Office next to a convicted felon and
2 days ago.
a rapist and said that they want to illegally put out an executive order to reverse the 14th Amendment. That is how every news agency going forward should be covering this, because that's what this is about.
Did you
I've
hear
been
that
speaking
shit?
about this, and I started my channel because of this.
Did you hear this shit?
Today, Stephen Miller, a white nationalist, sat in the Oval Office next to a convicted felon and a rapist and said that they want to illegally put out an executive order to reverse the 14th Amendment. That is how every
14th
news
Amendment.
agency going forward should be covering this, because that's what this is about. I've been speaking about this, and I started my channel because of this.
States from infringing on life, liberty, or property. It ensures due process and equal protection under the law, protecting rights for all, especially after the Civil War, overturning discriminatory rulings and forming the basis for modern civil rights.
Yeah, that, I mean, on top of everything, I'm going to tell you something now. I'm not shocked at all. But you know what? We just discovered that together or whatever. This guy literally just started this channel or whatever for what he just said. This is just 2 days ago, Gary.
Today, Stephen Miller, a white nationalist, sat in the Oval Office next to a convicted felon and a rapist and said that they want to illegally put out an executive order to reverse the 14th Amendment. That is how every news agency going forward should be covering this, because that's what this is about. I've been speaking about this, and
Let's see if I can... 14th Amendment says what?
According to Constitution Annotated, Congress.gov, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws.
Okay, so what have I already been saying here? Okay, see, this guy obviously just got a hot poker jammed up his ass. Maybe he's with it now, but I've already, like I said, I'm not shocked at all. They have been pissing on the Constitution and all this shit. Now they're blatantly saying reverse the 14th Amendment. Are you kidding me? They just fucking handed over your country. They just told you they took your country, that you don't have a country. There is no America. Now listen to what he's saying here. I'm
started
not
my
shocked.
channel because of this. They never wanted legal immigration. They wanted